1. Midnight Dream. In the 31st year of the Ming Dynasty, in the town of Shuangxi, Qinjia Village, Qingzhou Prefecture. A soft gasp escaped Yuan Pan'er as she abruptly sat up, immediately followed by a wave of dizziness. One hand instinctively pressed against her chest, faintly aware of a lingering pain. Wait, how is there still a heartbeat? Can the deceased truly return to life? She vividly recalled spewing forth a mouthful of blood, surrounded by the frantic cries of her mother, sister-in-law, and sister-in-law by marriage. Trembling, she rose to her feet, gazing at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, then casting her eyes upon those she once called family. Each of them wailed and lamented, heartbroken not over her demise, but over the loss of a potential fortune. She stared numbly at them. The familial bonds she once valued had entirely dissipated amidst her years of selfless devotion. If death had come, so be it. She harbored no resentment toward anyone. Her relentless toil for these so-called relatives was a folly of her own making, deserving no blame upon others. Human nature is often inclined toward laziness. Time and again, they had grown accustomed to reaping rewards without effort. And now, when she sought to prioritize her own needs, those she once deemed kin rushed to extract one final benefit from her. She distinctly remembered casting a mere glance at the corpse below, finding even that unworthy of her regard. Then, her spirit began to drift aimlessly, and after an indeterminate period, she was finally seized by the emissaries of the underworld. In the realm of the dead, countless souls awaited rebirth. Yet when her turn arrived, she adamantly refused, yearning only for obliteration, wishing never to ascend again. She had tasted the bitterness of mortal existence and wished not to traverse that path again. Amidst the chaos, it felt as though someone had delivered a forceful kick, startling her awake. The moonlight outside was soft and pale. Utilizing its glow, she surveyed her surroundings. A modest room, a simple earthen bed, an old cabinet, and nothing more. But there was her younger sister, asleep beside her, smacking her lips as if savoring a delightful feast, her face radiating satisfaction. She closed her eyes, memories flooding her mind. Indeed, she had truly returned to life, back to 8 years prior, to the time of her proposal to the Chen family. Or rather, to the moment the Chen family sought her to bring them fortune. It was now the 4th day of the 4th month in the 31st year of the Ming Dynasty, a time when Chen Ji Li lay gravely ill, and his parents, in a state of desperation, sought someone to bring him good fortune. She was not their first choice for this role. Chen Ji Li had long been enamored with Wang Xuelian, the daughter of a scholar from the neighboring village, their affections mutual. Yet that was when Chen Ji Li was in good health. Now, confined to his sickbed, with physicians from the county a loss, how could the Wang family possibly consider marrying their daughter to him for the sake of fortune? Wang Xuelian, upon hearing the news, had fled to her sister's home in town, and shortly thereafter became betrothed to the son of a scholar in the town. It appeared that contact had already been established with the Wang family. Otherwise, such a swift arrangement would not have been possible. In their despair, the Chen family had no recourse but to turn to the Yuan family. Her father, Yuan Changfa, had lost both parents, and with Su Shi, he had 2 sons and 2 daughters. She was the second child, with an elder brother aged 17, a younger brother just a year her junior, and this sister, 3 years her junior. In her recollection, the Chen family had faced rejection from the Wang family and had approached 2 other families, both of whom were reluctant to part with their daughters. In their utmost desperation, they sought her out. On this very day, the parents did not immediately refuse, and the reason, of course, was the allure of money. 10 taels as a bride. Price, with no dowry required. In the countryside, it is common to wed a wife for merely 5 taels, or even less. Chun Fuqiang, the village head, had a wife, Wu, who possessed a talent for embroidery. Although her skills were not extraordinary, they were considered quite commendable in the rural setting, allowing the family to live comfortably. Otherwise, they would not have sent Chen Jilin to school. Starting his education at the tender age of 6 or 7, he was now 15 and had studied for 7 or 8 years. 2 years prior, he had achieved the status of a Tongsheng and had since left Wang Ziyakai's private school for the county academy. However, he unexpectedly fell gravely ill. In truth, it was not a conventional illness, but rather the effect of a particularly rare scorpion venom. Unfortunately, there were no doctors in the county skilled in treating such poisons, and they had mistakenly treated it as a common ailment. Perhaps fortune smiled upon her after she joined the Chen family. Chen lingered between life and death until one fateful day, 5 months later, when she inadvertently saved an elderly physician while gathering firewood on the mountain. The old doctor quickly diagnosed the condition as a rare scorpion venom. It was likely that a scorpion had inadvertently contaminated his food, though one could not dismiss the possibility of foul play, given his academic prowess and plans to take the imperial examination in a few months. As time passed, even the faintest traces would be nearly impossible to uncover. She recalled vividly how the doctor prescribed a remedy that cured him in just 5 days. The formula was etched in her memory: 5-spirit resin, raw huang, realgar, and a total of 12 medicinal herbs, ground into a fine powder and mixed with vinegar to be consumed. The elderly physician also mentioned that the mixture could be shaped into pills taken once a day, with the same efficacy over 5 days. If the poisoning had just occurred, 3 pills would suffice. The following spring, after Chen had regained his health, he returned to the county academy, gradually visiting home less frequently. She was not foolish, on the contrary. She was quite astute, merely pretending to be oblivious. Diligently, she followed her mother-in-law to learn embroidery and studied literacy under her sister-in-law, managing both household and external affairs, secretly hoping that one day he might recognize her worth. Her mother-in-law, Wu, often hesitated to voice her thoughts, but eventually broached the subject, asking if she could adopt her as a goddaughter. Since they had yet to consummate the marriage, and she was not yet 15, the Chen family was willing to provide a decent dowry to secure her a good match. Though they had not yet shared a marital bed, she was still considered married, and finding a suitable match was no simple task. Out of guilt, her mother-in-law ultimately imparted to her a unique stitching technique that was exclusive to the Chen family. Wu herself had not mastered it, and Chen was not particularly skilled in embroidery. However, she practiced diligently at home every day, gradually becoming proficient. By that time, Chen had already achieved the status of a Xiuzai and was wholly devoted to his studies for the imperial examination, leaving her with no opportunity to see him, sometimes not even once a month, with not a single word exchanged. How could she expect him to harbor any affection for her? Fully aware of the futility of her situation, she was heartbroken to the core, yearning only to return to her family and not desiring the title of a goddaughter. The Chen family, however, still displayed some sense of conscience, openly giving 10 taels to the Yuan family while discreetly slipping her another 10 taels. The initial 10 taels for the bride price had gone towards building a home for her family, while the later 10 taels were used to secure a match for her elder brother. Observing her younger brother's despondency, who was eager to learn martial arts at the escort agency, she foolishly drained the funds given to her by the Chen family for her own security. Her mother was aware of her embroidery skills and urged her to teach her younger sister, so the two sisters could earn money to support their brothers' marriages. She agreed, but stipulated a condition to her parents. She would not be forced into marriage, and any future union must be of her own volition. Her parents readily acquiesced. Over the subsequent 3 years, her mastery of the Chen embroidery technique significantly increased the value of her work, multiplying her earnings several times. However, she cleverly concealed half of her profits, only reporting the other half. By the time she passed away, the hidden portion had accumulated to 80 taels of silver, buried beneath a tree in the backyard. After 6 years of returning home, she caught the eye of Wang, the local hunter, who was eager to marry her, and she was equally willing to to this point. Her elder brother had 2 children, and her younger brother was also married. Her sister, skilled in embroidery, had found a suitor who owned a shop in town. With the family's newfound financial stability, her parents tended to a few acres of farmland, no longer scrounging for odd jobs to make ends meet, and their granary remained full. She thought she could finally marry in peace. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her sister-in-law and sister-in-law had secretly plotted an alternative path for her. The proprietor of an embroidery house in the county town admired her craftsmanship and was willing to offer 200 taels of silver in a lump sum for a 10-year contract. Promising a substantial reward if her work met his expectations. It was absurd that her parents consented, assuring her that she need not worry. After a decade, her nephews would provide for her, sparing her from the hardships of life with the poor hunter. The indignation was so great that it drove her to the brink of despair, ultimately leading to her demise. 2. Conditional marriage. Past events are too painful to recall. Yuan Pan'er wept and laughed, her emotions a tumultuous dance. From a tender age, she had been remarkably perceptive, assisting her family with various tasks since she was 5 or 6, gathering pig fodder, foraging for wild vegetables, collecting firewood. These were the mundane duties she performed prior to her departure at 13. As a result, her skin bore a persistent yellowish hue tinged with darkness. Her frame slender and frail. The better morsels of food predominantly found their way into the mouths of her brothers and father, with only occasional scraps allotted to her and her younger sister. Observing her sister's longing gaze, she often chose to forego her own portion, placing it instead into her sister's bowl. She felt a profound compassion for every member of her family, yet not a single soul extended that same compassion towards her. As she gazed at her sister, lost in slumber, she recognized her sister's cleverness intertwined with a certain greed. As they grew older, her sister remained at home, embroidering, while all external responsibilities fell to her, the elder sister. At 15, when a betrothal was arranged, her sister implored her to relinquish the dowry she had secretly embroidered. Her pleas accompanied by tears like raindrops on pear blossoms, even going so far as to kneel. Her sister's skills were far inferior, as she shunned hardship and feared the toll on her eyesight, predominantly creating small items that fetched little in return. Perhaps being the youngest, and with the family's financial situation improving, her parents exhibited leniency towards her sister, while the sisters-in-law occasionally displayed disdain, rendering her powerless. Regrettably, even her sole pair of silver bracelets was taken from her through her sister's coaxing. In those moments, she thought to herself that as the elder sister, she ought to be the one earning money, having secretly stashed away some silver. Thus, surrendering her possessions seemed reasonable. Ultimately, her sister was a heartless creature, never genuinely caring for her elder sibling or their family, consistently prioritizing her own interests. The nights in Qingzhou during April remained frigid. She rose from her bed and peered through the window at the sky outside, anticipating a fine day to come. The moon hung high in the air. The night had deepened. Perhaps it was time to marry in this life. Presently, the Yuan family resided in a dilapidated house with only 3 or 4 rooms. 3 acres of arable land and 2 acres of dry land, barely sufficient to sustain them with the addition of wild vegetables. After taxes, they were unable to save even a single tael of silver throughout the year. Her eldest brother, now 17, had become a source of concern for their parents regarding his marriage, leaving them restless. Though he treated her decently, he had wed a woman of ill nature. And while her brother opposed sending her to the embroidery chamber, the men of the Yuan family had never held dominion over women. Her younger brother worked away from home for extended periods, neglecting family affairs, returning home only once every few months with his wife from the county. And when funds ran low, he would turn to their parents for assistance, completely oblivious to the fact that the silver he sought was earned by her painstaking embroidery. The 10 taels of bride price were intended to repay their parents for the gift of life. She resolved to find ways to showcase her virtues to Chen Li, striving to remain in the Chen household. If that proved impossible, before any divorce proceedings, she would request the village chief to assist her in establishing a female household. Settling in Chen's village. Under the Da Heng dynasty, female households were permissible, provided that the woman had no familial ties to her birth family or had lost her husband without any elder relatives. Returning to Yuan village was not an option, nor could she endure the servitude of her parental home. By establishing a female household, she could gradually earn a living, and in a few years, seek a suitable partner for marriage. The hunter, residing at the foot of the Western Mountain, was indeed a decent man, 2 years her senior, without parents or family. Rumored to be an abandoned child taken in by an old hunter who had seemingly passed away the previous year. Thus, 3 paths lay before her, the least unfavorable being the establishment of a female household on her own. In this lifetime, she has resolved not to easily bestow her heart upon anyone. Without such offerings, she shall not be easily wounded. Yuan Pan'er, invigorated by her thoughts, nestled deeper in her quilt and closed her eyes once more. Marriage holds little allure. The Chen family is not unkind, yet remaining in the Yuan household for a few more years may lead to an uncertain fate. Her parents have long set their sights on her, viewing their daughter merely as the dowry for their eldest son. As dawn broke, Yuan Pan'er rose from her slumber. Her younger sister need not awaken so early, Although their mother would scold, she preferred to feign ignorance. Pushing open the door, a gust of cold air greeted her, causing her to shiver. She proceeded directly to the kitchen to boil water for her morning routine. There remained a modest amount of water in the barrel, and she would not need to fetch more, as her brother would soon rise, and the small river at the village's edge was not far. Yuan family village is smaller than Chen family village, comprising only 20 to 30 households, totaling a mere couple of hundred souls, while Chen family village is more than twice that size. Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, Su Shi realized her eldest daughter was awake. With Yuan's father, "What shall we do about the Chen family's reply today?" Yuan Changfa sighed. "Mother, that boy from the Chen family may not survive. What will become of Pan'er if she marries and becomes a widow?" Su Shi began to weep softly. "What can I do? It is your inadequacy. You cannot earn a substantial income. With Yuan now grown, he still shares a room with Wu. We need a home, and a bride requires a dowry. Everything demands money. The Chen family is willing to offer 10 taels, and the matchmaker hinted that should anything go awry, it would not be blamed on our daughter, and she could be brought back without refunding the 10 taels. If that is indeed the case, we could find Pan'er another match and still gain 5 or 6 taels. This would allow us to build a proper home and secure a bride price for Yuan." Yuan Changfa furrowed his brow. "Mother, it may prove difficult for a widow to find a suitable husband." Su Shi wiped her tears. "That is her fate, having been born into our family. We cannot simply watch her brothers remain without wives. Our family is in such disrepair, she would lose all face." With a rustle of clothing, Su Shi rose from the Kong, hastily gathering her hair into a loose bun secured with a wooden hairpin, the family's only remaining one, now missing several prongs. Today, the matter of the Chen family's marriage must be addressed. The family's savings totaled just over 3 taels, with an additional 5 or 6 taels. They could construct a 5-room straw house, allowing for a possible engagement for their eldest son. At 17, one could no longer be delayed. A son is the foundation of the family, while a daughter must ultimately marry. Yuan Pan'er was already preparing a thin porridge, which would be ready to eat with the addition of some tender wild greens. In April, the mountains abound with wild vegetables, and many households are busy with farming. During this season, she has been foraging for wild greens, and any surplus is blanched and dried, ensuring sustenance throughout the year. "Pan'er, have you considered the matter of the Chen family?" Su Shi had been in the kitchen for a quarter of an hour without a response from her daughter. Though she had come to terms with it, a swell of frustration surged within her. Among their 4 children, she was the most naive and least favored. "Speak. Why are you silent?" Yuan Pan'er fixed her gaze on her mother. "What good does it do to express my thoughts? I have heard that the man in question is not of good character. Chen village is not far from ours. Surely, a little inquiry would reveal the truth. Do you still wish for me to marry him?" Su is somewhat astonished. How did this girl come to know? "Pan'er, the Chen family is the village head. They live comfortably and are willing to offer 10 taels of silver. With this money, we could build a new house and your brother could find a match. What if I marry him and he turns out to be a bad person?" Su paused. "Pan'er, if you were to pass away, I would come to bring you back and find you another suitor." Yuan Pan'er felt a chilling despair, even before she was married. Her mother was already contemplating a second match. What purpose does it serve to remain in such a family? Would they bring her back only to sell her once again? Su, incensed, retorted, "You ungrateful girl. Do you intend to oppose me at every turn? What options do I have? Your brother is already grown, without even a room to call his own. Do you wish for the Yuan family to become extinct?" Yuan Pan'er set down her work and coldly gazed at her mother. "If I must marry, then hand over the 10 taels of silver, and I shall write a letter severing our ties, as my compensation for being sold. From that moment on, whether I live or die shall be of no concern to you. Otherwise, I would prefer death. I am quite capable of following through on my words." Her father was the only son, who had only attended 2 years of school. Because of this, he was inept at both scholarly and manual work, a man of neither letters nor arms. The sole benefit was that the children at home had learned a few characters. Su furiously exclaimed, "You heartless child! Your parents brought you into this world and raised you. What is wrong with receiving some bridal money? Is there any family that does not do so?" Yuan Pan'er lowered her gaze. "I began working at the age of 5 or 6, wearing my brothers' and sisters' hand-me-downs. I cannot recall ever wearing a new piece of clothing. You insist that I'm married to bring joy. The 10 taels of silver is my selling price. Do not seek me out again. I shall not return to this home. Other families offer bridal dowries. Am I truly marrying? No, this is merely a way to bring joy to a man who has no future. How can they be compared? Sue was momentarily taken aback. It seemed her daughter had indeed never worn a new garment, and had helped with chores since she was 4 or 5. This was indeed a matter of bringing joy, as the son of the village head was said to be nearing death. Otherwise, why would they seek a family like theirs? But what of it? The eldest son is literate, and the younger siblings are still small. How would they manage without her help? You ungrateful girl. I once thought you were docile, yet you harbor such rebelliousness. What is wrong with you marrying? I gave birth to you, and even if I have not raised you, you must repay this favor of life. Today, I have indeed decided. In 3 days, you will go to the Chen family. Yuan Pan'er felt a deep sorrow. Even knowing her fate was sealed, she removed her tattered apron. I maintain my stance. If I must marry to bring joy in exchange for silver, then I shall sever our ties. From henceforth, I shall consider myself an orphan. You may treat me as though I were dead, or else I shall cause a scene. And then the Chen family will not want me either. With that, she stormed off to her room. Yuan Maisie was still soundly asleep. Truly, the child who cries receives milk. The more understanding one is, the more they are made to toil. Sue sat heavily on the kitchen stool. This girl truly seemed to have no desire to marry. She, too, was reluctant, yet the 10 taels of betrothal money could resolve significant matters for his family. Who in the vicinity would offer 10 taels for a dark and slender girl? Moreover, she was still quite young. Should this marriage proposal fail in 2 years, one would be 19, and by the time she wed, she would be 20. That simply wouldn't he do, if that stubborn girl spoke the truth and caused a ruckus. The Chen family would undoubtedly refuse, demanding a refund of the money, thereby turning into adversaries. It would be wiser to directly propose a price increase to the matchmaker, setting a firm price of 15 taels. His family was in need of a bride and should not decline. At worst, she could candidly inform the matchmaker that the girl was unwilling, insisting that if she were forced into the marriage, she would sever ties with her maternal family. Once the ties were severed, the customary gifts during the 3 annual festivals would cease, making the additional 5 taels seem quite reasonable. Sue's spirits lifted, gaining an extra 5 taels, and after a year or so, when the girl's anger subsided, her maternal family would still remain her family. It was unheard of for a woman to completely abandon her kin. If something unfortunate were to befall her, after a year or so, she could bring the girl back home, marry her off again, and receive another round of betrothal money. No matter how one calculated, she would incur no loss. In the morning, matchmaker Wang arrived. Miss Yuan, how has your family deliberated? I must have a response today. Sue's expression darkened. My daughter, for reasons unknown, has learned that the Chen family son is gravely ill and resolutely refuses. This morning, she even told me that if she were to be married off merely to bring good fortune, she would sever ties with her maternal family over the betrothal money. What kind of nonsense is this? Sue lamented, wiping her tears. She was genuinely saddened. It was imperative that her daughter consent, for she needed to secure that 10 taels. If the obstinate girl insisted on cutting ties, it weighed heavily on her heart. What family has such a rebellious daughter? Matchmaker Wang grew anxious. The Chen family's young master is indeed worsening by the day. Otherwise, why would it come to your daughter in the first place? The circumstances between the 2 families are worlds apart, one flourishing in the village, while the other is struggling. In terms of individuals, one is a handsome scholar, while the other is a frail and dark little one. It is simply untenable. Sister, the Chen family's young master is ill, but it is not entirely hopeless. And if he were well, why would your family be approached? 10 taels is no small sum. Sue feigned resolve, stating, I truly need this money. Yet that girl is obstinate. She threatens to create a scene if I do not agree. You see, this is supposed to bring good fortune, if there is chaos. Would the Chen family still be willing? If you insist on my agreement, then I must demand a firm price of 15 taels, and I will consent to the severance of ties with the girl. Consider it. For many years to come, I would forfeit the customary gifts during the 3 festivals. Calculating that, 5 taels is merely the beginning. Even at 15 taels, I would still be at a loss. Matchmaker Wang hesitated. Sister, you're asking for too much. Give it a couple of years, and the anger will pass. Su shook her head. I am sorry, but please convey this to the Chen family. I'm not afraid of losing face. If it works out, then splendid, but if not, let them seek another girl. With a sigh, Matchmaker Wang took her leave. In rural areas, the Chen family would not wish to conceal their marriage, and given their urgency to welcome a bride, it would be impossible to keep it secret. In more respectable families, it is hardly desirable for a child to enter a home only to become a widow. The connection to the Yuan family arose primarily from their impoverished state and the matriarch's preference for male offspring. Su stood dazed, observing the retreating figure of the matchmaker. Her heart had tumult of unexpressed emotions. She feared that the Chen family might refuse, leading her to seek another girl. Yet, she hesitated to call the matchmaker back. With a resolute bite of her lip, she decided to take a gamble. If she won, she would gain an additional 5 taels, which would secure the betrothal money for her younger son. When a youngest daughter was engaged, the bride price would provide them with a means to support themselves in their old age. Meanwhile, the matchmaker arrived at the Chen household and relayed the proposal. The girl in question was quite strong-willed. In my opinion, dear village matron, you should agree. The extra 5 taels will allow you to sever ties with her family decisively. The men of the Yuan family may not be actively involved, yet they are not ill-natured, although the women do exhibit a preference for sons, displaying a certain superficiality. But no serious faults. Wu, contemplating her son's room, acknowledged that his illness was worsening, and this marriage was her last glimmer of hope. For if it were not for her son's looks or intellect, he would never wed a girl who could barely read. As for the Wang family, very well, you may convey to them that I shall accept 15 taels, but only upon the exchange of money for a severance document, thereby treating it as a buyout for the Chen family. Otherwise, the customary bride price for an ordinary family would not exceed 3 taels, with 5 being the utmost. The matchmaker hurried back to the Yuan family. Upon mentioning the matter, Yuan Changfa was initially reluctant to agree, but Su took the lead, offering 5 taels as a deposit, with the remaining 10 to be paid in 2 days upon the girl's arrival. When Yuan returned from the fields and saw the gleaming silver ingots in his mother's hand, he inquired, Mother, where did this silver come from? Yuan Changfa remained silent. Su recounted the unfolding events, knowing that secrecy was futile. Yuan, alarmed, exclaimed, Mother, how could you do this? Our eldest sister is only 13. I have heard that the village chief's son is gravely ill, and it is unlikely he will recover. Mother, are you not putting our sister in jeopardy? Her husband had suggested she endure for the sake of their son, yet he now accused her of endangering their daughter. Su was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of injustice, tears streaming down her cheeks. Others may label me heartless, but you alone cannot. Everything I do is for your sake. Look at our dilapidated home. You and You still share a room. You are 17 now, no longer a child. If we delay for another 2 years, you will be 19 by then, and your brother will have grown as well. Furthermore, in 2 years, our sister's appearance will not warrant a bride price exceeding 5 taels. What shall we do about housing? If you wish to marry, you will require funds. What else can I do? Our family cannot save even a single tael in a year. I can only sacrifice one. With a small bundle in hand, Yuan Pan'er reclined on the kong, listening intently to the unfolding conversation outside. From start to finish, her mother's voice boomed, seemingly intended for her ears alone. Mei Zi, a sprightly 10-year-old girl, rushed in, her face a canvas of indescribable emotions. Sister, I cannot believe Mother has arranged your marriage to the Chen family from the neighboring village, claiming they will come for you in 2 days. Sister, you do not truly wish to sever ties with us, do you? I am your own sister. The young girl continued to chatter incessantly. The elder brother of the Chen family is undoubtedly the finest young man in the region. I have only encountered him once, and his allure is indescribable. If you ask me, dear sister, you have truly struck gold. Merely being in his presence is a boon. Alas, how could such a remarkable individual be afflicted by such a grave illness? Sister, do not be obstinate. Severing ties with your maternal family is unthinkable. A woman cannot thrive without her family. Oh, sister, once you are wed, may I visit the Chen household to see how you fare? The Chen family is renowned for their virtue and propriety. Pan'er, unable to contain herself any longer, exclaimed, "Regardless, it is a matter of fortuity. Age is inconsequential. I shall speak to Mother about substituting you for me." Maisie's small face darkened. "Are you still acting as an older sister? Have you no thought for your younger siblings' well-being? I am your blood sister. Can you truly bear to see me become a widow? I wish to live a life of happiness." With that, she turned and stormed out. Yuan Pan'er, both amused and exasperated, reflected on her family dynamics. In Chen village, Wu received a reply from matchmaker Wang, and a weight lifted from her heart. Yet, her son's predicament remained. The old host had insisted on a celebratory firecracker welcome and a proper wedding ceremony. She entered her son's room, immediately greeted by the scent of medicine. Her only son lay quietly on the bed, the books on the table untouched for days, once his constant companions. She sat at the edge of the bed. Chen Jilin struggled to open his eyes and managed a smile. "Mother." Wu's heart ached. "Jilin, I must tell you something. Please do not panic. You know the old host has some influence. He advised me to find someone nearby to bring you good fortune. I am aware of your affection for Wang Xuelian, but her family vehemently disagrees. Left with no options, I sought out the Yuan family. The girl is merely 13. Jilin, listen to me. It is only a formality. If it is not registered with the authorities, it does not constitute a legitimate wife. Once you recover, if you wish, we shall consider her as your spouse. If not, I will treat her as a goddaughter, assisting her in finding a suitable match with a dowry. I shall also teach her embroidery. A young woman with skills is always invaluable, even if it is merely a matter of bringing good fortune. This is not the time to dwell on such matters, son. Your life is paramount. Consider her as a sister entering our home." Wu began to weep softly. "My son, have you thought about it? Should anything untoward happen to you, your sister would be left alone. I suffered greatly when giving birth to her, and since then, I have not conceived again. Can you bear to leave your father and me to grow old in desolation?" Chen Jilin felt a pang of sorrow. He had once been a favored child, achieving effortlessly what others struggled to attain. Yet a single illness shattered all that. If the Wang family refuses, would Xuelian not fight for him? She had embroidered a pouch for him and brought him food, her affection genuine. Alas, no matter how deep the feelings, they cannot withstand the harshness of reality. With a bitter smile, Chen Jilin replied, "Mother, I accept. Regardless of my condition, you must promise to allow her to leave in the future." "Ah, I understand. It is merely a temporary measure. I assure you, I will not let her suffer. Your father and I have endured life together. It is better to proceed sooner than later, so let us finalize the arrangements for the day after tomorrow morning." Chen Jilin fell silent. He had never anticipated that his marriage would unfold in such a manner. In his youth, he had once dreamed of courting Xuelian after passing the scholar examinations and joyfully welcoming her into his home after achieving the highest honors. He aspired to become a successful geneshur before the age of 22, to provide her with the best future possible. Yet, all of this was but an illusion, a fleeting reflection. 2 days later, the matchmaker Wang returned, accompanied by the village chief's sister-in-law, Mrs. Hao. The one driving the mule cart was her husband, Chen Futsai, the brother of the village chief, who remained seated in the cart, showing no intention of alighting. Since the Yuan family had shown a lack of decorum in abruptly severing the engagement for a higher bride price, they could no longer be considered in-laws. Moreover, the elder siblings did not regard this engagement with any seriousness. It was a pity for their nephew, a boy of remarkable character, who was beset by illness. Mrs. Hao, with a brisk demeanor, stated, "Since we are familiar with Wen's parents, let us dispense with any formalities. As agreed, we are adding 5 taels to the bride price, and thus we shall sever the ties of engagement. This matter is no longer of concern to you." She continued, "We have brought the money today, along with the contract in triplicate. 1 copy is for Wen's father to review, as you are literate enough to sign it. The remaining 10 taels will be handed over immediately, and I will take the person with me." Yuan Changfa felt a pang of sorrow within him, reluctant to accept this agreement. He believed that even if they were to consent to the Chen family's terms, there was no need to exchange money. A simple conversation with the girl would suffice, as she had always been obedient and would surely agree. Why must it escalate to the point of severing the engagement? Seeing him hesitate, Su seized the contract and insisted, "Wen's father, please take a look." If there are no discrepancies, kindly sign it. As agreed yesterday, should you choose to back out today, I will take my own life. I'm a woman of my word. An inexplicable sadness washed over her, as if something intangible had quietly slipped away. With a deep sigh, Yuan Changfa accepted the contract. As his mother had advised, in a year or two, the childishness would fade. What enmity could persist between a mother and child for long? The contract was in order, and he signed it. Yuan Changfa affixed his mark, and Mrs. Hao insisted that Su do the same. Only then did she reveal 2 hefty silver ingots, reluctantly stating, 15 taels, here one could marry 4 daughters-in-law. Alas, I shall not enter. Aunt Wang, please assist in dressing the girl in this wedding attire, for it is a joyous occasion. Matchmaker Wang entered the house with a bridal gown. Su felt a flush of embarrassment. She had not prepared any wedding attire for Pan'er. Not only that, but she had even taken away her winter clothing. If the girl were alive, she would deserve new garments for her accomplishments. If she were gone, there was no need to bring anything home for winter. Yuan Pan'er donned the new wedding dress, a vibrant red ensemble that felt somewhat oversized. It was a pity it wasn't a darker shade. She could have worn it on other occasions. This was, after all, her first new outfit in 13 years. "Oh, how lovely the bride looks," they exclaimed. Pan'er smiled. Where's the beauty in being so dark and thin? Yet, deep down, she knew she was truly beautiful. Among the Yuan family, she was the fairest. Even when her younger sister grew up, she would never match Pan'er's charm. Enough, let us be on our way. Yuan Pan'er held a small parcel containing 2 sets of tattered clothing. Last night, her mother had taken away the better winter garments, now unburdened by familial ties. She stepped outside. In her previous life, she had done enough for this family. In this lifetime, she vowed to live solely for herself. The village of Yuanjiao was not far from the village of Chen, separated only by another village. It took a mere quarter of an hour by mule cart to reach it. Perhaps wishing to avoid drawing attention, the cart bore no red silk. The driver glanced at her and shook his head with a sigh. Pan'er smirked slightly. She recognized him as Chen Jili's uncle, Chen Futsai. The woman accompanying him was his wife, Hao. They were both decent people. His sigh might have been in lament for his nephew, who seemed too thin and dark. She merely had yet to blossom. Working tirelessly each day at home, she could hardly fill her belly. Her sister, Maisie, also did not garner much favor from their parents. But Pan'er felt compassion for herself, enduring the scolding in silence, which eventually led her mother to relent. In truth, she had been foolish. Severing this engagement stemmed from the heartbreak of her past life. 15 taels was ample for them to manage their affairs, building a home, arranging a betrothal for her elder brother, enough to liberate herself entirely from her maternal family. She could not allow them to drain her for a lifetime. If that were to continue, what purpose was there in living again? It would be better to simply cast herself into the river. The Chen family home was not in the village center, but a short distance away, with the brothers' houses connected by a shared wall. Both front and backyards were spacious, featuring solid brick and tile structures. Upon entering, it became evident that the residence was expansive, with several side rooms providing ample comfort. The mule cart came to a halt. A person emerged from the courtyard, setting off a string of firecrackers, which quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. There was never a shortage of spectators at such events. "You must be Pan'er," said a woman, placing a red veil upon her head. Pan'er understood that the firecrackers and veil were customs mandated by the officiant, as only this would signal to the heavens that a joyous occasion was unfolding. These were insights she had gleaned from her sister-in-law later on. The wedding would involve a ceremony, but due to a sick family member, there would be no feast, though plenty of sweets were scattered about. Later, her mother-in-law remarked that the daughter-in-law was to become a daughter, but Pan'er was unwilling as she had entered as a wife. Once the Chen family welcomed a new bride, would she still be regarded fondly? It seemed wiser to return home sooner rather than later. Even if the marriage document was not submitted for official record, it was nonetheless genuine. Therefore, before leaving the Chen household, she did sign a divorce agreement with Chen Jili. Yuan Pan'er was led by the woman into the main hall, and it was not long before she learned that Chen Jili was being assisted inside. The village chief had lost both parents, and his only kin were the Chen Futsai family. Since this was not a genuine marriage, the village chief and his wife remained seated at the main hall. Dressed in modest attire, their smiles hardly better than their frowns given their son's uncertain fate. The elders of the clan were not invited to witness the union, and the officiant, Wang, continued to preside over the ceremony. The bride and groom bowed to heaven and earth, then to their parents, and finally exchanged vows and mutual reverence, performing the rites with utmost sincerity. After the wedding ceremony, the groom escorted the bride into the bridal chamber. Neither of them held the traditional red thread, but Pan'er was guided into the room by Mrs. Hao. In a rare moment of candor, Mrs. Hao remarked, "Pan'er, Zhili is unwell, so the wedding will be simple. Please sit here for a while. I'll bring you something to eat shortly. You understand this is to bring him good fortune, so you must remain in this room for 3 days. Just sleep at the foot of the bed, and after 3 days, you may move to the guest room, where Chen Yin will reside next door." Pan'er nodded. Chen Yin was Chunji Li's sister, of amiable disposition, yet she never regarded herself as a sister-in-law. In her heart, she believed only someone like Wang Shiulian could be worthy of her brother. "Zhili, you should unveil Pan'er, and just a sip of wedding wine will suffice. Endure it. Soon you will be able to sleep." Mrs. Hao's voice brimmed with compassion. "Thank you for your trouble, aunt." Zhili lifted the veil from Yuan Pan'er's face and caught a fleeting glimpse, feeling a pang of bitterness. She was still just a child, dark and thin, hardly resembling a 13-year-old. Alas, it was merely a formality. Under the guidance of matchmaker Wang, they partook in the ceremonial cup of wine. As for the traditional hairpinning and eating of raw dumplings, those customs were absent. Such rituals implied a genuine marital bond, which the Chen family had no intention of acknowledging. They did plan to transfer her household registration, as her identity had been separated. Otherwise, they could not be considered a family. Yuan Pan'er obediently sat on the edge of the bed, watching as Mrs. Hao assisted Chun Zhili to lie down. "Zhili, there are matters to attend to outside. Your mother will come shortly, and I will see matchmaker Wang out." "Thank you, aunt." The room fell silent for a moment, and Yuan Pan'er stole a glance at the person on the bed. She would save him, but she needed to prepare the medicine, which could be found on the nearby mountain. It was nothing precious, yet perfectly suited to his ailment. After procuring the herbs, she would secretly fashion them into pills, administering one each day. Even if they could not become a true couple, she would ensure the Chun family owed him a great debt of gratitude. Yuan Pan'er surveyed the room, which appeared just as she remembered. It was indeed strange that someone who had already passed away could be sent back to the mortal realm. The sound of footsteps approached, and her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, entered with her sister-in-law, Chun Yin, carrying a tray. Pan'er rose to her feet. Mrs. Wu forced a smile, saying, "Pan'er, I brought you some food. Please eat well. You will stay here for 3 days, and later I will prepare a room for you." "Understood, mother." Mrs. Wu seemed somewhat uneasy. Addressing her as mother was appropriate. Yet Pan'er was still young, and they could not consummate the marriage. So she added, "Just call me aunt." Chun Yin glanced between Yuan Pan'er and her mother. If even her mother did not want her to call her that, was this truly a marriage? "Aunt," Pan'er replied indifferently. Although the Chun family had treated her kindly, they had never truly regarded her as a daughter-in-law. Mrs. Wu approached her son. "Zhili, are you tired? I brought some porridge for you. Drink a little." "Chun Yin, help your brother." Pan'er observed as her mother-in-law and Chun Yin assisted Chun Zhili in eating. She did not approach them. They seemed uncomfortable with her proximity. Feeling hungry herself, she preferred to fill her own stomach instead. In a previous life, having spent over a year in this household until next August, I became intimately familiar with it. After waiting for Pan'er to finish her meal, Chun Zhili had also completed his bowl of porridge, leaving a small portion uneaten. Despite her frail condition, she had persevered for several months. Wu Shi rose to her feet and said, "Pan'er, let Chun Yin show you around the house. You will be residing here for the long term." Pan'er hurriedly tidied the empty bowl and followed Chun Yin outside, struggling to suppress the urge to visit the latrine. Once they had exited, Wu Shi advised her son, "Upon close observation, this girl possesses striking features. Although she appears dark and thin due to years of labor, with proper care, she will flourish." Chun Zhili frowned and remarked, "Mother, why speak of such things? She is merely a flower. I harbor no such intentions." "Mother, it is inappropriate for a young lady to remain in the room for 3 days. She should spend the night outside and care for me during the day. Wu Shi, unconvinced, replied, "Where is there a bride who does not reside in the house? Just for 3 days, rest assured, I will inform others that she is being raised as a daughter. That girl is truly pitiable. She only brought a small bundle, likely containing just 2 worn garments. With autumn approaching, she has no thin jacket. Mother, do prepare something for her." Noticing her son's increasing verbosity, Wu Shi responded, "Indeed, we have fabric at home. Tomorrow I shall teach her to sew, while also instructing your sister, who is reluctant to engage in needlework. Jili, I wish to teach her embroidery. Should she ever venture out, it would reflect well upon us, alleviating any guilt you may feel." Meanwhile, Pan'er felt a wave of relief upon reaching the latrine after consuming a hearty meal, which her stomach might struggle to endure. Chen led her to a small room, saying, "This will be your chamber. The bedding is already prepared. During the day, you are still required to attend to my brother." Pan'er silently resented the Wang family, who had once brazenly expressed a desire to betroth their daughter to her brother. Yet upon facing adversity, they had swiftly distanced themselves, despite their scholarly status. Determined to remain in the Chen household, Pan'er contemplated her escape plan. If necessary, she would seek a match with Wang Qishan next year upon leaving the Chen family. Being a single woman was a last resort. For a young lady, living freely and independently was a formidable challenge. Marrying someone else will be less favorable than marrying Wang Qishan. Their true connection would likely emerge 8 years later, when he was 24 and she was 22, as their interactions had been minimal. However, she had come to understand him, and should she discover that Chen Jili remained indifferent towards her, she would frequent the western mountains, collecting wild vegetables and gathering firewood, all under the pretense of necessity. The Chen family was straightforward. The 2 brothers had already separated, and there were only the 2 siblings in their household, while their uncle had 2 sons, making a total of 8 in the family. It was no wonder that Chen Jili's illness had caused alarm among both families. Chen Fuchang and his wife were capable individuals. Upon arriving at the Chen household, she balanced learning embroidery with managing household affairs, tirelessly tending to the fields. Naturally industrious, she found that the more she sought to excel and secure her place, the worse her skin became, and lacking in adornment, she was unlikely to attract Chen Jili's attention. This time, she would refrain from venturing into the fields as much as possible. An occasional visit would suffice. In truth, the old doctor not only cured Chen Jili, but also noticed her coarse skin and provided her with a skincare recipe, moisturizing cream. The ingredients were not expensive, yet she had never used it. The recipe lay buried in the Yuan family's backyard alongside 80 taels of silver. Additionally, he shared an internal whitening remedy and external applications, such as applying a bit of egg white on her face while consuming eggs. Although it wouldn't yield immediate results, over time, it would prove beneficial. In this lifetime, she would still rescue that elderly man, expecting nothing in return, only motivated by the desire to save a life. She recalled the date vividly, September 6th, the day before her birthday. Having lived for 22 years, her solitary birthday celebration was spent at the Chen residence, where she had 3 poached eggs. Yuan Pan'er, eager to impress, helped prepare dinner that afternoon. Her deft hands allowed her to learn quickly, and the dishes she created received praise from the entire family, even prompting Chen Jili to eat a bit more. She also simmered a crucian carp egg and milk soup for him. The fish, weighing over half a pound, was gifted from the neighbor. After frying it well, she added 2 eggs, sliced them into strips, and first boiled the soup on high heat. Once the broth turned a milky white, she added the egg strips. By that time, a gentle simmer would complete the dish, making it ready to serve. Chen Jili managed to drink a bowl, yet he only expressed a faint gratitude towards her for the soup. He was indeed a stubborn sort. She wished to take him for a walk in the courtyard, as the weather was neither too hot nor too cold, but he declined and called for Chen. Pan'er remained indifferent. It was merely the first day. She would persevere, for there was ample time. If all else failed, she would seek another path. When Pan'er went to the backyard to freshen up, Mrs. Wu remarked to the head of the household, "This girl truly has an eye for things, is diligent, and possesses excellent culinary skills. I dare say she surpasses the Wang family considerably." Chen Fuqiang sighed, "Such matters are trivial. What truly matters is whether our son can recover. You are well aware of our son's inclinations. He seeks a woman who is literate and knowledgeable. A girl like Pan'er would not captivate his interest. She is indeed unremarkable, being both dark and thin. Mrs. Wu wiped her tears, watching her son walk slowly in the courtyard. Today, he seems much better. Perhaps this really works. I shall teach this child to embroider soon. No, I should first teach her to sew her own clothes. As for what follows, I cannot dictate my son's choices, but I do not wish to treat the girl unfairly. Chen Fuqiang glanced at his wife. Why are you upset? Your son is doing better. You should be happy, not weeping. Today is indeed a joyful occasion. I must tell you, being kind to others is good, but there must be limits. We cannot allow her to become arrogant due to favoritism. Mrs. Wu shot him a glare. What are you lecturing me about? Have I not lived over 30 years without knowing this principle? Pan'er finished freshening up and brought a basin of water into the room for Chun Jili's washing. Brother Jili, can you wash yourself? Chun Jili's face flushed. Put the water down, and you may leave first. During his illness, washing was indeed aided by his parents. Even washing his feet would leave him breathless. Today, having eaten a bit more, he felt somewhat capable. Soaking his feet, he thought about sharing a bed with her that night. Even if they occupied opposite ends of the bed, they would still be sleeping on the same mattress. If he were to survive, he still wished to remarry someone he cherished, thus making the most of his existence. Yet, this would inevitably bring some sorrow to her. After all, their mother insisted on living together for 3 days. He had consumed countless medicines, and there were moments when his life hung by a thread. But he was unwilling to surrender easily, even if it meant seeking comfort. Pan'er assisted him by pouring water and attending to him as he lay down. As dusk fell, the dim light of the small oil lamp illuminated the room. She noticed the books on the desk. Once, she had learned many characters while following Chunyan. Chunyan had acquired considerable knowledge, all taught by her brother. Jili go, may I see the book? Chun Jili was taken aback. You can read? Pan'er nodded. My father could read, and he taught my brother and younger sibling. I learned a bit from them, though not much. Can you teach me? Chun Jili felt embarrassed to refuse. There's a 3-character classic on the table. You may look at it and ask me about anything you don't understand. He wanted to inquire, have you truly severed ties with your family? Is it not a mere impulse? Once ties were severed, there would be no turning back. They would have to rely on their mother and aunt to seek a suitable match. If they offered a generous dowry, it should not be too difficult, right? His peripheral vision caught sight of a young girl beneath the lamp, a small figure sitting quietly, her features quite pleasing. Though her skin was somewhat rough, likely it would improve with care. Lost in his thoughts, Chun Jili unknowingly drifted into slumber. That night, in his dreams, he once again participated in a ceremonial marriage, entering the bridal chamber and tying the knot, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of disquiet. Yet he followed through with each ritual as required. Yuan Pan'er, however, remained oblivious to all of this. That night, she curled up at the foot of the bed and slept soundly without dreams. On the following day, upon rising, Wu Shi observed her son's complexion appeared somewhat improved, instantly filling her with excitement. The old cleric's words indeed held merit. At the dining table, she smiled warmly at Pan'er. Tomorrow, I will head to the county to sell embroidery. You and Chunyan shall accompany me. I will buy you some fabric and later teach you how to make clothes. I will also procure some embroidery tools for you, as Chunyan has already learned to embroider handkerchiefs. I will teach you as well. When you and Chunyan earn money from your embroidery, you may keep it all. The family will not take a single coin from you. But let it be known that household chores must still be attended to. Yuan Pan'er felt a surge of joy, swiftly followed by a pang of emotion. The Chen family was indeed considerate. In her past life, their separation could not solely be blamed on them. Some matters simply could not be forced. Thank you, Aunt. With this in mind, the next day, she planned to use the pretext of purchasing spices from the pharmacy to discreetly acquire the remaining medicinal ingredients, with the intention of visiting the back mountain later. Ideally, she would have the pharmacy grind the herbs into powder, adding a pinch to Chun Jili's soup bowl during mealtime, hoping to aid his gradual recovery. That morning, she received a generous red envelope from her aunt, amounting to a tael sufficient to purchase the medicines. She also prepared the pills she had made, claiming they were an antidote gifted for saving a life. At worst, they could have the doctor verify that it was indeed an antidote particularly effective against scorpion venom, while also alleviating other toxins. Thus, she might save him several months ahead of time. Even if she could not win his heart, she would earn the gratitude of the entire Chen family. A most worthwhile endeavor. Perhaps, without needing to become a woman of the household, she could marry Wang Chishan directly. He was a good man indeed. As the dawn broke, Wanner was filled with joy. It had been 2 days since her son's spirits had lifted and his appetite had considerably improved. She was hopeful for his full recovery. Early that morning, she hurriedly harnessed the mule cart, accompanied by 2 young girls, and set off for the county town. Zhili had agreed to assist her sister-in-law for the day. The families lived close together and shared a good rapport, so a simple request would suffice. The head of the household had numerous responsibilities, from village affairs to tending their fields, while also seeking opportunities to earn extra income. Although the rice had been sown, the tasks of water management, fertilization, and weeding required constant attention, and her younger uncle's family helped oversee some of these duties. When the brothers divided their inheritance, one received 6 mu of land, with 2 mu being dry fields, while the in-laws were to be cared for by them. The younger uncle received 4 mu, also divided into 2 dry plots. Over the years, both sets of in-laws had passed away, and although the land had not increased, both families had built new homes. Had it not been for her son's illness, their lives would have been quite satisfactory. Though they could not compare to city dwellers, their rural existence was still commendable. Wanner was aware that Wushi could drive a cart and eagerly inquired if she might sit beside her to learn. Wushi, pleased by the request, agreed. Although her daughter was still young, one at 13 could certainly benefit from acquiring new skills. In Daheng, it was common for women to drive carts. While there were still gender distinctions, the situation had improved significantly compared to previous eras, with a substantial portion of commerce conducted by women. Very well. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Chun Yin, lie back on the mat and ensure the cart door is securely closed so you do not tumble out, instructed Wushi. Chun Yin was eager for Wan to sit in the front, as it would allow her to rest comfortably alone. Having not slept well the previous night, Wanner obediently took her place beside her, recalling that she had never learned to drive a cart in her past life. As she observed her mother-in-law's every movement, Wushi, in good spirits, shared tips on car driving. Both she and her sister-in-law were adept at it. Among the 8 members of their 2 families, only Chun Yin was unskilled. The Chen family was rather small. After Chun Yin's difficult birth, her sister-in-law had fared well. But even after 10 years since giving birth to Zhixing, she had not conceived again. It seemed fate had predetermined their circumstances. Upon returning to consciousness, Wanner noticed that not only had her hands become particularly agile, but her mind was sharper and her eyesight remarkably keen. She wondered if this newfound clarity was a result of that one fateful kick. Chen village was advantageously located not far from the county town, merely a dozen li away, a journey that could be completed in just over an hour. Frequently, industrious families would rise early to carry fresh vegetables to sell in the county. Entering the city gates cost a mere penny, with an additional 2 pennies for storing the cart, all within a 2-hour window without extra charges. And the oxen and mules would be well fed. Driving a cart made the journey even shorter, taking only a quarter of an hour to reach the county town. Vanezite Invotli. The Yuan family lived without meticulous calculations, while Yuanjia village was somewhat farther than Chen village. The distance to the county town was still just over 20 li surely, by planting more diverse crops and selling them in town. Could they not earn a few taels throughout the year? Must they truly resort to selling a daughter to bring good fortune? Wushi secured the cart and, carrying a basket on her back, led the 2 young girls to the fabric shop. The shop consisted of 2 rooms, with an embroidery room adjacent, all owned by the same family. Sister Wu has arrived, and she has brought Chun Yin. Who is this young girl? Inquired the shopkeeper. She is the daughter of my relative, here to learn embroidery. Today I wish to purchase some fabric for autumn and winter garments for the 2 girls. Please give me a good price. Sister Wu, this is naturally feasible. I have some fabric scraps here. I shall send some to you shortly. While we cannot make anything large, we can certainly fashion smaller garments. Wu was delighted. That is indeed splendid. Pan'er wishes to create everything. Today, she is wearing a dress that was tailored for Chun Yin, who is 3 years her senior. Surprisingly, it fits her well enough. Pan'er is quite familiar with the shop, having visited countless times. The shopkeeper, whom she refers to as Aunt Wang, is a shrewd businesswoman. However, her primary trade is in textiles, with embroidery being a secondary venture. The true center for embroidery commerce is the Ho family's workshop in the southern part of the city, which is quite prosperous, primarily selling to the capital. It was at this very establishment that Yuan's sisters-in-law found her a prime location. Pan'er steadied herself as she observed her aunt procuring a considerable amount of fabric and cotton for both her and Chen. Cotton fabric costs 300 Yuan per bolt, and given Pan'er's current size, a single bolt could yield 2.5 outfits. Cotton, however, is rather expensive at 80 Yuan per pound, and a complete cotton outfit requires at least 2.5 pounds, amounting to 200 Yuan. Thus, most households prefer to dismantle and repurpose old cotton garments rather than waste them. Pan'er noted that her aunt is currently selling a handkerchief for 15 Yuan, with a cost price of 2 to 3 Yuan. Even if she sells just 2 a day, she could earn nearly a tael in a month. Since mastering that intricate stitching technique, she has now been home for 3 years. This particular method is quite challenging, and neither her aunt nor Chen has yet succeeded in mastering it. Since acquiring this skill, she has begun to embroider larger pieces discreetly, such as screen dividers, completing one each year, which could fetch her several taels of silver. By that time, their family had already moved into a grand residence, and Maisie no longer lived with her. Regrettably, the silver she had saved in secret was buried in the ground, rendering her 5 years of hard work futile. Wu sold the embroidered goods to offset the cost of her purchases, and the shopkeeper even returned several hundred Yuan to her. "Shopkeeper Wang, please keep these items for me. I will take them to the grocery store to procure some daily necessities and return shortly to collect them." The shopkeeper smiled. "Feel free to go. You may return whenever you please." The 3 women stepped outside, and Pan'er remarked, "Aunt, I shall visit the apothecary to buy some spices. They enhance the aroma of the dishes immensely. I will come directly to the fabric shop to wait for you." Wu, not fully understanding these matters, did not inquire further, but insisted on giving Pan'er some money. Pan'er hurried away. "Aunt, I am off. Did you not give me money yesterday?" Wu gazed after her departing figure. "This girl is quite admirable. Chen, you should treat her well in the future." Chen pouted. "Mother, I do not wish for her to be my sister-in-law. My brother is such a good person that he could easily be worthy of a lady from a prominent family if it were not for his illness." Wu felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. The future is unpredictable. Perhaps you will regard her as a foster daughter, yet you cannot disdain her company daily. She has done no wrong. Chunyin's eyes brightened. "Mother, you mentioned their kinship. Don't say it out loud. Yinzi, you're nearly 11. And some truths are better left unspoken. Pan'er is still young. We can arrange for her to have a separate room, which would not differ much from that of an adopted daughter." Yuan Pan'er was well acquainted with the county town, having divided the medicinal ingredients for an antidote between 2 shops and requested a young attendant to assist her in grinding them into powder. She also mentioned some star anise, Sichuan peppercorn, and bay leaves. Once these were gathered and ground into a fine powder, they formed a small package that she could easily carry. Altogether, she spent over 900 coins, leaving her with only a few dozen coins in her pocket. The herbs were indeed quite expensive. She had already purchased these medicinal ingredients according to the required proportions, and upon returning home, she mixed them thoroughly before rolling them into small pills. She estimated that she could produce about 15 pills. 5 would suffice as an antidote, but she needed to keep a few for herself, ensuring that her brother's soup did not worsen. In 2 to 3 days, news of Wang Xuan's engagement was expected to arrive, but somehow it had reached Chen Zhili, and his condition suddenly deteriorated. It was evident that he had not yet given up hope. Ultimately, he was still infatuated. A discerning individual could easily see that the woman was not genuinely committed. Otherwise, why would the engagement occur so hastily? Her antidote would only be revealed when all other avenues were exhausted, and the Chen family was understandably hesitant to allow their son to consume her medicine. In the following days, Ms. Wu instructed the 2 young girls on sewing garments. With May approaching, they began crafting long robes, as summer would soon follow, necessitating the creation of 2 summer outfits. As for undergarments, they would piece together 2 sets from the fabric scraps provided by Manager Wang. Ms. Wu taught them how to take measurements and how to place the fabric accordingly. Otherwise, the finished garments would be unwearable. "Pan'er, have you ever sewn clothes at home?" Aunt, I have. I've made most of the family's clothing over the past 2 years, though I must admit my skills are lacking. In truth, her embroidery skills were commendable, so her sewing could not be poor. That's good. Let us finish the thin quilt today, and starting tomorrow, you'll have your own space. Aunt, you could simply give me an old quilt. Let's save this cotton for winter coats. Ms. Wu chuckled. It's just a few pounds of cotton. Although my embroidery may be average, I can earn over 10 taels of silver in a year, so a few pounds of cotton is quite affordable. You can make your cotton coat in October. There's no rush. Once her son improved, she could not possibly cast the child aside. Her maternal family had severed ties, and even if she could not become a daughter-in-law, she would need to find her a suitable match in due time. Pan'er had decided before her marriage to the Chen family that she would not hide her talents too much. She intended to showcase her skills, whether in cooking or sewing. After 3 years of sewing clothes in her family, she possessed a basic level of proficiency. The Yuan family rarely made new clothes, but since she took charge, mending and sewing had fallen to her. This was not a falsehood. However, when it came to embroidery, the Yuan family had no expertise, and thus she had none either. Yet, she could demonstrate an innate talent for it from the outset, aiming not only to win Ms. Wu's favor, but also to save some money. Remaining funds from her meeting gifts were dwindling. Ideally, she would enhance the pills with honey, but that was prohibitively expensive. Instead, she planned to discreetly set aside a handful of honey while preparing dough. Ms. Wu observed Pan'er's swift and skillful sewing with a sense of satisfaction. The girl was indeed fortunate. Since her arrival at the Chen household, her son's health had significantly improved, particularly his appetite, which had been minimal before but now allowed him to eat heartily. She glanced at the quiet young seamstress. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the girl possessed striking features, albeit slightly darkened and thin. After a period of nurturing, it is expected that things will improve. A daughter-in-law, without the support of her maternal family, tends to fare better when she is wholly devoted to her husband's family, far superior to those who are eager to take every little good thing back home. However, the couple will not act against their son's wishes. Moreover, human nature is inherently self-serving. As long as her son is well, then a scholarly gentleman, as her daughter asserts, is indeed worthy of a noble woman's hand. Despite the wish for her son to do well, there remains the undeniable stigma of his humble origins and his rather unseemly biological mother. Having been at the Chen household for 5 days, she has been responsible for cooking since the first day, as there are only 5 mouths to feed, making the task relatively simple. Yuan Pan'er noticed that the sun was not high in the sky, so she set aside her work and said to her aunt, "Shall we have some noodles for dinner tonight? There is still some bok choy brought back by uncle in the kitchen." "All right, let Chunyin help you light the fire while I finish this little embroidery piece," her aunt replied. The family's fields were mainly not her concern. She only assisted during busy seasons to avoid injuring her hands and thus hindering her embroidery work. The head of the household and the second son worked the fields together, and when overwhelmed, they would hire help, the wages of which she would cover. "No need," Chunyin retorted. "I'm quite capable of making noodles on my own. I'll fry an egg for Brother Julia." "Very well. Off you go," Pan'er acquiesced. Chunyin pursed her lips and remarked, "Mother, you can't possibly have taken a liking to him, can you? I'll tell you this. My brother is not keen. His preference leans towards someone like Sister Shuoyan. Fair and delicate." Wu Shi's expression darkened. "Do not mention that family to me. The other day, my mother went personally to plead, yet they coldly rebuffed her, as if they wished to chase us away with a stick." Chunyin fell silent. Though merely 10 years of age, she grasped the situation. If there was no desire, there was no need for such humiliation toward her mother. Was her brother doing much better these days? Wang Shuoyan would surely have her regrets in time. Pan'er ladled out a bowl of noodles, discreetly wrapping some in oil paper to hide in her pouch, as she intended to concoct some medicinal pills in her room that night. Having paid a small fee for grinding, she saved considerable effort. Reflecting on these days and her past life and dreams, she recalled returning home alone as her culinary skills were lacking, and thus her mother-in-law had not allowed her to cook. While she was taught needlework and embroidery, it was not with the meticulousness she displayed now. Nor did she receive such a plethora of new garments or thin blankets. This time, however, felt distinctly different. Her spirits lifted. She sensed a change within just a few days, which she deemed a good omen for the future. She selected a large egg, separating a bit of egg white into a small bowl. After fetching a half basin of cold water from the washroom to cleanse her face, she delicately applied the egg white to her skin, gently massaging with her fingertips. Returning to the kitchen, her small hands rolled out the previously kneaded dough into sheets, slicing them into fine strips. She set aside a bowl of noodles, covering the remainder with clean cheesecloth. Her father-in-law had yet to return home, and the dough had long since congealed. However, it was time to cook Chen Jilie's noodles, as it was better for a patient to eat sooner for easier digestion. The eggs were fried to a golden brown on both sides, then sliced into strips and added to the noodles along with some tender bok choy. After adding water twice, she lifted the noodles from the pot. She added a pinch of powdered medicine to the soup bowl, deeming it sufficient to maintain a moderate state. True detoxification required the real medicine pills. The verdant bok choy, golden strands of egg, and delicately entwined noodles exuded an enticing aroma, complemented by a hint of pickled vegetables, which greatly stimulated Chen Jilai's appetite. Yuan Pan'er observed his evident enjoyment, yet he coldly gestured for her to leave. "Jilai, go. I will come back to collect the bowl later." She turned away, cursing under her breath. Such disdain for conversation made her ponder whether she should wait until nightfall to provide him with the antidote again. It was merely April 21st, and in her previous life, the antidote had only been administered in early September. However, due to the prolonged delay, his health had deteriorated significantly, barely recovering after a winter of care. As her mother-in-law remarked that he was no longer the same as before. She recalled that upon returning to her family home, she never saw the Chen family again. It seemed that after Chen Jilai achieved his scholarly success at 20, the entire family relocated to the county seat. In this life, she vowed to live long and prosper, with a lineage of descendants, whether they bore the surname Chen, Wang, or another. Wang Chishan was currently only 15, the same age as Chen Jilai. The likelihood of Chen Jilai rejecting her next year was high, leading her to consider seeking Wang Qishan's companionship early. The villagers of Qinjia were generally reluctant to marry her due to her past, which was akin to a second marriage. Families with even slightly better circumstances would surely look down upon her. She had no desire to become a stepmother, while Wang Qishan, being without parents or children, presented an ideal match. His modest means and decent character were of little concern, especially as he was tall and had managed to save some money, though he had not yet acquired property. Outside, the village chief's booming voice echoed, prompting Pan'er to return to the kitchen. In comparing the two, she realized that Chen Jilai, despite his handsome appearance, was somewhat aloof and distant, proving to be less of a concern than Wang Qishan. With this clarity, Yuan Pan'er felt a weight lift from her heart, recognizing that she need not go out of her way to please Chen Jilai. A slight smile graced her lips as she prepared a pot of noodles. The Chen family deserved her kindness, as rescuing their son would earn her a significant favor, especially since her own family had severed ties. Furthermore, she would need someone to act as an intermediary with Wang Qishan. A young woman could hardly approach him directly to inquire about his intentions. Days later, Yuan Pan'er discreetly added a touch of powdered medicine to Chen Jilai's soup bowl and varied the meal she prepared for him. She observed his health improving day by day, to the point where he could stroll around the neighborhood. Wu Shi, filled with delight, devoted herself to teaching Pan'er embroidery and how to tailor clothes more attractively while conserving fabric. One afternoon, Chen Jilai returned home, appearing somewhat disoriented and pale. "Jilai, what has happened? Don't frighten your mother," Wu Shi anxiously exclaimed. Yuan Pan'er realized the news of Wang Shuyan's engagement must have reached him, likely overheard during his walk. She smirked subtly to herself. If a young woman truly harbors affection for you, unless her parents forcibly confine her, she will undoubtedly find myriad ways to meet you. Your mother attempted to propose a match, nearly being driven away with a cudgel, yet she remains unyielding, a testament to her lack of discernment. Aunt, allow Brother Ji Li to rest on the bed. Mrs. Wu hurriedly assisted her son into the room, helping him onto the bed, but when she inquired about his condition, he merely shut his eyes in silence. She could only let him rest for the time being, should his complexion worsen. His father would need to venture into the county to summon a physician. Upon exiting the room, Mrs. Wu noticed Chen Yin returning from outside, her countenance ablaze with ire. Chen, do you know what has transpired with your brother? He was perfectly well, yet now he is in such a state after just one outing. It was none other than Wang Shuoyan. She had become engaged the day prior, and it just so happened that some villagers were gossiping about it. Unbeknownst to me, my brother overheard their chatter, and those people truly have a penchant for prolonging trivial matters. Mrs. Wu's expression darkened. Her son had studied alongside Scholar Wang since childhood. Given her son's exceptional aptitude, he had become a student at the tender age of 12 and was poised to take the provincial exam this August. Their family was not lacking in means, and the Wang family had turned a blind eye to the prospect of marrying their daughter to a villager. One would expect a scholar to grasp the principle of propriety regarding interactions between the genders, especially concerning a minor engaging with a student. When her son expressed interest in a match, the other party reciprocated, and both sides were preparing for negotiations. Who could have anticipated that at this critical juncture, her son would fall ill with no remedy in sight? Desperate, she sought guidance at the Tuo Feng Temple, where the old abbot suggested she find a young girl nearby to ward off the misfortune. She promptly visited the Wang household, only to be met with hostility. The scholar's mother was eager to drive her away, declaring that they had never considered marrying their daughter to a villager. That day, she distinctly observed the girl hiding behind a screen, remaining silent throughout. It is evident that the girl herself harbors no desire for this arrangement. How could her son, so astute, fail to see through such matters? Chen soon returned with her father, Chen Fuqiang, who hurried home in a flurry. What has transpired? Wasn't he feeling better? Mrs. Wu wiped her tears this afternoon. He was merely taking a stroll outside, and I was so pleased, thinking he improved day by day. Who would have known that upon hearing the news of the Wang girl's engagement, he would descend into this state? Chen Fuqiang quickly entered the room to check on his son, finding him lying with closed eyes, his face pale, unresponsive to conversation. Exiting the room, he sighed deeply. Let us see how he fares this evening. If he is not well, I shall go to Huichun Hall to seek out his uncle Ming Tang first thing in the morning. Chen Fuming, his cousin, was the most accomplished individual in the village, currently practicing medicine at Huichun Hall. Yuan Pan'er, wishing to avoid drawing attention, noted the time and hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. She decided on a pot of dumpling soup and a bowl of fresh wild vegetables. For Chen Jili, she prepared 2 egg pancakes, uncertain whether he would partake. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be quite the romantic. Wasn't she, Yuan Pan'er, a person worthy of consideration? Though not regarded as a legitimate wife, they had performed the wedding rites and shared a room for 3 days. Must he be so overt in his indifference? Moreover, it remains uncertain what her current state truly is. Perhaps an excessive worry will lead to one's demise? If I perish, what will become of my parents? And what of her? The world perceives her as Chen Jili's wife. Should she cease to exist, she would be a true widow. At that juncture, it is likely that the Chen family would insist she remain to observe mourning for Chen Jili. That night, none in the Chen household found solace in sleep. Yuan Pan'er gazed at the 2 small vials in her hand, each containing 6 round pills, acutely aware that the moment to reveal them had not yet arrived. Later that night, Chen Jili developed a high fever, prompting the entire family to awaken. They prepared the antipyretic medicine they had at home, and after much effort, he finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. By the time this ordeal concluded, dawn was breaking. Chen Fuqiang hastily departed with the mule cart, determined to fetch Ming Tongxiong to examine the child. If that proved unfeasible, they would take the child to Qingzhou to seek a renowned physician. The provincial city was far away, and even with a swift mule cart, the journey would take 5 or 6 days. It remained uncertain whether Jili could endure such a delay. Pan'er prepared porridge accompanied by a few side dishes. Those afflicted with fever typically lack appetite, making this meal just right. Aunt, I bring these for Jili to eat. Wu Shi, feeling utterly drained, replied softly, You go in and tend to him. I will take over once I finish eating. Pan'er nodded and entered the room, finding him still lying on the Kong, silent and motionless. She set the tray on the Kong cabinet and gently said, Jili, let me help you sit up to have some porridge. He did not respond, prompting her to call out again. Get out. Jili's voice was brusque. If you won't eat, then, before she could finish her sentence, his harsh words ignited her anger. Furrowing her brow, she restrained her voice. What did you say? Chen Jili, do not take advantage of your illness to act unruly. I am not your servant. Why should I leave? How can you, a scholar, be so unreasonable? I did not come to your home without reason. You married me, and we have exchanged vows. If you wish to pursue another, you must first recover and formally divorce me. Otherwise, is that not ungrateful? You're feeling better now. Can't you take the opportunity to eat something? Your father has gone to the county town to find a doctor, and your mother is outside weeping. I cannot comprehend how someone who refused to accept your mother's courtship years ago, who has not cared for you even a single day, now causes you to disregard your own parents. Is this not unfilial? Chen Jili felt dizzy, the incessant nagging of the girl weighing heavily on his mind. Initially, he had been engulfed in anger and humiliation, but as the night wore on, he began to see things differently. Yet, he felt utterly drained, discomfort coursing through him, an indescribable malaise. He had only marginally improved. Struggling to sit up, he commanded, "Stop the nonsense. Bring me the food." Yuan Pan'er pouted, moved a small table in front of him, and served the meal. "Do you want me to feed you?" Chen Jili took a spoon and began to eat. The porridge was remarkably flavorful, and the side dishes were palatable. He truly felt a pang of hunger. Pan'er then felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Do not hold it against me for speaking so. Take care of your health, recover well, and then pass the examination to become a scholar. You can marry a noble lady and show those ungrateful souls. As for me, worry not. This is merely a moment to bring you good fortune. Once you are well, I shall seek a divorce and find another to marry. I shall not delay you." She is truly no longer inclined to remain with the Chen family. At merely 13, possessing skills of her own, she could save this person, receive a generous token of gratitude from the Chen family, and then follow Wang Chishan, raising 2 or 3 children, living a life of great comfort. Why endure the servitude of a scholar who harbors affections for another? The old adage remains true. Only those of similar social standing can enjoy lasting companionship. Chen Jilin consumed a large bowl of porridge, regaining some strength. That brazen girl dared to speak of remarrying in his presence. How shameless. After all, they had exchanged vows and shared the same bed for 3 days. How could she so eagerly desire another marriage? Such audacity. Chen Jilin felt a surge of anger, slamming the bowl down with a resounding clang. The sound drew in Wu Shi, who rushed in, asking what happened. Seeing her son seemingly well, with an empty bowl, she finally sighed in relief. Yuan Pan'er quickly explained, "Aunt, I accidentally knocked the bowl while collecting it." "Oh, you startle me. Please take it outside to eat," she replied. As the clock struck the 2nd hour, Chen Fuqiang returned with his cousin, Chen Fuming. Although Chen Fuming's family resided in the county town, he was often summoned by those in the Chen family village when they felt unwell, particularly those unable to travel. Other physicians might hesitate to make house calls. Given the hour-long journey to the county town, amounting to 2 hours in total, Wu Shi greeted him, "Cousin Ming, is Jilin feeling any better?" "Yes, has he improved?" Wu Shi responded, "He had a severe fever in the afternoon, but he is better now. The fever has subsided, and he just had a bit of thin porridge." Chen Fuming proceeded to Jilin's room, having watched him grow up. He was the most promising child in the village. Who could have imagined he would succumb to such an illness? Even the elderly physician at the Hua Chuntang was at a loss. Chen Fuqiang followed him inside, announcing, "Jilin, your cousin Ming has come." Chen Jilin struggled to sit up. "Cousin Ming, I cannot rise to greet you." Chen Fuming felt a pang of sorrow. His grandfather and Fuqiang's grandfather were brothers, and their families were closely knit. What a fine boy, reduced to this state by a mere illness. "You needn't rise to offer greetings. Let me examine you," he said. As he examined him, Chen Fuming's concern deepened. The child's pulse was unusually strong. "Jilin, do you feel discomfort now?" Chen Jilin replied, "Cousin Ming, every pore in my body aches during the night. I feel nauseous and at times I can hardly breathe." Both Chen Fuqiang and his wife were at a loss for how to alleviate their son's suffering. Chen Fuming remarked, "Fuqiang, Jilin has been ill for over a month now, with no sign of improvement. The old physician, and I suspect it might be a severe poison. However, we have yet to find a doctor skilled in treating such poisons. It seems there are none in the county town either." He hesitated, not finishing his thought. Chen Fuqiang interjected, "Cousin Ming, my Jilin has never offended anyone. It is impossible for someone to poison him. Wuxia trembled at the implication. Let us discuss this outside. Allow Jeline to rest, she urged. The group moved to the main hall to sit, while Yuan Pan'er placed tea on the table, preparing to step away. Prosperity. I believe it would be prudent for you to escort Ji Li to the capital. Delaying could be perilous, as poison can manifest suddenly and unexpectedly. Previously, at the rejuvenation hall, the elderly physician had mentioned that this ailment bears resemblance to poisoning, yet lacks overt symptoms of toxicity. Now, with my cousin expressing similar concerns, my heart quakes with apprehension. He is my only son. I would sell everything I own to save him. However, my cousin must accompany us. I fear the journey alone, spanning several days. Chen fuming sighed. Very well. I shall request some days off from the medical hall. Uncle, if brother Ji Li has indeed been poisoned, I possess some excellent antidote pills. Yuan Pan'er timidly interjected. Prosperity, who is this child? Wu inquired. Is it not truly a matter of necessity? The old abbot suggested we seek a joyful remedy for Ji Li. Chen fuming was at a loss for words. It is the nature of desperation to seek out remedies haphazardly. Young lady, from where did you acquire these antidote pills? Yuan Pan'er concocted a tale she had long prepared, stating that the elderly physician had informed her these were the finest antidotes, advising her to use them sparingly, for they could save a life in critical moments. He had given her 6 pills, saying one would suffice for mild poisoning, but for severe cases, one should be taken daily for 5 days. She had not disclosed her suspicions of Ji Li's poisoning. The 3 of them fell into a brief silence. Chen fuming said, Please bring me the medicine for inspection. Yuan Pan'er turned and exited to fetch the small vial. The pills within contained 12 varieties of herbs. A skilled physician might identify 7 or 8 or even 9. Yet 2 or 3 would remain a mystery to anyone. This was knowledge imparted to her by the elder physician. In her heart, she contemplated whether she could inquire about learning the art of medicine and poison. For if she acquired such skills, she could delay marriage for a few more years. In her previous life, her fateful encounter with Wang Chishan had occurred after 7 or 8 years. Nevertheless, she ultimately decided against it. A young woman ought to possess a skill like embroidery. It would be ungrateful to complicate matters for the elderly physician due to a mere act of kindness. Would he agree to teach her or not? Yuan Pan'er returned with the small vial and handed it directly to Chen fuming. Upon opening it, he indeed found the pills inside. He took one and inhaled its scent, identifying 4 or 5 of the ingredients, but could not name the rest. Remarkably, there were indeed several herbs known for their detoxifying properties. Yet, lacking expertise in poisons, he could not ascertain if Ji Li was definitively poisoned. Let us proceed cautiously. Prosperity, gather your belongings. You must take Ji Li at once. The couple, somewhat flustered, readily agreed. Mother, I shall go to the second brother's house to inform them, he said. Let Chun Yin and Pan'er remain here, and I will ask their aunt to come and keep them company. Wu considered this and added, Ji Li's father. I believe it would be wise to bring Pan'er along. She may be of assistance. Chen Fuqiang understood his wife's underlying intentions, recognizing that Pan'er's presence had contributed positively to their son's recovery in recent days. If this medicine were indeed an antidote, then she could be a blessing for their family. Very well, prepare yourself and gather clothing for several of us. Before long, the couple hurried back, having exchanged greetings with Ming cousin. How remarked, we truly had no idea that Ji Li fell ill again yesterday. It is good that you are headed to the capital. Sister-in-law, here, take this modest sum of silver for your journey. It was a small amount, merely 2 taels of silver. Their household was not particularly affluent, with 2 sons still attending private school. To part with 2 taels was indeed a generous gesture. Wu, being aware of their circumstances, was reluctant to accept it. However, Hao insisted, take it. It will be of little use but may aid you on the road. Rest assured in your journey to the capital. I will have Chun Yin stay at my home, and Ji Wen's father will come over in the evenings to keep watch. What, shall we bring Pan'er along? Wu softly confided in her about the matter of the poison pill and her own thoughts. Hao wholeheartedly agreed. Bring her along. The 3 men can share a room, and you'll need to stay separately. It won't cost you anything, and it may indeed prove useful. In my opinion, that girl from the Wang family is a harbinger of misfortune. Otherwise, Jili Wunti have had such an episode. Indeed, Wu replied, "No more talk. I must gather my belongings and hasten our departure." Upon hearing she would be taken to the capital, Pan'er felt elated. In her previous life, she had never ventured beyond the county, possessing only a single silk garment, and the only pair of silver bangles had been taken by her sister, which made her existence rather pitiful. How foolish one must be to live thus. A quarter of an hour later, the mule cart exited the courtyard. The cart was cushioned with thick bedding, where Chen lay, covered by a light quilt provided by his mother, for the early May evenings still held chill. Pan'er and Wu sat on one side of the cart's seat, as the majority of the space was occupied by Chen. In front of them lay a pile of items for their journey, change of clothes, and a large basket filled with rice, bowls, and chopsticks. The mother-in-law remarked that they could not rely on restaurants for lunch, and Jili couldn't merely subsist on steamed buns. They needed to prepare some thin porridge. The iron pot and stove took up additional space, leaving Pan'er and Wu's feet pressed closely together, which was somewhat uncomfortable. The two men sat in front, driving the cart and chatting amiably, while the weather was quite pleasant. Wu glanced at her son, who was resting with his eyes closed, and then at the little girl peering out the window. Pan'er had been home for over half a month now. Her skin had become notably fairer. Her little face had filled out, and her exquisite features were quite promising. With a few more months of care, she might blossom into a true beauty. Pan'er sensed her mother-in-law's gaze upon her. In such a confined space, it was only natural. If she knew that Wu was admiring her improved complexion, it might have filled her with pride. During this period, she had diligently washed her face with rice water and applied a little egg white, followed by gentle massages. Moreover, she had rarely ventured out to work. Even when she did, she covered her head with a scarf, making it impossible not to look well. In her past life, however, it had been quite different. On the second day after entering the household, she had rushed to take on chores when the food was not to her liking. She would labor in the fields, fearing the disdain of others for eating too much. She refrained from taking more, and she dared not reach for the better dishes. Over time, the Chen family grew accustomed to her ways, allowing her to do as she pleased. Ultimately, she remained as dark and thin as she had been in her natal family. Until she returned to her maternal home, her mother insisted she continuously embroider items for profit, leaving her little time to venture outside, save for cooking. Consequently, her skin quickly became fair and radiant, and after encountering Wang Chishan twice, a mutual attraction blossomed. Throughout the journey, Pan'er was quite enamored with this long-awaited excursion, for it marked her first visit to the capital in both her and her family's lifetime. The Chen couple, however, felt a stark contrast in their sentiments. They were riddled with anxiety, unable to fathom their son's overwhelming distress over his engagement to Wang Shiwilian, which had abruptly caused him to fall ill. They lamented the futility of it all, for the young woman was merely delicate and unremarkable. Most significantly, they believed their son's affections to be insincere, initially sparked by her scholarly demeanor and prospects of securing a position as an official's wife. Yet, upon witnessing their son's illness, she promptly retreated from her intentions. How could such a person be worth their son's tribulations? Chun Fuqiang sighed heavily, recognizing that this trip to the capital would deplete their finances. Previously, they had spent over 20 taels on medical care, and the additional 30 taels on ginseng slices, too fearful to purchase whole roots. Various tonics had cost them another 20 taels. They had set aside 15 taels as a bride price for the Yuan family, and this journey to the capital consumed all their remaining savings, totaling 38 taels. The 100 taels they had was hard-earned. It was meant for their child's education, the construction of their home, and the sustenance of their family, each of which required financial resources. These funds were originally intended for their son's courtship and imperial examinations, as both the provincial and county tests necessitated travel to the capital. Their son had previously expressed a desire to further his studies at the academy after passing the provincial examination, believing that such preparation would enhance his chances of success. Yet now, in a mere month and a half, their situation had deteriorated and their finances were nearly exhausted. Such were the calamities of nature and man. Upon arriving at the county seat, Chen fuming instructed them to wait outside the medical hall. After a fortnight of back and forth, he felt embarrassed to request leave. Yet he could not trust his cousin's family to undertake this journey alone. At present, he was nearly certain that Zhili had been poisoned, though the absence of typical symptoms remained perplexing. Chen Fuqiang observed his son, who appeared quite unwell, as they still had several days of travel ahead. He worried whether the child could endure it. "My dear, please wait here while I procure some steam buns and fill the water pouch," he said. "I forgot to bring eggs in my haste. Please buy some to take along. It's not only for our son, but also for Ming, who is accompanying us and deserves nourishment as well." Chen Fuqiang promptly set off. Their household typically fared well. They consumed a fair number of eggs regularly. Unlike others who hoarded them for sale, Pan'er felt no anxiety. In her dreams of a past life, they too had journeyed to the capital, though she and Chun Yin had not accompanied them. Upon their return, she learned of the perilous encounters they faced along the way, but thankfully, they had managed to reach the capital. There, the old physician at Chun Tang treated him, confirming the poisoning, akin to scorpion venom, but not quite. After 7 or 8 days in the capital, his condition improved significantly, his life temporarily secured, yet the poison could not be entirely eradicated. Nevertheless, Chen Zhili managed to endure until the beginning of September, demonstrating remarkable resilience. It was only after she rescued the elder physician and brought him home that the poison was finally dispelled. Indeed, Chen Zhili's liver had sustained considerable damage, and it was not until after the new year that he returned to the county school to continue his studies. Half an hour later, Chen fuming arrived with a bundle. "Fuqiang, let's go. We can find a place to rest around noon and reach Hongkou town by evening." Chen Fuqiang had only visited the capital city once, accompanying his cousin Ming Tang, and readily agreed. Chen Zhili lay on his side, feeling an uncomfortable tension. His mother was seated on the opposite bench with the girl, separated only by a curtain. Soon, he found himself unable to dwell on these thoughts, as discomfort and a peculiar numbness enveloped him. Was it truly poison afflicting him rather than mere illness? Did Yuan Pan'er's medicine genuinely hold efficacy? In the mild weather of May, he drifted into slumber amidst the swaying motion. Pan'er had not slept well the previous night due to Chen Zhili's ailment, and now struggled to keep her eyes open. Wu, his mother, cautiously rested Pan'er's head upon her shoulder. Watching her son, she felt tears welling in her eyes. At noon, Chen Fuqiang chose a small grove to halt the mule cart. The first order business was to have Ming Tang diagnose his son's condition. After a morning nap, Chen Zhili felt somewhat better, although the persistent, indescribable numbness and pain remained. He confided in his uncle. Chen fuming furrowed his brow. "We are not well versed in poisons. The medicine you previously took contained detoxifying ingredients. Yet if this is indeed poison, it must be a potent one. We should have gone to the capital. Fuqiang, if the local doctors prove ineffective, I will lend you money to seek help in the capital." Such a fine child must not be lost. Before their departure, he had ensured to carry extra silver. Chen Fuqiang felt a pang of despair. Reaching the capital was already a stretch, and he had no silver to spare for the journey to the capital, which would take over a month. 200 taels would likely be necessary. Ming Tang was merely an ordinary physician with a family to support. How could he lend such a substantial sum? He assisted his son to a nearby grove for a moment of relief, and then helped him back into the cart to rest. In early May, the midday sun had begun to grow warm, yet it was still bearable. "Ming Tang, do you think the detoxification pills Pan'er brought are effective?" "Fuqiang, regardless of their potency, you should keep them safe. I can discern several medicinal ingredients that are indeed detoxifying, but there are others I cannot identify. If they are as the girl claimed, as the old doctor suggested, then your family is fortunate. A quality detoxification pill could cost upwards of 2 taels, and such good medicine is often hard to come by." He glanced at the diligent girl preparing porridge nearby and nodded slightly. She is industrious and perceptive, taking the initiative to find work. She is not unattractive. If Zhili recovers, he should cherish her. Chen Fuqiang hesitated. Indeed, the girl is commendable. "Ming Tang, I have brought all the silver from home, totaling only 38 taels. I am uncertain if it will suffice for the doctor's fees. If it falls short, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in lending me more." The expenses for Zhili's illness had escalated tremendously. Medical costs, purchases of ginseng slices, and the bride price for the girl's family had swiftly depleted their savings. Chen Jili, within the confines of the cart, faintly overheard his father's words, feeling an overwhelming sorrow within. Having exhausted the family savings, one might wonder what to do if misfortune strikes, and one finds themselves bereft of both fortune and health. It is indeed a peculiar predicament, for the chances of fortuitously saving someone are seldom encountered, even in tales. Yuan Pan'er prepared a pot of thin porridge, accompanied by a small jar of pickled vegetables from home. She boiled 3 eggs, intending for each of the 3 men to have one. Mrs. Wu discovered a mountain spring nearby and filled a jug with its water. Pan'er, allow me to serve the porridge while you add some firewood to boil a kettle of water. Oh, did I not ask you to boil for eggs? You should have one as well, she said. Yuan Pan'er smiled and replied, such fine porridge, along with steamed buns made from white flour, is a delicacy not often enjoyed by common folk. Let the eggs be reserved for them. Mrs. Wu felt a wave of comfort at her words and happily served the porridge. Suffering a bit in the present was bearable, for as long as they could reach the capital to cure her son's ailment, the future held endless possibilities. What was a mere egg in the face of such hopes? On the 3rd day, Chen Jili felt as though he could no longer endure. An indescribable discomfort coursed through him, as if his very bones were on the verge of splintering. His vision blurred, obscured by a haze tinged with crimson. He wished to call for his mother, but darkness soon enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. Andy, look, Brother Jili. Yuan Pan'er was horrified to see blood streaming from his eyes and nose. Jili, do not frighten your mother, his father exclaimed, urgently calling for the carriage to halt. Mrs. Wu felt her heart shatter, panic flooding her as she feared he might be afflicted by poison. Upon hearing his wife's cries, Chen Fuchong hastily stopped the carriage. Chen Fu-ming and Chen Fuchong rushed to the side of the carriage. Stunned by Jili's condition, they would reach the capital by the afternoon of the following day. Yet here was Jili in such dire straits. Having never encountered such a patient before, Chen Fu-ming floundered in his response, trembling with anxiety. Cousin, in light of this, could he not administer my antidote pill to him? Chen Fu-ming was jolted into clarity, remembering the antidote. Fuchong, sister-in-law, given Jili's state. I have no other recourse but to let him take the antidote. It is better than watching him suffer like this. Chen Fuchong hurriedly searched his pocket for the vial of medicine, fumbling until Chen Fu-ming assisted him in retrieving a pill. Meanwhile, Pan'er had filled a bowl with water. Chen Jili was forced to swallow the medicine, and gradually he regained consciousness, feeling a significant alleviation of his chest tightness and discomfort. A quarter of an hour later, after examining his pulse, Chen Fu-ming exclaimed in delight. The old doctor's medicine truly works wonders. Jili's poison has been subdued. Chen Fuchong and his wife were at a loss for words. Astonished that the ritual had indeed saved Jili, Mrs. Wu grasped Pan'er's hand and wept. Our Chen family is immensely grateful to you. If not for this medicine, Jili might not have survived. Chen Fuchong nodded in agreement, recognizing that the family would not forget Pan'er's kindness. Pan'er smiled softly, demurely replying, as long as Brother Jili is safe, that is all that matters. In truth, she possesses a clear understanding within her heart. This couple has indeed treated her well. However, the love for one's child surpasses all else. Chen Jili harbors no fondness for her, and thus they have never genuinely regarded her as a daughter-in-law. Now, she has come to terms with this reality. With the absence of expectations, disappointment cannot take root. Saving a life to secure a temporary refuge is indeed a viable option. This lifetime is distinctly different from her past. With several years of experience in embroidery, even as an independent woman, she need not worry about her livelihood. Moreover, she is already aware that Wang Qishan will take an interest in her. Hence, what does it matter if it occurs a few years earlier? She will no longer foolishly toil in the fields, exposing her skin to the harsh sun, nor will she allow herself to starve to a mere skeleton for the sake of others' whims. A beautiful and charming young woman, surely Wang Qishan would not object. Of course, he is not her only option. Assistance from the Chen family in finding a suitable match in a neighboring village is also an alternative. Wu Shi has regained her composure and refrains from further discussion. She cannot make any promises to this girl. If her son is unwilling, she can only accept her as a goddaughter and assist in finding a good family for her, providing a substantial dowry. Everything shall be addressed after her son recovers. In truth, simply wishing for a daughter-in-law like her is quite sufficient. Why must one seek a family of scholarly lineage? An elevated status does not guarantee harmony. Fuchang, it will take us just a little over half an hour to reach Wumei town. We shall settle there. Given Ji Li's current condition, we cannot afford to delay until reaching the county seat. I will heed your advice. I am entirely unfamiliar with the capital, Ming Tang Xiong. Is Ji Li in a condition to travel now? He worries whether the movement of the carriage would be bearable. After witnessing his son's state, he still feels weak in both limbs. Should his son pass, he believes he could not endure such a loss. Seeing his demeanor, Chen Fu Ming feels a pang of sorrow. Fu Chong, I will hurry. You keep an eye on the child in the carriage. Fu Chong makes no excuses. He knows he cannot manage the journey effectively in his current state. Once aboard, he sits in the carriage, resting his son's head on his thigh, encircling him with his arms, ensuring that his son will not be jolted by the carriage's movements. Observing her husband's actions, Wu Shi chooses to sit beside him, leaning against him, thus easing his discomfort. Yuan Pan'er turns to gaze at the road ahead, entirely unconcerned about this man's health. Did he not endure until reaching the capital without consuming the antidote? This man possesses a remarkable constitution. It is his parents who are to be pitied. Their son is their treasure, and Chen Yin has traversed nearly 2 miles for him. However, the preference for sons over daughters is not unique to this family. It is most evident in her own maternal lineage. Yet, this situation may work in her favor, since she holds the antidote. It effectively means she has saved their son's life, ensuring her days in the Chen household will only improve. Pan'er, if it were not for your medicine today, Jili might not have endured to reach the capital. The Chen family owes you a great debt of gratitude. Whatever we can do, you need only ask, and we shall comply. If it is beyond our means, then there is little we can do. Chen Fuchang expresses his heartfelt thanks. Wu Shi feels a twinge of anxiety. What if the girl requests to remain with Ji Li for a lifetime? Despite her lingering guilt, she would never force her son to comply against his will. He is her only child in this lifetime. How could she bear to see him unhappy forever? I will teach you embroidery properly, my dear, she said. From now on, you may keep the money you earn for yourself as private savings, just as Spring Swallow can. Her son understood that Mrs. Wu was apprehensive about her making any demands that might burden her and her child, and thus she preemptively silenced her. She sighed inwardly. This temporary mother-in-law had always protected her son in both this life and the last. Yet, she had come to realize that there was no need to cling to someone who held no affection for her. Chen Juya was beginning to regain his clarity, though his body remained weak and devoid of vigor as he rested with his eyes closed. He had heard his parents' words. This slender girl was indeed a good person, but he had never envisioned spending a lifetime with her, let alone raising children and sharing day and night together. However, the debt of gratitude he owed her was immense. If she were to propose it, he would reluctantly agree. Uncle, Aunt, she said, I understand that my relationship with Julia is merely a convenience and does not constitute a true marriage. However, my family and I have had a falling out over this matter. Even if Julia recovers, I have nowhere to go for the time being. Rest assured, my skills are sufficient. I will learn embroidery from Aunt and perhaps earn some private funds. In a couple of years, if I am still without a suitable match, could you assist me in establishing a household and renting a small place? If that happens, I may not be able to help you with the farming work anymore. Chen Fuqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. The girl had just saved his son's life, yet she seemed unwilling to acknowledge their connection. Was he being unreasonable? Mrs. Wu's gaze flickered, and she felt quite uneasy as she realized she was unable to make any commitments at present. It all depended on her son. Why would he need to go out and work? She said, you can stay at home and do some sewing. If you manage to sell anything, you may keep the earnings. I assure you, I promise to support you. Even if you and Julia cannot truly become a couple, I will recognize you as my goddaughter and help you find a suitable family. There will be no need for you to establish a household. With audacity, Pan'er responded, it is not easy for someone like me, who has been married before, to find a good match. I am well aware of this. If the opportunity arises, I would not shy away from the mockery of others. In the future, I would not mind marrying an orphan, even if his circumstances are a bit lacking, as long as he has no mother-in-law to scorn me. Chen Julia, already weakened, felt a surge of indignation at her words. Did she truly believe he was on the verge of death? How could she be so shameless? After all, she was still a girl who had once stood before the heavens and the ancestors. The only difference was that they had not yet shared a marriage ceremony. Was she in such a hurry to remarry? Soon, they arrived at Wumei town. Chen, fuming, drove the carriage to the Wumei Inn, one of the 2 inns in town, the other being of lesser quality. "Dear guest, how many rooms do you require?" the innkeeper inquired, personally welcoming them, as business had been slow and he was quite distressed. "We will take 2 medium rooms. We'll dine here tonight as well. Please have someone bring water to both rooms." Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of the provided text. Indeed, 2 modest rooms cost 300 won, and hot water is complimentary. Chen Fuqiang hastily settled the bill. Money seemed to flow like water. 300 won is what a laborer in the village would earn in 10 days, and even then, it is uncertain they would manage that much. What a heist! Yet, he understood that his cousin Ming had indeed saved him some costs by not opting for the best room. He himself was cramped with his own family. Pan'er and Wushi soon entered their room, and the young attendant promptly delivered hot water. There was cold water available in the room, a full large tub, neatly covered and quite clean. "Aunt, you go ahead and wash first." "Ah, I shall wash first. I am covered in dirt and feel sticky." At this moment, Wushi found Pan'er exceptionally pleasing. The little girl was so considerate, not clinging to her family, always thinking of them. Today, she even saved Ji Li's life with the antidote. No wonder the abbot suggested they find a suitable girl nearby to ward off misfortune. They must have foreseen that Pan'er possessed the antidote. What could these extraordinary men not foresee? This girl seemed destined to be intertwined with her family. Had she not saved a life, they would not have provided her with the antidote. If her family had not sought her to dispel misfortune, Zhili would likely not have survived today. And today would have been the anniversary of her son's passing. What purpose would her life serve without him? As Wushi washed, tears flowed freely, unable to be wiped away. The girl was merely a bit dark and thin, yet after just half a month in their home, she appeared much improved, suggesting it was not her natural state. Thus, she resolved to nurture her well, keeping her from laboring outside, allowing her to manage household chores, and teaching her embroidery instead. She was convinced that once the girl became fair and beautiful, Zhili would surely be smitten. When Wushi emerged, she beamed at Pan'er, saying, "Pan'er, hurry and wash. Bolt the door behind you. I'll check on them and urge them to wash up quickly as well. Soon, when I must wash the clothes, the weather is just right for drying." Pan'er nodded, and once Wushi left, she quickly closed the door to wash up. She sighed, then smiled. Her aunt's evident joy likely stemmed from her assurance in the carriage that she would not cling to their family, granting their precious son freedom. Fortunately, she had come to understand this clearly. Clinging to someone who did not hold her in esteem, someone mismatched, offered no benefits. Yuan Pan'er envisioned a future where she possessed a skill, earning her own living, with no family to tie her down. She would not marry someone unworthy of her. She recalled Wang Chishan, his face now a blur in her memory. Yet she vaguely remembered him as tall and robust, a man of few words but great reason. Such a man would be suitable for marriage. Both partners could thrive together, earning enough to move to the county town, far from here. She vowed never to let the Yuan family drain her vitality again. The 15 taels would suffice to repay their kindness, especially considering how much silver she earned for them in her past life. Meanwhile, Wushi arrived at the door of the room and knocked. Chen Fuguei emerged. "Madam, what brings you here? Is Zhili feeling any better? Hurry and wash up. Pan'er and I will wash and dry the clothes shortly. Cousin is currently washing up. In a moment, I will assist my son in fetching water. My dear, Cousin Ming mentioned that Wumei town is renowned for its plums. The new plums should be available by now. Do purchase some for the children to savor. It is best to enjoy these while traveling." Wu promptly turned around and said, "I shall go at once and return shortly. Dried plums can be stored, but fresh ones may not necessarily be in abundance. They could still be from last year." Before long, after Pan'er had finished her ablutions, Wu returned. The town, though not large, had a bustling street right outside the inn, and she quickly procured some dried plums, along with a few fresh ones, which were said to be early ripeners. True maturity would not occur until next month. She also bought Pan'er a set of embroidery tools, including threads and plain cloth. It would be beneficial for Pan'er to practice her craft, allowing her to contribute more after returning home, as her family savings would likely be depleted. Pan'er, I have purchased you a set of embroidery tools. This frame is quite fine, and I got you threads, scissors, and plain cloth as well. We shall find time to embroider, although I am uncertain how many days we will stay in the capital, Wu stated. Pan'er understood that her mother was not one to remain idle. It was a perfect opportunity for her to hone her embroidery skills, especially since her parents had expressed their desire to save their earnings for themselves. Hence, she felt no need for modesty. Earning money was of utmost importance. Once they had finished washing their clothes and prepared the evening meal, Chen was still unable to descend the stairs, and they dined in his room. Pan'er noticed that Chen appeared significantly improved, able to sit up and eat dinner. The village head and his wife seemed to be in good spirits, discussing matters concerning the capital at the dining table. Pan'er observed that the young man did not cast a single glance in her direction, prompting her to reflect on his apparent lack of gratitude. Was that Wang Shiwilian truly so exceptional? Was she worth his illness that nearly cost him his life? She was not being boastful. Once she regained her health, gained some weight, and grew taller, she would surely surpass that so-called beauty. What did literacy matter? She, Yuan Pan'er, was now literate, possessing both exceptional embroidery skills and culinary talents. Should he overlook her, he might one day regret such a decision. Suddenly, she recognized her own discomfort. Chen indifference weighed heavily on her heart, and she found herself unconsciously recalling their wedding ceremony. Such a mindset was most undesirable. After suffering for a month and a half, having faced life and death, he felt considerably lighter after taking his medicine. Although he could not compare his current state to his former self, he was content when measuring it against his gravely ill condition. His appetite had improved significantly. He glanced at the girl, who was engrossed in her meal. A mix of emotions stirred within him. In just a month and a half, he had transitioned from an ambitious scholar to a frail patient, sharing a ceremonial bond with a once unknown girl, now seated beside him, sharing meals and traveling together. He recalled the past few days, where he lay in the carriage while she sat beside him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Wu observed the two children, one leaning to the left and the other tilting to the right, wondering if neither of them harbored any feelings. Her son, so handsome and charming, yet the girl seemed entirely indifferent, already contemplating her own escape route. She glanced at her son once more, who showed no interest in Pan'er. Well, if it came to that, she might as well consider raising her as a goddaughter. The inn was equipped with an oil lamp, and Pan'er, in the evening, took to her embroidery work. She had been learning for some time and merely needed to be cautious, starting with simpler designs. Mrs. Wu joined her, occasionally offering guidance. The girl was quick with her hands, perhaps due to her family's extensive experience with needlework over the past couple of years, allowing her to embroider swiftly. In just about 10 days, she surpassed Chen, who had studied for a year or two. Her younger sister had learned for quite a while, but struggled with embroidery, often ending up with tangled threads. Unlike this girl, who in such a short time had already crafted a beautiful peach blossom, demonstrating her remarkable skill. Upon arriving in the capital, Chen had not suffered a fit all night, yet his health had undeniably deteriorated over these past days, leaving him lethargic come morning. The five of them ordered some meat buns, each accompanied by a bowl of thin porridge. Pan'er insisted she could not eat, offering her porridge to the village chief. In truth, she relished porridge, but it invariably made her need to relieve herself. With the mule car in motion, she could hardly request frequent stops. Nevertheless, 2 buns were quite filling, and at the Yuan household, she had always eaten the least and the poorest, having never seen meat buns throughout the year, even when she began earning money. It was only during her trips to sell embroidery in the town or county that she would treat herself to a bowl of wontons or a few buns. However, such occasions were rare. As dawn broke, the sun's rays warmed the air in mid-May without being oppressive. In Qingzhou, heavy snow fell in November, and one could not shed their cotton coats until after March. Yet, as May arrived, the weather abruptly warmed, requiring only a long gown. The Yuan family had even kept her tattered cotton coat. By the early afternoon, they arrived in the capital. Fuqiang, let us head directly to Baikatang and see what the doctor says. There's no rush to find in. We can settle somewhere close to the medical hall later. Chen Fuqiang suggested. Brother Ming, I am utterly in the dark. I will defer to your arrangements here. Upon entering the city gate, the mule car came to a halt at the medical hall after a quarter of an hour. The grand medical hall was indeed distinct, with a dedicated servant waiting to tend to their cart. Chen Fuming expertly entrusted the mule cart to him. Aunt, I shall remain in the cart, Mrs. Wu thought, as many of their belongings were still inside, and it was better for Pan'er to keep an eye on them. All right, there are plums in the cart. Take some to eat while we go in. Chen Fuqiang assisted his son inside, where they found the main hall relatively empty. Chen Fuming hurried to the manager. Manager Luo, I have been here before. My surname is Chen Fuming, a doctor from Baikatang in Yi County. Manager Luo immediately became courteous. Ah, it is Dr. Chen. No wonder you look familiar. How may I assist you? Chen Fuming sighed. My cousin's son has suddenly fallen ill and has been treated at Baikatang for over a month. Yet his condition has worsened. We fear he may have been poisoned severely, and ordinary detoxification pills are of no use. Yet the child, being a diligent student at the academy, has not ventured anywhere and has solely devoted himself to his studies. How could he have succumbed to poisoning? Upon reflection, it seems prudent to accompany his parents to seek a glimpse of him. Is the old proprietor not present? Manager Luo replied. The old proprietor and the young master have both gone out. They are expected to return in about half an hour. Very well. You may check into an inn for the time being. As soon as they return, I shall promptly send a young lad to summon you, and you can then relocate to a nearby inn. Does this arrangement seem satisfactory? Indeed, that would be most helpful. We shall proceed to check in at once. The good inn was merely 2 streets away from the clinic, and their mule cart arrived swiftly. They requested 2 rooms. The cost of the average accommodations in the capital was indeed substantial, totaling 500 coins for the 2 rooms, which was a discounted rate given their intention to stay several days. The couple felt a twinge of reluctance at the expense, yet outwardly they maintained composure. What did money matter? The well-being of their son was their utmost blessing. Yuan Pan'er carried their belongings to the rooms, remarking that the higher price came with its justifications. As the rooms were quite pleasant, clean and spacious, the beds were comfortable, and the rooms were separated by curtains, with a central area featuring a table and 2 stools. Pan'er was off his feet. Mrs. Wu settled down, feeling weary, as her son's spirits seemed to wane again in the afternoon. Pan'er recalled the old doctor's advice that those severely poisoned required a course of detoxification pills for 5 consecutive days. Should we continue administering the medicine after meals? She pondered. Would the old proprietor not return directly home? Mrs. Wu, not wishing to disturb her, went downstairs to instruct a young lad to bring a bucket of water. It was already late afternoon, and regardless of whether they would visit the clinic or not, it was essential to freshen up. As night fell, it would be inconvenient to do anything. Aunt, are you able to wash up now? There's enough water for 2. Mrs. Wu surveyed herself, covered in dust. Then I shall wash. Pan'er, let us head to the clinic afterward. Perhaps the old proprietor will inquire about the origin of the medicine. Pan'er felt indifferent. She was amenable to either option. Since the conversation with the village head and his wife, a sense of ease had settled between them. Very well, Aunt. You go ahead and wash. If it were earlier, I could have washed our clothes as well. After speaking, she sat down, picked up her embroidery frame, realizing she could only wash 1 person at a time, and decided it was better to stitch a few more rows. A half hour later, a young lad from the clinic arrived, announcing that both the old and young proprietors had returned and they needed to hurry, lest the proprietors depart again. The 5 of them hurried to the clinic. Upon arrival, they found the old proprietor and the young master waiting. There were no other patients at the clinic. Chen Fuming stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Proprietor, young master, Chen Fuming sends his regards. The young master quickly helped them up, saying, Dr. Chen, there is no need for such formalities. Chen Fuqiang and his wife brought their son forward, and Pan'er hurriedly followed suit to pay her respects. There is no need for excessive formalities. Is this the patient? Come forth, so I may examine him. Chen Jilia promptly took a seat beside the old proprietor and extended his hand. The old proprietor, as he examined the boy, frowned increasingly, and after a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Indeed, he has been poisoned, and the venom is quite potent, scorpion venom, to be precise. Fortunately, you are young and have a solid constitution, and the previous medicine contained some detoxifying herbs, which has allowed you to endure thus far. However, your pulse has grown increasingly weak. Not long ago, it seemed you had succumbed to poison, and it stands to reason that the likelihood of your demise was high. Have you consumed something beneficial to mitigate it? Chen Fuqiang and his wife, along with Chen Jili, were drenched in cold sweat. Chen fuming wiped the perspiration from his brow. Master, indeed my nephew was poisoned yesterday. He recounted the incident in meticulous detail. The old master raised an eyebrow. You mentioned administering an antidote. Do you have any left? Bring it to me. Chen Fuqiang produced a small vial from his bosom and poured out a single pill for him. The young master leaned in to inspect it closely, then took it and inhaled deeply. Grandfather, if I'm not mistaken, this is the 100 poison pill, albeit somewhat rudimentary. The old master nodded. Indeed, this is the 100 poison pill. I can discern 8 ingredients, but the others elude me. A pang of anxiety gripped Pan'er as she ventured to 2 apothecaries to procure 10 kinds of medicinal herbs, while the remaining 2 were sourced from hillside. She recalled the old doctor's smug declaration, "No one shall uncover this formula." She had foolishly inquired, "Then why tell me?" The elder replied, "You saved my life. I must repay you. My dear, I must inform you that this medicine has a shortcoming. It can be preserved for no more than 3 years. After that, its efficacy diminishes. After 5 years, it becomes nearly useless. I must devise another plan." The old master returned the pill to Chen Fuqiang. "This is a fine medicine. Do you have more? I am willing to pay 5 taels for each." Chen Fuqiang shook his head. "Doctor, I have only 5 pills. I have heard that potent poisons require a course of 5 days, 1 pill per day. Is that correct?" The old master nodded. "Indeed, for your son's condition. He must take it for 5 consecutive days to ensure a complete recovery. Even after the poison is expelled, his internal organs will have sustained damage, requiring several months of recuperation before he is fully well." Elation washed over them all. Chen Fuqiang remarked, "Master, my son consumed the poison yesterday afternoon. He can resume taking it immediately, correct?" "Certainly. He must continue for 5 days. I shall prescribe some restorative herbs for him as well. May I inquire, where did you obtain this medicine?" Pan'er interjected. "This child saved a herbalist in spring, and in gratitude, he gifted her this small vial." The old master became intrigued. "Little girl, do you know his surname?" Pan'er knew well it was Gu, yet replied, "I do not know. I did not ask." Adhering to her belief that speaking too much could lead to trouble, she recalled that she had not encountered Dr. Gu for over 3 months. He had not returned to this place. The old master chuckled and shook his head, pondering the necessity of such fixation. To bestow such a quantity of antidote is indicative of either Dr. Gu himself or someone closely associated with him. Many years prior, he had the fortune of meeting the old doctor. At that time, he was in his 20s, 10 years younger than Dr. Gu, who is now in his 60s. Furthermore, he is a true recluse, a solitary wanderer, reputed to dwell in the Valley of 100 Herbs, though the veracity of this claim remains unknown. For few can enter the valley unless the master permits it. Let it be so. Tomorrow I shall prepare some medicinal herbs to protect his internal organs. It suffices for this young lady to come 1 detoxification pill per day. Ideally, she should stay here for 4 to 5 days, and once the medication is completed, I will prescribe restorative remedies based on his condition. What do you think?" Chen fuming nodded earnestly. "Thank you, esteemed host. This indeed seems the best course of action. We shall not impose upon you any further." Upon exiting the medical hall, Chen Jili cast a sidelong glance at Yuan Pan'er, astonished that his life had truly been saved by this individual. Wu's heart brimmed with joy, yet it was also tinged with complexity. Who would have thought such potent medicine would cost 5 taels each? 6 pills amount to 30 taels, while employing this girl had only cost her 15 taels, albeit at a premium. Yuan Pan'er, brimming with schemes, contemplated that if she could come alone tomorrow, she would sell those 6 pills, stashing the 30 taels as her personal fortune. Selling just this once would not be a betrayal to the esteemed old doctor, would it? Just this once. Upon returning, She would devise a means to create another batch for self-defense. Regrettably, the efficacy of the medicine lasts only 2 to 3 years. Hence, she would produce fewer pills. As the herbs also require substantial funds, the previous batch had already cost her over 901 for a dozen pills. She recognized these herbs, having been taught by the old doctor, who praised her sharp memory and quick learning. Otherwise, it would take considerable time to gather them all on the mountain, and purchasing from a pharmacy necessitated caution. Once back at the inn, Chen Fuqiang promptly administered a detoxification pill to his son, gently assisting him to lie down. He carefully placed the medicine bottle against his chest, intending to transfer it to his bag once night fell. The inn was bustling with patrons. Such items were indeed life-saving. Brother Ming, who would have thought that the one to save Zhi Lai's life would be this girl? The abbot had instructed us to seek someone nearby. Many events are indeed fated. Such a diminutive pill, valued at 5 taels of silver each, totaled 30 taels for 6. Just half a month prior, marrying Pan'er had only cost 15 taels, leaving both of them in anguish for several days. Chen fuming glanced at Zhi Lai resting on the Kong and joined his cousin at a table nearby. Fuqiang, are you truly resolved to accept this girl as your daughter-in-law? Chen Zhi Lai, weary but not asleep, perked up his ears to catch his uncle's voice. Brother Ming, you may find this amusing, but perhaps not. Zhi Lai does not favor her. He prefers a girl of intellect and virtue, ideally from a scholarly family. Yesterday in the carriage, that girl had indeed confided in us. Aware that Zhi Lai looked down upon her, she claimed she would not cling to him, urging me to assist her in establishing her own household. What a predicament! Even if she does not become Zhi Lai's wife, she ought to return to her family. Chen Fuqiang recounted the entire tale. That girl was quite tenacious. It was unclear how she learned of Zhi Lai's ailment, but initially resistant, she severed ties and left my household in a fit of anger, unable to return to her family. Indeed, returning home would only result in her family demanding another bride price. That matron was rather merciless. However, if circumstances had been different, Pan'er would not have been able to come to our home to bring joy to Zhi Lai. All is fate. Our Zhi Lai is simply fortunate. Fuqiang, allow me to speak a truth you may not relish. The girl's departure from your home signifies a second marriage. Without her, Zhi Lai might have perished yesterday. Rather than merely saving Zhi Lai, she has salvaged the lives of your entire family. Without a son, how could you and your wife endure? In my opinion, this young lady is quite remarkable. Not all from scholarly families are commendable. Some young women can be excessively pretentious and fail to get along with their in-laws. Nevertheless, these matters are beyond my control. However, it is imperative that you arrange everything properly, as she is still a young girl, and this issue has caused a rift with her family. No, Ming, my cousin, my spouse, and I have made a decision. Since Zhi Li is unwilling, we shall not force him. Though you may find it amusing, our son is our entire world, and even if it means compromising our principles, we cannot allow him to live a life of unhappiness. Yet, we could consider adopting this girl as our goddaughter and assist her in finding a suitable match, perhaps augmenting her dowry. Chen fuming nodded in agreement. That is acceptable. Chen Zhi Li contemplated that they had already devised a plan to find an orphan without parents, thus free from the constraints of in-laws. This was hardly a matter of my personal preference. The following morning, Pan'er stated at the dining table, Uncle, Aunt, let me go fetch the medicine. The old master specifically requested my presence, likely to inquire about my former physician. In truth, there was little to discuss. Chen Fuqiang nodded. Zhi Li's mother allowed the girl to go, take some silver for him. A quarter of an hour later, Yuan Pan'er departed and arrived at the medical hall quite early. Upon inquiring with the young attendant, she discovered that the master would not arrive for at least another quarter of an hour, as he typically came precisely at the hour of Chen. Just as she finished speaking, the grandfather and grandson duo arrived. Pan'er hurried over to offer her respects. Greetings to the old master and the young master. The girl has come. Please come in, the old master said with a smile. Pan'er was correct. The old master indeed wished to discuss the former physician. After fabricating a few truths, she refrained from elaborating further. Old master, do you truly accept this medicine? The old master was taken aback. Are there not only those few pills? Pan'er glanced around. The young master had gone to the back courtyard, and the two young attendants were busy tidying up leaving no one nearby. Unbeknownst to them, the former physician had provided her with 2 bottles containing 12 pills each, of which she still had 6 remaining. Aren't the Chen couple your parents? Yuan Pan'er shook her head. I was merely brought in to assist Chen Li's recovery 2 weeks ago. Uncle and aunt are very kind, but I do not consider myself a true daughter-in-law of the Chen family. I wish to save a little private purse. The old master frowned. You saved their son's life. Do they not permit you to become part of the Chen family? Assisting in recovery is akin to marriage. Yuan Pan'er shook her head. It is my own choice. Li is an excellent student, preparing for the imperial examination this year. We are not well suited for one another, and I do not wish to bind him for life. It would be wonderful for him to find someone more compatible. The old master sighed deeply. My dear girl, you possess great insight. Hand me the medicine. I shall accept it at 6 taels per pill. No, it should be 5 taels. I cannot allow you to incur a loss. The old man chuckled. Silly girl. How could I possibly suffer a loss? Having acquired it at 6 taels, I can sell it for 8 or even 10. Ultimately, Pan'er accepted 36 taels of silver. She requested 3 banknotes of 10 taels each, one of 5 taels, and a small piece of silver weighing 1 tael. The 5 packets of medicine only cost 801. Pan'er bowed deeply to the old master. Thank you immensely. She then turned and left, hopeful that she might encounter this elder again in the future, at which time she would surely make him a garment. In the city of Fuqing, after several days, Pan'er finally returned with the medicine and returned the surplus 201 to Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu, however, refused to take it back, insisting on giving Pan'er some pocket money. Chen, fuming, noticed that after receiving the courtesy, his demeanor improved significantly. He hurriedly set about preparing medicine. He had no acquaintances in Fuqing and had no intention of wandering the streets, opting instead to stay at the inn to look after his child. He was 2 years older than Fuqiang, at 38, with 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest son, Chen Xian, was 18 and still a student, preparing to take the imperial examination for the 2nd time in August. His daughter, Chen Shui, was 14, and his youngest son, Chen Hao, had just turned 10 and was also attending school. His earnings at the medical hall were quite decent, totaling around 40 to 50 taels throughout the year. His wife, alongside their daughter, engaged in needlework, contributing to the household income, which comfortably supported their family, leaving them with a surplus of 20 to 30 taels annually. Chen Fuqiang did not wish to impose on his cousin, knowing full well that he was incapable of preparing the medicine himself. With single-minded devotion, he focused on caring for his son, contemplating a trip to the market to buy some roast chicken. He felt it necessary to ensure that his cousin's efforts were not in vain, particularly in terms of sustenance. When Mrs. Wu came to check on her son and learned that her husband had gone downstairs to prepare the medicine, she found herself at a loss for words. She rarely engaged in such household chores at home and had little knowledge of how to brew medicine. Upon hearing that her husband intended to buy roast chicken, she thought it better to go herself. With her cousin present, she felt it inappropriate to leave her son unattended while she took a stroll to purchase some food and perhaps some fabric for the maid, as summer was approaching, and she planned to sew a couple of summer shirts in the coming days. Stay here with our son. I shall go to the market to buy some supplies, and I'll also get fabric for Pan'er's summer shirts. My dear, please mention to Ming that he must not speak of the detoxification pills when we return. Just say that the old proprietor has cured him. Otherwise, discussing the pills could lead to trouble with the Yuan family, who might come asking for dozens of taels. Besides, after our son has taken the medicine, only 1 pill will remain, which we must keep just in case. Others are unaware of this and would assume we have more. What if they all come seeking the medicine? I understand you go to market. I will discuss this with my cousin later, and you should inform Pan'er as well. Mrs. Wu left with her purse in hand, heading straight to the market. Pan'er was busy embroidering and had no intention of interrupting her. There were still several days ahead. She planned to take her out for a stroll once she had familiarized herself with the area. Although the entire family had never been to Fuqing, there was nothing to fear. The streets were merely wider and the shops more numerous, allowing for better bargains. With her son's life secured, Mrs. Wu felt lighter in spirit. With over 30 taels remaining, she believed they would not exhaust their funds, as nourishing her body did not necessitate extravagant tonics. She was aware that one should not overindulge when weak. She also intended to buy a few bolts of fabric for her cousin's family without expecting any payment in return. For a family of 5, at least 3 bolts would be required. Alone in her room, Pan'er carefully wrapped 4 silver notes in oiled paper, stitching them neatly into the hem of her garment, while the remaining tael was tucked into her purse. In early May, the weather in Qingzhou remained chilly in the mornings and evenings, prompting everyone to wear padded jackets. The jacket she wore was made after arriving at the Chen household, crafted by her own hands, featuring several pockets sewn within. During the day, a long gown sufficed, and the padded jacket need not be washed frequently, making it a suitable place to conceal the silver notes. With the accumulation of silver, she felt a newfound confidence. Here, the majority of farmers struggle to save even a few taels throughout the year. Some families, like the Yuans, cannot even set aside a single tael. To sell oneself for a staggering 15 taels, the Yuan family must be overjoyed. As for severing familial ties, her mother likely dismissed the matter entirely, perhaps contemplating the prospect of reclaiming her daughter once the situation settled, only to sell her again. After all, a second marriage could fetch 5 taels or even more. Little did they know, she had earned 36 taels from selling a few medicinal pills. Having concealed her silver, she began embroidering handkerchiefs, merely showcasing a fraction of her skill. For her true embroidery prowess likely surpassed her aunt's by more than double. Everything was progressing favorably. Saving Chen Ji, Li had earned her family a significant debt of gratitude. Her savings were intact, and she had begun learning the art of embroidery. Soon, earning from her creations would come naturally. An hour later, Mrs. Wu entered, laden with packages and a beaming smile. Pan'er hurried to assist her. "Aunt, how much have you bought? It looks so heavy." Mrs. Wu chuckled, taking a sip of water. "These are roast chickens and marinated meats, and I also bought a pigeon. I plan to borrow the shopkeeper's stove. The pigeon is nourishing, perfect for Ji Li. Today, I stumbled upon a fortunate find, a fabric shop clearing out their stock. They had some excellent old cloth at a bargain price. I purchased quite a bit for just over half the cost. Let me show you." With excitement, Mrs. Wu opened 2 packages revealing 10 bolts of fine cotton fabric in various colors. "Pan'er, this lotus pink is for you and Chun Yin to make summer shirts. The color is splendid." She then unveiled another bundle containing silk fabric. "These used to be quite expensive, but now I got them at the price of fine cotton. Only 300 won per bolt. I plan to gift one to Ji Li's uncle and throw in a couple of bolts of cotton fabric to repay some favors." The shopkeeper had many remnants at remarkably low prices, which a young assistant had helped carry downstairs. Soon, her husband would bring them up. Pan'er, who had a fondness for fabrics, perhaps due to her years of embroidery, recognized the quality of these materials, even if they were slightly outdated, having collected a bit of dust. Some had lost their luster, but once tailored, they would be perfectly wearable. "Aunt, you are truly fortunate. These fabrics are excellent. Nothing like the old cloth. I can simply find larger remnants for my summer shirts. There is no need for such fine whole pieces." Mrs. Wu beamed. "This child is so sensible. I bought them to wear. We can use the larger remnants for undergarments." "Pan'er, do you think the fabric is good? If so, shall I take you along this afternoon to purchase more?" 10 bolts of fine cotton cost only as much as 6, and she saved half on the silk, acquiring 3 bolts for merely 1 tael. Spending just 3 taels on all this fabric was indeed a bargain. Pan'er smiled genuinely. Women are often like that, eager to bring home every good deal they encounter. Mrs. Wu, feeling a bit bashful, added, "I owe it all to you. Without your medicines, Ji Li would not have recovered. If he hadn't I wouldn't have dared to spend money or even entertain such thoughts. Ji Li Tang, Bo has accompanied us here for many days, and it would be remiss not to take something in return. Relationships are akin to debts, and accumulating too many can be detrimental. Once Ji Li recovers, he will need clothing to attend the academy. As time passes, he is growing rapidly, and his former garments will soon be too small. Aunt, I do not mean to mock you. I too have a fondness for this fabric. Once my embroidery sells, I shall procure some for you as well." Wu Shi chuckled, touched by the thoughtfulness of the girl. She gazed at the delicate face before her, finding it increasingly charming. With some nurturing, as she matures, she may surpass the beauty of other girls from neighboring villages. A thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she could discreetly facilitate a connection between her son and the girl. In her view, a life well lived requires a spouse of virtue. What use is a daughter from a scholarly family if she cannot contribute to sustenance? After several days of medication, Chen Li's condition improved noticeably. On the final day, the old physician completed his examination and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, the poison has been completely neutralized." Pausing for a moment, he added, "This antidote's efficacy is solely due to the Baidu Dan. My treatment served merely as an auxiliary. The poison was potent, and the antidote remarkably effective. Otherwise, you would likely have perished, and your family should extend their gratitude to the young lady who provided the remedy." The 6 pills he had purchased unexpectedly were not intended for sale. While others might store them for 3 years at most, he preserved them in a fine jade vial, ensuring their potency for at least 6 years. Quality medicine can be life-saving, and all this for a mere 36 taels of silver. The Chen family rejoiced, fully relieved that their loved one had been saved. Indeed, we must express our heartfelt thanks to Pan'er, our old physician, and the old physician himself. Chen Fuchang exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. The old physician, having said all he needed, quickly prepared a prescription for the young assistant to gather the necessary herbs. This medication was to be taken every 3 days, 3 times a day, for 2 months, amounting to 20 packets. Once home, they were advised against excessive nourishment. His organs had been compromised, and he must avoid anger and excessive worry for the time being, lest it jeopardize his longevity. The couple nodded in agreement, determined to avoid any stress. The 20 packets cost merely 6 taels of silver, and the old physician waived the consultation fee. Upon leaving the medical hall, Chen Fu-ming suggested, "Is still early. Shall we return home?" "Naturally," Chen Fu-kiang agreed, knowing there were numerous matters awaiting their attention at home, especially with the second son overwhelmed with responsibilities. Initially, they were anxious as their son lay gravely ill, fearing the worst. Now that the poison was neutralized and his life preserved, they had over 20 taels of silver remaining, funds they had intended to borrow from Mingtang. The couple was filled with joy, increasingly grateful for Pan'er, who had remained at the inn. Chen Li inhaled the fresh air, relishing the sensation of being reborn. He felt an overwhelming urge to run, jump, and shout. He had truly returned to life. His gratitude for the girl who had restored his life and the physician who provided the remedy was profound. The obligation of saving a life typically demands a reciprocal commitment, yet he found himself unable to make such a vow at that moment. Meanwhile, Pan'er was at the inn, packing her belongings. She was acutely aware of the potency of the Baidu Dan. Upon her return, she would discreetly prepare a few pills for her own use, but she would never again exchange them for silver. The 36 taels would suffice for her future needs. Half an hour later, several members of the Chen family returned to the inn. Mrs. Wu joyfully exclaimed, "Pan'er, the poison in Zhili has finally been resolved, all thanks to your wonderful medicine. Otherwise, the old doctor said he could only manage it, but not truly cure it." Pan'er smiled, "Congratulations, Aunt. Are we returning home today?" Mrs. Wu nodded, "Of course. We must return. Your uncle is eager to begin the spring planting, and your cousin cannot take an extended leave from the medical hall. Besides, staying here an extra day incurs considerable expenses. Let's pack our things and depart. Your uncle has bought some buns for the journey. Pan'er, do you need to purchase anything?" "No, I have everything packed and can leave at any moment." Mrs. Wu was also quick to pack. By the time they reached the main hall, 3 members of the Chen family were already waiting at the entrance, and the mule cart was ready. Chen Fuqiang gazed at Pan'er with a beaming smile. She was indeed a blessing for the Chen family. "Pan'er, your aunt must have informed you, right? Zhili's poison has been completely cured. Thank you." "Uncle, as long as Zhili is well, there is no need to mention this matter again once we return to the village. It may provoke unnecessary trouble." Naturally, Chen Fuqiang and his wife understood that the 15 taels spent to marry this girl were indeed a buyout. If the Yuan family discovered that the 5 pills alone were worth 25 taels, it would be disastrous. Rest assured, this matter will not be discussed outside. "Cousin, you should refrain from mentioning it as well. Just say he was treated in the capital and do not speak of poison." Chen Fu Ming nodded. "Indeed, that would be better. Let's set off. Very well, Ji Li's mother. You should accompany Ji Li and Pan'er in the carriage while I sit in front with my cousin to drive. The journey had begun with furrowed brows and anxious hearts, but now the family was all smiles. Even Ji Li wore a cheerful expression. Pan'er was naturally delighted as well. A favorable outcome meant a brighter future for her. The Chen family owed her a debt of gratitude, providing her with a temporary refuge, ensuring she would not be left without a place to stay should her next steps remain unclear. During these days, she was keenly aware that the Chen family would not sever ties once she had crossed the river, yet she still felt a twinge of unease, as she had no retreat behind her for now. The outcome upon returning was uncertain. If she chose not to mention her embroidery skills, within 2 years, she would likely find herself exchanging betrothal gifts once again, albeit with a family far less favorable than the Chens. Mrs. Wu continued to arrange the bedding. Ji Li, you should still lie down. The old doctor said you were quite weak and must not sit up. Ji Li did not protest. He truly felt weak and unable to exert himself. He slowly reclined, and his mother covered him with a thin blanket. Mrs. Wu thoughtfully tied a rope in the middle of the carriage and draped a sheet over it, effectively dividing the space. It was uncertain whether Pan'er and Ji Li would be able to be together in the future, so it was better to maintain some distance. Ji Li sighed with relief. Having a private space during the journey was indeed crucial. The mule cart trotted along. Pan'er gazed out the window. The warm sunlight of May bathed everything in a golden hue, illuminating her heart as well. Living a second life, everything would surely head in a positive direction. In her previous life, she had never set foot in the capital, dedicating herself solely to farm work for the Chen family. And even their kind encouragement had not persuaded her to take a break. Chen Jili was unwilling to keep her, and she simply wished to return home, fearing that her family would also reject her. Upon her return, she revealed her embroidery skills and presented all the silver given to her by the Chen family, leaving no safety net for herself. Foolish, exceedingly foolish. In this lifetime, she would not repeat such a mistake. Chen Jili's disregard for her was inconsequential. She could manage with 36 taels of silver, which could accomplish much. Moreover, her embroidery talent could generate income. There was nothing more valuable than personal savings, for relying on others was far less secure than depending on oneself. Of course, she could not do it alone. Women were still too vulnerable. Initially, she intended to seek out Wang Chishan again, but now it dawned on her that he was not her only option. She could also hire a pair of middle-aged servants, so her home would not be devoid of companionship. Gradually, she could choose a reliable man to marry into her family. Admittedly, this was a last resort, as few men were willing to marry into a family without good reason. Thus, she resolved to stay in the Chen household until the end of September. Pan'er, what are you thinking? Her aunt inquired. Oh, nothing much, just contemplating the stitching techniques you taught me. I've become quite adept at embroidering handkerchiefs. I can now complete 2 in a day, Pan'er replied. Wu smiled. I have never seen anyone learn to embroider as quickly as you. Your talent in this regard is truly remarkable. Once you return home, I will teach you how to embroider larger items, which will be much more profitable. After you produce more, I will take you to the county town's embroidery shop to sell. The prices there are significantly better than those in the town. Chen Jili listened to the cheerful voices of his mother and the girl beyond the curtain, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. As he gazed at the spring light streaming through the car window, his heart blossomed with vitality. How wonderful it was to be alive. As for the poisoning incident, whether it was an accident or a malicious act, it was unlikely that the truth would ever be uncovered. Henceforth, he would need to be exceedingly cautious. If he were to attend the county school, it would be best to rent a room, living and dining at home. However, who would attend to his daily needs? His mother would likely be unable to leave home, and his younger sister was still too young, making it quite a dilemma. If he sent the girl, it might be inappropriate unless he resolved to accept her as his true wife. Days later, in the afternoon, they arrived at the county town of Hexian. After escorting Chun fuming home, Wu presented numerous gifts to her sister-in-law, for while familial ties were strong, it was best not to delay repaying a debt of gratitude. The couple exchanged many pleasantries before hurrying home with their 2 children. Chen Jili had recovered from the poison and regained his appetite, despite the fatigue from travel. He felt relatively well. In the evening, they arrived home. Chen Futsai's family was having dinner when Ji Xing, noticing the return of his uncle's carriage, shouted, "Father, mother, uncle's carriage is back." Chen Futsai jumped up. These past few days, he and his wife had been too anxious to work, hardly able to sleep soundly, fearing for their nephew's safety. The entire family rushed next door. Upon entering the courtyard, they all breathed a sigh of relief, for all 4 passengers had returned safely. Zhili smiled warmly at them, his complexion still pale, yet markedly better than before, when he had been on the verge of collapse. Elder brother, sister-in-law, has Zhili recovered? Chen Fuqiang and Wu pulled Futsai and his wife aside, insisting that the second couple clarify matters that others could not discuss. Ho geist upon I, who was conversing with Chen Yan in the distance, with an expression that conveyed the complexity of his thoughts. My elder brother and sister-in-law. Who would have thought this child would turn out to be a harbinger of good fortune? The matter of fate is indeed enigmatic. Ultimately, it is our good fortune to have Ji Li, and once he recovers further, we ought to take him to the temple to offer our gratitude to the old abbot. Wu nodded in agreement. I share the same sentiment. I'll turn to head home. Sister-in-law, I will prepare dinner. You all are welcome to join us shortly. Wu, feeling no need for formality, replied, Very well, I shall not hold back. These recent days have truly been tumultuous. Chunyan, please assist with boiling water for washing up. As for you, Zhili, go lie down on the Kong for a while. Pan, do sit for a moment. The journey has been exceedingly arduous. Yuan Pan'er retreated to a small room to set down her bundle. She had no intention of exhausting herself with external matters. Yet the household chores could not be neglected. Having severed ties with her family, she remained uncertain about her status here. In essence, she felt quite alone. Chunyan had caught snippets of conversation between her mother and aunt. Could it be that her elder brother's recovery was indeed due to the medicine given by Sister Pan'er? She resolved to inquire with her mother later. If true, she would treat Sister Pan'er kindly in the future. As for the question of being a sister-in-law, that was beyond her purview. That evening, after the family had dined, Chunyan entered her parents' room. Mother, has my elder brother truly recovered because of the medicine from Sister Pan'er? Wu was taken aback, glancing at her husband. Chen Fuqiang quickly waved his hand. Not me. I did not say anything. Chunyan rolled her eyes. Mother, your conversation with Annie was hardly discreet. I was not far off. Can I not hear? Wu sighed, acknowledging that her sister-in-law's voice was indeed rather loud. She reminded herself to ensure that such matters remained confidential. She then explained to her daughter, Chunyan, you are now 11 years old, a young lady. Your father and I have no intention of hiding the truth from you. But this matter must remain private. We shall simply say it was the physician from the capital who cured him. Otherwise, the Yuan family would surely cause a scene upon discovering the true value of these medicines. Would we not then be forced to sell our land to appease them? Chunyan furrowed her brow. If you have confided in me, do you think I am foolish? Our family is hardly affluent. And if my brother does not favor Sister Pan'er, what are your plans for her? Wu was momentarily taken aback, realizing her daughter had grown quite perceptive. These matters were indeed settled in their hearts. Your father and I are weary. You should return and rest. Remember to keep your lips sealed. Once her daughter departed, Wu turned to her husband. Dear, we have been anxious about Ji Li's ailment. Now that the poison has been resolved, only the slow process of recovery remains. You mentioned that Pan'er's household registration has been transferred from the Yuan family, yet we have yet to formalize her status with the authorities. This matter may be delayed for a few days, but we cannot allow Pan'er to become an undocumented resident. Chen Fuqiang was typically decisive in all matters. Yet he hesitated regarding his son's situation. He had but one son and one daughter, both of whom he indulged. However, if a hierarchy were to be established, there was no question that none could surpass the son's position in his heart. After all, the continuation of the family line ultimately relied upon his son. My dear wife, I am not devoid of conscience. The old doctor has made it abundantly clear regarding our son's condition. Without the young lady's medicine, he can only be temporarily stabilized, and that will not last long, perhaps a year or so at best. There is no greater debt than that of saving a life, and this girl is quite admirable. I genuinely wish to have her as our Chen family's daughter-in-law. After all, she is already with us. It would not be a great burden to raise her as a child bride for 3 years, and after that, we could consummate their union. If our son were to marry a daughter of some scholar or noble, what benefit would that bring us? The old adage rings true. One should marry high and give their daughter to someone of lower status. Having a daughter-in-law of high birth would only mean that we, her in-laws, would have to bow to her whims, which is unnecessary. My dear husband, I do not desire such a union. Consider the situation with the Wang family, how they were before, and how we had to plead for their daughter as hand afterward. I have seen through the fade of those literary families. We are but simple villagers. There is no advantage in trying to climb the social ladder. Our son has benefited from their kindness, but he will inevitably owe a debt to his wife's family, and that could lead to complications. In a couple of days, let's discuss with our son the possibility of registering the young lady's household near his name. If he is truly unwilling, we could change her surname to Yuan and list her under our family, just as we have done with Chen Yin, treating her as our own daughter. Chen Fuqiang nodded and reclined back onto the Kong, feeling utterly exhausted from the emotional roller coaster of recent days. Seeing her husband close his eyes to rest, Wu prepared their belongings by the light of the oil lamp, planning to bring 2 bolts of cotton cloth to her sister-in-law the following day. Knowing that they had caused her family some concern recently, she felt the weight of her purse, heavy with coins, and her heart brimmed with satisfaction. She had anticipated depleting their savings and having to borrow from her cousin, yet to her surprise, their son had recovered, and they still had 22 taels left after purchasing ample fabric, which had also allowed her to repay some of her cousin's kindness. She tucked away 2 taels into her purse and concealed the remainder in the Kong cabinet. With her son's health restored, he would need to resume his studies, which would require funds. However, she was not daunted. Starting tomorrow, she planned to teach the 2 children to embroider, creating larger pieces that could yield several taels of profit each month. Yuan Pan'er lay on the Kong, gazing at the moonlight streaming through the window. The moonlight was enchanting. It was now the 20th of May, and a month and a half had passed since she entered the Chen household in early April. In her previous life, her household registration had been recorded under the name of a foster daughter in the Chen family, and it seemed this time would follow a similar path. She glanced at her small hand illuminated by the moonlight. At 13, she was still quite young. Establishing her own household would be difficult, as it was typically reserved for those without family, often widows. Thus, it would be prudent to remain with the Chens for another year and a half. After all, they would still rely on her to assist old Dr. Gu in September. In 2 days, after Chen Fuqiang finished the farm work, he and his wife entered their son's room after dinner. Their son's complexion had improved significantly since their return, and he was now able to stroll about the yard. The villagers were well aware that they had gone to the capital to seek treatment for their son, and in the past few days, many had come bearing gifts of eggs and even hens. "Father, mother, please sit. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chen Fuqiang glanced at his wife and decided it was his turn to speak. "Zhili, this pertains to the household registration of Pan'er. When she came to our family in early April, her registration was also transferred here. It is temporarily under our name, but it has not been officially recorded at the government office. To be frank, Pan'er is not yet considered a true member of our family, and this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Last night, I discussed this with your mother. After all, your life was saved by others, and the gratitude for that is immense. The girl is not without merit. If she is raised well, she could prove to be an asset, ideally by your side. However, as your parents, we have only you as our son. If you truly feel unwilling and believe she is unworthy of you, we can change her surname to Chen and raise her as our own daughter, ultimately marrying her off like Chen Yin. But should we take this route? It would solidify the situation, and any future regret would tarnish Pan'er's reputation and reflect poorly on you, given that she occupies the position of the original spouse. Chen Zhili bowed his head in contemplation, remaining silent for a considerable time. "Father, mother, please allow her registration to be placed beside mine. Regardless, she was brought into our family. The matter of auspiciousness is known to several nearby villages, and if I regard her as a sister, many will inevitably speak of it in the future. However, she is still quite young, so we shall refrain from discussing this matter with her for now. Perhaps in a couple of years, we will revisit this topic. The examination on August 12th is not feasible for me this year. Even if I force myself to attend, my performance would likely suffer. I will instead stay home to study and recuperate, planning to attend the county school in August. As for inquiries from others, it is best to remain silent for the time being. I am perplexed by this poison. I truly cannot fathom who would wish me harm. I have never offended anyone, and I am merely a humble student. What merit do I possess to warrant such a rare poison aimed at me? Yet our family lacks power and influence, making it impossible to investigate this matter, which ultimately remains an unsolvable mystery. I can only tread carefully in life. The courtyard examination occurs every 3 years, and next year will be another examination year. Thus, I shall have a greater chance if I wait until the following year to take the test. Of course, there exists another possibility that I am simply unfortunate and inadvertently exposed to the poison. Perhaps it inadvertently found its way into my bowl. I share this analysis with you, but the events have passed and need not weigh heavily on our hearts. The couple felt a shared sense of unease. Gili, when you return to the county school, your mother will accompany your sister. We shall rent a small house near the academy, with food and drinks sourced from our home. During the day, aside from cooking, I will engage both of them in embroidery work, and we shall earn some money. Chen Fuqiang responded, "It seems quite feasible. Your second uncle has long desired to send Ji Wen and Ji Xing to the county school. The local schoolmaster's health is deteriorating. It may not even be operational next year. Ji Wen nearly passed the provincial examination this year, and all hopes rest upon him. Ji Xing's academic performance is not remarkable. He might cease his studies after 2 years. And as a farming household, we can scarcely afford to support 2 scholars, let alone 1. There are only 2 schools in town. The other is affiliated with Wang Shuoyan's new in-laws, and the Chen family would naturally not attend there. Mrs. Wu sighed, your second uncle's family cannot compete with our income. My sister-in-law does not embroider, leaving us with no other source of income. How much can farming yield? Frankly, over the years, I have supported them both overtly and covertly. However, assistance can only go so far. As time progresses, the financial burden of education intensifies. Ji Wen is well-behaved, and Ji Xing also seeks their favor. But it is beyond our means to support 3 children's education. Very well, I shall discuss this matter with your aunt. Perhaps we could allow those 2 brothers to go as well, alleviating your second uncle from the daily to and fro, which consumes much of his time. Mother, how can father manage alone at home? Why can't he? When your aunt is not busy, she can come and stay for a while, allowing me a respite. During the busy seasons at home, it would be beneficial for both you and Chunyin to reside in the city. Since the son has promised, we must look forward to Wan'er becoming a daughter-in-law. Living in the city is acceptable, especially with Chunyin present. Chun Jili felt a faint blush rise to his cheeks and fell silent. Most of the pressing work in the fields has been completed. The remaining tasks can be handled by Chen Fuqiang alone. Both brothers are diligent, having planted crops in every nook and cranny. Aside from occasionally purchasing some meat, their sustenance primarily comes from their own produce. In the spring hills, they can find additional food. Anything in excess can be dried and stored in cloth bags, hung from the beams for winter. As the winters in Qingzhou are harsh and arrive early, by October it is already quite cold. Wuxia avoids going out unless necessary, not out of laziness, but because needlework demands the care of her hands. The income from selling embroidered goods surpasses the entirety of the family's earnings. And that is no jest. Chunyin, still young, struggles to contain her impatience. Yet their mother has stated that whatever she and Wan'er embroider belongs to them. They may deduct the costs of materials, which has prompted her to take their work seriously, if only for the sake of the money involved. Wan'er is different. She gradually reveals her innate talent for embroidery, showing improvement each day. Not only is her work exquisite, but her speed is remarkable, earning Wuxer's increasing admiration. Chen Fuqiang quietly registered Wan'er in the town, officially recognizing her as Chen Jili's wife. When he presented the household registration to his son, the mother observed his lack of expression and, after a glance, handed it to her. Mother, please keep this safe. My health has improved greatly these days. I wish to venture to the county town to purchase some paper and pens, and perhaps visit the bookshop to see if there are any good texts to copy. Both spouses understood that by copying a quality book from the shop, they could save on purchasing costs by making an additional copy for themselves. For scholars, books are exceedingly costly. However, not everyone can earn such money. Jiwen can barely copy simple texts like the 3-character classic or the 100 family surnames, which yield meager returns and are of little use to him. Zhili possesses an admirable penmanship and has been copying text for the bookshop for 2 years. More than half of the family's bookshelf consists of his own transcriptions. Very well, I happen to have embroidered quite a few small items with Wanda these days. I should pay a visit to the embroidery shop to take on more work. Let's go tomorrow. Husband, I will take the opportunity to discuss the county academy with my sister-in-law today. If we are truly going, we must be mentally prepared. That evening, upon Wu Shi broaching the subject, Chen Fu and his wife promptly consented. The journey to study in town is lengthy, and the daily commute is troublesome. Moreover, the instruction there is subpar. Attending the county academy incurs only a slight increase in tuition, and the two families can share a rental, making it a feasible temporary arrangement. Hao sighed, expressing a deep desire for their child to reside with their elder brother, as it would afford them the opportunity to seek guidance whenever necessary. However, both he and his wife felt their limitations acutely. They could perhaps only afford for Ji Xing to pursue another year of education. The thought weighed heavily on his heart, causing a palpable gloom to descend upon both their faces. Chen Fuqiang, unable to utter more than a sigh, recognized the harsh reality that while he would gladly assist his nephew in times of need, his own financial situation was hardly robust. Their household income was modest, primarily derived from his wife's labor in embroidery, a craft that strained the eyes and, over time, could prove detrimental to one's vision. Otherwise, their son would not have been compelled to hastily transcribe texts 2 years prior. Sister-in-law, let us refrain from discussing these matters with the children for now. There may be alternative solutions. In the city, one can sell almost anything. Once our household is less occupied, you might occasionally stay in the city as well. Hao nodded in agreement. Eldest sister-in-law, your household has 1 child of propriety, while mine has 2. After August, the domestic chores will diminish significantly. We can take turns attending to the children in the city, while the brothers can alternate dining at each other's homes. Early in the morning, Chen Fuqiang hurriedly drove the mule cart, taking his family towards the county town. Wu, his wife, insisted on laying down bedding in the cart, insisting that their son lie down and rest. Chen Jilai, however, expressed that he was perfectly fine and had no need for rest. Their purpose for this trip to the county town was to have their son examined by his cousin, taking precautions to avoid any major issues. A curtain hung in the middle of the cart, and Chen Yan lay on the other side, although she wished to explore the county town. The early hour made it difficult for her to bear. 4 days prior, her husband had gone to the town office to register their daughter, Pan'er, in the Chen family household. Since then, Wu had been even kinder to Pan'er. On this return trip, she planned to gradually teach her the art of embroidery, despite still being somewhat unfamiliar with it herself. Nonetheless, she possessed a basic understanding, and it was essential that the skill be passed down. Chunyan, being a bit too playful, would have to wait a couple of years for her sister-in-law to teach her. Today, she also brought a considerable amount of vegetables for her cousin, and she would need to rely on him to assist with the rental of a house. Renting too early would not be beneficial, so they could commence preparations around mid-July. Chen Jilai listened to his sister converse with Pan'er through the fabric curtain. Over the past few days, it seemed that the girl had grown noticeably healthier, gaining some weight and no longer appearing so small and dark. Occasionally, he would deliberately seek her out for conversations, yet for reasons unknown, she would deliberately avoid him. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Although their parents had not yet informed her about the household registration, he reasoned that it was because she was young. Discussing it now would only lead to awkwardness. It was perhaps better to treat her as a sister for the time being. But could she not understand the situation? Why was it that only the Chun family came into play? As the cart jostled along, the curtain occasionally fluttered, revealing Pan'er's feet. Chen Jilai felt a flush of embarrassment. Although she was still young, her feet were rather large. With June approaching, her shoes, likely a gift from their mother upon her arrival, had become somewhat worn. He wondered if their mother would think to buy her a pair of summer shoes, but it would be too late for any last-minute preparations. The climate in Qingzhou was quite harsh. It became hot in June, and by October, the cold was unbearable, making it less than ideal for a comfortable life. The three women chatted and laughed together, and before long, an hour had passed. Chen Fuqiang wore a smile throughout the journey, finding this 10-day period to be the most pleasant he had experienced in 2 months. His son was gradually becoming healthier, able to eat and sleep well, his complexion becoming rosy. The family still had over 20 taels of silver saved, with no debts to speak of. And even a daughter-in-law was now in the picture. Observing his son's furtive glances at the girl, he chuckled silently. He decided not to mention this to his wife, as she might hesitate to bring the girl to the city, fearing it would detract from their son's studies. He believed that there was nothing wrong with such matters. Many pursued education after marriage. During the day, they were in the academy, so it wouldn't have much of an impact. He was quite satisfied with the girl. She was diligent, often found reading books, and even practiced writing in the dirt with twigs. His wife noted that she had learned embroidery in less than 2 months and was already proficient, surpassing Chun Yin, who had studied for a year. She truly was a clever girl. Upon reaching the city gate, Chen Fuqiang halted the cart, deciding against bringing the mule into the city. He would store it nearby, where it cost just 5 won for 2 hours, which also included a meal for the mule. Within 2 hours, everything was prepared. "Dear wife, it's time to disembark," he announced. Wu lifted the curtain to take a look, and indeed they had arrived. Time seemed to fly by amidst the laughter and chatter. The 4 women disembarked, while Chen Fuqiang neatly rolled up the bedding and stowed it in the bench cabinet, then hoisted the basket of vegetables onto his back and led the mule cart into storage. He was quite familiar with this place, and the shopkeeper had become accustomed to him. Even after some time had passed, no extra charges were incurred. Entering the city cost 1 won per person, but there was no fee for leaving. Wu paid 5 won and began to lead her daughter inside, but Chun Yin tugged at her mother's sleeve. Wu raised her head, feeling quite unfortunate. What a bothersome encounter so early in the morning. She intentionally, albeit subtly, positioned herself in front of her son. Chun Jilin pretended not to notice. Yet a bitter feeling lingered in his heart. Just 2 months prior, they had shared mutual affection, but a calamity had altered everything. His household registration now bore the name of his deceased wife, and she was betrothed to another. Wang Shiwulian had accompanied her mother to the county town for shopping, and the moment she stepped through the city gate, she spotted him. The young girl beside him must be the one intended to bring him good fortune. A few days ago, upon hearing he was unharmed, she had wept with a mix of joy and sorrow. She was relieved he was safe. Yet her heart felt detached from him now. In early April, the Chen family had come to seek her hand in marriage, and although she was inclined to accept, having cherished him for several years, fear gripped her heart. What if something were to go awry? She was just 15. What would her future hold? In a moment of impulsiveness, she had let slip the chance to be with the most precious person in her life. Had there been no engagement, perhaps there would have been room for reconciliation. After all, her suitor was the son of a scholar in the town, preparing for the examinations in August. Yet in terms of education, he could hardly compare to Chen Jilin. Madame Wang noticed her daughter's unease and soon spotted the Chen family. She sighed inwardly, wishing she had known that a remedy could be found. Marrying Shiwulian off to bring him good fortune would have secured their family's position with the Chens for a lifetime. However, the circumstances had been dire. Even her husband, who had held a fondness for that young man, had retreated. She couldn't bear the thought of her 15-year-old daughter, raised with such care and beauty, becoming a widow at such a young age. Nevertheless, the Yu family was also respectable. That young man was educated, and his father was a scholar, making them a suitable match. Wang Shiwulian halted in her tracks, her mother tugging at her, but to no avail. Frustrated, she turned as the Chun family approached. "Mr. and Mrs. Jilin, you have also come to the county town today?" Wu harbored deep resentment towards this duplicitous woman, but chose not to confront her. After all, it wouldn't do to ignore them simply because they hadn't agreed to let her daughter bring good fortune to their son. "Madame Wang, you are also in town? Our family is here as well. I won't disturb you further. Please carry on." Wang Shiwulian gazed at her beloved with enchanting eyes. Though he appeared slightly thinner, it did nothing to diminish his graceful demeanor. Yu Tongsheng could hardly compare to Chen Jilin in charm. Chen Jilin lowered his gaze, offering a slight nod to Madame Wang before silently moving past them. Madame Wang watched the departing Chen family, then glanced at her daughter, whose eyes were now red-rimmed with emotion. Let me tell you, the Yu family is not inferior to the Chen family. Their circumstances are considerably better. Besides, you are already engaged. This little girl intended to bring good fortune is of no consequence. Your father would never allow you to break the engagement. He's a man of great pride. Mother, why can't I? Do you not yet comprehend the extent of my father's admiration for brother Zhili? How could you Tongsheng possibly compare to him? In every aspect, he falls short. Mother, I implore you to assist me. Foolish child, it cannot be done. That Yu Xiaocai is not someone to be trifled with. Your father is still in his 30s and aspires to attain the status of scholar. Should his reputation be tarnished, all would be in vain. Xuelian, heed your mother's counsel and remain devoted to Yu Yifei. Under no circumstances should you seek Chen Li in secret again. In recent days, Pan'er has nurtured a longing within her heart, hoping that the Chen family would treat her with greater kindness. Even Chen Li has softened somewhat, occasionally engaging her in conversation, observing the situation. It seems that the Chen family is grateful for the miraculous medicine she provided. However, perhaps she has indulged in a touch of self-deception. To her surprise, Wang Shuolian has taken the initiative to converse with the Chen family, and her aunt has reciprocated. Could it be that the good horse yearns to return to old pastures? After all, if both the gentleman and the lady harbor feelings for each other, might it not be feasible? Nevertheless, in her previous life, it appears that Wang Shuolian married into the scholar's family. Whether her life turned out well thereafter is a question she has never pursued. She is aware that the entire Chen family later relocated to the county town. But beyond that, she has refrained from inquiring further. Others know, but do not share with her, presumably out of respect for their own circumstances. Alas, with the path to Chenjili closed, she still has alternative routes to traverse, marrying Wang Qishan or establishing herself as an independent woman, taking a step-by-step approach. A sense of relief washed over Pan'er, and the slightest pang of bitterness dissipated like the wind. As much as Chen Yin once cherished Wang Shuolian at this moment, she harbors an equal measure of disdain for her audacity. Did she not hastily rush out with her mother and the matchmaker? Did she not eagerly secure an engagement? Given this, should she not maintain her distance from the Chen family? How audacious to approach and greet them. And now, she wishes to seek out her brother? How preposterous! For a moment, the atmosphere among the Chen family members grew stiflingly silent. My dear, I shall accompany Ji Li to the clinic to check on our cousin, and then we will visit the bookshop. You take the two maidens to the embroidery workshop and later procure some meat and ribs. Let us meet at the city gate in an hour, Wu Shi remarked. She nodded in agreement. Husband, please discuss with our cousin the matter of renting a house near the county school for mid to late July. It need not be grand, but it should have at least 3 rooms, a well, and a courtyard. I understand, Zhili replied. Let's be off. Chun Fu Chong intended to visit the woodworking shop to see if he could take on some small carving jobs. With the spring sewing nearly completed, his younger brother could assist with the lighter tasks. Having learned the craft of carving from a solitary elder in the village, he is not exceptionally skilled, unable to handle intricate work, yet he can manage general tasks, earning around 7 or 8 taels of silver a year, which constitutes a significant source of income for his family. Chun Li exchanged a quick greeting with his mother and cast a fleeting glance at Pan'er. Surely, she must be aware of the Wang family. Why then does she not raise her eyes? Is she merely indifferent or truly unconcerned? A sense of dissatisfaction stirred within him. At 13, she is not so young, and many girls in the village marry at 14 or 15. Does she not feel the slightest worry with her husband being pursued? Indeed pursued. Having studied at the Wang family's private school since the age of 7, and having entered the county school last year after passing the examination, he could discern her intentions from a single gesture. Does she wish to turn back? Yet he dismisses the thought. Was lost signifies that it was never meant to be. If it were otherwise, how could it have been so easily forsaken? Next to his household registration, there is already a notation regarding his deceased wife. Understanding etiquette, father takes you to the medical hall first. The vegetables are too heavy, and you must first deliver them to your uncle. Wait for me at the bookstore. I'll go to Uncle Who's to see if I can find some work. Understood. Father. Deep down, he is reluctant for his father to take on carving work, as the earnings are meager, and it only leads to the wear and tear of his hands. Whether it is his father's carving or his mother's embroidery, it either injures the hands or strains the eyes. Currently, he barely copies some texts, striving to minimize expenditures on books and ink, leaving him with little else he can do. Moreover, his second uncle's two younger brothers are studying, and their family lacks financial resources. His parents must contribute some support. He is aware of the Liao embroidery workshop. In her past life, she had visited this place numerous times. The female proprietor is quite amiable, and the prices are fair. Across from it is a larger embroidery shop, which she has never visited, but her previous life's demise was intricately linked to that establishment. In this lifetime, she vows never to associate with that shop. Madame Wu is well acquainted with this shop, visiting once a month or occasionally every 2 months. Madame Wu, you have come. It has been quite some time since we last met. Is your household busy? Liao Madame greets her with a warm smile. Madame Wu replies cheerfully, nothing of great significance. Just the bustling season of spring. I have brought some small items today. Take a look. My 2 maids have also done some embroidery. Please calculate separately for them. Pan'er, Yan'er, great Aunt Liao. Pan'er, Chen both call out Aunt Liao. Oh my, both girls are charming. Madame Wu, you are truly blessed to have such wonderful daughters and a son who can read. Madame Wu does not clarify that one of the girls is indeed her daughter-in-law. They have not disclosed their household registration to Pan'er, and it is undeniable that the couple harbors some small hopes. Should their son fall for a girl from another family in the future, there would still be room for maneuver. Pan'er is still young and will be raised as a daughter for now. Madame Wu, these are all small items, yet they are beautifully embroidered. I will charge 15 won for the handkerchiefs and 1 tael of silver for the pair of pillowcases, totaling 1 tael and 225 won. Pan'er has embroidered 16 handkerchiefs, which are also quite good. I will give 10 won for each. A few of these are worth less than 10 won, and I can offer 12 won for the remainder, totaling 160 won. For Yan'er, 10 handkerchiefs. I will give 100 won. All right, I shall heed Aunt Liao's words. I have informed the 2 girls that I do not wish to take their earnings. They shall manage their own capital from now on. Liao Madam chuckles. You, as a mother, are quite generous. Very well, Pan'er, Yan'er. You may take as many plain handkerchiefs as you wish and account separately with your mother. Pan'er confidently states, Aunt Liao, please prepare 20 plain handkerchiefs and a pair of pillowcase fabric for me. Seeing that the girl's embroidery is indeed commendable, Liao Madam agrees that a standard pillowcase is within her capabilities. The plain handkerchiefs are 3 for 2, and the pillowcases are 51 for a pair. She also requests some embroidery thread, which Liao Madam graciously offers for free, providing a generous amount. Pan'er receives what is her first earnings in this life, 81. Chen, aware of her worth, requests 20 plain handkerchiefs and receives a clean 71, along with the embroidery thread that Aunt Liao gifted her. She felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. 71 was indeed a considerable sum. If she exerted herself a bit more next month and embroidered all 20 pieces, it would amount to quite a significant total over the course of a year. The 3 of them exited the embroidery workshop and headed straight for the market. Aunt, I'll carry the basket. You will need to purchase some items shortly. All right, I shall buy some large bones and perhaps 2 pig stomachs as well. They are inexpensive and quite delicious. I will also procure some pork belly. Julie does not favor fatty meat. Chen pursed her lips. Mother only thinks of brother. I enjoy fatty meat. How delightful it is, with the rich oil bursting forth with each bite. Mrs. Wu chuckled. What of your brother? He is a boy after all, and will be your support in the future. Besides, whenever we buy pork belly, you certainly eat more than he does. Chen laughed as well, pleased that her brother had recovered from his illness. She relished teasing her mother, though in truth, her mother was entirely correct. Boys were inherently more valuable than girls. What use is a good appearance? Mrs. Wu, well acquainted with the local market, visited a meat stall to purchase large bones, pig intestines, along with 2 pounds of lard and 2 pounds of pork belly. The lard and meat were priced at 15 won per pound. The large bones were inexpensive at 3 won each, while the pig intestines were a bit pricier at 15 won apiece. Although the intestines lacked fat, they were renowned for their ability to nourish the body when steamed with a young chicken. With the weather warming, she hesitated to buy in excess, especially since her son's health required gentle nurturing rather than excessive supplementation. Spring Yin led Pan'er to a small stall adorned with a plain cloth showcasing a variety of colorful fabric flowers. Spring Yin examined each bloom with great affection, unable to part with any. In Pan'er's eyes, the flowers were unremarkable, asserting that she could create something far superior. In her previous life, she had crafted flowers from leftover materials for Zhu Yango, yielding a modest profit each month. "How much for these?" Spring Yin inquired, having taken a liking to 2 blossoms, intending to gift one to Pan'er as a token of gratitude for her assistance to her brother. Their mother had discreetly informed her that the medicine Pan'er provided was worth 25 taels. Good heavens! She felt pained even at the thought of giving Yuan's family 15 taels. 25 taels was an astronomical sum. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Their mother had said that the old family friend in the capital deemed her brother's ailment insurmountable without this particular medicine. In essence, Pan'er had saved her brother, and consequently, her entire family. Thus, a gift was indeed warranted. "Dear girl, each flower is 10 won. If you buy 2, it will be 15 won, not a copper less." Spring Yin considered this and realized it was a fair price, having purchased similar flowers before. She willingly bought both, one in crimson and the other in pink. After paying, she handed the crimson flower to Pan'er, saying, "This one is for you. Thank you for everything. I am aware of the situation." The young girl accepted the flower and rushed towards her mother, who was standing in front of a bun shop. Pan'er tucked the flower into her embrace. She readily accepted gifts from Spring Yin, for once she opened her heart to someone, she remained genuine and straightforward, devoid of ulterior motives. When departing from the Chen family in her past life, she had felt a deep attachment to this sister. Spring Yin was distinctly different in nature from Yuan Meizi. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wu purchased 5 meat buns, one for each person, totaling 10 won, while a laborer in the countryside would earn no more than 21 for a day's hard work. Reflecting on this, she ordered 5 more steamed buns, which were sizable and priced at 1 won each, ensuring that her family could dine without the need to frequent restaurants. They had brought along a water pouch, and every bit saved counted. Knowledge of practical skills is not inferior to literary knowledge. After all, she was merely a child of under 10. What could she possibly do left at home too early? Regardless, she wished to support her child in pursuing education for a few more years, as even a small bookkeeping position in the county town would be respectable in the future. "Mother, I bought 2 flowers and gave one to Pan'er." Mrs. Wu affectionately patted her daughter's head, recognizing Spring Yan's deep sense of sentiment. "Now that you've shared the news, let us leave the city. The time is nearly upon us. Pan'er, do you have anything else to purchase?" Yuan Pan'er shook her head. She had no further needs, and besides, she had only 81 in her pocket. The 36 taels she possessed from selling medicine were her unwavering foundation for survival. The duration of her stay with the Chen family was uncertain. Once Chen Julia became engaged, her position there would become untenable. Saving money was of utmost importance. The walk to the city gate took merely a quarter of an hour. Pan'er gazed upwards, noting that the sunlight today was neither harsh nor brilliant, shrouded in a slight haze, and it was still early, well before noon. We did not dare to continue wandering the streets. With items in hand, she pondered the futility of aimless strolling. Acquiring goods required silver, and there was nothing indispensable to purchase at home. Chen Yin, with empty hands and a light frame, trailed behind her mother and sister Pan'er, gazing curiously at her surroundings. She realized the necessity of diligently honing her embroidery skills. With money, she could procure what she desired, but without it, everything remained out of reach. Chen Julia had obtained a law book with annotations from the bookstore. In the current era of the Dian dynasty, the imperial examinations placed great emphasis on such texts. This particular book, even in its handwritten form, would cost no less than 5 taels of silver, while copying it would yield a mere 1 tael and 5. Although he wasn't attending the academy at present with determination, he could still manage to copy 1 book a month to keep 1 for himself, thus earning both money and knowledge. The paper and ink for copying were provided freely, but he would need to purchase the additional materials himself, and it was prudent not to do so openly, as that would overtly signal his intention to copy another book. While he was aware of the situation, it was best to keep such matters discreet. After securing the book and materials, Chen exited the bookstore, glancing at the time, anticipating his father's arrival. "Julia, how is your health? Why not rest at home a bit longer?" A familiar voice called out. Chen expression darkened. "There is no need for Miss Wang to concern herself. I am quite well, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Wang Shulian stepped closer. "Must it be this way, Julia? You know my feelings for you, even without my mother's intervention. Please, Miss Wang, tread carefully with your words. I'm already betrothed, and you two have made your own arrangements. Further discussion is futile. I would appreciate it if you could maintain your distance in the future. Can one truly consider such an arrangement as marriage? It is but a temporary measure." Chen Juliet chose not to linger, making his way towards the Hu family workshop. Wang Shulian stood there in disbelief, pondering how things had come to this. Had not Julia once held a fondness for her? This brief interlude could simply be erased. Everything could be started anew. That girl could easily be dismissed with a bit of silver, and while the Yu family presented some complications, as long as Julia agreed, her father would not object, especially since he held Julia's future in high regard, rather than that of Yu Tongshan. Wang Shulian felt a tumult within her heart, yet managed to regain her composure. Previously, she had erred. If Julia needed to vent his frustrations, so be it. Once it was out, all would be well. In the vicinity of Shushi Town, Wang Shulian was considered a remarkable catch, beautiful, literate, skilled in embroidery, and with a father who was a scholar. Scholars were a rarity in any town, and many were already elderly. Her father was merely in his 30s. With a couple more attempts, he might still succeed in the examinations, elevating her to the status of a scholar's daughter. "Shulian, you foolish girl, what brings you here? I merely stepped away to purchase something, and upon turning my back, you vanished. What are you doing here?" Mrs. Wang surveyed the area and spotted the bookstore. "Are you searching for that lad? Have you lost your mind? Yu Tongsheng is also studying at the county school. If he were to see you, would your father still have any face left? Mother, feel free to raise your voice. Even louder if you wish. What does it matter? I sent it just to let many people know. They know I am still seeking Chen July." "Mrs. Wang lowered her voice, saying, "Do not act recklessly. That incident has already wounded the hearts of the Chen family. Today, merely extending a greeting is but a matter of formality. No one is obliged to marry their daughter to someone whose fate is yet uncertain. Thus, she cannot blame me. However, to reapply would be unacceptable, as it would be akin to rubbing your parents' faces in the dirt. Even if it were done, you could never be with that lad. Conversely, how does the Yu family fall short compared to the Chen family? One is a genuine villager, while the other is from a scholar's family in town. What use is good looks to either of them? Can they be eaten or drunk?" Upon returning from the county town, Wu and her two daughters devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the art of embroidery. The daily meals were primarily prepared by Pan'er and Chunyan, while Wu managed other chores, such as laundry. They entirely disregarded the labor in the fields. Fortunately, the agricultural season had calmed. All necessary crops had been sown. Chen Fuqiang entrusted the tasks of irrigation and weeding to his younger brother, while he himself engaged in the craft of carving. During the slack farming season, he took on simple carving jobs at the Hu family workshop in the county town, earning a modest sum, perhaps 7 or 8 taels of silver over several months, requiring long hours of toil. Such earnings were deemed trivial by those adept at making money. They were laborious, filthy, and detrimental to the hands, yet for villagers, it constituted a significant income. Chen Fuqiang's younger brother worked diligently throughout the year, and, after deducting essential expenses, he was left with only 5 or 6 taels of silver, while a family with ample labor could hope to retain a maximum of 10 taels. The two brothers shared a strong bond, always striving to assist each other. Both Chen Fuqiang and his wife possessed skills that, under normal circumstances, would yield an annual surplus of 20 taels, even after expenses. However, with their eldest son attending the county academy, the costs escalated significantly. The tuition alone amounted to 2 taels, which was not excessive, but additional expenses soared. Daily meals, stationery, ink, paper, and books were particularly costly, along with clothing and other necessities, summing up to at least 7 or 8 taels. should they pursue the provincial examinations. They would require a companion for the journey, and the total expenses, including travel and lodging, would easily exceed 15 taels. The recent illness, or rather, the poisoning incident, had drained them of over 100 taels, with the sole remedy, an aged ginseng, costing several dozen taels. Without Pan'er's medicinal aid, they would have exhausted their remaining 22 taels and incurred substantial debts, with uncertain prospect for recovery. Consequently, the Chen family, including Chen Yin, treated Pan'er with utmost kindness. Any earnings from her embroidery would typically be commandeered by other families, for what expenses did food, clothing, and shelter entail. Pan'er was well aware of this reality. However, having endured considerable hardships in her previous life, she placed great value on money. She believed that even if everyone abandoned her, as long as she possessed silver, she could survive and ultimately thrive. The notion of having a thick skin seemed inconsequential to her. Yet, she reciprocated the kindness shown to her with diligence, preparing meals that the Chen family relished. She took it upon herself to cook 3 meals daily, a simple task in a farming household, and ensured that both the interior and exterior of the home were kept immaculate. There remained one aspect that eluded her comprehension. In her previous life, her cooking was merely average. Since awakening from that fateful night, having dreamt through the entirety of her brief existence, she referred to that life as her past. Even now, she grappled with whether it was indeed a dream or a former life. Yet, she chose to dismiss such ponderings, attributing her circumstances to divine compassion. Shortly after that night, she arrived at the Chen household, and to her astonishment, her cooking surpassed her own expectations. The same ingredients prepared by her aunt did not yield half the flavor of her dishes, and even her typically skilled second aunt fell short in comparison. The same applied to her embroidery work. Had it not been for her deliberate concealment, she would have been able to complete her work swiftly and excellently. Indeed, in her dreams, she had spent 6 years perfecting embroidery and had also mastered the Chen family stitching technique, showcasing her remarkable skill. However, the swiftness of her work contrasted with its quality in an ineffable manner. She could not articulate it. Yet there was an undeniable sensation that her hands had become much more adept. "Brother, we have braised chicken. Oh, it smells divine. Just the aroma makes my mouth water." Chen Yin approached with a large bowl wrapped in a cloth. Chen Jili took it from her, saying, "If you want some, Chen Yin, just grab a bowl, and I'll serve you a portion." Chen Yin shook her head. "Brother, you eat." Sister Pan'er is simmering bone broth, adding flour dumplings to it, which is also quite delicious. I will surely miss her when she goes out. Her hands are truly skilled. Go out? Where could she be going? Chen Jili pondered, somewhat perplexed. Surely she wasn't heading to the embroidery workshop again? It had only been 10 days since their return to the county, and his mother typically delivered goods once a month. Chen Yin rolled her eyes at him. "What do you mean by going out? Sister Pan'er is already 13. She cannot marry for at least 3 more years. You are not truly involved with her." With that, she turned on her heel and exited the room. Chen Jili shook his head. His marital status was already recorded under his wife's name. What more could be deemed real? He refrained from informing his parents about Pan'er, simply considering her tender age of 13, and decided to treat her as a daughter for the time being, to spare everyone any awkwardness in the same household. A couple of days later, as Chen Yin was sweeping the courtyard, a young girl's voice called from the entrance, "I'm looking for my sister. Could you please open the door? My name is Yuan Maisie." Chen Yin recalled the severance letter her mother had mentioned. She was advised not to engage with anyone from the Yuan family, as the severance had been documented when they went to the town office for household registration. The Yuan family had been quite ruthless. When Pan'er married, they had withheld all her belongings, leaving her with merely an old spring dress. Chen Yin raised her chin defiantly. "There is no sister here. I want to open the door. You may leave," Yuan Maisie replied, her voice tinged with grievance. "How can there be no sister? She clearly married over 2 months ago, and I am her only sister. She cares for me dearly." Chen Yin hesitated, uncertain. The Yuan parents were one thing, but would Pan'er acknowledge her sister? She hurried inside, where her mother was teaching Pan'er to paint floral patterns. "Mother, there is a girl named Yuan Maisie outside who wishes to come in, but I did not open the door. Will she glänzt Pan'er?" Pan'er's expression darkened. "Aunt, Since the day they signed that severance letter, I no longer have any ties with them. I will not see them. What does it matter if I see one or not? Wu Shi felt an indescribable unease in her heart. If the girl were to meet her sister, she would perceive her as lacking resolve. Yet, Pan'er's resolute dismissal made Wu Shi feel a twinge of hardness in her heart. Pan'er understood that they might judge her as callous, but she truly wished to sever all ties with her maternal family. If relations were to be restored, would she not be bound to serve them in the future? After all, Chen did not regard her favorably, and ultimately, she would have to leave the Chen family. Aunt Chunyan, it is not that I am heartless. Before I came to your home, I overheard my parents discussing the matter. They mentioned that severing ties could yield an additional 5 taels of silver, and in due time, wouldn't it all be forgotten? Moreover, once we retrieve the person from the Chen family, we shall receive another betrothal gift, essentially selling me once more. Pan'er lifted her gaze. Her eyes were the most enchanting, glistening like a wounded fawn, stirring a surge of emotion in the eyes of Madame Wu and her daughter. Do not fear, my dear. You are now a member of the Chen family, and I shall assist you in sending her away. To proclaim the intention of sending someone back, even before their arrival, is akin to cursing her family's son. How cruel of you, Yuan Posey. Such words should not be uttered, even within the confines of one's home. Wu, in a fit of anger, stormed out the door. In the west room, Chen Li had intended to step out and observe the commotion, but upon witnessing his mother's demeanor, he hastily shut the door again. Very well in such a household. Perhaps it is for the best if Pan'er chooses not to remain. You are too heartless. Upon exiting, Wu noticed a young girl standing at the gate, gazing around curiously. If her memory served her correctly, the Yuan family had another daughter 3 years younger than Pan'er, roughly the same age as Chunyan. The girl before her was nearly as tall as Pan'er had been 2 months prior, fair-skinned with a plump face. Though her clothing was not particularly fine, it was still considered respectable in the village. The girl's round face bore little resemblance to Pan'er's delicate features. Perhaps she had inherited traits from both her father and mother. Pan'er had only recently begun to fill out a bit, gaining some height and flesh on her face and body. Was it possible for 2 daughters in one family to be raised so differently? Yuan Meizi noticed the village chief's wife silently scrutinizing her without uttering a word. Aunt, I am Meizi, here to find my sister Pan'er. Wu initially did not wish to be cruel to the young girl, but the thought of the Yuan matroness words about reclaiming her daughter to remarry ignited her fury. While it was one thing to scold her, cursing her son was entirely unacceptable. Go back, your sister is not here. Yuan Meizi blinked her round eyes in surprise. Aunt, my sister came to your house over 2 months ago. How could she not be here? Did your mother send you? Go back and tell her that after accepting my Chen family silver, she wrote a letter severing ties and now wishes to act as if nothing has happened and visit relatives? How absurd. Inform your mother that the severance letter has been filed at the government office, and if she wishes to break the contract, she must pay 10-fold in compensation. Now leave and do not return. Aunt, I miss my sister. Let us at least meet. I know nothing of my mother's affairs. Wu glared. Do you not understand what I am saying? Do not return. Yuan Meizi pouted. Aunt, your son still has the imperial examinations to prepare for. How can this severance be good for him? Wu felt a surge of annoyance. This girl, despite her youth, was quite clever, using her son's studies as leverage. What would she be like in a few years? Would her cunning not be comparable to a sieve? Such a sister and such a maternal family. Perhaps it was for the best that Pan'er did not acknowledge them. Leave now, or I shall strike you. Yuan Meizi was taken aback. The village chief's wife was formidable, even more so than her own mother, and she felt a twinge of fear. Initially, she had hoped to enter the Chen household and stay, thinking that even if she could not remain today, returning multiple times would suffice. Over time, she could learn embroidery from the village chief's wife, whose skills were renowned far and wide. In 3 years, who could say that her brother, Li, might not take notice of her? Her sister was dark, thin, and short. Everyone knew she was the lesser of the two. What man would forsake beauty for the sake of ugliness? Aunt, are you truly so heartless? Wu was both amused and infuriated, though the girl was small. Her words and expressions were astute and calculating. Not inclined to let her stay, she glanced around and spotted a broom nearby. Seizing it, she waved it in the air, only to find the girl had already fled. Chen Yan approached. Mother, has she left? Yes, Chen Yan. In the future, should you encounter this girl, do not engage her in conversation. She is quite shrewd and has many cunning thoughts. Spring Yin whispered, she and Sister Pan are biological sisters. Mother, do you think Sister Pan is also a remarkable person? No, your Sister Pan is kind-hearted, which is why she is bullied in her own home. You should treat her well and learn embroidery and cooking from her. Spring Yin pouted, Mother, haven't I been fierce enough these past 10 days? But I just can't learn as quickly as she does. I surely won't master her culinary skills. You haven't even started learning to cook. Right now, you're just tending the fire. How can you be certain you won't learn? Mother, let it be. Your cooking isn't that great, and Father's is even worse. All right, I won't say anything more. He. Wu looked at her daughter, who was laughing and running, and couldn't help but smile as well. The early peach tree in the corner of the yard was laden with fruit. In a few days, they would be ripe for eating. Though the peaches were not particularly large, they were crisp and flavorful. The sunlight bathed the farmhouse courtyard and warmed Wu, bringing a comforting sensation. Upon returning to the main room, she said to Pan, it's fine if you don't want to recognize your maternal family. That girl is younger than you, but quite sharp-witted. Just as you mentioned, once you acknowledge one, you become a family. What was the point of severing ties before? In the future, they may not even come. If they do, your aunt can handle it. Thank you, Aunt. It had been a little over half a month since their return to the capital, and she wished to venture into the mountains to gather medicinal herbs. Ideally, she would find a dozen varieties. Not only was it costly to visit the medical hall, but it was also quite inconvenient. The 100 poisons pill could neutralize most toxins, and she felt uneasy without even one on her person. Aunt, I plan to go to the mountains tomorrow. The honeysuckle flowers are at their best during this season. If I gather some and dry them to make flower tea, the whole family can benefit, relieving heat and detoxifying. Even Ji Li would find it beneficial. Wu hesitated. Honeysuckle flowers? Did your old master mention them? Did he say they would be good for Ji Li? Pan nodded. They're best consumed in summer. They clear heat and detoxify and have many benefits. I don't remember all the details, but they say it's good for decent people to drink. All right, tomorrow I'll accompany you. Be sure to pick plenty. Naturally, she would gather anything beneficial for her son. Her cousin had mentioned that these flowers could be sold, though their value was not substantial. At noon, Chun Fuqiang emerged from the rear courtyard's extra room, having heard from his wife about the arrival of the young girl. Wu still harbored some concern. Husband, do you think the severing of ties will affect Ji Li? Chen Fuqiang scoffed. Such a family not recognizing him would be better for Ji Li. Otherwise, if their son were to excel in high school, having such a mother-in-law and sister-in-law would not bode well. Do not worry. The severing of ties was not initiated by us. Furthermore, the official documents have been archived. It is a clean break. This sort of matter is most sensitive to being revisited. I understand. Pan also insists she will never acknowledge them. She said, if I recognize one today, another tomorrow, what does severing ties even mean? She reiterated Pan's words to her husband. Chen Fuqiang's expression darkened immediately. His son was his lifeblood, and such words were akin to a curse. Ji Li's mother would find no favor with the Yuan family in the future, regardless of who came. Was it not written in the severance document? If the Yuan family were to renege, they would owe tenfold compensation. If they offered an additional 5 taels, that would amount to 50 taels. Did his family possess such wealth? Would they be willing to part with it? Lower your voice. Such a person would not part with 5 taels. As for his father, I pondered that it was indeed wise not to mention the matter of temporarily settling the household registration to Pan'er. The two families remain unequal at heart, and I dread the thought of our son being ensnared in future troubles. Chen Fuqiang remained silent. His son undoubtedly deserves better. Yet, without the maid's medicine this time, his very life would be in jeopardy. How can we even contemplate the future? Should the household registration be placed under the daughter-in-law's name? Any attempt to retract, it would only lead to divorce. Even if a secondary dowry were provided, it would still be a second marriage, no matter how one looks at it. It weighs heavily on one's conscience. The arrival of Yuan Meizi was anticipated by Pan'er. In her previous life, she had also come at this time, but upon meeting Yuan Meizi, the latter had returned once more, even taking a flower that Wu Shi had purchased for her. Half a month later, her mother and younger sister followed. Although Wu Shi had treated her well, her mother's behavior was utterly disgraceful, taking and consuming everything, which soured the Chen family's attitude towards her significantly, until she saved the old doctor who ultimately alleviated Chen Ji Li's lingering affliction. Even when the doctor she summoned rescued Chen Ji Li, and despite her improved appearance thereafter, neither Chen Ji Li nor his family harbored any desire to retain her. Consequently, she was given 10 taels for her maternal family, quietly receiving another 10 for herself, thus severing the bond of gratitude between the Chen family and her. Now, Maisie had returned again. From the moment she awoke from her dream, she had endeavored to avoid the repetition of past sufferings. If she were to relive it all, what would be the purpose of living? If her aunt was willing to assist her in rising above, she could hardly wish for more. If all else failed, certain matters would need to be meticulously prepared this year. Marriage was still a distant prospect. She was far too young. Even should she seek out Wang Chishan, he might not be inclined, as he himself was only 15. Thus, it would be prudent to inquire about women's affairs, although her understanding of such matters was still rather limited. The following morning, Wu Shi took Pan'er and Chunyan up the mountain. Hao Shi had also intended to join, but she was preoccupied with the desire to plant more vegetables, wishing to cultivate an abundance to sustain them, drawing any excess for their journey to the county town, where they would need little beyond meat. Early June on the mountain meant that wild vegetables were no longer edible, and the truly consumable fruits were still sparse. Qinjia village was neither large nor small, comprising 30 to 40 households and over 300 individuals, with only a few families of mixed surnames, one of which belonged to Wang Chishan. The brothers' residence lay at the back of the village, nestled against the western mountain. The old patriarch had chosen this plot for its spaciousness, allowing both families to create a large courtyard, providing ample space for various arrangements, along with a vegetable garden. With a stove alight, one could swiftly gather vegetables from the garden, enjoying both convenience and tranquility, far superior to the hustle of the village center. Now, the three of them ventured to the back mountain to gather honeysuckle flowers, bypassing the village and taking a small path directly to the rear. Pan'er glanced at a solitary courtyard at the foot of the eastern mountain, which belonged to Wang the hunter and was distant from the village, rarely frequented by others. It appeared that he would be leaving next year. She had never inquired about his exact plans, knowing he would be gone for several years. During the year, he returned. They had encountered each other several times on the road to the county town, and she had even hitched a ride on his mule cart, which had sparked a connection between them. In truth, she knew little about him. She sought the comfort of mutual reliance, appreciating their comparable ages and his lack of disdain for her being in her 20s without a suitor and her status as a second marriage. Pan'er, Chunyan, let us search here. I recall that there are some. Do not venture too far inside. Aunt, let Chunyan stay close behind you. I will check over there. Not straying too far. Be cautious of your footing. In the dense patches of thatch, use a stick to prod gently. Understood? Regardless of how many we find, we shall wait here for the span of an hour. Acknowledged, Aunt. The shadow of Pan'er has quickly faded away. When Chunyan ascended the mountain, she was filled with enthusiasm. But now, confronted by the vast expanse of thatch, she hesitates to take a step. The mountain harbors all manner of crawling creatures, and she finds herself regretting her decision to venture here. Although Pan'er has limited knowledge of herbs, she recognizes several essential ingredients for the Baiduden, especially those few that even the old master could not identify. They're all present in this back mountain. The hour swiftly passes. She has located 7 out of the 12 herbs, a commendable achievement. She has searched this area thoroughly for the remaining 5, but alas, they remain elusive. If it comes to it, she can always procure them from the apothecary in town next time. The Chen family's courtyard is spacious. Once back home, she can dry the herbs anywhere, then grind them into powder and roll them into pills. Simply finding a dozen types of herbs is insufficient. The quantities and the order of their combination are of utmost importance. Thus, even the most skilled physician's guesses would be of little use. Some herbs, when combined, transform into entirely different remedies. She recalls the old doctor teaching her the formula meticulously, demonstrating how to roll the mixture into pills before her eyes. After just one attempt, she had nearly mastered it. By the second time, her results mirrored his exactly. She remembers the old doctor asking if she would be willing to follow him. She shook her head, pondering the futility of a young woman learning medicine. What good would it do? She would not be able to assist others in their diagnoses. And without the prospect of earning money, she was disinclined. Yet, in the end, she did earn a fair amount, though it did not bring her the good fortune she had hoped for. In this life, if the old doctor were to ask her again, should all other paths prove fruitless, would she consider accompanying him? At least he would provide her with a place to settle and make a living. The Valley of Herbs, indeed. The Valley of Herbs. If she had a place to call home, the question of marriage would be inconsequential. Pan'er shouldered her basket. Though she had not gathered many honeysuckle flowers, she had not come for that purpose. Upon arriving at the designated spot, Wu Shi was already waiting there with Chen Yin. "Aunt, I haven't gathered much," she admitted somewhat sheepishly. Chen Yin chuckled. "My mother and I have collected quite a bit. If only we could venture further. There is a large bush ahead, but alas, time is up. The honeysuckle must be dried promptly, or it will spoil. Let us hurry home. This is sufficient. Enough for tea. Earning money through embroidery is far quicker. It is best to minimize our trips to the mountain, as risking injury is not worth the trouble." Wu Shi examined her hand, noting a new scratch. Overall, she fared well, for her greatest fear was losing her ability to embroider. The task of drying the herbs fell to Pan'er, coincidentally aligning with her own collection. Chen Li observed the young girl bustling about through the bedroom window. Finding it curious, he was a discerning and rational individual, initially drawn to Wang Shiwilian by her beauty, which set her apart from the ordinary village girls. He was also comforted by the knowledge of her family background, as her father was his own mentor, hailing from a scholarly lineage. After this incident, he realized that despite his previous infatuation with Wang Shiwilian, he could remain indifferent. They had been enamored with each other for over a year, perhaps longer. What then? Did their past feelings signify? Were they not as worthless as the wind? At present, this young girl's household registration is listed under the name of his legitimate wife. The once invisible Yuan Pan'er has unexpectedly begun to capture his attention with every move she makes. One could only say that he is a person who places great importance on family. This young girl has now officially become a member of his family. Unbeknownst to Pan'er, someone is watching her. After finishing her medicinal preparations, she straightened her back, suddenly stunned, and hastily pressed her thighs together. This sensation was all too familiar. How could something that had only arrived at the tender age of 14 come so early now? Perhaps it was due to the delightful meals she had enjoyed over the past couple of months. With a flushed face, Pan'er briskly made her way to her chamber. However, finding herself devoid of any items, she could only catch her aunt passing through the front courtyard and, with her head bowed and cheeks rosy, quietly recounted the matter. The path to prosperity is often fraught with unexpected avenues. Wu, with a playful smile, reassured, "Do not fear. Every woman experiences this. I merely assumed you would have reached at least the age of 15 before encountering it." She then added, "Very well. I shall lend you 2 of the old ones to begin with, and this afternoon, I will take the time to teach you how to create new ones." With her head bowed, Pan'er acquiesced. In her previous life, she had possessed this knowledge for several years and was well aware of the process, though she refrained from voicing it. The impoverished relied on plant ash, while the affluent had already transitioned to cotton, discarding it after a single use without washing. Wu soon approached, presenting her with a small package, whispering instructions in her ear on how to use it. This intimate act caused Pan'er's cheeks to flush crimson. Observing her, Wu chuckled, noticing the girl had become considerably fairer. Upon closer inspection, her delicate features were indeed quite charming. Yet, she still needed time to mature. With the arrival of her monthly cycle, a girl's body begins to develop rapidly, changing month by month. Once her aunt departed, Pan'er secured the door, changed her attire, and donned the item, feeling genuinely uncomfortable. Wu was in high spirits, believing that an early onset of womanhood indicated fewer complications in future childbirth. With only one son, her family would naturally benefit from more grandchildren. She could even envision her little grandson calling her grandma. "Oh dear, I am getting ahead of myself," she mused. Instead, she decided to prepare a bowl of red sugar eggs for the girl, knowing that with a mother-in-law like her, Pan'er would surely be pleased. "Mother, why are you making red sugar eggs? Are they for my brother?" Though Spring Swallow felt a pang of envy, she never competed with her brother for food. They are for your sister Pan'er, Wu replied. Why? If they are not for my brother, I would like one too. I shall prepare one for you as well. Wu softly assured her daughter. At 11, Spring Swallow understood these matters well enough. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly scampered away, her little bottom wiggling. How mortifying! In the evening, Wu observed Pan'er gathering honeysuckle flowers and approached to assist her. The flowers appeared wilted, but after a day or two of drying, they could be preserved for future use. Oh, what is this? Did you gather it, Pan'er? Pan'er's heart raced as she realized the herbs had lost their original form, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Aunt, these are ones I collected. The last time I visited the apothecary, I saw someone selling these 2 herbs and thought to gather some to try selling in the county next time. If successful, it could also be a means of earning money. Wu's eyes lit up. She was indifferent, but her sister-in-law's family truly needed funds. But what use are these 2? She inquired. Aunt, the honeysuckle flowers I collected today can also be sold, and the autumn mountain daisies are valuable too. If we truly wish to gather herbs for sale, we could ask Cousin to sketch a few types of herbs to collect. There are not many herbalists around here, which may prove more lucrative than laboring in the fields. Wu nodded vigorously. Very well. I shall speak to your uncle about this at dinner. At the end of the month, we will sell the embroidered goods in the county, and your uncle will be delivering supplies. If we can gather herbs, he need not toil with the carving work, which is quite hard on his hands. When this matter was broached at the dinner table, Chen Fuqiang was momentarily taken aback. Wife, do you believe we can gather herbs? We do not even recognize them. Yuan Pan'er mentioned that she was acquainted with several medicinal herbs. She suggested that later, he could borrow a herbal book from his cousin or perhaps sketch a few commonly harvested herbs, which might assist his uncle's family in finding a profitable venture. There was a sliver of possibility, yet Ji Xing ought to study for a couple more years. He must not solely focus on literary knowledge, as the brothers should not lag too far behind each other. Chen Fuqiang nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was reluctant to part with Ji Xing, who was a good boy, diligently carving from dawn to dusk, wishing to aid his family as much as possible. However, assistance was not a sustainable solution. Earning one's own keep was the true principle. Chun Jilin cast a glance at the young girl across from him, surprised by her cleverness. My dear, if foraging for herbs truly proves fruitful, you need not carve anymore. It can be quite taxing on one's hands. Chen Fuqiang chuckled. Country folk are not so delicate. Eventually, I will carve at home. Gathering herbs cannot be a year-round endeavor. I plan to purchase some badger oil from that lad at Wang the Hunter's household. It would be beneficial for you all. Wu nodded. If so, do buy some extra. That child is pitiable. Since Wang the Hunter's demise, he is left all alone, and he must be around 15 now, right? I recall he is the same age as Jilin. How unfortunate for him to shoulder such burdens at such a tender age. Uncle, can one truly establish a household at 15? Certainly, one can establish a household at 15. Even at 13, it is feasible. What then for those whose parents have passed early? Uncle, what about girls? Can a girl establish a household at 13? I am uncertain about that. Our village has yet to witness a girl establishing a household at such an age. Child, why do you inquire about this? I was merely curious. Chen Jilin smirked slightly. The girl was not merely curious. Her maternal family had already severed ties, clearly indicating her desire for an escape route. She displayed considerable audacity. Having entered someone else's home, she still lacked a sense of self-awareness, truly believing she had become a daughter in that household. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, the moonlight graced the windowsill, marking the middle of June. Yuan Pan'er fervently pondered her life. She returned home at 14 and lived until 22. Reflecting on the differences over those 8 years. After a long while, she sighed. In her previous life, she was ensnared in that small county, trapped at home, engaged in embroidery, visiting the county town merely once a month at her own behest, and even then, only to procure threads and materials, fearing she might not even make it to the county town otherwise. Those 8 years seemed uneventful, yet she recalled that in the year she returned home. At this very time, 2 neighboring prefectures were afflicted by flooding, causing food prices to skyrocket, multiplying several times over. Anything edible was in demand and at a premium. Many families awaited the autumn harvest, having sold their surplus grain beforehand, leading to devastating losses. The Yuan family, however, had no grain to sell, barely scraping by. Fortunately, she had brought back a substantial amount of silver, and with monthly earnings, they managed to remain safe and sound. The Chen family presumably had an ample supply of grain. Suddenly, she sat up straight. This matter warranted careful consideration. She possessed over 30 taels of silver, which could potentially increase by a few more taels by the following year, allowing for substantial gains from the ebb and flow of income. With over 100 taels in hand, what would she have to fear? Even if it came to purchasing a husband to join her household, it would be feasible. There would be no need to trumpet it abroad, proclaiming, "My husband was purchased." Who would be any the wiser? With a slight curl of her lips, Pan'er felt a sense of self-satisfaction. Being alone was of little consequence. For as long as she possessed wealth, she could thrive splendidly. However, it was prudent not to offend the Chen family. It was best to part amicably. Before leaving, assisting in establishing a female household would be ideal, and if a monetary gift could be arranged, that would be even better. Reflecting on Chen Jili, sharing a table for meals had become rather awkward, as he never glanced in her direction nor engaged her in conversation. She endured the discomfort, deciding to postpone any confrontation until the following year. She needed to ponder what other matters lingered from those years. Meanwhile, Chen Jili had succumbed to slumber, dreaming of reclining on a warm bed with a woman of graceful stature. A small child nestled beside them. The woman possessed exquisite features and a soft, melodious voice, whispering sweet laughter. Their mutual attraction ignited swiftly, spiraling into an uncontrollable fervor. Suddenly, Chen Jili felt a chill below, his handsome face flushed with embarrassment. How could he have dreamt such a thing? Engaging with a woman? That woman bore an uncanny resemblance to that young girl, albeit fairer and more beautiful. Madness, sheer madness. Chen Jili rose under the moonlight, discreetly adjusting his undergarments. As the month drew to a close, the much-anticipated medicinal herbs for Pan'er were finally complete, awaiting only the grinding into powder and subsequent shaping into pills. She selected 4 varieties, having gathered more than enough, and intended to make no more than a mere 10 pills, sufficient to keep on hand for unforeseen circumstances. After 3 years, their efficacy would diminish significantly, rendering excess unnecessary. Selling them was out of the question. One must maintain a certain moral integrity. This month, she had embroidered 20 handkerchiefs and a pair of pillowcases, amounting to over a tael of silver. New York N was envious, having managed only a dozen handkerchiefs, barely completing them in time. How could one possess such deft hands? Pan'er had only been learning embroidery for just under 3 months, and even then, it was nearly 3 months. WSH was filled with astonishment. While her daughter was neither swift nor skilled in embroidery, Pan'er appeared to be born for this craft. In just a few months, her skills nearly rivaled her own. WSH had taught her every stitch she could, save for the intricate Chen family techniques, which were far too complex for her to master. She planned to teach those after the summer, as Pan'er would eventually become a bride of the Chen family. Who else could she impart this knowledge to? With only one son? WSH herself had learned from her mother-in-law, as no one in the W family possessed such skills. Reflecting upon her own family, she sighed. Pan'er had effectively been a child bride, and her own situation was hardly better. She had entered the Chen household at 14, while her husband was merely 15 at the time. 2 years later, they consummated their marriage, all for the sake of securing a bride price to treat her mother's illness. The money was spent, and her mother was gone. Now, the household was run by her sister-in-law, and while it was not entirely unfavorable, it was certainly unremarkable. She returned home only once a year, and during this recent illness, she had not even informed her family. The journey was not particularly long. Leaving early in the morning would allow her to return by evening. Yet, the household was no longer just her father and elder brother and sister-in-law, but also included a stepmother and a younger brother in his teens. Pan'er, tomorrow marks the end of the month. Come with me to the county town to deliver the goods and see if the medical hall requires any of those herbs. If they do after the summer harvest, we shall have more time to explore the mountains together with your brothers, her mother suggested. Pan'er nodded in agreement. Indeed, once they received payment, she would ensure each brother received a piece of cotton cloth for summer shirts, as every bit counted. Daily meals required expenses. Mama, that UNM easy has come again, along with another woman claiming to be PNR's mother. I think they don't resemble PNR at all. New York N burst into the room. PNR felt a stir of curiosity. She truly did not resemble any member of the UN family. Her father had a round face. Her mother possessed high cheekbones. Her elder brother and younger brother took after their mother, while Easy mirrored their father. Yet, PNR had a slender, oval face. However, she could not be an adopted child. The midwife was from the village, and everyone knew when she was born. WSH sighed. I shall go take a look. The ties have been severed, yet they persist in coming. Aunt, I will accompany you, New York N offered. Without a word, WSH stepped outside. If this girl continued to linger with the UN family, she would have to reconsider the match. Her son aspired to a scholarly career. Such connections were inappropriate. Subsequently, she discreetly inquired about the UN family's reputation, which was indeed rather poor. Yuan Posey is particularly relentless when it comes to matters of propriety, often stirring up trouble without cause. The men of the Yuan family lack assertiveness, embodying the archetype of a well-meaning but indolent individual. Most household tasks fall to the eldest son, who is merely 17, while the younger son and daughter exhibit a similar lack of diligence. Of course, the issue of Pan Yao has not been broached. Pan'er followed Wu Shi out, while Chen darted to a small room in the backyard where her father was engaged in carving. As for her brother, he was of little consequence, still not fully recovered. Wu Shi halted at the entrance of the courtyard. This woman was clearly not one to be trifled with. Those with high cheekbones seldom possess a gentle temperament. What brings you to my home, Yuan family? Wu Shi smirked. In-laws, please refrain from calling me that. When we arranged for Pan'er to marry, it was agreed that my Chen family would provide you with 15 taels of silver, and you would present a letter severing the engagement, complete with the imprints of your entire family. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Su Shi wiped away non-existent tears. Madam Village Head, at that time your son was not in good health, and I could not bear to witness it, thinking perhaps it would mend with time. Look, Pan'er has not been married long, and your son is well again. My son sought the treatment of an esteemed physician in the capital. What does this have to do with you? The letter of severance was proposed by your family, not ours. It explicitly states that if you were to renege, you would owe us tenfold the silver, which amounts to 50 taels. I have already submitted the severance letter to the authorities. Su Shi raised her voice. Ultimately, it was my daughter who brought your son back to health, yet you repay kindness with malice. Are you not afraid I will cause a scene at the county school? I am not afraid. Go ahead and try, replied Chen Fuqiang, his expression composed as he approached. Chen Jilin followed closely behind him. You proposed the severance letter yourselves and accepted the silver. Now you act as if nothing has occurred. Is that plausible? I have already filed it with the authorities. Su Shi, still somewhat intimidated by the village head, turned to her daughter, Pan'er. How can you be so heartless? I have raised you for over a decade. Can you truly deny me like this? Pan'er scoffed. You raised me for over a decade? I recall standing on a stool to cook at the age of 5 or 6, laboring in the fields and on the mountains. What task was I not made to undertake? Furthermore, you exchanged me for 15 taels of silver, which has long been repaid. By the way, Aunt Yuan, am I truly your biological daughter? I have been told by others that I am not your flesh and blood. Su Shi panicked. What nonsense are you speaking? How could you not be my own? The midwife is from the village. Everyone knows this. Then let us establish paternity through blood. Not here, but at the authorities. Let the county magistrate confirm it in person. Before she could finish, Su Shi dragged her younger daughter away, berating her as they left. Ungrateful wretch. I had intended to bring you warm clothing. And this is how you repay me? To claim I am not your true mother? Had I known you would turn out this way, I would have discarded you in the latrine at birth. The members of the Chen family gazed at Pan'er, who smiled wryly. I simply bear no resemblance to anyone in the Yuan family, and they have treated me so poorly. No matter my efforts, I could never earn their favor. I thought to test them. Given their reaction, perhaps I truly am an abandoned child. Wu sighed, pondering that whether born or adopted, such families would be better off severed. Given today's uproar, I estimate they will not return anytime soon. Over time, the future remains uncertain. This woman is nothing but a scoundrel. Yuan Meizi, having distanced herself, is now utterly befuddled. Her mind is entirely consumed by the handsome visage of Chen Jilin. If she were a couple of years older, perhaps she too could have been a source of joy. Why must fortune favor Yuan Pan'er instead? Mother, what did sister mean just now? Did she imply that she is not of maternal descent? With a sharp slap, Su struck, expressing her disdain for such worthless beings, declaring there was not a single good one among them. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Yuan Meizi, having received a resounding slap, began to cry in distress. Are these truly medicines? Pan'er wished to no longer dwell on such thoughts. The Yuan family had once again sought her out, and the Chen family likely wished to part with her even more. Chen Ji had recovered. With a bit more time, he would fully regain his former self, ready to sit for the scholar's examination next year, and perhaps even attract the attention of the county magistrate's daughter in the future. What did she possess? Early the next morning, Chen Fuqiang took his family to the county town. It was time to harvest the rice, and the sweet potatoes in the fields also needed gathering. July was both the hottest and the busiest month. Chen Ji no longer permitted his mother to lay down bedding or draw the curtains. There were only 4 of them in the cart, his mother, his sister, and what could be considered his wife, all part of the same family. Why draw the curtains? Ji, his mother said, remind your father to discuss the rental arrangement with your uncle. It would be best to finalize it by late July, allowing us to save half a month's rent. Chunyin glanced at her attire. Mother, if we're going to the city next month, could you please make me another summer shirt? This one has become a bit small. It's acceptable for the village, but hardly suitable for the city. Wuxia cast a quick look at her. I think it's perfectly fine, not a single patch on it. You're growing quickly, and if I make you something now, you won't be able to wear it next year. Pan'er noticed Chunyin pouting. Chunyin, I submitted my embroidery today. I will get a piece of fabric for each person. Chunyin's face brightened. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I want pink fabric. A pink dress would look the best. Wuxia chuckled. Why should you spend your money? I simply believe Chunyin's clothes are still wearable. Aunt, I embroidered a pillowcase today. Buying some fabric is still viable. For the 5 of us, we each need a piece of fabric, and when we return, I will help you make it. Very well. Aunt will graciously accept your kind offer. For 5 people, we will need nearly 2 bolts of fabric, costing around 600 won. However, your embroidery now appears quite good. The shopkeeper should not offer a low price. Chen Ji gazed out of the cart, listening to her conversation with his mother. She even thought to buy herself a piece of fabric. If she were truly sensible, she would know to make her own clothes by hand. Though it was summer, he was still a scholar, and he thought he ought to have a scholaress robe made. Suddenly, he recalled the dream from that night, and his cheeks flushed. Upon reaching the city gate, Chen Fuqiang drove the mule cart directly into the city. 5 won for 5 people. Just the cart alone cost 5 won, which felt quite extravagant. However, they were carrying baskets of vegetables and wooden carvings, which were rather heavy. It was fortunate that their son could walk. How could he bear such a load? My dear, let's first visit the medical hall to see if we can procure any medicinal herbs, then have Ji examined. Afterward, you can head to the Hu family, while Ji visits the bookshop, and I will take the 2 maidens to the embroidery workshop. Wuxia said with a laugh, It seems we are all busy today. Chen Fuqiang smiled in agreement. That sounds feasible. Once we part ways, we shall each attend to our own matters, and let us reconvene at the city gate in an hour. A quarter of an hour later, the mule cart halted at the entrance of the Huichun Hall. Chunyin, your father has tied up the mule. You stay in the cart and keep watch. We will be out shortly. Chunyin nodded with a smile. What would they do inside the medical hall? What kind of fabric would she purchase? Did she truly want pink? Perhaps a tender green would also be lovely for summer. Fuqiang, you have arrived? As Chen fuming prepared to step outside with his medical kit, he unexpectedly encountered the Fuqiang family. Cousin, I am here to examine Ji. Are you heading out now? Chen fuming turned back and said, Come with me. I will check on Ji. He appears to be in good spirits. He settled himself at a table in a corner of the clinic. Please have a seat. Ji, extend your hand for me to examine. Only then did Chen Ji find the opportunity to call out, Uncle. After a brief examination, Chen fuming remarked, Fuqiang, my brother-in-law, Ji is indeed recovering well. The medicine from the esteemed practitioner works wonders, clearing everything in just 1 dose. Both Fuqiang and his wife broke into smiles. Although they had observed their son's gradual improvement, hearing it from the doctor's lips was a different matter altogether. Wu Shi retrieved a handful of herbs from her basket and asked, "Cousin, can you examine these? Will the clinic accept them?" Chen, fuming, took a look and replied, "Lingzi, Xionghuang, Chuang Xinlian, Lin Xiao. How did you come to recognize these herbs? They are indeed medicinal." Wu Shi explained. Banner mentioned seeing these for sale in the capital and picked some to show you. If the clinic is interested, my younger brother and I can venture into the mountains to gather more. He intends to keep Ji Xing at home. Chen, fuming, responded, "It is challenging enough to support 2 scholars, let alone him. Fuqiang, the clinic typically does not accept herbs from individual gatherers, but since I am here, I can make an exception. However, these alone will not yield much profit. I will provide you with a herbal compendium. You may refer to it for gathering, but do remember that the book is due back in 2 months. If we can make use of them, that would be splendid. Cousin, regarding the rental situation I mentioned last time, it would be best to secure a place within the next fortnight. Zhili wishes to come to the county school in early August. Next year is the examination year, and he must put in extra effort. However, we are reluctant to have him dine at the academy again, given the recent events." "Very well, I shall fetch the book for you." Wu Shi interjected, "Cousin, I have brought a basket of vegetables from the market. Spring Yin is watching over them. Should I send them to your home or leave them here?" Wu Shi replied, "Sister-in-law, it feels inappropriate to keep asking for your things. Let us send them to my house. It is a good opportunity to take the basket back, as the last one is still here." Upon exiting the clinic, Wu Shi led her 2 maidservants toward the embroidery workshop. Fuqiang took his son along and soon left him at the entrance of the bookstore, returning to his own affairs, albeit temporarily unable to take on any work. Once the summer harvest was completed, he planned to venture out with his younger brother to seek herbs, striving to ensure that all 3 children could receive an education. Upon arriving at the embroidery workshop, Wu Shi found manager Liao busy with tasks, prompting her to browse the fabrics with her maidservants. Spring Yin examined a pink fabric, then a tender green one, torn between the 2, unable to choose. Banner laughed and said, "Spring Yin, if you cannot decide, I will make you 2 outfits, one for washing and one for wearing." Spring Yin felt embarrassed but was reluctant to refuse. "How could that be? You have summer garments. If you do not wear them this year, they will be too small next year. And please buy Spring Yin an extra outfit, and include a bit of lace when making it, so she can wear it next year as well. It will not cost much, and I shall embroider a pillowcase for you later." Seeing her daughter gaze at her with hopeful eyes, Wu Shi sighed and said, "This time I shall indulge Banner, but no more next time." Spring Yin eagerly nodded in agreement. "Madam Wu, I had a feeling you would be coming by in the next few days." Madame Liao bid farewell to her guests with a cheerful smile, greeting the 2 young maidens who had come today, Pan'er and Chen Yin, if I am not mistaken. "Aunt Liao." Pan'er brought Chen Yin to perform a respectful gesture before the shopkeeper Liao. With a smile, Madame Liao remarked, "It has been a month since we last met, and both of you have become even more charming. Mrs. Wu, how many pieces have you embroidered this time?" Mrs. Wu produced Pan'er's embroidery, saying, "Take a look at this." Madame Liao opened the pillowcase and exclaimed, "Oh my, is this truly embroidered by Pan'er? It is almost on par with your own work. I shall offer you 1 or 2 silver coins for this, at the same price you charged. Consider it an advance investment. I expect to receive Pan'er's future embroideries." Mrs. Wu chuckled. "As long as they sell in the county town, they will surely be for your family. Where her son will go in the future, I cannot say." "Very well. I shall also pay your price for these handkerchiefs. Altogether 1 tael and 300 won." Mrs. Wu took out her own work. She had embroidered a pair of pillowcases this month, while Chunyin had completed 15 handkerchiefs. "Yours is still 1 tael, and Chunyin's is 151. What else do you wish for this time?" "There are a few items I desire." Mrs. Wu pointed to the fabric. "Please give me half a bolt of this blue, and half a bolt of the moon white as well. There is so little cloth left. Kindly fetch me another pair of pillowcases." "Pan'er, can you still embroider pillowcases?" Pan'er nodded, explaining that July's heat was most suited for embroidering handkerchiefs, as they were small and did not cause one to sweat. However, handkerchiefs yielded less profit, and by August and September, she planned to embroider a Kong screen. Also, give each of the 2 maidens 20 plain handkerchiefs. "All right, let me calculate. These materials amount to 721, with pillowcases costing 50 a pair and the handkerchiefs totaling 61. Aunt Liao, I will cover the fabric costs. You can conveniently deduct 801. Madame Liao calculated and confirmed. Indeed, it was exact. She returned half a tael of silver to Pan'er, bundled her goods into a large package, and included a generous amount of embroidery thread. Mrs. Wu's and Chunyin's items were placed together. Chunyin delightedly tucked away her 121. Aside from her initial investment, earning 121 in a month was quite commendable. Pan'er initially considered purchasing some scrap fabric, but decided against it. With embroidery thread still at home, she had planned to move into the city soon and thought it wise to forego additional purchases, only to be gifted some instead. As for the scrap fabric, she would put that aside for now. It seemed prudent to refrain from engaging in the peanut business this year. One cannot expect to eat a whole meal in one bite. The atmosphere was devoid of any disturbance as Chun Ji Li submitted his manuscript, and the shopkeeper expressed his utmost satisfaction. Young Master Chun, I have another excellent book here, slightly thicker than this one. If you copy it for me, I shall offer you 1 tael and 5 cash for your labor. What do you say? Please, kind shopkeeper, let me have a look. The shopkeeper turned to retrieve the book. Should you choose to copy this, utmost meticulousness is required. Upon inspection, Chun Ji Li discovered it was a rare edition of Gu Wan Guanji, annotated by renowned scholars, a book seldom found. Shopkeeper, I accept it. It is indeed quite thick. Shall I still submit it in a month? You may delay it slightly, but not excessively. Very well. The shopkeeper carefully wrapped the book and provided the necessary paper and ink for the copying. Kind shopkeeper, could you also fetch me an extra stack of paper, 2 finer pens, and a small ink box? My sister is learning to write and does not require anything extravagant. The shopkeeper complied, offering a stack of rough-edged paper. This can be used for practice. No charge. Take it for your sister. Young Master Chun, are you truly not planning to take the examination this year? I shall not be participating. I fell ill in spring and have only recently recovered. However, I will return to the county school to study in August. If you have good books available for copying, please reserve them for me. Certainly, young Master Chun. Take care. As Chun Ji Li exited the bookshop, he intended to wait for his father, who was not planning to take on any business today and would arrive shortly. Chen brother, is it you? I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Chun Ji Li smiled faintly. Ah, it is you brother. What a coincidence. The academy has just closed for vacation, and I came to the bookshop to find suitable books. Are you really not taking the examination? There are over 30 candidates for this county exam. Yu Yifei remarked. I shall not be participating. Please excuse me. You may continue with your business. As Chun Ji Li turned to leave, a voice called out from behind. After the examination, I may be getting married. You must come to my house for a celebratory drink, though the specific date is yet to be determined. Congratulations, you brother. Without looking back, Chun Ji Li walked towards the Hu family workshop. He was uncertain if Yu Yifei was aware of the slight history he shared with a certain someone. If he did, then those words might have been deliberate, considering their relationship was barely a year in the making and not particularly close. He found it peculiar that, at this moment, he felt utterly calm, with no turmoil within. Was it merely because the field for his original spouse was already filled? Ji Li, weren't you told to wait right there? Ouch, this is quite heavy. Not long after, he encountered his father. Chun Fuchong expressed his concern. Why did you purchase so many items? You must remember your health is still quite fragile. I believe you should refrain from copying books for the time being. Our family can manage without it. Chun Ji Li chuckled. Copying does not require much mental exertion. Father, the examination is not until next August. I carry no burden in my heart. Copying is akin to memorization, and it is not solely for profit. Chen Fuchong took the items from his son. I understand your desire to assist the family, but your mother and I earn only 20 to 30 taels a year, which is sufficient for our needs and considered quite good in the village. Next, my uncle and I will take some time to collect herbs. Once my uncle becomes familiar with this trade, we shall entrust it to him and his wife, hoping they can manage to support the education of their 2 children. I must say, that girl, Pan'er, is truly remarkable. My only concern is that her maternal family may cause future complications. However, since I have already registered her name alongside mine, I am indifferent to any troubles her family may present, especially since the severance of ties was voluntary and duly recorded at the official office. Chen Fuqiang glanced at his son, noticing his calm demeanor and lack of any expression. Typically, a 15-year-old lad would blush and show signs of embarrassment when discussing such matters. When I proposed to my wife years ago, even alone, the thought of it would have flushed my cheeks for half a day. It appears that his feelings for this girl are rather tepid. I should have a serious conversation with my wife. If my son truly does not harbor any affection, we cannot compel him against his will. While we owe a debt of gratitude, it is not necessary to intertwine it with our son's lifelong happiness. Chen Jili was oblivious to his father's thoughts. Having already resolved to teach that girl and his sister to read and write starting the following day. The new residence of the Yuan family consists of 5 spacious rooms, with an additional 3 smaller rooms on the west side, all enclosed by a substantial courtyard wall. Su Shi stood in the courtyard, increasingly satisfied with their new home. My dear, I could never have dreamed we would acquire such a grand residence, though it did cost us quite a bit, 11 taels of silver. If not reserved for a marriage proposal for Yuan, I would have truly desired to construct a tiled house. That would be something to behold. Yuan Changfa surveyed the house and thought of his daughter, letting out a deep sigh. You should never have insisted on those 5 taels. We could have built 2 fewer rooms or possibly foregone the courtyard altogether. Su Shi pouted. If we hadn't taken those 5 taels, that stubborn girl would have severed ties with us anyway. The more I reflect, the more I believe we made the right choice. We have only saved 3 taels of silver, and now, with 5 spacious rooms built, even if Wuqing marries, it will suffice. The remaining 7 taels will be adequate for Yuan's marriage as well. Wuqing is only 12. When he grows up, and if funds are scarce, we can use plums as a dowry to make up the difference. I am not concerned about Wuqing's dowry. I worry that once both sons marry, children will soon follow. At that point, our household will expand significantly, and our mere 3 or 4 acres of land will be insufficient, especially since none of you 3 possess any skills. Skills? Su Shi's eyes brightened. I heard that Pan'er's mother-in-law excels in embroidery, and with Pan'er's dexterity. If she learns even half of it, she could teach Maisie in the future. Maisie might attract a good match, possibly yielding a substantial dowry, and we could acquire another couple of acres of land. Are you truly being foolish, my dear? We have already severed ties with that daughter and the Chen family, and we have all signed and sealed it. Maisie has visited them. When has she not been turned away? Susi Godimat? Would I genuinely sever ties with such a good family and a scholarly son-in-law? Can a mere 13-year-old girl truly forsake her maternal family? It is merely a fleeting moment of pique. One attempt may not suffice. Thus, a second must be made, and if that fails, a third shall follow. The father and mother shall go, the younger sister shall go. If they cannot succeed, then the elder brother and younger brother shall take their turn. Yet, can that wretched girl endure the trials? The Chen family son desires to partake in the imperial examinations, and those who aspire to that path are most concerned with their reputation. Indeed, we have arranged for silver and drafted a severance letter, but what of it? Is it not ultimately for the sake of ensuring the girl's smooth passage into marriage? In essence, we aim to save a life. Yuan Changfa lowered his head, remaining silent for a considerable time. His wife's actions, apart from betraying their daughter, ultimately stemmed from their own inadequacy. They could not earn substantial wealth. My dear wife, he inquired, I heard from Maisie that Pan'er claims she is not your biological child. What is the truth of this matter? What being biological? Does it matter whether she is my daughter? Are you not aware of the circumstances from the midwife's arrival to the moment the girl was born? You and the old woman were present throughout. The girl simply believes we have been cruel in sending her to bring fortune to others. Hence, she must not be of our blood. What if she is? What value does a girl possess compared to a son? A son can carry on the family line, while raising a girl to adulthood only to be unable to exchange her for a bride price is hardly preferable to having drowned her at birth. Su's voice was sharp and her expression unkind. Yuan Changfa mumbled under his breath, but ultimately remained voiceless. He stood up and surveyed the newly finished house. 2 sons, 1 daughter, and both he and his wife each had their own spacious rooms, a proper hall for receiving guests, and even funds for his sons' marriages. The deed was done. The house was built, and the matchmaker had been invited. To lay blame on his wife, now seemed rather petty. Sue turned to leave with a laundry basket in hand. Head of the household, you need not fret over these matters. It is already early July. Relying solely on one is insufficient. You ought to check the fields and see if the rice can be harvested in a few days. The rice jar at home is nearly empty. And while Wu knows how to gather firewood, Maisie is simply idle. The woman muttered as she walked away. Yuan Changfa intended to call for his youngest daughter, but reconsidered and stepped outside instead. The wild vegetables had also dwindled by this time. What could a 10-year-old girl accomplish? Even if he had a means, he would prefer not to toil outside. Upon Chen Fuqiang's return, he prepared to visit his brother's home. My dear, at this hour. They're likely not at home. It would be better to send Chunyin later to invite their family of 4 for dinner, to prepare a pot of bone soup and stew some beans with meat. Chen Fuqiang agreed, recognizing that it was already mid-afternoon and the 2 boys, recently released from school, were probably out working. The sweet potatoes in the field also needed to be harvested. My dear, I shall check the fields. I estimate we can harvest the rice in 3 to 5 days. Unfortunately, whether rice or sweet potatoes, the yield was modest, barely 2 to 300 pounds per acre. Their 6 acres of land, after taxes, would yield approximately 1,500 pounds a year, which, even with Pan'er included, would suffice for their needs, allowing for a reserve of 5 to 600 pounds. Meanwhile, his brother's 4 acres barely met their needs, and in poor harvest years. It was often his family who had to provide support. Wu smiled brightly in response. With her son's recovery, it felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders, leaving her feeling light and unburdened. The family's savings had dwindled from 100 taels to merely 20. But what of that? The son has survived a significant ordeal and is now able to sit at the table, engrossed in his studies. It is worth noting that just a few days ago, her greatest aspiration was merely for her son to live, regardless of whether he could succeed in the imperial examinations. Chunyin set aside her belongings and hurried into the adjacent room, saying, Pan'er, please make my clothes when you have a moment. I fear my mother will be too busy. During the summer harvest, even her mother must toil in the fields, and this year, the sustenance for both families will undoubtedly be prepared by the 2 of them. Well, it's still early in the afternoon. We can start cutting the fabric, although it won't be as exquisite as what Annie would make. Chunyin's spirits lifted. Your skills are more than sufficient for summer garments. I shall fetch the fabric at once. She paused for a moment, adding, but please do be meticulous. After all, I shall wear in the county. Yuan Pan'er nodded, amused. In this life, she had not spent much time sewing, yet in her previous life, she had done so for 9 years. She intended to showcase her true craftsmanship, confident that even Annie would not be her rival. Indeed, the Chen family of 4 had gone to dig sweet potatoes. In the evening, Chunyin called for them, and they promptly arrived, for there is no need for formality among close relatives. Chen Juan, already 13 and of the same age as Pan'er, was aware of the addition of Yuan Pan'er to the family and had heard from his parents that although a celebration had been arranged, his aunt was preparing to adopt her as a goddaughter rather than as a true daughter-in-law. He felt a pang of injustice for the young girl, but given that his most admired cousin was involved, there was little he could do. His cousin possessed both looks and talents, and it was certain that he could marry any young lady of stature in the future. As they awaited dinner, Ji Wen led Ji Xing into his cousin's room. Mrs. Hao entered the kitchen and settled down. As soon as Chunyin called, my family rushed right over. Mrs. Wu chuckled. There's nothing special to eat. I prepared a medicinal dish for Ji Li and bought some extra meat. Sister-in-law, I summoned you primarily to discuss foraging for herbs. Today, they had consulted Ming Tang, who mentioned that while others' wild herbs were unsuitable, theirs could be harvested. Although summer herbs are scarce, there are plenty in spring and autumn. They even borrowed a book from Ming Tang to learn how to forage throughout the year. Mrs. Hao's eyes sparkled. Sister-in-law, if foraging for herbs can prove profitable, even a few hundred coins a month would be wonderful. That way, neither child would need to drop out of school. By the way, what are Pan'er and Chunyin busy with? Mrs. Wu replied with a smile. Pan'er is helping Chunyin with some fabric. Chunyin is eagerly awaiting her new clothes. She leaned closer to Mrs. Hao and whispered a few words. Mrs. Hao gasped, then exhaled slowly. Goodness, that girl is exceptionally clever. In just 3 months, she can earn over a tael a month? Wouldn't that mean she could recoup her investment in a year? Mrs. Wu quickly glanced outside. Sister-in-law, I am only sharing this with you. Please do not speak of it publicly, or we shall encounter many troubles in the future. I understand, I won't speak of it, replied Mrs. Howe. Sister-in-law, hasn't the severance letter already been written? Why still fear them? That girl seems to be becoming more and more beautiful, and she has grown taller. In a few years, I dare say she will be among the most remarkable in the region. Wu's eyes sparkled with delight, playfully revealing to her sister-in-law that the young girl had begun her monthly cycle. Howe whispered, "No wonder she changes daily. She's grown up now. Her mother bore 2 sons and 2 daughters, so she will likely be quite capable in the future. Sister-in-law, do you not wish to stay and become a daughter-in-law? It would truly be a pity if you did not." However, Wu refrained from mentioning her desire to have Pan'er registered under the name of the virtuous wife. With both children still young, it was best to raise them as daughters for now, leaving future matters for another time. "Sister-in-law, could you assist me by calling for 2 maidservants? At this hour, I cannot manage needlework alone." In the courtyard, Chen Fuqiang recounted the details of his herbal gathering to his younger brother, presenting him with the herbal compendium. "Brother, the illustrations are quite clear and lifelike, yet I can barely recognize half of the names." Chen Fuqiang retorted, "Teaching you to read was akin to feeding you a bitter herb. Now you appreciate the benefits of literacy, do you? I will peruse this book first, and after the summer harvest, I shall take you to the mountains to explore. Once you become familiar, I will carve some items, and you too can handle this endeavor." Cousin Mingtang mentioned that working diligently for a year could yield a good sum, especially if we stumble upon valuable herbs like tianqi. Chen Fucai grew anxious, exclaiming, "How can that be? We must collaborate as brothers. Your carving may bring in some silver, but is far too taxing on your hands." In just 3 days, Pan'er completed 2 summer skirts for Chunyan. Chen Fuqiang forbade Wu from accompanying him to the fields, as their sweet potato patch was only about an acre and the rice harvest was still 10 days away. There was no need to risk damaging her delicate hands. Wu did not press the matter, instead preparing to make a long gown for her son, hoping he would return to school in a revitalized state, ready to face his teacher and classmates. As for the fact that he could not participate in this year's examinations, she took it lightly. Her son was still young, and even if he turned 16 next year and passed the scholar's exam, it would be a considerable honor for their family. "Chunyan, try this on and see if it fits. If it does, I shall embroider small flowers on the cuffs and hem. Too many would detract from its beauty." With a cheerful heart, Chunyan took the 2 skirts into her room. Pan'er worked swiftly, completing the skirts in just 3 days while also tailoring her own garments. "If I cannot be a sister-in-law, being an elder sister is quite delightful." Moments later, Chunyan breezed into Yuan Pan'er's presence. "Elder sister, what do you think?" Chunyan twirled around. "Mother, does it fit well?" Pan'er smiled brightly as she admired Chunyan in her new attire. Wu, gazing at her rosy-cheeked daughter, beamed with joy. "You look splendid. Pan'er has crafted the skirts even better than ready-made garments. If only he could also fashion a scholar's robe for Zhili." Chun Zhili, on his way to the backyard, paused upon hearing this. "Very well, just provide me with the measurements later, and you may use Zhili's old robe as a template." Yuan Pan'er thought nothing of it, recalling that she had always made clothing for the Yuan family. Chun Zhili's lips curled into a smile as he peered through the crack of the door at the young girl across the way. In the span of just 3 months, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Her complexion appeared fairer and more serene, her hair dark and smooth, and she had grown taller. His cheeks flushed, and he slowly retreated to his desk. In the future, his clothing might very well be suitable for her, and although she was still young, she was officially his wife. He took the writing materials from the bookshelf and stepped outside. "You two, halt your activities. I have something to discuss with you." Chunyan was animatedly chatting with Pan'er about which flowers to embroider on their sleeves. Upon hearing her elder brother's voice, she immediately fell silent. "This inkstone has been used by me, and this paper is the rough-edged variety gifted by the shopkeeper. It is adequate for practicing writing. The brushes are newly purchased. Each of you shall take one, and from today onwards, you will practice 10 characters daily from this 3-character classic." "Ah," Chunyan grimaced, "elder brother. Being able to read is sufficient, but writing is exceedingly difficult. Pan'er and I are quite busy as it is. Besides, what use is it for a girl to know how to write?" "I will write." Pan'er's eyes sparkled. In her past life, and this one, she had only learned a few characters, and she had never truly used ink and brush before. Jilly, wouldn't it be a waste to use ink and brush? I could write with a twig on the ground. Chen Jilly adopted a serious expression. I will have father make each of you a sand tray for practice. But you must also write on paper. A young lady ought to be literate. Reading cultivates wisdom. Here is the plan. I will teach you to write 10 characters each day. Mrs. Wu secretly smiled to herself. Her son seemed intent on nurturing a well-educated young wife. It was a commendable ambition, albeit a tad hasty, especially as he was still recovering and with the summer harvest approaching. The summer harvest was the busiest time, and this year her son could not assist. While the 2 young girls were not required to work in the fields, managing the meals for 8 or 9 people was still quite a task. Mother, someone is calling from outside. Chunyan perked up her ears. Without waiting for her mother to respond, she dashed into the courtyard. What do you want again? Call Pan'er out. I have matters to discuss with her. Chunyan lifted her chin defiantly. Why should I summon her? The Yuan family has no ties with her anymore. The severance letter was initiated by your family. Have you forgotten? The young girl, despite her tender age, exuded a formidable presence. Sixth aunt was taken aback. With one's mother around, everyone knows your family situation. The ties have been severed. What more do you want? I shall take my leave. Yuan Su's wife grasped her hand. Sixth aunt, while the severance letter has been written, can blood relations truly be severed by mere paper? Moreover, I did not come today to renew ties. I must prove to that girl what she said that day, that she is indeed my daughter, and no stubbornness can change that. Very well, I shall wait a little longer. Just a few words, and I will take my leave. So not that? What are you whispering about? Hurry and leave. Do you want my father to escort you to the magistrate's office? Mrs. Wood already stepped outside, with Pan'er following closely behind. As my daughter has stated, the ties have been severed, and it was your family that proposed it. The magistrate has recorded it. Must you persist in seeking them out repeatedly? Do you truly wish for my husband to file a report at the magistrate's office? Sue was not intimidated in the least. She wiped away non-existent tears and addressed the village chief's wife, stating, I did not come here with any intention, merely to speak with our village's 6th aunt and Pan'er. That wretched girl claimed last time that I am not her biological mother. After enduring 10 months of pregnancy and countless hardships to bring her into this world, she cannot dismiss our bond simply because I received a dowry of a few taels. I cannot swallow that indignation. 6th aunt, with a furrowed brow, replied, village chief's wife. I was sought out by Wuwen's mother. I had no desire to come here. Pan'er, although I did not assist in your birth, your mother carried you for 10 months, a fact evident to all in the village. In your youth, you even bore some resemblance to your father. Wuwen's mother had given her a few eggs, hoping she would claim to have assisted in the delivery, but she was unwilling to utter such a falsehood. Sue interjected loudly before 6th aunt could finish. Did you hear that? The reason for your auspicious arrival was twofold. First, it was for the sake of silver. Your elder brother is of an age to establish a household and marry, while your father is of little use. A mother cannot act otherwise. Moreover, what daughter does not consider her brothers? The Chen family enjoys a prosperous life. If your arrival brings fortune, it will benefit you for a lifetime, will it not? Pan'er stepped forward, challenging, you may have borne a daughter, but must that daughter be me? Do I have a round face? Do I resemble you or your husband? Or perhaps some other member of your family? Heaven observes our actions. I no longer wish to argue over this, since the ties have already been severed. Is it necessary to revisit whether you are my true mother? You may leave now. Do not return, or I shall disregard everything entirely. That 15 taels could build 2 grand homes in the countryside. While I have labored since the age of 4 or 5, you should count your blessings. Chun Jili stood at the door, initially intending to intervene, but now saw no need to step forward. His presence might not improve the situation. Wuwen's mother, I shall take my leave. I have conveyed all I needed to say. 6th aunt departed swiftly, realizing that running this errand for 6 eggs was hardly worth the trouble, especially since she had relatives in Chen's village, and it was unnecessary to offend the village chief's wife. Yuan Su felt a pang of resentment. This daughter had always been obedient. What had transpired? Perhaps it was best to return home and allow Wuwen and Wu to come by in a few months. Even if she resented Pan'er, she could not harbor ill will towards her brothers. I came here for this very matter. Everyone in the village knows you are my flesh and blood. You are still a child, ignorant of many things. Being biological does not guarantee resemblance to parents. You may take after grandparents instead. Village chief's wife, my apologies. You too are a mother. I have been unable to sleep well these days. Yuan, Su lamented, wiping her eyes as she sobbed and departed. Pan'er observed the woman as she wept and hurried away, feeling an inexplicable disdain. Wu noticed Pan'er as silence and assumed she was saddened. Pan'er, do you feel pity? I feel none. I have lived with her for over a decade. This is merely a performance for our benefit. Having taken this step, I do not intend to turn back. The severance must be absolute, if there is still lingering attachment. What does it signify? Aunt, my estrangement is not solely due to this incident. Rather, it is the cumulative heartache I have endured throughout my life. In our family, I am the only one who has never won her affection. No matter how diligent I am, it seems futile. I have never worn a new garment until I came to your household. I apologize for causing you distress. Within 2 years at most, I shall move out, whether by establishing myself as a single woman or by marrying. I will not impose any difficulties upon you. She abruptly realized that she no longer wished to address that person as mother, not even once. Child, why speak such things? You should reside here peacefully. The future will take care of itself. Your uncle and I will protect you, Wu said. She found herself at a loss for words, understanding that the Yuan family was not easily extricable, and the situation could not simply be dismissed. If her son were not to pursue his studies, she would not hesitate much. However, for scholars, reputation is paramount, an undeniable truth. Historically, those without shoes fear not the ones who wear them. Respectable individuals dread those who are shameless. She had initially intended to accept Pan'er as her daughter-in-law, but her resolve wavered once more. Chen Jilin, with a somber expression, quietly retreated to his room, moving out within 2 years, either by marrying or establishing herself as a single woman. Was he so oblivious? Did he not understand the implications of their union? As a man, he bore a responsibility to protect her for life, especially after she had saved his. Without life, what future remains? When one passes away, all else is lost. What of scholarly pursuits or filial piety? Wu glanced at her son's silent room, relieved that he had not overheard, for that would only bring more worry. She picked up her handkerchief, but found it difficult to settle her mind. A glance at Pan'er revealed the girl seemingly unperturbed, embroidering a dress for Chunyan. At that moment, her heart ached for the child, forced to mature far too soon. Pan'er, rest your eyes. Go with Chunyan to the vegetable garden and gather some greens. I will prepare the meal. We shall have a simple rice lunch. Typically, their breakfasts and lunches consisted of thin porridge, with dinner being the only substantial meal. In truth, the majority of families in the village had only 2 meals a day, with perhaps a few small sweet potatoes to share at noon. Households with 3 meals were exceedingly rare. In the dark of night, Wu recounted the afternoon's events in detail to her husband. They say that the debt of saving a life is greater than that of heaven itself. My dear, I realize I am not sufficiently kind. Upon learning of the troubles surrounding Pan'er, I faltered despite having resolved to keep her with us. After a pause, Chen Fuqiang finally exhaled slowly. This matter must heed our son's wishes. If he is willing, then it shall be so. Pan'er is a fine girl, difficult to find even in the surrounding villages, and she has saved our lives. If one day our son encounters someone he truly loves, we would owe Pan'er a debt of gratitude, and she must be married. As for her establishing herself as a single woman, that is impractical. Could we truly trust a 14 or 15-year-old girl to live alone? Certainly not. Even if she could earn money, it would not inspire confidence. The matters concerning the Yuan family need not weigh heavily on her mind. It was her family that proposed the severance of ties, with signatures and seals to prove it. Should a disturbance arise, it might tarnish Ji Li's reputation to some extent, yet it would not impede his scholarly pursuits. After all, even officials must adhere to reason. Mustn't they? Furthermore, the men of the Yuan family are nothing but cowards, while the women assert their dominance within the confines of their homes. A little cunning may serve them well indoors, but outside, they would not dare to utter a word. By the end of July, you should take 2 maidens to the county town. It would be more convenient for embroidery work to be brought into the city. Once autumn arrives, and I have fewer obligations, I shall also venture into the city to procure some carving work. We shall remain together as a family." Wu's heart was considerably steadied. She nestled into her husband's embrace. "I will heed your words. You cannot fathom how my heart wavered after that woman departed this afternoon. The mere thought of marrying off the maidens makes me feel inhumane. Abandoning them after crossing the river feels utterly wrong." Chen Fuqiang sighed and gently patted his wife's shoulder. "Rest now. I shall dig sweet potatoes for a couple more days and help the second family with their rice harvest. They planted it a few days earlier, so they will also reap it sooner." His thoughts mirrored hers. When it came to matters concerning their son, he could harden his heart, setting aside his conscience. After all, he had only this single son to cherish. In the side room, Yuan Pan'er lay awake in the dark. Lu Papa, the village midwife, was a simple soul, unlikely to engage in deceit. Yet, she had let slip a detail. The child born was round-faced. How could it be that, after merely a few years, the face had transformed into an oval shape? Mei Zi and her father both possessed round faces, their appearances remarkably similar. Ultimately, whether or not she was of blood relation mattered little. What difference did it make? They had severed ties. The 15 taels of silver had effectively bought out all grievances and entanglements. Today, Su brought the midwife not merely to clarify matters, but rather to ensnare her gradually until she softened. In the cover of night, she let out a cold laugh. With the experiences of her past life, should she still wish to return to the Yuan family to toil like a beast, even heaven would not tolerate it. What purpose would it serve to relive such a life? Recently, she had discerned the kindness of the village head and his wife, treating her as one of their own. This kindness had even led her to entertain fanciful notions of possibly remaining in the Chen household as a daughter-in-law. However, after today's events, she could sense her aunt's uncertainty and felt a considerable distance growing between herself and the Chen family. Enough. It is best not to indulge in such unrealistic dreams. Earning money is the foremost priority. With sufficient silver, she could establish herself as an independent woman and move to the county town. Alone, she could afford to hire a maid or an elderly woman for companionship, as the Great Han Dynasty does not restrict the buying and selling of people. However, families that manage to survive are generally reluctant to sell their sons or daughters. Sons are precious, while daughters fetch a mere 10 or 8 taels. Marrying them off could yield 5 or 6 taels in bride price, ensuring they are honored for years to come. Since the financial returns are relatively similar, most would prefer not to sell their daughters if they could avoid it. The Yuan family is not struggling to survive. If only they were a bit more diligent, their home would still thrive. Yet, disregarding the illness of one another, they sold their 13-year-old daughter, which is truly heart-wrenching. Looking out the window, Pan'er noted that it was still early in the month, and the dim light outside mirrored the uncertainty of her future. She was acutely aware that in the ensuing fortnight, the Chen family and the villagers commenced the summer harvest, plunging into a flurry of activity as if the visit from the Yuan matriarch had never occurred. Even Chen Zhili, still recovering, assisted in drying the rice, while Jiwen and Jixing followed the adults into the fields. Although they could not handle the heavier tasks, picking rice and carrying bundles was within their capacity. Pan'er and Chunyan busied themselves with the daily meals, as both families shared their meals during this busy agricultural season, continuing until their rice was safely stored away. As Pan'er hung up the laundry, with time before she needed to prepare dinner, Chunyan finished washing her clothes and took a basket to the vegetable patch. Pan'er had intended to stitch a couple of small garments for Chunyan from the leftover fabric. However, turning to observe Chen Zhili's clumsy efforts, she could hardly bear to watch. "Zhili, your posture is incorrect. Look at how I do it," she said, picking up another wooden paddle. With a deft motion, she lifted the rice, letting it cascade down evenly, transforming the previously uneven layer on the oilcloth into a uniform spread. This way, the rice would receive equal sunlight, and after an hour, it could be flipped again. With the weather favorable, it would be ready for storage in no more than 3 sunny days. Chen Zhili quickly grasped the technique, casting a glance at her. "Is it really that difficult? It's not as if no one knows how to do this. You should go home and prepare lunch. You're already not fair-skinned, and if you keep this up, you'll be as dark as a farmer." He felt a twinge of guilt for his words. Was he being too harsh? But then he thought, what if he was? Age aside, she was already married, always talking about being married off or establishing a household. Had anyone asked him, the person involved? It didn't matter what their parents thought. What mattered was his own status. Was it too much to call her his wife? They had already performed the wedding rites, registered their union, and shared a bed for 3 nights. Suddenly, he felt a flush of heat spread across his face. What is wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Pan'er asked, having merely glanced at him, but noting the flush on his face, reminiscent of someone who had drunk too much. Her heart raced with concern. She hoped he wasn't falling ill. It shouldn't be the case. He had already purged the poison from his system, though his body still felt weak. Perhaps she needed to speak to her aunt, ensuring he wasn't overexerting himself during this busy time. Chen Jili's face grew even hotter. Recently, he had experienced some embarrassing occurrences at night, indulging in inexplicable dreams. It was all his fault for already being recognized as her husband. Even if he had shared a fleeting flirtation with someone else, it had never led to such matters. Why was he worrying unnecessarily? On such a hot day, having never engaged in hard labor before, it was natural for him to feel warm. You should make some mung bean soup. The whole family can enjoy it to cool off. Pan'er agreed. It was true that he spoke without any scholarly decorum, his tone rather brash. She did not recall him being so irritable in their past life. Indeed, one may know a person's visage but not their heart. Outsiders merely perceive a gentle exterior, unaware of the underlying temperament. Regardless, it matters little, for I shall inevitably part ways with him. Within the Chen household, I am but a transient guest, and it is he who will bear the brunt of his future wife's temperament. Upon seeing Pan'er enter the room, Chen Jili let out a long breath, his hand instinctively touching his feverish face, only to discover it was coated with rice husks, which soon caused an itch. After a few scratches, his face genuinely flushed, and the redness refused to fade. He paid little mind to it, neatly arranged the rice, and returned to his chamber to transcribe a manuscript, which was due in a month. However, between the busyness and the sweltering heat, meeting the deadline was becoming increasingly pressing. He also needed to keep a copy for himself, one that Jiwen would assist him in transcribing. Regrettably, Jiwen's handwriting left much to be desired. In due time, he would certainly rewrite another copy, and the one currently being transcribed would be given to Jiwen, ensuring it would not go to waste. Chen Jili worked diligently, feeling rejuvenated during this period, particularly content. Perhaps only those on the brink of death truly cherish each day of life. Before long, Chunyan returned with vegetables, and the 2 young ladies, laughing and chatting, quickly cleaned and prepared lunch, one at each stove. During the busy farming season, the Chen family's meals consisted of thin porridge for breakfast, while both lunch and dinner feature hearty rice accompanied by 3 dishes and a soup, invariably including a meat dish, quite a respectable fare. Chunyan had developed a good rapport with Pan'er, regarding her as a dear sister, provided she did not assume the role of sister-in-law. In her heart, she believed her brother superior to any man in the countryside. No village girl was worthy of him, save for a well-educated young lady from a prestigious family. Although Pan'er was a good person, she fell short in other respects, particularly concerning her background and mother. During lunch, as Mrs. Wu stepped out to the back for the latrine, Pan'er followed closely behind. "What business do you have to discuss here?" Mrs. Wu asked, eager to return to her meal, yet maintaining a pleasant demeanor. "Aunt, I noticed this morning that Jili's cheeks were quite flushed, as if he were feverish, and he appeared weak. I hope he isn't overexerting himself." Mrs. Wu frowned. "I see." She hurried into the main room, questioning whether merely drying rice could lead to illness. Pan'er's concerns were valid. Her son was still frail, and no matter how busy he was, he should not be burdened with work. Not long ago, she merely wished for his survival. Now, she was asking him to transcribe books for money while also drying rice. How thoughtless of her, she sighed. Mrs. Wu hastened her steps. Had it not been for her brother-in-law's family dining here, she would have been inclined to chastise herself for her negligence. Chen Jili sat at the table enjoying his meal when he noticed his mother rushing towards him, her hand pressing against his forehead. Just moments before, Jiwen had quietly inquired about his flushed face, causing him to recall some rather embarrassing matters, making him flush even more. Having just managed to deflect Ji-Wen's concern, his mother now approached with similar apprehension. Zhili's face is so hot, and his forehead feels warm. Is he unwell? Chen Fuqiang abruptly stood up. Didn't Zhili just say it was from his son? My dear, let us wait and see. If he still feels warm, we shall take him to the county to consult with cousin Ming. As he spoke, he reached for his son's forehead, relieved to find it still warm, but not excessively so. Chen Fucai glared at his brother. I told you not to let Zhili do any work, especially after such a serious illness. He's just beginning to recover. It's not entirely your fault. We share some blame too. Zhili, after you've eaten, go take a bath and rest on the bed. Let Chunyin and Zhixing handle the rice drying. If you still have a fever in an hour, I will take you to the doctor. We must not be careless. Mrs. Howe sighed. We have indeed been negligent. What difference would it make if you were to work or not? Chen Zhili found himself at a loss for words. Only he understood the reason behind his flushed face. He had long realized that such romantic notions were inappropriate and decided he must not dwell on them in the future, as they would ultimately hinder his studies. Parents, uncle and aunt, is truly nothing. Part of it is from the sun, and part is from wiping sweat with hands that have touched rice straw, which only makes it itchy. Chen Fuqiang looked at his son. Regardless of the reason, listen to your uncle. Eat well, wash up, and sleep. He turned to his wife. If Zhili still has a fever in an hour, I will take him to the county. News arrived swiftly. Chen Zhili hurriedly finished his meal, and his mother had already gone ahead to prepare his bath. As he passed by the small stool where the source of his distraction sat eating, he let out a soft grunt, yet he continued to eat heartily. Pan'er seemed to have heard that soft sound. She looked up, only to see the figure that had just exited. It must have been a mistake on her part. Chen Fucai finished his last bite. I must say, the two young girls have prepared a delightful meal. I have eaten much more than usual. Chunyin smiled. Uncle, do not praise me. I merely stoked the fire. Mrs. Howe chuckled as well, appreciating the girl her sister-in-law had found. Truly remarkable, skilled in embroidery and household chores, a rare gem of a daughter-in-law. What a pity it was. Elder brother, I noticed that sister-in-law is drying rice at home this afternoon. That way, she can keep an eye on Zhili. Our two families only have 10 acres of land, and it seems there won't be rain for a few days, so there's no need to worry. Chen Fuqiang nodded. Let your sister-in-law stay home for an hour. If Zhili is fine after that, we will send Zhixing back. Zhixing can assist Chunyin with the rice drying, while Pan'er continues with the cooking. Though there had been no rain lately, it was reassuring to have the harvest safely gathered. If Zhili were to succeed in the imperial examination next year, our families would no longer have to pay taxes. The two families shared the harvest without dividing the households, and the tax on 10 acres was a mere 1/10, which was quite light. With an acre yielding approximately 250 jin, the tax amounted to 25. In contrast, their 6 acres typically incurred a tax of around 150 jin, which was a substantial sum. Each family was also required to render approximately 20 days of labor annually, for which there was no remuneration. Those who neglected their duty had to pay a minimum of 2 taels of silver as a fine. Since the labor was arduous and taxing, few were willing to do it without adequate compensation. If it were 2 taels, generally, no one would be willing to part with that amount. Many families struggled to save that much in a year. Their 2 families rarely sent workers, opting instead to pay the fine, which meant there was no need for the second brother to contribute labor. The second couple often felt embarrassed, so they compensated by undertaking more agricultural tasks. The brothers truly did not need to quibble over such matters. Once their son succeeded in the examination, all these burdens would be lifted, for a scholar could exempt 10 acres from tax and was free from labor obligations. Upon contemplating these matters, Chen Fuqiang felt a surge of warmth within. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Pan'er, who was tidying up the dishes. This girl possessed an innate fortune. With her ability to concoct detoxifying pills, she certainly deserved the utmost care from their household. However, the incessant visits from the Yuan family's women were indeed irksome. Chun Jilin, having washed up, chose not to rest but instead picked up a book, while the youngest, Zhixing, was laboring in the fields. He found it impossible to lie down. Wu Shi waited at home for an hour, during which she glanced at her son several times, noticing that his complexion had improved and his skin no longer felt warm. Jilin, your mother is heading to the fields. You should take a rest and not overexert yourself. I will have Zhixing return to dry the rice. Chen Jili nodded. His current capabilities were limited, and he could hardly contribute much to the family. He could only hope for a commendable result in the upcoming examination to alleviate some of the burdens on both families. In the evening, as the family gathered for dinner, Chen Filai, who operated a mule cart for passenger transport, brought news from his brother Chen Fuming, stating that the yard had been rented and that they should find time to inspect it. If everything was satisfactory, they should promptly pay the rent and secure the property, as the landlord was unwilling to wait long. My brother advises that you should visit within the next couple of days. The landlord will only hold the property for 3 days at most. Lee, I understand. We just finished eating. Why not stay for a meal? Chen Filai waved his hand as he stepped outside. No need. My wife is waiting at home for my return. If I am late, she will worry. This was not a mere excuse. Whenever he was delayed, his family would jump to conclusions, fearing something had happened on the road, which only heightened their anxiety. Chen Fuqiang did not press the matter. With the recent summer harvest, they hardly had the time to inspect properties. If it proved unfeasible, they could always search again later. Father, since I cannot work at home anyway, how about I take Pan'er with me to have a look tomorrow morning and return by afternoon? Chen Fuqi nodded. Eldest brother, Jeline is nearly as skilled at handling the cart as you or I. Pan'er is observant. She will know if the yard is suitable. It may be challenging to find a fitting place later, and the end of the month is approaching swiftly. Wu Shi glanced at her son and then at the young girl. The fact that her son was willing to venture into the city alone with Pan'er sparked her curiosity. What did this imply? Hadn't he promised her on the day of the fortune ceremony that, regardless of his health, he would ensure she was sent away? This did not seem to align with the notion of sending someone away. Did he simply lack understanding of love and affection? Or was it merely a practical trip to rent a property? Whatever the case, the child was still young. Such matters could be addressed in due time. My husband, I believe it is acceptable for them to go. Let's have them bring some silver tomorrow. If the yard truly suits them, they should secure it immediately. Chen Fuqiang naturally agreed. Jeline, you too shall go tomorrow. If the house is suitable, once the agreement is signed and the keys are in hand. Take care to note if anything is missing from the house. Whatever we have at home, we should bring along if possible, as it can be used later without waste. Father, I understand. Throughout this discussion, Pan'er remained silent, as the decision was not hers to make, and no one had sought her opinion. Wu Shi then turned her gaze to the quiet girl sitting on the small stool, eating her meal. Pan'er, you are attentive. Remember to jot down anything the house might lack, and while at the market, purchase some large bones and fatty pork. 2 pounds will suffice, as it is warm and there is no need to buy excessively. And I understand. Pan'er rose to her feet, wishing to return to the stove for another half bowl of rice. Lately, she could hardly wait from one meal to the next, perpetually feeling a hollow emptiness in her stomach, as if the food she consumed vanished into thin air. The Chen family had no shortage of provisions, and she had no intention of starving herself. In the Yuan household, however, it was a different story. Each meal had its ration, and the food was reserved for the few men in the family, with her receiving what remained only after Su Shi and Mei Zi had their share. Just as Pan'er scooped a half bowl of rice and added a small piece of crispy rice, which she cherished despite her reluctance to ask for more, she heard Chen Jilai's voice, which was beginning to crack, startling her. Jilai Gu, your sudden outburst could frighten someone to death, she exclaimed. Chen Jilai, observing the little girl roll her eyes at him, could not help but chuckle, though his words were sharp. Do I need to announce my presence before entering the kitchen? Tell me, have you memorized the 10 characters I assigned you today? Have you written down? With a sigh, Yuan Pan'er replied. You know how busy I've been today. Why have I had time to write? At most, I've memorized the characters, and I assure you, I will practice diligently next month. Afterward, she scooped a sizable piece of crispy rice for him and hurriedly left the kitchen. She was mindful that lingering too long might arouse her aunt and uncle's suspicions about her intentions toward Chen Jilai, which she wished to avoid. In her heart, she had already resolved that the Chen family was merely a temporary refuge for her. She could enjoy a comfortable year or so here, but it was imperative that she harbored no inappropriate thoughts. Given the Su family's persistent meddling and Chen Jilai's future pursuit of the imperial examination, The Chen family would not genuinely desire her to remain as their daughter-in-law. If she were in their position, she would feel the same. Due to the heat, Chen Jilai hastily took Pan'er out of the village early that morning in a mule cart. Pan'er felt awkward in the clothes she wore, which had been lent to her by Chen Jilai the previous night. He had suggested she dress like a boy for convenience. The garments were his old ones, slightly small for him but fitting her perfectly, and had wholeheartedly agreed, stating that Jilai's old clothes were typically given to Ji-Wen and the others, leaving nothing suitable at home. She promised to make a set of male attire for Pan'er and Chun Yan for occasions when they stayed in the city, alleviating any worries. The mule cart halted at a bend in the road. "Come to the front. I will teach you how to drive. Learning this skill can only benefit you. My mother and my second aunt are excellent at it," Chen Jilai said. Pan'er felt a surge of joy. This was indeed a valuable opportunity. She resolved to learn as many skills as possible in this lifetime. Relying on others was unreliable, as mountains may crumble and people may flee, but oneself remained the most dependable. With a bright smile, she took her place beside him in the cart. Chen Jilai glanced at her. The short outfit was slightly oversized, yet with her boyish hairstyle, she resembled a youthful lad with striking features. "Pay close attention to my movements and how I call out. Lightly flick the whip, shout go, call left for a left turn, right for a right turn. And to stop the mule, you shout whoa." Perhaps his command was sufficiently loud, for the mule indeed came to a stop, causing Pan'er to burst into laughter. Driving the cart was truly delightful. Chen Jilai's face flushed slightly as the whip lightly struck the mule's back. What was so amusing about this? Such an overreaction. The corners of his lips curled ever so slightly, and surprisingly, a hint of sweetness blossomed within him. He pressed his lips together, adopting a serious expression. He had experienced this sensation before, yet now it seemed to have vanished without a trace, his mind reluctant to dwell on that person from the past. Years of childhood companionship paled in comparison to this individual who had only been by his side for a mere 3.5 months. Lately, she had permeated his dreams. Was it merely because her household registration was listed under his legal wife? Or was it an inherent romantic disposition that resided within him? If so, such a trait could prove perilous. As the mule cart progressed along the path, Pan'er felt a burgeoning confidence. "Jiligu, how about I take the reins? If I don't try, I'll never learn." Her tone was audacious. "What? You think after half a journey you've mastered it?" Truly a prodigy, he chuckled. However, Chen Jilai suddenly fell silent, realizing that his recent exchanges with her had taken on a rather teasing tone. This was not conducive. Acquaintances often remarked on his refined demeanor. This was hardly the attitude of a gentleman. "You should observe a bit more. We cannot afford to waste time on the road. We have pressing matters to attend to. On the return journey, I shall drive for a stretch," he stated. Pan'er had initially been irked by his sarcastic laughter, thinking his temperament rather unpleasant. However, upon hearing his softened tone, she decided to let it slide. After all, harboring grievances would only burden her further. "What are your thoughts on your maternal family's recent visits?" Despite the leisurely pace of the cart, Chen Jilai resolved to engage her in conversation. Pan'er paused momentarily, responding, "I have no particular thoughts, since the ties have been severed. I will no longer acknowledge them. I just wonder if it will affect you. If it truly did have repercussions, she might need to devise a plan to depart from the Chun household sooner rather than later. Decide for yourself. Do not worry about me. Upon reaching the county, do not focus solely on embroidery for profit. It is equally important to read and learn to write and calculate," he advised. "I understand," Pan'er replied, well aware that she could recognize numerous characters and could manage basic arithmetic, though her writing skills were still lacking. Given that Chen Jilai had encouraged her to learn from Chun Yan, she would seize this opportunity. Mastering various skills would enable her to teach children in the future. As she thought of children, she cast a glance at the man beside her. If she were to bear children with him, they would undoubtedly be remarkably handsome. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. How shameless she felt, considering that she was still quite young. The appropriate age for childbearing was at least 16 or 17. Though embarrassed, she contemplated meeting Wang Shishan as soon as possible. Being single presented a most suitable condition. Chen Jilai might very well be seeking a marriage proposal after next year's examination, which was merely a year away. "What are you pondering? Lost for words?" "Jiligu, Conversing in a moving cart is futile. I shall merely observe you drive, she replied. Chen Jili pursed his lips, choosing silence. Could one truly fear the wind in July? It was clear she was reluctant to engage in conversation. An hour later, they arrived at the city gates. Chen Jili secured the mule cart and, accompanied by Pan'er, made their way to Huichun Hall to find his uncle. Is it just the two of you? Well, it makes sense. The village is quite busy at this hour. Come, I will take you to the dentist. He felt somewhat perplexed, since his cousin and his wife had no intention of keeping the girl as a daughter-in-law. They should not have allowed the two children to venture out together. Over time, this could tarnish the young lady's reputation. Pan'er followed closely behind them, her heart fluttering with excitement. She had never visited a dental establishment in her previous life. Living to the age of 22 had truly been in vain. She had never taken a proper rest, nor had she ever donned a fine garment. The 80 taels she had quietly saved were buried in the ground, leaving her with not a single coin to show for it. At the Rue E Dental Clinic, as Chen fuming entered with the two of them, they were immediately greeted by someone. Dr. Chen, you have arrived. Chen fuming smiled and nodded, then turned to Chen Jili and said, Jili, this is Jiang Zhongran. He is the one who recommended this residence, a familiar acquaintance of mine. Brother Jiang, this is my nephew, who is renting the place for his studies at the county school. Oh my, scholars are indeed different. Your nephew is truly a sight to behold, Jiang Zhongran remarked. I am surnamed Jiang, and this dental clinic is run by my uncle. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Jiang Zhongran wore a broad smile. He never underestimated scholars, for one never knows when they might soar to great heights. Thank you, Jiang Zhongran. If time permits, let us go and inspect the courtyard, Chen Jili replied. I must hasten to make a house call, so you too should accompany Jiang Zhongran. If you find it satisfactory, then finalize the arrangements. Brother Jiang, if my nephew takes a liking to it, do endeavor to negotiate the price further. After all, the residence is quite modest in size, Chen fuming added, to which Jiang Zhongran nodded repeatedly. Dr. Chen, do not worry. I shall handle things diligently. After Chen fuming departed, Jiang Zhongran led Chen Jili and Pan'er to his donkey cart, which set off towards the southern street. The county school was situated to the south of the city. Pan'er gazed intently outside. In her previous life, her most frequent visits had been to the embroidery workshop in the west of the city and the nearby market, rarely venturing elsewhere, particularly to the south. The county school is over here, Chen Jili explained. However, it's only a couple of streets to the embroidery workshop. Our county is not large. Pan'er did not turn back. Is this county town not considered small? Once I disembark, I shall lose my bearings. Chen Jili smirked. This is merely the beginning. If you do not accompany me to the provincial city for the courtyard examination next year, you will miss out. I could not enjoy myself last time due to my illness. Pan'er pretended not to hear him. She had no desire to go. Next year, she would be 14, and the boundaries between genders must be observed. After all, separation was necessary, and she could not afford to be careless. Furthermore, what was the difference between an examination and a medical visit? Both left little time for leisure and were equally nerve-wracking. The donkey cart came to a halt in front of a small courtyard. Young Master Chen, this is the place, Jiang Zhongran announced as he dismounted and stepped forward to unlock the door. Please, young Master Chen. He also nodded at Pan'er, but since Dr. Chen had not introduced her, he only needed to interact with young Master Chen. This child must be a family member of young Master Chen. She certainly appeared to be a young lady. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a square little yard, not particularly large, yet impeccably clean. Behold, there lies a quaint little well, sparing one the need to queue outside for water. This courtyard once belonged to an elderly gentleman, who has since relocated to his son's residence in the capital, unwilling to part with this cherished abode. The main house comprises 3 spacious rooms, flanked by additional chambers on either side, each fitted with a kong, while the central area serves as the living room. Behind the living room, a small door leads to 3 additional modest rooms, a kitchen, a storage room, and a dining area, all equipped for immediate occupancy. The 3 smaller rooms interconnect, and at the back of the dining room, a side door opens into a small courtyard. This small courtyard is quite functional, featuring a carriage shed, a latrine, and an adjoining washroom, with a corner surprise of a chicken coop. Though brimming with utility, it does not feel cramped, a testament to the homeowner's thoughtful arrangement. Master Chen, one might observe, the space is rather modest, with only 2 true rooms. Yet, should the company be larger, the storage room and dining area could easily accommodate additional guests. Indeed, it is somewhat small. With my siblings and me, at least one adult from our family must be present. Nevertheless, this little courtyard exudes an inviting charm. May I inquire about the rent? If it proves reasonable, I would like to secure it for a year, with the intention of residing here for several years. Jiang Zhongren smiled. I previously discussed this with Dr. Chen. We shall offer it at the lowest rate, 250 won a month, totaling merely 3 to 4 taels a year. Payments can be made biannually, or if you opt for an annual lump sum. The elderly gentleman is willing to grant 1 month of complimentary lodging. Pan'er's eyes widened in amazement. Such rental terms were indeed novel. 1 year's rent with an additional month free? The rental agency certainly knows how to conduct business. Very well. I shall pay the entire year in one go. Shall we draft a lease at the agency? Can we take possession of the house today? Master Chen, we can proceed to the agency now. They have a standard lease agreement ready. We merely need to fill in our names. I can hand you the keys immediately, but it will be prudent to purchase a new lock for the front door. Once back in the carriage, Pan'er's thoughts began to wander. Once she became accustomed to living here, she would seize the opportunity to visit the agency, and, should circumstances permit, she would invest in a small courtyard of her own. She pondered if 30 to 40 taels would suffice. After the summer harvest next year, given the proximity to the neighboring prefecture, grain prices would likely surge, possibly doubling or tripling, persisting until the following summer harvest. If this were the case, purchasing a courtyard would have to wait. Coupled with the embroidery income in the latter half of the year, she could amass around 50 taels of grain, effectively doubling her investment, yielding a total of 100 taels, including principal and interest. She could not suppress a sigh of exhilaration, her heart brimming with excitement, as if she already possessed 100 taels in savings. How are you faring? Do you fancy the courtyard? It is rather nice, but as long as you are pleased. That suffices, Pan'er replied softly, a hint of reproach in her tone. Such was the reality. Throughout the process, he had never once sought her opinion and was already prepared to sign the agreement. Did it truly matter now whether she liked it? Naturally, it did not. Chen Zhili cast a fleeting glance in her direction. The house was indeed selected by his uncle, and it suited perfectly, the rent being quite reasonable, which is why he had not consulted her. Pan'er lowered her gaze. Consultation was unnecessary. What was her standing? She was not even a child bride, for if she were, they would eventually unite as husband and wife. How long she could reside at the Chen family home primarily hinged on when Chen Zhili would become engaged. The earlier the engagement, the sooner she would depart. She pondered on the possibility of staying for up to 2 years. Suddenly, a wave of sorrow washed over her, and tears nearly spilled forth. Fortunately, upon reaching the entrance of the pawn shop, the individual hastily exited the carriage. Otherwise, it would have been even more embarrassing. Steady yourself, Yuan Pan'er. In this lifetime, she had never been treated like a beast of burden by her family, nor would she foolishly toil without complaint. Isn't it far more delightful to earn a modest sum and live her own life? Why should she feel heartache? The leasing agreement was swiftly completed in duplicate. Chen Zhili handed over 3 or 4 coins and exited with the key in merely a quarter of an hour. He tucked the key into his purse and accepted the burden from a maid. Let us proceed to the market. I shall treat you to a bowl of wontons. We will be home by noon, and today's errands have gone exceedingly well. The sun was somewhat fierce, prompting both to don their hats, which were adorned with a circle of gauze to shield them from the sun's rays. She thought it unnecessary to dine, as they would return home by noon. Yet, reconsidering, she realized that this individual had only recently recovered from a serious illness and could not afford to skip a meal. Just follow behind me, he instructed. He had intended to ask her to sew a few pouches for him, but thought better of it. His pouches had always been crafted by his mother, and there were still some in use at home. Arousing suspicion among his family would not bode well. No one understood better than he the utmost importance his parents placed on his education. Should they discover that Pan'er was distracting him from his studies, they would likely disapprove of her. The market was bustling with meat vendors, and the heat of the day was palpable. As they approached the stalls, the butchers began to call out their wares. Chen Jili was unfamiliar with this area, so Pan'er directly approached the stall they had visited previously with her aunt. "Uncle, I would like 2 pounds of pork belly and those few large bones, please." "Certainly, I will slice you 2 pounds of the finest pork belly." The butcher swiftly prepared the meat, skillfully ensuring that it remained intact while weighing it. "Here you are, 2 pounds for 31, and the bones for 6 won. This small piece of pig liver is a gift. Do take care of my business next time." "Of course," Chen Jili replied, handing over his purse as Pan'er produced 36 won, returning the remainder to him. The fields were abundant with vegetables, and there was no need to purchase more dried goods. Just as they exited the market, Chen Jili intended to take Pan'er for a meal. "Brother Jili," a voice called. He halted, surprised to encounter her here. Pan'er pouted. It seemed she could run into him anywhere. They truly were fated. "It's you. Is there something you need?" Wang Shulian felt a twinge of sorrow. Was she even reluctant to address him as senior brother? She forced a smile, attempting to present her profile at the most flattering angle. "Brother Jili, my cousin and I are shopping at the market. I didn't expect to see you. Have Chun Yin and the others not come today?" She cast a sideways glance at Pan'er. This girl, she had investigated, came from a family of no merit, and, personally, she seemed rather frail. How could she possibly be worthy of her brother Jili? Regret washed over her. The Yu family had intentions to marry next spring. Yet how could that be? A woman whose heart and mind were wholly occupied by another could never accept a different man as her husband. In recent days, she has been engaged in spirited debates with her parents. Her father, though filled with regret, prioritizes his pride above all else, believing that missed opportunities signify an insufficient bond between two individuals. Among the myriad of souls, when two people share mutual affection, is a testament to their compatibility. External forces may disrupt a path, but it can always be realigned. Chen Jili observed the approaching young lady, whom he recognized from Mr. Wang's household. She was likely the daughter of Aunt Wang Shulian, whose family ran a grocery store in the county town. "Cousin," she said, "if Annie finds out you are still in contact with this person, she will surely be upset. I thought scholars valued their reputation highly. My cousin is already engaged." Yuan Pan'er stepped forward, retorting, "The wicked are the first to complain. Which of your eyes saw us initiating a conversation? Your cousin's engagement has nothing to do with us." Chen Jili maintained a stern expression. "Pan'er, let us depart. There is no need to converse with such individuals." He took Pan'er's hand, hastily making his way toward the city gate, forgetting all about the food. Jili gu," Huang Lizzie called out, grabbing her. The cousins were of the same age, with Lizzie being merely 2 months younger. Their relationship was close, and both were already engaged, each with their respective partners studying in the county school, preparing for the imperial examination in August. If the Yu family were to learn of this, it would not only bring disgrace to her uncle, but could also jeopardize her own engagement, considering their mothers were sisters. Lizzie, fully aware of the impropriety of her actions, allowed him to leave, fearing that the rift between them would only deepen. She pulled her aside at the alley's corner. "Cousin, despite being the elder, we are only 2 months apart, and I believe you understand. As an engaged woman, speaking with a man in public will surely raise eyebrows among those who know you. If the Yu family discovers this, the consequences could be grave. Yu Xiaocai intends to take the civil service examination, even though he resides in the town. He holds significant standing in the county. Such a person places immense value on reputation, and should this matter come to light, it could result in your engagement being called off." Wang Shulian, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Perhaps a cancellation would be for the best. I would prefer to be free of him. I never liked that man. He regards women as beneath him, thinking himself superior to the county magistrate. Cousin, tread carefully with your words. Scholars are often aloof. 9 out of 10 are like that, and my fiancé is no different. Yet I do not feel the same way about him. Jili Gu is quite different. He is deeply loyal and caring." Lizzie could not help but retort, "If he is so wonderful, why did you flee at that time? Had you simply agreed, this would not have transpired." Wang Shulian felt a pang of regret. She had already lamented her choice countless times. Why must her cousin now taunt her with words? How was I to know he would improve? I was merely 15. Did I wish to become a young widow? Besides, my parents would never have agreed. But he has changed for the better now. I see no harm in trying to win him back. His parents have always held affection for me. If it means I must endure some scolding, so be it. The girl just now is merely a temporary distraction for him. Her family is as worthless as mud. Look at her, so withered and pale. How can she compare to me? Huang Lizzie is the eldest at home, with 2 younger siblings beneath her. Were it not for the fear of affecting her own marriage prospects, she wouldn't even bother to advise. Have you consulted your parents about your desire to turn back? Will they consent? As far as I know, your uncle is a man who values his reputation dearly. He refused once, and now to approach him again would only bring disgrace upon himself. Wang Shulian lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lizzie, if I cannot be with him, my heart will remain eternally hollow. What meaning is there in such a long life ahead? You cannot fathom the torment my heart endures daily. For a short while, I can bear it, but if it is to last a lifetime, I might as well perish now. Huang Lizzie sighed. I do not wish to speak further. You need not cling to such an obsession. No one is indispensable to another's survival. Besides, I doubt he feels the same. That is impossible, Wang Shulian replied, her brow furrowing. He loves me. He promised me. How could he possibly forsake me for a mere illiterate country girl? At most, he would offer her a few pieces of silver. Huang Lizzie's countenance grew stern. Cousin, I will no longer advise you. But let me make one thing clear. If you insist on this path, my parents may sever ties with your family. Have you considered the implications? If you break off your engagement, what will people think of us and my siblings? The Chen family is blameless, and so is the Yu family. In the face of calamity, you ran away, and now that the disaster has passed, you would return. What place would that leave the Yu family? Would they swallow this insult? Huang Lizzie turned and walked away, no longer willing to engage with her. Her father had taught her from a young age that one must always be honest. Without trust, no one would believe you, and every endeavor would falter. She had deliberately used words to complicate matters, hoping to extinguish her cousin's desire to turn back. Her mother, like her aunt, harbored some selfish motives. Wang Shulian donned her handkerchief and hurried after her. This matter requires patience. There is no need to rush. My mother and I have been at my second aunt's for 2 days. We plan to return to the village tomorrow. There is no need for my mother to lose face over this. Her uncle could truly embarrass them publicly. Chen Jilin, this farce is merely a desperate measure. It cannot be taken seriously. How could you dare to bring such a person into public view without fearing for your reputation? Her steps faltered. How could she bear to let go of this person? How could Yu Yifei even be compared? It was all her mother's fault. If her mother hadn't analyzed the situation for her, she would never have left him to visit her sister in town. If she hadn't gone to her sister's, how could she have encountered Yu Yifei repeatedly, leading to the swift betrothal? Meanwhile, as Chen Jilin exited the city gates, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten to take the maid with him for a meal. Ponat, itrulio. I left in such haste that I forgot to bring you for wontons. Shall we? No need, she interjected. I wasn't hungry. If you are, you can go in and buy a couple of buns to satisfy your hunger. No, I will go instead. Without waiting for his response, Pan'er turned and hurried inside. As the two emerged, they exchanged a few pleasantries with the gatekeeper, who waived the entrance fee. Chen Jili took the carriage and waited at the city gate. Upon seeing them again, he felt an inexplicable annoyance, wishing for no further interaction. A person who departs in times of peril is merely seeking personal gain once their affliction has passed. He had no faith in their sincerity. If such individuals claim to have genuine feelings, then true emotion must be a rarity in this world. He ought not to have lingered today. Would Pan'er suspect a rekindling of their past? The term rekindling was ill-suited. Their previous connection had been nothing more than a Navi affection, devoid of any physical intimacy. Yet today, he had held Pan'er's small, delicate hand, which ignited a warmth within him. In just a quarter of an hour, Pan'er returned, holding 2 small oil paper packages containing 4 meat buns, perfectly priced at 10 won, 5 for 2 and 3 for 1. They were substantial in size. The two ate the buns in silence. Chun Jili wiped his hands with a cloth, pondering her apparent anger. Why else would she remain so taciturn? He mused that while they may have shared fleeting feelings in the past, nothing remained now. He was a man of dignity. A noble steed does not retrace its steps. After this thought, Chen Zhili adopted a stern expression and mounted the carriage, feeling a flush of heat on his face. Perhaps there was no need to explain himself to her. Pan'er found the situation bewildering. What business was it of hers regarding their relationship, whether it held significance or not? There were others involved. If his relatives truly wished for her to be their daughter-in-law, they would not treat her with such ambiguity. Though young, she had lived to the age of 22 in her previous life and understood the intricacies of human relationships, save for having genuinely loved someone. Wang Chishan did not count. They had merely been compatible at that tender age, lacking true emotional resonance. A tinge of sorrow filled her heart, accompanied by an uncertain sense of direction for the future. She chose to climb into the carriage, deliberately not sitting beside him. This sentiment was ill-suited for a journey. Chen Zhili felt discomfort at the absence of her presence on the seat next to him. How could he be blamed for the circumstances? Had he uttered an extra word or offered a warmer countenance? With a crack of the whip, the mule cart set off. Pan'er nearly slipped from her seat, her irritation rising. Was it necessary to drive so swiftly? It was still early to head home. Upon reaching home, they found the family gathered for lunch. Mrs. Howe smiled and remarked, "Today's meal is prepared by the eldest sister-in-law. It's certainly not as delectable as what our Pan'er makes. Have we secured a rental for the house?" She looked towards Zhili. "Yes, Mother, we've rented the house that our granduncle favored." He recounted the details without once meeting Pan'er's gaze. The location and price were both agreeable, and the two women expressed their approval, especially with the approaching date in early August. Yuan Pan'er interjected, "Aunt, we each had 2 buns while leaving the county, so we're not eating now. My face is covered in dust. I shall wash up." Mrs. Wu nodded in response. She glanced at the little girl's retreating figure and then at her son. How could they have gone to the market together and still quarreled? Was it truly impossible for them to find common ground? If that were the case, she would have to diligently seek a suitable match for Pan'er, as she certainly did not want her to be at a disadvantage. The Chen brothers were quite pleased with the rented house. It had a courtyard and a well. Its size was inconsequential as long as it had all the essentials. The price was reasonable as well, merely 3 taels a year, which was quite affordable for a house in the county town, especially being so close to the county school. In their opinion, they should directly commit to a 3-year lease. If Jiwen and Jixing could continue their studies, they would be willing to stay there for 5 years. The Wang family's private school was absolutely out of the question, and the Yu family school in town was equally inadvisable. Any clandestine dealings might lead to regret later on. After Chen Zhili concluded his remarks, he excused himself, claiming fatigue, and returned to his room. Chunyan immediately went to the kitchen to fetch water for him to wash his face. It was then that Chen Fuqiang began to feel apprehensive. It was indeed unwise to let the 2 children rent a house in the county town. He was well aware that his son was in good health, but traveling by cart still required considerable energy. "Dear, please start simmering some bone soup, and later prepare some noodles for our son. I noticed he doesn't look well." As for the girl's complexion, he truly had not paid attention to it. Just then, Pan'er arrived. "Aunt, I'm not tired from the ride. I will go." That seemed acceptable. They still had to harvest rice in the afternoon, and it would be good for her to rest after finishing her tasks. The girl's face betrayed no signs of distress. Could it be that she had misjudged the situation? Were they simply fatigued? Pan'er no longer concerned herself with Wang Shuilian's matters. She had brewed a pot of mung bean porridge, and the beans had blossomed beautifully. Once it cooled, she would have Chunyan deliver it to the field, allowing each person to have a bowl. "Chunyan, take this to your brother first. The bone soup with noodles will be ready in an hour." Chunyan felt herself getting hungry again. How could Pan'er possess such remarkable culinary skills? "You go ahead. I will serve you a bowl as well." Of course, she would have her own. The 2 meat buns had long been digested. When Chunyan brought the food in, Chen Zhili was engrossed in copying texts. If he wished to alter the circumstances of his family, he needed to be particularly diligent. "Brother, why are you copying texts again? Can't you take a break?" Sister Pan'er has made mung bean porridge, and there will be bone soup with noodles for lunch. Chen Zhili glanced over, noting that it looked quite appetizing, with a small dish of pickles beside it. Was this considered an apology to himself? Throughout the journey back, that girl had not spoken a single word to him, which felt rather excessive. He set down his brush and methodically organized his writing materials, You tell her not to keep bringing food. Can you write? Can you read? And you too. Can't you practice your writing instead of just harvesting rice? One must have ambition in life. Chunyan pouted. Brother, she kindly brought you food, and you lash out at her instead. Didn't we agree on this earlier? We would resume writing after the busy harvest in early August. Brother, did you argue with Sister Pan'er on the road? Can't you treat her like a sister? Is it so difficult to show her some patience for a few years? Chun Julia set down his bowl. What do you mean by showing her patience for a few years? Go on, mind your own business, just leave the bowl here. It seemed that the family did not truly believe he would keep this girl around in the future. Alas, gradually, they would change their minds. Once married, they were committed, and he had no intention of seeking another. At the Yuan family's dining table, Wu wore a distressed expression. Mother, can't we cook the dishes properly? Everything is just boiled in water. Even the poorest families during the summer harvest would manage to buy some meat. Look at our home. All we have are vegetables from the fields and mountains, with hardly any oil to speak of. It is truly inedible. At least the food at second sister's house tastes better. Maisie, you're already 10 years old. Can't you learn to cook? Maisie widened her eyes in disbelief. Third brother, are you out of your mind? Haven't I been busy drying rice these past few days? You're busy, and so am I. Be quiet. How can a younger sister disrespect her elder brother? Wu is right. What will a 10-year-old girl do in the future if she doesn't learn to cook? Your sister was already cooking at 5 or 6. In Su's heart, the status of her 2 sons outweighed that of Yuan Changfa. After all, daughters would eventually marry out. Yuan Maisie bit her lower lip in frustration, with her sister absent. All the anger was directed at her. At just 10 years old, is it not normal for her not to know how to cook? Mother is over 30 and still cannot cook well. She set down her bowl and returned to her room. Su paid her no mind. If she didn't eat, she wasn't hungry. When hungry, she would eat on her own. The head of the household, with one, in just 3 days, the fields will be nearly harvested. I wish to visit my family. My elder brother's daughter, Xin, seems to be 17 this year, the same age as one. If it is feasible, I believe it is preferable to what the matchmaker suggests. Yuan instantly felt displeased. His cousin from his maternal uncle's side bore a striking resemblance to his mother. With similar high cheekbones, she looked formidable. Who has a temper as sweet as an apricot blossom? Life requires a gentle disposition and a kind heart. His sister, such a good person, was cruelly sold off for 15 taels, even at the cost of severing familial ties. Ironically, this silver was not only for building a house, but also for his wedding. Yuan Changfa was enraged. Mother, I do not want a cousin. Yuan rarely contradicted his mother, which only fueled Su's anger. Why not? Tell me your reasons. Yuan remained silent. Wu remarked, why must it be a cousin from the uncle's side? I just feel her temperament is poor. If she truly marries into the family, it will surely be chaos. Su retorted angrily, what do you know, child? Your sister-in-law is the eldest daughter-in-law. Isn't it better to know her background than to seek someone from outside? Head of the household, you ought to speak. Is marrying a wife solely my concern? Yuan Changfa set down his bowl, gazing at his wife for a while before slowly responding. Will you heed my words? I believe Yuan should choose his wife. We should first ask if he is willing, and what kind of girl he prefers. After all, it is a lifelong commitment. I do not wish to visit your family for matchmaking. I recall that girl was rejected before due to her strong personality. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be single at 17 or 18. Su was breathing heavily. Today, she felt particularly irritable. It seemed that everyone's words were wrong in her eyes. She barely contained her anger. Whose family matchmaking isn't at the behest of the elders? Since ancient times, marriages have been arranged by parental orders and matchmakers' words. What can children possibly comprehend? Xin has experienced a broken engagement, but whose fault is it really? In this world, the number of aristocratic young men is scarce. Yet there remains an abundance of ordinary men seeking wives. That family, in a moment of folly, annulled the engagement. What benefits could possibly accrue to them? They were the ones who initiated the proposal, and dismissing the betrothal gifts without reason is utterly foolish. Furthermore, if she were to marry into our family, I would naturally be more considerate towards her as her aunt. Should she prove disobedient, I could always seek counsel from my elder brother. Yuan Changfa, however, remained silent. Regardless, I have no intention of marrying her. If you wish to marry, then do so on your own accord. Yuan Tongue stood abruptly, grasping a curved knife, and strode towards the door. Sue's tolerance for her son was considerable. Marriage proposals were not an immediate concern. If a suitable match could be found among families of good standing with daughters aged 15 or 16, then there was no necessity for her niece to be the sole contender. Was it not true that upon returning home last time, her family learned of the substantial residence they had constructed, along with the remaining funds for marriage proposals? Given Xin's advancing age, there were fewer suitors, and those who occasionally came to propose were hardly desirable, prompting her sister-in-law to subtly convey this sentiment. Yu had Wu accompanying his brother as they ventured out. Though merely 12, he was expected to assist in the fields during busy seasons. Yet his true desire lay in practicing martial arts outside, aspiring to become a bodyguard for affluent families or a caravan escort, both lucrative and indulgent professions. Regrettably, their family lacked the means to send him to find a master. The dowry for his second sister had been allocated primarily for building a house, leaving nothing for him when his turn arrived. Their mother suggested sending the second sister to bring good fortune, but he believed it to be a misguided notion. Fortune often lay in peril. And was it not the case that the Chen family had faced no troubles until now? If calamity truly befell them, they could always bring her back home and remarry her in a couple of years. After all, women were destined to marry. Seeing the head of the household appear ready to depart, Su called out, "Wait a moment, I have matters to discuss. In 3 days, the rice harvest will be complete. I propose that tomorrow we work a final day, and the day after, allow Yuan to assist the Chen family. That girl was always kind to her brother when she was at home. Would the Chen family truly turn them away? If they did, it would reflect poorly on them. I will further spread the word outside. They have scholars in their family, and they must consider how best to proceed." With a loud clatter, Yuan Changfa hurled the knife he held onto the ground. Su's heart ached. The iron tools were costly, and a farming knife alone would cost several hundred coins. Not to mention, it would hardly last a few years. "Why are you so angry? Is a knife something to be thrown about carelessly? Was my statement incorrect? I labor tirelessly for this family, and have I not provided the worst of provisions for everyone? The better portions are reserved for you and your father and son trio." Su began to sob, feeling genuinely aggrieved. Was it truly acceptable to let go of a family like the Chens? 15 taels of silver was no small sum. Though they had severed ties, they ought to explore every possible avenue to rekindle the relationship. If they could re-establish the engagement, they might even be able to extract another 15 taels, or perhaps a third. Yuan Changfa sighed. "Yuan's mother, you have already sold off our hopes for 15 taels. The Chen lad is fortunate to be alive. Otherwise, the girl would be a mere 13-year-old widow. Even if we built a magnificent house, we would still be met with scorn upon stepping outside. The severance of ties was proposed by our family, and they have already registered the matter with the authorities. Should you continue to cause a scene, they remain unfazed. At worst, they would simply expel the girl, which would not be a loss for them. I understand your intention to bring the girl back home and collect a bride price, but have you considered that before leaving, she resolutely changed her disposition? Determined to cut ties? I do not believe she would willingly return with you. As for her mother, it is best to refrain from further actions. Let the girl settle in the Chen household for a while. Perhaps in the future, her heart may soften, and she might still support her brothers from her maternal family. What woman does not desire the backing of her kin? Alas, my greatest concern is that they may refuse to accept the girl as a daughter-in-law. In that case, well, no more shall be said on the matter. Mother, heed my words. Do not seek her out at the Chen residence any longer. If you persist, they may truly wish to be rid of her." Su sure sat in the spacious hall, the ample home having been earned through the girl's labor. Understanding that the Chen family leads a comfortable life, how could she bear to let them go so easily? Naturally, she could not. However, the head of the family made a valid point. It is best for the girl to establish herself firmly, at least to become proficient in her embroidery skills. If she were to return home now, she might earn merely 5 or 6 taels of silver. If she were to resist fiercely, she might end up with nothing at all. Has she not poured her heart into this family? She thought of Xian. Marrying her as a daughter-in-law would indeed be fitting, for a strong character is not without merit, as long as she is devoted to the family. What good is a frail eldest daughter-in-law? Could it be that Yuan has his eye on someone? Perhaps there is some truth to this, especially since their family has acquired a grand estate. Though their fields are not extensive, 3 mu of medium land and over an acre of additional crops, including vegetables and sweet potatoes. This, coupled with coarse grains, suffices for sustenance. Su Shi rose and walked to the courtyard, casting a satisfied glance back at the 5 spacious rooms. What is wrong with selling a daughter? It is not as if she were selling a person. Maisie, come out. She called several times, but there was no response from within. This youngest daughter has indeed been overly pampered. Had it been Pan'er, she would have already been out in the fields by now. Perhaps she married a tad too early. Had it been 2 years later, she could have contributed significantly to the household. Maisie, reluctantly standing at the door, asked, "Mother, what is it?" Dinner is still 2 hours away, and there is no need to constantly turn the rice in the sun. It is I who am unfortunate, not knowing how many more years I must toil at home, while my second sister enjoys herself. Mother, perhaps you could ask Aunt to speak on my behalf at the Chen residence. I still wish to learn embroidery from my second sister. Su Shi, whose heart had momentarily settled, now felt a surge of irritation. Your second sister has just entered the household. Would the village head's wife teach her embroidery? Such a lack of foresight, no matter whose family. No one teaches at this stage. Do not be anxious. The severance of ties is merely temporary. What woman would dare forsake her maternal family? Had she known that the Chen son would prove worthy, she would never have allowed her youngest daughter to marry into the family for the sake of good fortune. However, it is as it is. Discussing this further will only add to our troubles. Let's wait and see. Wang Shiwen returned to the village with her mother. Both mother and daughter were burdened with heavy thoughts. The Yu family is not an ordinary household. Mending ties is likely to be a challenging endeavor. Furthermore, the Chen family may not even desire to reconcile, given the poor attitude she displayed previously. Additionally, her husband must depart for the provincial capital by the 10th of October for the county examination, leaving barely 2 months. How can she allow him to be distracted? If she fails to achieve success, both mother and daughter would bear the blame, leading to a future fraught with hardship. Had these events not transpired, her husband could simply have reattempted the examination after 3 years without any reproach directed at her. Yet, she remains somewhat apprehensive about her husband's potential fury. Shiwen, the son of the Yu family, is set to participate in the provincial examination. Perhaps this time he will succeed in becoming a scholar, resulting in the Yu family boasting 2 scholars. This year, Yu Xiaocai is taking the provincial exam alongside your father, and should they both succeed, it would indeed signify a harmonious match, rivaling even the Chen family. I noticed the Chen family's son appeared rather despondent. Perhaps he is destined for a short life. Mother, why do you wish ill upon others? In what way does Yu Yifei compare to Chen Jilia? I do not care. You must help me resolve this matter. I refuse to marry into the Yu family, even if Yu Xiaocai achieves success. Chen Jilia is bound to attain the title of Jinshi in the future. His pallor is merely a result of a past illness. Sickness comes upon one like a mountain, yet departs as delicately as a thread. Do you not understand this? As the wife of a scholar, Qianshi felt a surge of irritation. This girl only dares to throw tantrums before her. Yet would she dare do so in front of her father? Ultimately, it is her own indulgence that has spoiled her. Shiwen is her first child, and after 3 years, she was blessed with 2 sons. Thus she has endeavored to shower her with affection. Had the Chen family's son not fallen ill during this period, her husband would have certainly favored his prospects, thus securing a match with the Chen family as well. Now, through a series of unfortunate events, a connection with the Yu family has been forged, while on the other side, there is a young bride to bring joy. To return to the past, however, is no easy feat. Qianshi resolved to first stabilize her daughter's emotions. Upon arriving home, if your father sees you in this state and inquires about the reason, you would at the very least be grounded. Shiwen, patiently wait for 3 months. By the end of October, the results will be revealed. First, observe whether the Yu father and son have succeeded as scholars or in the higher ranks, and then see if your father has passed his exams. Should your father succeed, there is a possibility he could become a Jinshi in 3 years. Imagine a daughter of a successful scholar, or even a Jinshi, could easily be wed to the son of the county magistrate. Conversely, If both of you father and son succeed, their futures would undoubtedly be bright. Not to mention, Yu Yifei is not unattractive. Even if he possesses some flaws, what use is a handsome man if he cannot provide sustenance? The romantic ideals before marriage pale in comparison to the realities of life afterwards. Is the Yu family truly superior to the Chen family? The Yu family has a scholarly father-in-law, a school, and a store, while what does the Chen family possess? Wang Shuilian fell silent. Her mother's words carried weight. If Yu Yifei succeeds as a scholar and his father as a jinshi, their prospects will indeed be splendid. Even in the county town, they would walk with pride. The Chen family's annual income is limited, certainly not exceeding 20 or 30 taels, and previously, Julia had to toil to exchange his writings for ink, paper, and brushes. This is hardly comparable to a merchant running a grocery store. Yet she truly admires him, captivated by his handsome and upright demeanor. Mother, I shall wait 3 more months. With that, she hastily entered the courtyard. Qianshi smiled softly. She knew her daughter well, whose singular ambition was to rise above, to live a prosperous life in the provincial city or even the capital. The Chen family's son is merely a student, hailing from the countryside. What does his appearance amount to? It amounts to nothing. 3 days later, the Chen family's summer harvest concluded. That evening, Pan'er prepared an array of sumptuous dishes: braised pork ribs with green beans, chicken stewed with mushrooms, red braised eggplant, and tofu simmered with fish. Chen Futsai savored a sip of wine, remarking on the delightful flavors of Pan'er's cooking, lamenting, however, the impending journey to the county town. Haoshi chuckled. This husband speaks the truth. Such dishes, when we attempt to recreate them, fall woefully short in flavor. It is undeniable that after tasting this, returning to our own cooking may prove quite unpalatable. Pan'er then brought forth a pot of bone broth. Aunt, if you truly enjoy my cooking, perhaps I should postpone my trip to the county town. At the end of August and beginning of September, the wild chrysanthemums are in full bloom. I wish to gather and prepare some chrysanthemum tea, which can be enjoyed year-round and is quite beneficial for the eyes. Upon hearing of its benefits for vision, Wushi readily agreed, regarding Pan'er's culinary skills as secondary. Very well, I shall go alone for now. You and Chunyin can remain at home to manage household chores, though there is still much for you to learn in needlework. Otherwise, you may find yourselves unable to embroider certain items. Chen Fuqiang had no objections. With the 2 maidens at home, he would no longer need to dine daily at the second brother's house, for there would be someone to wash his clothes and tend to household duties. Chen Jili, having finished the last sip of broth, spoke leisurely. Let us all go. Mother can teach them embroidery, and I can spare some time to instruct them in writing. We have 3 scholars in our family. A young lady must be educated and knowledgeable. His words resonated with the adults, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, even slightly well-to-do families expected their daughters to be literate. Otherwise, they could not be considered respectable. At 11 years of age, Chunyin might very well become the sister of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations if Zhili's studies proceeded favorably. Oh dear, wouldn't he that mean another scholar in the Chen family? The eyes of Chen Futsai and his wife sparkled with hope as they gazed at their 2 sons. If the boys could earn money from gathering herbs, they could continue to support their education, and perhaps one day they too would become successful scholars. No, achieving the status of a scholar would be quite sufficient. Ji Xing, with his round, expressive eyes, asked, Father, Mother, why do you look at us like that? It's rather intimidating. Haoshi playfully scolded. What is so frightening about our gaze? Let me tell you, once you are in the county town for your studies, you must heed your aunt's words and listen to your elder brother. If anyone neglects their studies, there will be no need for further discussion. They will simply be sent home. Chen Futsai nodded in agreement. Jiwen, Ji Xing, your mother's words mirror my own. Neither your mother nor I possess any skills. In these past few years, we have struggled to support your education in the village, all thanks to the generous support of your uncle's family, both overtly and covertly. We seldom purchase books. You use your elder brother's or copy them from him, for otherwise, affording even one would be a challenge. Now, as you prepare for studies in the county town, expenses will only escalate if you both devote yourselves to your studies. Your father and I will go to great lengths to support you, even if it means sacrificing everything. Conversely, if you do not take your studies seriously, there is no need to waste money. Being able to read and perform basic calculations should suffice. Jiwen rose, and Ji Xing promptly followed suit. Uncle, aunt, father, mother, we will study diligently, and, in due course, will find opportunities to read more. We need not speak of earning money. Even exchanging for ink, paper, and brushes would be a worthwhile endeavor. Jiwen's handwriting is not particularly impressive at present. He is merely capable of copying ordinary texts. His demeanor is calm and composed, unlike Ji Xing, who is more restless. In the past, whenever their elder brother was too pressed for time to copy a certain book thoroughly, Jiwen would assist by transcribing a portion, albeit with less finesse than his elder brother. As for the benefits bestowed by the King of Hell, Pan'er feels indifferent about whether to venture into the county town or remain at home. Her priority lies in being present in Chenjia village during the late August to early September period to timely rescue the elderly doctor. In her previous life, she never strayed far from the village and frequently ascended the mountains to work, which enabled her to save the individual in distress. Now, with her alibi firmly established, as well as the date and location in her grasp, she finds little cause for concern. Yet, she ponders why Chen Zhili is so adamant about her and Chen Yan learning to read and write. If it is merely a concern for Chen Yan's future, there seems to be no necessity for her involvement. Having spent nearly 4 months in the Chen household, her relationship with Chen Zhili is neither particularly poor nor remarkably good. With only 3 days remaining until the end of the month, the room is shrouded in darkness. Pan'er gazes out of the half-open window. The stillness brings a hint of heat. Were it up to her, she would prefer not to reside in the county town with Chen Zhili, where the courtyard is cramped and encounters are unavoidable, especially with the 2 young boys, Jiwen and Ji Xing, whose presence complicates matters. However, her aunt wishes to teach her and Chen Yan the art of embroidery, particularly the Chen family's needlework technique, and she cannot very well confess that she already possesses this skill from her previous life. Moreover, if Chen Yan were to depart, it would be rather inconvenient for her to remain alone at home with her uncle, unless her second aunt came to keep her company. Over the past 3.5 months, Yuan Meizi has visited once alone and once with her mother. Yuan Sushi has also come, accompanied by the 6th aunt. Given the current busy farming season, it is likely that they will seek her out again soon. It is all quite vexing. Though she lacks concrete evidence to prove she is not of the Yuan family by blood, she possesses an innate understanding that she is an outsider. Her appearance, which does not resemble any of the family members, is an undeniable truth. Both of Yuan's sons take after their mother, while Maisie resembles her father. She, on the other hand, bears no resemblance to either. Upon arriving at the Chen family, this realization struck her suddenly, and she found herself unwilling to refer to them as father and mother any longer. Regrettably, she cannot substantiate her claims. It is certain that Yuan Sushi did indeed give birth to a daughter, but what transpired during that time remains a mystery to everyone, including Yuan Chang Fa. What could have happened? For years, Yuan Chang Fa has treated her with indifference, as he does not involve himself much in household matters, treating her and Maisie similarly. His true affections lie with his 2 sons. The brothers, Yuan and Youwu, exhibit contrasting traits. Honestly, Yuan has been decent towards her, eagerly undertaking significant responsibilities, while Youwu, being only a year younger, tends towards opportunism, attempting to avoid work whenever possible. No matter how hard she labors, he shows no concern, though he does not bully her either. At worst, he is merely immature, with true selfishness likely to manifest as he matures. Maisie can be characterized by the same self-centered, lazy disposition as Youwu, displaying no sense of sisterly bond. The 2 daughters-in-law later wed into the Yuan family, one being a niece of the Su clan and the other the daughter of a small-town merchant, have proven to be of no merit. Regardless of whether she is of blood relation or adopted, she has resolved never to look back at this family. In the depths of night, she raises her hands, obscured in the darkness, unable to discern anything. She has increasingly developed a remarkable sensitivity. Her hands possess a certain enchantment. Anything that passes through her fingers, be it food or embroidery, is imbued with an exquisite quality. Even if she intentionally conceals her skills, The embroidered pieces exude an ethereal charm. Could it be that the king of hell bestowed upon her a gift when he kicked her? The last medicinal pill she concocted yielded excellent results. Acting swiftly, vaguely recalling that the old doctor from her past life had never achieved such efficacy with Chen Jili's prescriptions, she withdrew her hands. Pondering whether this marvel is genuine or merely an illusion, she resolved never to disclose this matter to anyone. In this lifetime, she aspires to live a more comfortable existence. When she eventually assumes control of her life, she shall indulge in finer sustenance and attire, for accumulating wealth without the means to enjoy it is futile. In this world, she is in truth utterly alone, lacking both kin and companions. Meanwhile, Chen Jili lay awake on the Kong, unable to find rest. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. The rented quarters are rather cramped. He, along with Jiwen and Jixing, must share a single room. The storage room at the back could serve as a sleeping space, but is far from convenient. A central hall separates them, leaving his mother, Chunyan, and Pan'er to occupy another room. Although Jixing is still young, Jiwen and Pan'er, both 13, should not be under the same roof. Yet in the village, families often crowd together without much concern. Alas, they shall make do for now. If it becomes untenable, he could have Chunyan and Pan'er stay home while he visits once a month. He finds himself perplexed as to why the girl often occupies his thoughts. Is it merely because they have already exchanged vows, and he considers himself a responsible man? Perhaps it is a combination of both. However, he perceives that the girl seems indifferent towards him, a fact that leaves him quite unsettled. Shouldn't a woman dedicated to her husband be wholly devoted? He can now reluctantly regard himself as her husband. Can he not? Chen Jili felt his cheeks flush in the darkness. At merely 15, he could hardly claim to be a true man, but merely a youth. 3 fleeting days passed. Chen Fuqiang rose early, preparing to accompany his wife and 5 children, bringing along essential supplies and provisions, planning to return if necessary. His son insisted that Chunyan and Pan'er move in with them, not only to learn embroidery, but also to gain literacy. Otherwise, it would be better for the 2 girls to stay at home, as the small courtyard already felt cramped for 6 or 7 people, while the larger house remained empty. Wu Shi promptly assisted in packing the necessary items, all of which had been gathered the previous day. Chen Fucai also delivered several bundles of bedding and clothing. "Brother, why not let me take the ox cart for a trip? It will be quite cramped with 6 or 7 people and additional belongings," he suggested with a smile. Chen Fuqiang replied, "There's no need. How heavy can a few children be? Today, we will only take a small amount of grain. If it's insufficient, we can always purchase more. Any surplus at home won't go to waste. We can simply store it." Pan'er sighed inwardly. The village chief is indeed prudent, not getting bogged down by trifles. Stockpiling grain for next year is certainly wise. With a new harvest just in, Chen rice is at its lowest price. Starting to gather it now would be quite advantageous. Yet, where shall they store the grain? Is it too early to rent a house? After a while, she would take the opportunity to visit the dentist. Renting a modest courtyard for a year would cost at most 2 taels, perhaps even less. If the price is reasonable, securing it early would be advantageous. Soon, the mule cart departed from the village, filled with the laughter and chatter of Chunyan and Jiwen, creating a lively atmosphere that made their arrival at the city gate seem almost effortless. Chen Jilin settled onto the side bench in front, instructing his father to continue straight down this street, and he would guide him at the next turn. The mule car traversed 2 streets and made 2 turns. "Father, it's just ahead. Please let me down so I can lead the way and unlock the courtyard." Chen Fuqiang halted the cart, appreciating the tranquil yet accessible location, which was far from remote. Wu and several children peered out the window. Only Jeline and Pan'er had visited this place before, yet the location was indeed quite agreeable. The same situation unfolded once more. Chen Fuqiang and Wu were very pleased with the small courtyard, which was well kept and adequately equipped. Most importantly, it was in close proximity to the county school, requiring merely a quarter of an hour on foot, and nearby markets made shopping convenient. A rental fee of only 3 taels for such a courtyard was truly a bargain. Wu pointed to a small storage room, saying, "Once you move here, you can stay in this space with just a bed. It might be a bit chilly in winter." Chen Fuqiang replied softly, Two people won't feel the cold. Wu cast him a playful glance. You and Jilin should take the two children to the county school and try to enroll them there. If that doesn't work, they can attend a private school for the time being. The county school offered classes for scholars, students, and ordinary classes, which were further divided into large and small classes. However, it was already August, and with only 4 months left in the second half of the year before the winter break, it was uncertain whether Ji Wen and Ji Xing could be admitted. If they can be enrolled, I will register them today. The second child will bring the silver to me. After the group departed, Wu busily tended to the two young girls. We three can share a large Kong. It might be a little cramped, but the room isn't small. Pan'er surveyed their surroundings. We're not overweight, so it won't be too tight. Aunt, could you teach us the remaining needlework techniques this month? I'll return to the village at the end of the month. Will Chunyan come back with me? Chunyan, having satisfied her curiosity, felt somewhat unaccustomed to such a small courtyard, realizing that home was undoubtedly more comfortable. Of course, I will accompany you. This place is too small, and I fear I won't adjust. Besides, I wish to learn how to make flower tea with you. Wu also felt it was somewhat inconvenient for the two young girls to stay in such a small space. Chunyan was better off, but Pan'er and Ji Wen, both 13, felt a bit awkward. A month of instruction on needlework would be sufficient, but ultimately, it was up to them to practice. The Chen family's needlework techniques were passed down from the grandmother, who had taught only her son's family. The grandmother and grandfather both bore the surname Chen, and when the younger siblings struggled to learn, the grandmother decided to impart the knowledge solely to her. Now, she was passing it on to Pan'er and Chunyan, and their success would depend on their own efforts. After a flurry of activity among the three, they conducted a thorough cleaning of the courtyard, laying out the blankets they had brought so they could sleep comfortably that night. Aunt, I will prepare lunch. Should we have noodle dumplings or rice? Chunyan tended to the fire as they prepared a simple lunch of dumpling soup, enriched with a handful of leafy greens. Tomorrow morning, your uncle would bring a cartload of firewood. The bones were inexpensive, and soon they could indulge in bone broth daily, as it was the perfect complement to the dumpling soup. Today, they had only brought a small bundle, yet it was sufficient for the day. Chunyan interjected, "This is indeed true. Living in the city, this is the best we can manage. Regrettably, we cannot afford to purchase a grand residence here." Wuxia busily attended to her tasks. In the city, a modest house could be acquired for 30 or 40 taels, and even though their family could save enough over 2 years, the uncertainty of where their son would study in the future made the purchase of a small courtyard seem impractical. While a grand estate was appealing, it would cost over 100 taels, and the expenses for educating Ji Li would be considerable, especially if he pursued studies at the provincial academy or even took the imperial examination in the capital. The thought weighed heavily on Wu Shi's mind. An hour later, Chen Fuqiang and 3 others hurried back. Noticing their troubled expressions, Wu Shi asked, "What happened? Did you fail to enroll?" Chen Jili replied, "Mother, all 3 of us successfully registered. We begin classes the day after tomorrow. However, we heard troubling news. There's a fellow student in the Tongshan class who was excelling in his studies, but suddenly fell ill in mid-June. His father, a clerk in the magistrate's office, immediately took him to the provincial city for treatment. We are unaware of the specifics of his illness or whether he has recovered. The magistrate's office has been investigating but has found no leads. I have kept my own poisoning incident private, so they have not inquired about me." Wu Shi's expression darkened. Perhaps it would be best for the children to refrain from attending the county school and instead seek private education. "Mother, that is unnecessary. I will be discreet and avoid drawing attention to myself. Ji Wen and Ji Xing are still young and do not require concern. This seems to be primarily directed at those who excel in their studies." Pan'er suggested, "It would be wise to apply some ash to your face daily, so others will think you have not fully recovered." Chen Jili shot her a glance, but chose not to argue. He found the suggestion too unclean. Wu Shi, however, agreed with Pan'er's idea. Chen Fuqiang sighed deeply. "My dear, we have only 1 pill left. We shall not part with it, for it is a matter of life and death. Additionally, several children should avoid eating all their meals at the county school. After all, poisoning originates from what one consumes. They have brought their own water in small flasks. Jili, Pan'er makes a valid point. Apply a bit of ash and conceal some of your knowledge. Others should not trouble you further. Alas, if only we could discover who is responsible for this. But after more than a month, it seems unlikely. Pan'er and Chunyin served the midday meal. The group ate in silence, each lost in thought. My dear, I will return shortly. Please look after the children, and try not to speak too much with others. Never disclose family matters to outsiders. This is not our village, and we cannot know who might harbor ill intentions. Wuxia nodded, burdened with worry. Chen Fuqiang continued, the child should be fine, but he has not returned to the county school. If anyone inquires about Ji Li, simply say he is unwell. Let us not mention the poisoning. I, too, desire justice for my son, but we lack influence and cannot afford to provoke anyone. Wuxia nodded, once more in agreement. For over a month, my son has suffered from an inexplicable illness, during which he nearly lost his life. Should the authorities uncover the sinister hand behind this misfortune, I hope they will ensure that the culprit faces the most severe consequences. My dear husband, please find time before the end of the month to bring back Chunyin and Pan'er. Whether they return before the new year can be discussed later. I can manage alone for now, as there are only 4 months left until the long holiday begins in early lunar December. In the afternoon, Chen Jili took Ji Wen to the bookstore, where he submitted his completed transcriptions and requested a copy of annotations for further study. The modest earnings from his transcription work were entirely exchanged for writing supplies. Upon learning that both of his younger brothers were studying and that his sisters also wished to learn writing, the shopkeeper generously provided him with a substantial amount of scrap paper and several pieces of broken ink, which were excellent for practicing calligraphy. Once home, Chen Jili promptly gathered the playful Ji Xing, Chunyin, and the sewing Pan'er. He began by distributing paper and ink, followed by establishing a daily reading schedule for Ji Xing and Ji Wen, meticulously organizing their evening hours. This caused Ji Xing to furrow his brow in distress. Eldest brother, your schedule is too packed. The teacher must have assigned a considerable amount of homework, and with your additions, I fear I may not find time to sleep at night. Ji Wen smiled subtly, understanding that once the elder brother had set the plan, it could not be altered. Ji Xing lamented his plight in vain. Chen Jili adopted a serious demeanor. I am just like your elder brother. You are not the only one burdened. Can't you study by the oil lamp at night? Education in the county is costly. Your parents will soon venture into the mountains in search of medicinal herbs. The labor is arduous and the rewards uncertain. If you do not apply yourself diligently, it will be better to return home early and contribute to the family. Ji Xing dare not argue. He was not foolish. Education was indeed beneficial. Even if he could not achieve the status of a scholar to open a private school, managing a shop or keeping accounts will be far superior to toiling under the sun in the fields. Observing Ji Xing's compliance, Chen Jili turned to Chunyin and Pan'er, stating, regardless of your time for embroidery, I will teach you 10 characters each day. You must be able to read and write them well. Those who fail to do so will have to practice overnight. Chunyin grimaced, brother, as young ladies, we do not need to take the imperial examination. Being able to read is sufficient. Why must we also write? Just as one cannot live on rice alone, one must have vegetables too. This matter is non-negotiable. I will inspect your progress daily. Pan'er was indifferent to the quantity of characters she had to write. She genuinely wished to learn. It was a rare opportunity for young women to receive an education, typically reserved for those from affluent families. However, her mind was preoccupied with a recent incident at the academy involving poison. In her previous life, she was unaware of such an event. She only knew that Chen Jili would return to the county school once he regained his health. This matter seemed to have quieted down, and she was uncertain whether the true culprit had been apprehended. Chunyin, Pan'er, you both continue your embroidery at home while I go buy some vegetables. Wu instructed before hurrying out without waiting for their response. The market was bustling, and she hoped to overhear discussions regarding the poisoning incident at the academy. If the perpetrator remained undiscovered, she would prefer her son to attend another school. As Wu ventured further, she encountered a woman approaching her. You must be new here. This family has moved to the capital. The woman was somewhat familiar, introducing herself as the neighbor, with her husband being a county scholar. Upon hearing that she was the wife of a scholar, Mrs. Wu quickly engaged in polite conversation. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the woman clapped her hands in realization. Oh dear, I thought I recognized you. You are Chen Ji Li's mother. My husband is his teacher, surnamed Liu. You You may call me Mrs. Liu. I heard your son was unwell. Is he feeling better now? Mrs. Wu smiled and replied, yes, he was ill. But after the busy farming season, he has returned to the academy. She explained that she rented this residence and had brought along her 2 nephews, who had just gone to the academy, prompting her to rush to buy some groceries. Mrs. Liu nodded in understanding, expressing sympathy for the challenges of educating children, noting that Mrs. Wu's son, Chen Li, was indeed a bright child whom her husband frequently praised. Mrs. Wu felt a surge of joy in her heart, though she remained modest in her response. They continued to discuss matters related to the academy, but did not uncover any news about the sinister events surrounding the poisoning incident. As their paths diverged, Mrs. Wu bid farewell to Mrs. Liu and made her way to the market. Meanwhile, at home, Pan'er and Chen were not idle. They were busy making summer shirts for Chen Li. Originally, it was supposed to be Mrs. Wu's task, but for some unknown reason, she had handed it over to them the previous day. Chen was also crafting a small garment of the same color, sewing together pieces where the fabric was insufficient. Pan'er, do you think we will return here after the end of the month? Chen asked. Pan'er smiled gently and replied, do you wish to return home or stay here? Chen sighed and, with utmost seriousness, expressed, I would prefer to return home. It is much more comfortable there. But if we go back, Mother will have to cook all the meals and manage several garments, leaving her little time for embroidery. My brother's expenses largely rely on Mother selling her embroidery. My father earns some silver from farming each year, but he also has to contribute to Uncle's family, who are barely getting by. Of course, my uncle's family helps us out as well. Pan'er contemplated for a moment and suggested, perhaps I should contribute some of my earnings. After all, meals do require money. Chen retorted, are you foolish? Why would meals cost anything? You help with the chores. And most importantly, you saved my brother, which means you saved our entire family. Should we charge for meals, what would become of our family's honor? My mother has always said she would never take back her words. Chen glanced at Pan'er and asked if my mother were to treat you as her own daughter rather than as my brother's wife, would you be upset? Pan'er chuckled softly, you need not test me. I am well aware that I am not worthy of your brother. I have never truly intended to remain in your family. Hence, I aspire to learn embroidery diligently and save some silver for myself. After all, I have severed ties with my family, and in truth, I am akin to an orphan. In a year or 2, I will find someone to marry, or perhaps have my uncle help me establish a household, ensuring I can survive. Chen felt a pang of sorrow, setting aside her work. You need not become my sister-in-law to stay with us for a few more years. When you reach 16 or 17, you can marry. There is no need to establish a separate household. A young girl living alone could be vulnerable to harm. Reflecting on her own family, her father, mother, elder brother, and uncle and aunt, Chen heart ached for Pan'er, who was all alone. Yuan Pan'er shook her head, remarking that it would depend on when her brother decides to betroth himself. Should he become engaged to someone, her presence, as she is now, would undoubtedly cause discomfort for the other party. Though she is a girl, she is loath to engage in actions that might be deemed unwelcome. Chen pondered the situation and wondered what could be done if all else fails. Perhaps her elder brother should indeed marry Pan'er. Although she entertained such thoughts, she refrained from voicing them. For matters of such gravity concerning her brother's life cannot be dictated by a mere younger sister. Enough of these concerns for now, she asserted. There is ample time ahead. My focus should be on mastering embroidery to earn a living and diligently pursuing my studies in writing. The greater my skills, the better my future will be. Chen, let's keep our conversation private, shall we? I understand. I shall not speak of it to anyone. Chen rose, stating her intention to use the restroom. Feeling somewhat burdened, she reflected on her 4 months of companionship with Pan'er, during which she had indeed developed feelings for her. Pan'er, having lost her maternal family and saved her brother, now found herself in a particularly awkward position, as she did not wish to impose upon them further. Chen felt a pang of guilt, akin to tearing down a bridge after crossing it, as if forgetting the kindness received. Should Pan'er marry again, she would be regarded as a second marriage woman, her worth diminished significantly. Better families would likely not consider her, leaving those of lesser standing unworthy of her. It was imperative that she consult her mother for alternative solutions. Otherwise, Chen Yin felt like a heartless traitor. After lingering in the restroom for a considerable time, when she emerged, her mother had already returned from the market. Chen Yin, come help sort the vegetables. Pan'er is already simmering the bones. Living in the city is indeed convenient. We can enjoy fresh meals every day. In summer, bones are inexpensive, costing merely 3 won per piece, while pig liver and tripe are 8 won per jean. These are nourishing, yet her husband can no longer partake. Their family is not affluent, yet these items are still affordable for regular consumption. From now on, she will strive to enhance their meals. For children in their teenage years require proper nourishment to support their growth. The county school allows for a half-hour lunch break, with half of that time consumed by travel, leaving just enough for a meal, perhaps with a little extra time to spare. At noon, Chen Li returned to the courtyard with 2 younger cousins. Lunch was already served, featuring a large bowl of bone soup with slices of tripe and minced meat, alongside a stir-fry dish of green beans and a vegetable, with rice served in a 2-in-1 style. Delicious, truly delectable. Xing wished he could swallow his tongue, certain it was Pan'er's culinary skills at play. Wu sure smiled. Even Xing acknowledges Pan'er's cooking prowess. Indeed, simple meals prepared by her taste remarkably better. Chen Li glanced at the young girl across the table. Chen Yin, have you two managed to practice your reading and writing this morning? Chen Yin looked at her mother and replied, Mother, how could we? There was hardly a moment's respite with all the household chores. Chen Li savored a sip of the broth, which was indeed fresh and flavorful. Then we shall write in the afternoon. I will be checking your work tonight. The truth of the matter remained unclear. Wuxia did not concern herself with Chen Yin and Pan'er's education. Her own daughter had shown a tendency towards laziness, while reading and writing are commendable pursuits. It would be unfortunate if her brother excelled academically while his sister remained illiterate or could only recognize a handful of characters, unable even to write her own name. Pan'er never expressed any unwillingness from the beginning to the end. Zhili, today while I was out purchasing groceries, I encountered someone of a similar age. She mentioned that her husband is your teacher, surnamed Liu. Is that true? She said they live next door. Not far at all. Mr. Liu? He is indeed one of my instructors, a decent fellow, although he is considerably older than my father. This Mr. Liu holds a great fondness for him. In fact, this spring, he even contemplated betrothing his daughter to him, but he deftly sidestepped the proposition, as he had already developed a secret affection for Wang Xuelian by then. Shortly thereafter, he fell ill and left the academy. Today was not his class, so I have yet to see him. Zhili, have you heard about the situation concerning your classmate? Yes, I have heard. It seems to be merely a misunderstanding. He fell ill suddenly, but he has since recovered and has simply chosen to continue his studies in the capital. The authenticity of this remains uncertain. It is said that the local officials conducted an extensive investigation at the county school, scrutinizing every detail, even inquiring at the rejuvenation hall about his ailment. He finds it perplexing. If it were indeed an investigation, why not go directly to his home and ask him personally for clarity? This matter has become a closely guarded secret at the academy, leaving one to wonder why. Is it that the officials are inept and unable to uncover the truth? Or is there some underlying reason compelling the magistrate to remain silent? Or perhaps this classmate merely suffered from a temporary illness? Mother, you should maintain a cautious distance from Mrs. Liu. There are many other teachers' households in this vicinity, as well as a number of students renting nearby. Upon hearing this, Wu understood immediately that her son was not particularly keen on her becoming too close with Mrs. Liu. Mother knows that aside from going out for groceries, I usually prefer to stay in, engaging in embroidery with Chen Yin and the others. Zhili, regardless of whether your prior illness was intentional or accidental, I do not wish to pursue the matter further. You must exercise great caution in the future. Mother, I am well aware of this. Xing, we must depart within a quarter of an hour. Xing, who had been jesting with Chen Yin, suddenly sprang up and dashed towards the back courtyard's latrine. Wen followed at a leisurely pace. In the afternoon, Wu said to Pan'er, we must reside here for at least a year. Not to mention how pleasant it is next door. A simple greeting is in order. Your culinary skills are commendable. I was thinking of purchasing some meat early tomorrow morning so we can prepare large meat buns, delivering 6 to each of our neighboring families. It would serve as a friendly introduction, don't you think? Pan'er nodded. And this season offers ample green beans. Filling with ground meat and beans is exceedingly delicious. You decide, and if time permits, I shall teach you some more stitching techniques now. Mother, you mentioned encountering Chen Ji, Li's mother, earlier today. Lu Yijuan's eyes widened. Mrs. Lu nodded. Indeed, she crossed paths with me just as she exited her courtyard. What began as casual conversation turned out to be Chen Ji, Li's mother. Your father holds this student in high regard, claiming he is certain to succeed in the imperial examinations. I never imagined he would be renting a house right next to us. Lu Yijuan's face flushed as she lowered her head. Wasn't it said that he was quite ill? I had suggested that father introduce him to a renowned physician in the capital, but you insisted it was unnecessary. Daughter, what do you understand? Upon hearing the news of his grave illness, I naturally disapproved of your father's involvement. Now that he has recovered, your father remains his teacher. We shall observe the situation for a while longer. If indeed all is well, it would be prudent to make an early commitment. His mother appears to possess a commendable temperament, though she hails from the countryside. Your husband is among the few gentlemen in the county, a scholar who has unfortunately not succeeded in the examinations despite 4 attempts, and with age not on his side, he has ceased to try. Currently, he serves as a teacher at the county school, leading a life of ease while also providing private instruction to some affluent students, yielding a respectable annual income. They have established a shop and cultivated good farmland, yet their 2 sons struggle academically. The eldest, at 20, remains an elementary scholar, and his performance in the forthcoming provincial examination is uncertain. The younger, at 17, has not even achieved that status, spending his days in leisure and indulgence. Despite their father's reprimands, he cannot seem to settle down to study, which causes her great distress. The youngest, their sole daughter, is now 15. Her husband aims to find a promising match among her students, not wishing for her to marry into a wealthy family in the county, believing that a capable son-in-law is far more valuable than mere wealth. After all, riches can be squandered, but a good character can earn a living. Chen Ji Li is the student her husband holds in high regard, and he has conveyed his intentions, though the young man, being rather youthful, does not comprehend. Regrettably, before he could elaborate, the young man fell ill again. However, their daughter is still young, and there is no rush. It would be wise to observe further to ascertain if his health is fully restored. No matter how well one studies, poor health renders all efforts futile, especially during the 9 days of examinations. Lu Yijuan does not entirely concur with her mother's sentiments, yet her gentle nature prevails, as her parents undoubtedly wish for her happiness. Junior, I shall discuss this matter with your father upon his return tonight. It is a significant affair that requires careful consideration. We must not be hasty. With a blush, Lu Yijuan turned and retreated to her chamber. Why should I be anxious? It would be best not to marry at all. Madame Lu chuckled softly. It is indeed difficult to part with a daughter once raised, but she cannot remain unmarried forever. Engagement at 15 or 16, and marriage by 17 or 18 is customary. Delaying too long is ill-advised. Yet, she harbored reservations about the Chen family. Despite their admirable qualities, they're still of village origin, lacking property or wealth in the city. Even if he were to succeed at 20, what remuneration could one expect from a mere year in office? The son of the county magistrate appears quite suitable. He seems to share similar sentiments, yet her husband objects, believing the lad's academic talents to be mediocre. Achieving the status of a scholar is challenging enough, let alone that of a successful candidate. In her view, at just 18, the future remains uncertain. After all, the young man as father is a successful scholar. Could he not guide his own son? She had not considered that her own husband, a gentleman scholar, also faced challenges, as their youngest son lacked the desire to study, which is not solely dependent on instruction. Before preparing dinner, Pan'er set aside her embroidery to commence her daily studies. Pan'er, do you truly write? Inquired Chun Yin, approaching her. Would you dare not to write? Besides, studying and writing are skills one cultivates for oneself, Pan'er replied, putting down her brush to begin. Seeing Pan'er write with such dedication, Chun Yin turned her attention elsewhere, pondering whether she should fetch her own set of writing tools from the other side of the table. Write if you must. In the future, when my elder brother reaches high school, it would indeed be unfortunate for him to be unable to write a single character. Wu stealthily approached the kitchen, treading lightly. A lifetime should afford one such opportunity at least once. That evening, upon returning home, Chen Jili's first task was to scrutinize the homework of the two. You both have managed to read, yet what is this handwriting of Chunyan's? Out of 10 characters, only these two are barely legible. The rest must be rewritten tonight, or you shall have to write them multiple times tomorrow. As for Pan'er, her writing was slightly better than Chunyan's, yet still far from pleasing. 6 characters had barely passed muster, and the rest required rewriting as well. After delivering his judgments, Chen Jili sauntered towards the dining room. Jiwen and Zhixing followed closely behind, their faces etched with sympathy, yet they dared not speak. In their minds, they believed it sufficient for a young lady to recognize characters. Writing was an unnecessary endeavor, and to achieve proficiency in it was an even more superfluous expectation. Well then, let us dine, he concluded. We shall write together this evening. Chunyan, your brother only wishes what is best for us. A young lady ought to be literate and numerate to avoid being deceived by others. Chunyan, who had previously been quite vocal, finally fell silent. I certainly understand he means well, but studying is exceedingly difficult, and writing is even more so. I cannot remember, nor can I control the pen. I simply am not cut out for scholarship. In her heart, she murmured to herself, you excel at everything. After just 3 or 4 months of embroidery, you nearly surpass our mother, who has been practicing for 20 years. Writing was the same. She had barely begun, and yet seemed to write well. Nevertheless, despite her thoughts, she felt no envy. Sister Pan'er was already so unfortunate. Being clever and capable was indeed a blessing. In the dining room, the family conversed over their meal. Country folk do not adhere to the maxim of silence while dining. Mealtime is an opportunity to gather, and if not now, when shall they converse? Wu remarked, Jili, this afternoon I spoke with Pan'er. Although we are renting, we will not be leaving any time soon, and we ought to familiarize ourselves with our neighbors. We may lack extravagant gifts, but it is unnecessary to come empty-handed. Early tomorrow, I shall go to the market to purchase some flour so Pan'er can prepare dumplings. We shall deliver 6 to each household. Regardless of the circumstances, it represents our goodwill, which is better than arriving without any offering. Chen Jili had no objections. Mother, I reiterate, this place is not like our Chen family village. One cannot simply drop by for a meal. While it is acceptable to recognize neighbors and exchange food, we should strive to maintain a more private existence in the future. This was the second time his son had expressed such sentiments. I am aware, Mother does not possess a disposition inclined towards socializing, and Chunyan and the others are even less likely to venture out for leisure. Between meals, washing, and embroidery, there's scarcely afforded any leisure. Your father should have taken your uncle to the mountains today to forage for medicinal herbs. I wonder how that endeavor fared. It is akin to learning on the job, with no foundational knowledge whatsoever. Chen Jili himself was utterly ignorant of herbalism, and he presently lacked the time to learn. Mother, there are surely herbs in the mountains. Our area is scarcely frequented by gatherers. Father and Uncle Air likely did not collect much initially, but gradually it should improve. Moreover, I am continuously copying books. At the very least, this will save us some money on purchasing them. While our earnings are modest, the supplies for 3, ink, paper, and brushes, are just about sufficient. Jiwen's handwriting has improved considerably. He can now copy ordinary texts. Jiwen blushed and nodded in agreement. If it were not for their brother's education, the family of the elder uncle would have no cause for concern in their daily lives. The parents possess only agricultural skills, earning a meager income throughout the year. After meeting their basic needs, it is a struggle to send even one child to school, let alone 2. The elder brother began copying text for profit at the tender age of 13, yet to this day, his handwriting remains unrefined. The next morning, Mrs. Wu took Chunyan to the market while Pan'er prepared breakfast at home. A pot of mung bean porridge was accompanied by small sweet potato pancakes, which contained not only sweet potatoes, but also some flour. A dish of pickled vegetables added flavor to their meal, which was enjoyed heartily by all. Pan'er, what kind of pickles are these? They taste wonderful, inquired Zhixing, already on his 3rd pancake. The porridge was delightful, yet he was cautious not to drink too much, as it might lead to frequent trips to the latrine. At home, it was merely inconvenient, but at the academy, it was less manageable. This is the vine tip of sweet potatoes, and it tastes better pickled than dried, Pan'er replied with a cheerful smile. Her voice was soft and sweet, imbued with the delicate charm of a young girl, which Chen found quite pleasing. Today, I shall teach you some characters, and when Chen Yan returns, you can instruct her as well. It is not my intention to pressure you. Nowadays, even girls from slightly better-off families are literate and can write. Pan'er was puzzled by his unusually gentle demeanor, but felt relieved that he was not being harsh. I understand. I will sketch a design for a cloth bag for you. When we visited the prefectural city last time, I saw people carrying them. The bamboo book boxes are simply too heavy. Pan'er's eyes lit up. She recognized this concept. In her past life, a few years later, De Hung had been seen with people carrying cloth bags, not just scholars. Perhaps she could use this idea to earn some money, no matter how small the amount. I have seen it too. There is no need for you to draw a design. I will make it for you in the next couple of days, she said, her heart ignited with ambition. Earning money was her utmost desire at present, as nothing could surpass the satisfaction of a well-filled purse. At that moment, Chunliang was reasonably priced, and she considered starting to buy some, but only if the rent was low, the location was not far, and safety was ensured. Ideally, this task should be undertaken by a man, but at present, she trusted no one but herself. The Chen family's current situation was the most comfortable she had experienced in 2 lifetimes. She genuinely wished to stay, though she lamented its transient nature. Chen Julian noticed her willingness to assist him, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. You shall make my long robe, correct? Just embroider simple bamboo branches at the hem. If there are any scraps left, sew me a handkerchief or a purse. Pan'er neither agreed nor declined. Indeed, the long robe was a task assigned by her aunt, deemed a practice piece. However, the handkerchief and purse were things Chen Yan could easily create. It would not be appropriate for her, an outsider, to undertake such tasks. Zhixing was too engrossed in his meal to pay attention to these matters. At 13, Jiwen was old enough to comprehend that the family's discussions at home about bringing joy were merely practical arrangements, not serious commitments. Yet, observing the elder brother's demeanor in recent days suggested he might have genuine intentions. If that were the case, it was uncertain whether the elder uncle and aunt would consent. In the eyes of the elder uncle, aunt, and their own parents, the elder brother was indeed suitable to marry the daughter of a high-ranking official. Chen Juliet was thoroughly satisfied as he headed to the backyard, realizing that not refusing was tantamount to acceptance. Was it not customary for a young lady to craft a purse for her young master? These days are unlike the beginning. He has come to a realization. Regardless of whether it is for fortune or anything else, a marriage ceremony is sufficient to experience once in a lifetime. A second ceremony does not equate to a second marriage. The next time he returns home, he will clarify to his parents that this girl is unchanging. For should someone else propose for him in the future, it could lead to unpleasantness and offend others quite easily. When Wu and Chen Yan returned, only Pan'er remained at home. Pan'er, please tidy up these green beans. Chen Yan and I will have our breakfast. I will knead the dough while Chen Yan prepares the minced meat. We need to deliver these gifts by mid-morning. I have decided to only send to the 6 nearest households. The farther ones can be disregarded. Who had a plan in mind? She took a bamboo basket outside, packaging 6 into one, totaling 6 packages, the buns of which the dough was kneaded by her, the filling minced by Chen Yan, and the entire process of stir-frying the filling, wrapping, and steaming undertaken solely by Pan'er, turned out plump and white, surpassing those purchased from street, and their flavor was simply exquisite. The filling was so hot it burned the mouth. Chen Yan was reluctant to spit it out. Ouch! That's hot. It's truly delicious. Chen Yan managed to give Pan'er a thumbs up with one hand. Pan'er's culinary skills are remarkable. It would be wonderful to eat her cooking for a lifetime. Unfortunately, that would not be possible, as in a few years, she too would marry. Chen Yan felt no resentment towards her future sister-in-law, Pan'er. What a lovely disposition she had. So virtuous and capable. If she were mother-in-law, she would desire such a daughter-in-law. They delivered 36 buns, leaving 7 extras, enough for each person to have one, with one remaining. Observing Chen Yan nearly finishing hers, Pan'er noticed her eyeing another. So she simply picked up the extra one. You eat this one. The remaining are just right for each of us. Chen Yin gleefully accepted. Then we'll share this one half and half. Otherwise, it would be awkward to divide the extra. She swiftly split it in two, handing half over, and Pan'er gratefully accepted without hesitation. Currently, rice costs 18 won per pound, flour 22 won, second grade rice 14 won, and even the least desirable brown rice is 8 won per pound. These prices were casually inquired about with her aunt. She had specifically asked about the price of second grade rice, which is 12 won per pound. The grain yield in Dahuang is not high, thus prices are not cheap. Ordinary households typically consume brown rice porridge, occasionally adding some second-grade rice, which is quite satisfactory. The Yuan family, for instance, has breakfast only once a day. If dinner is substantial, they do not require dry rice. The Chen family is somewhat better off, but now with 3 boys eating like ravenous tigers. Even she and Chen Yin have hearty appetites. Typically, breakfast consists of porridge with pancakes, while lunch is dry rice, usually made of second-grade or old rice, with real white rice being a rare treat. As Pan'er savored her bun, she contemplated her savings. The medicinal herbs sold for 36 taels, and prior to that, she had sold embroidery twice. After purchasing materials, there was barely 1 tael left. This month's embroidery work was ready for sale and should fetch around 1 tael and 5. After deducting rent, her disposable income totaled 36 taels. If all this silver were to be used to purchase old rice, it would amount to nearly 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds. Her heart leapt. Even if she were to earn double, that would still be over 70 taels. Her heart raced as if she had already acquired the silver, a true fortune indeed. What are you pondering? I spoke to you, yet you seemed lost in thought. Pan'er snapped back to reality. I was thinking of nothing in particular, just waiting for your mother to return and inquire about when we shall visit the embroidery room. The pieces in my hands are ready for sale. Chen Yin finished her last bite, patting her belly. That was delightful. I could forego lunch entirely. You speak of embroidered items. I have merely completed a dozen handkerchiefs, fetching only a few coins, while you have truly excelled. Just a pair of pillowcases is worth a tael of silver. The only valuable thing I possess is that pair of pillowcases. The rest are mere handkerchiefs, and I haven't even crafted a purse yet. Chen Yin, your brother taught me to recognize new characters before he departed. He asked me to teach you. Chen Yin plopped down. You speak of daily learning and writing. Where I find the time to embroider. Half an hour later, Mrs. Wu returned, accompanied by Lady Lu. Chen Yin, Pan'er, this is your Aunt Lu from the Lu family. Her husband is the esteemed scholar who teaches your elder brother, a truly remarkable gentleman. Chen Yin and Pan'er hurriedly greeted her. Oh my, what 2 flower-like young ladies. Still busy writing. Mrs. Chen, are these both your daughters? Mrs. Wu chuckled. One is 13, and the other 11, simply indulging in writing. I must say, your daughters are quite remarkable, graceful, and beautiful, truly like fresh blossoms. Pan'er felt content that her aunt acknowledged her as part of the Chen family, and this was agreeable to her. Lady Lu smiled, relishing the praise of her daughter. Mrs. Chen, I must tell you the last family we visited. Oh. They were still arguing when we arrived. It's best you maintain a distance from them in the future. Let me share, they're also renting. They've been here for 2 years. The girl in that household is their daughter-in-law, married for 3 years and has borne 2 daughters. Her mother-in-law was quite displeased. And last year, her son passed the first examination. I hear he is off to the capital for the next. Mark my words, if he truly succeeds, I suspect the daughter-in-law will be cast aside sooner or later, as she is already deemed unworthy. If they held her in such disdain, they ought not to have married their sons so hastily. Should they indeed cast her off now, the children would suffer, and the woman would be pitied. I generally avoid visiting that family. Mrs. Wu maintained a smile. I am grateful for your company in making these acquaintances today. Thank you. Nonsense, you need not thank me. I have lived here for over a decade and know everyone well. I must take my leave now, as there awaits a mountain of household chores at home. My husband keeps insisting I hire a maid to assist, claiming that 1 little girl is insufficient. I have been too idle to visit the tea shop. It seems I truly must go soon to select someone, otherwise I cannot sit comfortably when I go out. You 2 young ladies should come visit my home sometime. My daughter is a bit older than you and has a most amiable disposition. Chen Yin and Pan'er eagerly agreed. Lady Lu remarked, Indeed, I must take my leave. lest my son returns home to find no lunch prepared." She spoke as she made her way outside. Mrs. Wu hurried to follow. Pan'er put away her writing tools, her motivation to write vanishing. Lady Lu's words had once again illuminated the harshness of reality for her. Her relationship with Chen Zhili cannot be regarded as truly beneficial. It is a forced situation that will ultimately lead to a significant imbalance in their future marital status, causing her much distress in the end. The next day, while selling embroidery, Pan'er did not accompany her. She entrusted her goods to her aunt, returning with a modest profit of 1 tael and 100 won after deducting costs, which was fairly satisfactory. She also used her own funds to purchase a bolt of sky blue fabric to craft 3 backpacks, reserving the excess to make one each for herself, Chen Yan and her aunt. Additionally, she planned to create several distinct styles to present at the embroidery shop, hoping to negotiate a business deal with Aunt Liao. She did not expect to earn a substantial sum, as these items were easily replicated, but merely sought to gain a head start. However, this meant that her own family could not benefit from her efforts for the time being. In recent days, Mrs. Wu had been somewhat troubled. The more she interacted with this girl, the more she grew fond of her. Yet, similar to the previous family, her son was merely a student, and they had already begun to express disdain for their daughter-in-law. If he were to achieve the status of a scholar or even a jinshi, would it not be even more problematic? Pan'er had been with them for 4 months, her complexion had improved, and she had grown a bit taller. Yet she still paled in comparison to the young lady of the Lu family, who resembled a nobleman's daughter in every regard. If they were to force a union between her son and Pan'er, would he not eventually come to resent her? Such a scenario was indeed disheartening. Unbeknownst to Pan'er, she believed her aunt was merely worried about the household. She, too, felt anxious as August was swiftly passing, and she found herself unable to spare time to visit the tooth merchant. With her impending return to the village at the end of August, it was uncertain if she would be able to come back to the city throughout September. It would be wise to procure grain as early as possible. If signs of drought appeared in neighboring provinces by the year's end, those merchants, being astute, would likely begin hoarding grain immediately, causing the price of rice to rise significantly. As August drew to a close, on a fine morning, Chen Fuqiang arrived at the small courtyard. "My dear, I have come to take Chen Yin back home." "Pan'er, guess how much silver I have earned this month since leaving the medicine shop?" He typically visited the county town every 3 to 5 days to sell medicine and would take the opportunity to bring back firewood and vegetables, which meant Mrs. Wu hardly needed to purchase vegetables at the market, only needing to buy some meat and tofu. 3 taels? Mrs. Wu held up 3 fingers, aware that her husband was still learning about the medicinal herbs, gathering knowledge as he collected. During his last visit, she had overheard that he had perhaps earned over 2 taels. "My dear, 5 taels and 701. I found a 5-year-old Tianchi. Just that one plant yielded 1 tael and 5. He was indeed skilled in herb gathering, and despite their lack of familiarity, earning this much in a month was commendable, especially given that he still tended to the fields daily. I spent 100 won on some meat. I'll take half home and leave half here for us to eat." Mrs. Wu accepted the items with a smile, her eyes crinkling in delight. "You must split this silver with your second uncle." Chen Fuqiang nodded. "Of course, once they're more acquainted, I will entrust this matter to them as a couple, while I continue my carving work, ensuring that Zhixing does not have to drop out of school." Pan'er brought over a bowl of soaked rice, topped with a perfectly fried egg, golden on both sides, accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. "Uncle, let us fill our stomachs first." Pan'er's culinary skills were truly remarkable, and the aroma was inviting. "Aunt, I shall return home with Uncle today. The wild chrysanthemums are in full bloom, and those who read or engage in needlework strain their eyes, so this is indispensable." Mrs. Wu nodded. "Take Chunyin back with you. Stay at home for a month before returning. I will teach you how to make a padded jacket and a cotton coat then." In mid-October, in Qingzhou, thin jackets were already worn in the early morning and evening, yet she possessed not a single cotton garment. "Aunt, I will pack up this month as embroidery soon. Later, could you help me sell it? The proceeds will be entirely used to purchase fabric and cotton. I wonder if a little over 1 tael will suffice for each family member to have a new piece made." Mrs. Wu's heart warmed. "There is no need for you to buy anything. Our family does not lack winter clothing. Each person simply needs a new outfit for the new year. And I'll take care of that, including your new clothes. Pan'er remained silent, finding these matters trivial. They could be discussed when she returned next month. Chen had also grown homesick after an extended stay, so she returned to her room to pack a few belongings and presented her embroidery pieces to her mother. Pan'er also tidied her meager possessions, managing to fit everything into a single fabric pouch. 20 days prior, she had accompanied her aunt to the Rue E embroidery workshop, where she had directly approached Aunt Liao with several small bags she had crafted. These delicate fabric bags differed significantly from the backpacks she had made for Chen, Julia, and the others. She had also brought one of those along. Aunt Liao showed great interest in these bags, yet she shared the same thought. They were easily replicable. If one wished to profit, it would be wise to secretly produce a large batch and release them all at once to capture the initial market. However, Pan'er assured her that she would create several different styles next time, even more exquisite than these. Ultimately, Aunt Liao purchased the 4 bags for 10 taels of silver, promising to buy the next styles at the same price if they were appealing. The 10 taels felt like a fortunate bargain, a stroke of luck from her past life. She insisted on taking her aunt and Chen to the silver shop, where each of them bought a uniquely styled silver hairpin, totaling 3 taels. She saved the remainder diligently. Should she earn another 10 taels next time, she would have over 50 to spend on grain. Mrs. Wu noted the 2 girls in the room and pulled her husband into the courtyard to share whispers. They discussed the children's education, the warmth of Lady Lu, and her daughter, who appeared to be particularly well off. They also spoke of Pan'er, the clever girl who not only knew how to earn money, but also how to navigate social interactions. In less than 5 months, she had bought fabric for summer shirts for every family member, and just last time, she had purchased silver hairpins for herself and Chen. Now mentioning her intent to buy cotton and fabric, Chen Fuqiang quietly remarked, "What is done is done. Let us not allow her to spend any more this time. Our family is not affluent, but we can manage another maid, especially since she prepares our meals thrice daily." As for the Lu family's affairs, it remained unclear what intentions lay beneath, but since they had not made their thoughts explicit, it was best to act oblivious. Reflecting on Julia's attitude, if he were willing, they could propose a marriage, yet it would be unfair to Pan'er. "My dear, I truly wish to keep Pan'er as our daughter-in-law. She is indeed exceptional, though she lacks a more favorable maternal family. As my cousin remarked, the young ladies in the city may appear charming, yet they are often difficult to engage with. They lack the ease of companionship we share with Pan Yatu." Mrs. Wu reiterated the troubles of the neighbors. "I too wish for a harmonious relationship, yet I fear that in the future, should they not get along, it is the women and children who will suffer the most. Thus, it is preferable to plan ahead." The couple fell into a contemplative silence. Ultimately, one must acknowledge their own selfishness, unable to bear the thought of their son facing any slight. They find themselves imposing hardship on others. During lunch, Chenjili learned that Chen and Pan'er would be returning home for a month. "You have only just begun to write well, and now you must take such a long break. How about this? Rewrite all your previous characters as a form of review, and memorize the entire 3-character classic. Upon your return, I shall commence teaching you the 100 family surnames." Pan'er remained silent. She had already memorized the 3-character classic and her writing had improved, yet it still fell short of excellence. Nonetheless, her interest in writing grew each day, and during her time at home, she planned to delve deeper into the herbal medicine texts. Understanding herbs proved to be far more beneficial than mere literacy and memorization. Having distanced herself from her exploitative maternal family, she had developed an insatiable love for wealth, particularly for silver, as if accumulating more would grant her a semblance of security. Chen pouted, feeling pressured to study and write here, and now she faced the prospect of memorizing and writing at home, which left her feeling quite stifled. For Pan'er, studying and writing felt like play. She remembered swiftly and penned beautifully. Chen, on the other hand, required twice the time to grasp concepts. While she could learn, days later she would likely forget much of it. She truly believed she lacked the aptitude for academia, her embroidery skills being mediocre when compared to Pan'er's exceptional talent. After lunch, once the 3 boys departed for the academy, Chen Fuchang escorted the two young ladies back to the village. However, before leaving the city, they made a brief stop at the market, purchasing 200 won worth of meat. Upon exiting the city gates, the mule cart slowed down. Young Wang, have you come to the city today? Do you have any badger oil at home? If so, I'll buy a jar from you later. Uncle Village Head, I still have some. I'll save it for you. A youthful voice replied. Yuan Pan'er and Chen Yin leaned closer to the cart window. A young lad was driving a donkey cart, the two carts mere steps apart. Wang Qishan. Pan'er's heart skipped a beat. She had seen Wang Qishan at this age before on the mountain. Yet they had never exchanged words, always passing by in haste. Wang Qishan felt someone watching him. A fleeting glance revealed two young ladies at the cart window. Although he could not discern their features, something stirred within his heart. Uncle Village Head, I must take my leave. The little donkey trotted off. Chen Fuchang chuckled. Can a little donkey outrun a mule? Certainly not. Giddy up. It was still early to return home, barely mid-afternoon. Upon noticing that the door of the second brother's house was tightly shut, Chen Fuchang grabbed his hoe and headed to the fields, instructing Pan'er to prepare dinner for both her second uncle and himself, as he had been dining at the second brother's house this month. From a distance, Chen Fuchang observed the second couple laboring diligently in the fields, their lands adjoining each other. Brother, have Chen Yin and the others returned? Upon seeing his elder brother, Chen Futsai straightened up. Are the children all well? Haosher smiled at her brother-in-law. This was the second time they had ventured out to sell medicine, and after a long time away, they missed their two sons dearly, especially since it was their first genuine experience living away from home. Chunyan, I hope the children are back. This time they will stay for a full month before returning to the city, and all the kids are doing quite well. Tomorrow is a day off, but Jilai mentioned he would give Jixing extra lessons. Jiyun is managing all right, but he is struggling a bit. I heard from your sister-in-law that every evening they need to study for over an hour, with Jilai and Jiyun spending an hour and a half on their homework, nearly until midnight. Fortunately, once in the city, it is convenient to buy groceries and meat and bones are stewed daily. Today, upon learning that Pan'er had returned home, Jiyun wore a pained expression, lamenting that his aunt's culinary skills did not compare to Pan'er's. Haosher laughed. As long as there is food, that's sufficient. Nonetheless, your sister-in-law has really prepared their meals well. Last time we visited, the host couldn't stop after 2 bowls. Chen Fukai chuckled heartily. Pan'er truly possesses remarkable culinary skills. Brother, if Jilai truly lacks the intention to marry Pan'er, let her become the eldest daughter-in-law of our family. I genuinely think highly of that girl. Haosher gazed at him with keen interest. The couple indeed harbored such sentiments. The once dark and thin young girl had transformed remarkably in just 4 months at the Chen household. Her skin had become fair, she had grown taller, and her face had filled out. With another year of nurturing, she would be hard to find even in the surrounding villages. Moreover, she was quick-witted and industrious, earning over a tael of silver in just a month. Jiyun, on the other hand, was handsome yet rather earnest. His academic performance was average, and Chen Futsai was astonished that the second couple would entertain such thoughts. After all, Pan'er had been formally betrothed to Jilai, though not in an official sense. They were still cousins. What a notion! Haosher replied, Brother, to be honest, both of us share this thought. Of course, if Jilai is willing to treat Pan'er well, she would indeed be our niece-in-law. However, if you were to marry her off in the future, it would be better for her to marry into our family. Having a sister-in-law to bring joy to her elder brother is the same, and in terms of household registration, we are still one family. Regardless, brother, please keep this matter close to your heart. Such a wonderful girl must not be let go. Chen Futsai nodded. He could not assure that his son would genuinely wish to marry Pan'er. The temptations outside were considerable, and even within their family, one's heart could waver. After all, their son was exceptionally outstanding, and while the Yuan family no longer maintained contact, it remained a source of concern. Such a troublesome in-law was a burden to them. All right, I understand now. However, this matter should remain between us. The children must not find out, and there's no rush since they are still quite young. Chen Futsai felt somewhat restless. Both he and his wife were caught in a dilemma. One feared that after their son passed the entrance exam, an in-law like the Yuan family would hinder his progress, which was their greatest concern. On the other hand, the longer they spent time together, the more emotions developed. How could they bear to let such a good girl be married off? Yet, seeing the second couple's expressions today, it seemed they genuinely wished for this. Such circumstances are rather awkward and uncomfortable. 3 individuals completed a task and hurried home as dusk approached. Elder brother, look at me. I nearly forgot to ask how much silver we made today. Is the Tianqi truly valuable? Chen Fuqiang replied with a smile. What do you suppose it is? Elder brother, could it be 500 won? Surely not just one tael? Chen Fuqiang, brimming with pride, announced that single Tianqi sold for 1 tael and 500 won. I calculated that this month we made a total of 5 taels and 700 won. I purchased 100 won worth of meat, leaving most of it there, and brought some back. After dinner, I will share half of the silver with you. I also bought some realgar powder. Even though autumn has arrived, we must still be cautious of pests. Cousin Ming said he would prepare some ordinary detoxification powder for us next time, which will save us some money. How remarked. Elder brother, you found the Tianqi, so you must first deduct 1 tael and 500. Chen Fucai nodded in agreement. What are you two discussing? We agreed early on that it would be 2 families combining to make 5, with each household receiving half. If we split it so meticulously, then you two would take it all, leaving me with nothing. Hao blushed and said, Elder brother, over the years, you have supported us significantly. We are well aware of that. We simply lack the means and must shamelessly rely on you. Now that Jiwen and Jixing are in the city, although they provided a small amount for groceries, their meals are so lavish that it hardly covers half a month's expenses for the 2 of them. Chen Fucai lowered his head, remaining silent. Each year, the 2 taels of labor silver were provided by their elder brother, and he had only gone once in 3 years, which was only because the work that year was relatively light, allowing the elder brother to agree to his absence. In truth, there are very few instances in the village where one must spend money. Only 2 or 3 families do so. Second uncle, second aunt. Chun Yin exclaimed as she hurried over upon hearing voices, just in time for dinner. Hao embraced Chun Yin, exclaiming, Oh, Chun Yin, it is wonderful that you have returned. Otherwise, our home would be so desolate with just the 3 of us adults here. Wana, you're back. She lifted her gaze to see the smiling young girl standing at the door. Wana stepped forward, second uncle, second aunt. Oh, I can already smell the meat. Hao couldn't help but feel increasingly fond of Wana. Chen Fucai said, Brother, we have a delightful meal tonight. Shall we brothers share a drink? The Chun brothers were not gluttonous drinkers, but occasionally, when the mood struck, they would each indulge in a cup. Chen Fuqiang remained silent. If they were to drink, then let them. Drinking is not akin to consuming ginseng, which is too costly. 50 won per jin of liquor is still affordable. Many villagers consume liquor priced at 15 won per jin, which he truly cannot swallow. As the 2 children went to serve the dishes, Chen Fuqiang entered the room and handed 2 taels and 8 coins to the second couple. Remember, this matter need not be discussed with others. Hao no longer hesitated. Accepting the silver and placing it into her purse, 2 small silver ingots and 2 pieces of loose change. Earning so much in a month without hindering farm work is indeed a profitable endeavor. As long as they can earn, the 2 children will be able to continue their studies, ensuring a bright future ahead. Due to the presence of only 5 individuals, Pan'er prepared 3 dishes and a soup. One dish consisted of salted pickles braised with meat, exuding a savory aroma that was undeniably appetizing. Another dish was scrambled eggs with loofah, a delightful combination of tender yellow and vibrant green, both visually appealing and delectable. The final dish was a generous bowl of meat and tofu stew. As for the soup, it was undoubtedly a rich bone broth, enhanced with pig's blood and liver, mere accompaniments to the ample meat that had been generously provided. The following day, Pan'er took Chun Yin to the back mountain, but unexpectedly, Chun Yin sprained her ankle after only a short distance. While not severe, it required a minimum of 3 to 5 days of rest. Sister Pan'er, what should we do? Aunt has gone to the fields. Perhaps you should not go alone, Chun Yin suggested. Pan'er ensured Chun Yin was comfortable and encouraged her with a little wine, saying, I will search along the gentle slope. What is there to fear? Did I not often venture into the mountains alone in previous years? Chun Yin, once I leave, it is best if you secure the courtyard door. Do not open it for just anyone, and keep yourself occupied with embroidery. Rest when you tire. Last night, after dinner, Second aunt had quietly informed her that the Yuan family had visited twice this month, both times by Yuan Maisie. The first visit was half a month ago, and the second was just yesterday morning. Second aunt advised her to be cautious of a girl about 10 years old, who had the audacity to persistently visit despite the Chen family's stern demeanor remaining unperturbed. Growing up, she would undoubtedly become a shrewd individual, far from the seemingly obedient Fade. Chunyan nodded, noting that both her father and second uncle were out gathering herbs in the mountains, while second aunt was busy cultivating vegetables. Both families relied on a substantial amount of produce for their daily meals and needed to stockpile more dried vegetables for the convenience of winter. Pan'er ventured once again into the back mountain, this time taking a small path that led directly to the south mountain. In her previous life, she had rescued the esteemed Dr. Gu from an abandoned trap on the south mountain. Today, the second day of the 9th month, with 4 days remaining, she felt the urge to scout the vicinity for reassurance. Just as she steadied herself with a sigh of relief, a figure descended towards her. It was Wang Chishan, carrying a bow and arrows, with 2 rabbits in one hand and a basket on his back, the contents of which were unknown. The young man cast her a brief glance, preparing to pass by silently. However, Pan'er would not let him slip away unnoticed. "Are you the brother from the Wang family at the foot of the mountain? May I inquire about something?" she asked. The young man halted, remaining silent yet fixing his gaze upon her, seemingly awaiting her words. "Our family has several members who engage in embroidery, some of whom have I strained. I wish to gather some wild chrysanthemums to make flower tea. They are scarce at the foot of the West Mountain, but I'm unfamiliar with the South Mountain." Pan'er explained, her peach blossom eyes fixed on him, her voice as melodious as a lark. Wang Chishan suddenly felt a rush of warmth to his face, and, lowering his head, softly replied, "Along this path, there are many places where they grow. However, even though it is not spring, crawling insects are still about." With that, he hurried away. Pan'er chuckled lightly, aware that the mountains were indeed abundant with wild chrysanthemums. She simply wished to engage him in conversation. She knew it was essential to prepare in every aspect. The Chen family was kind, but she could not linger for long. Do not underestimate her perception. It is evident that the Liu family harbors an interest in Chen Jilin. Otherwise, Madame Liu would not visit so frequently, often accompanied by her daughter, the young lady of the Liu family, who has brought food on 2 occasions. Gifts are often reciprocated. It would be impolite not to return the favor, and thus, the offerings from her aunt were naturally her own culinary creations. Whether Chen Jilin is aware of this remains uncertain. It is clear that her aunt has ulterior motives, leading to a complex emotional dynamic, occasionally sighing in secret. One is a solitary orphan from a broken family, while the other is a young lady with an esteemed scholar for a father. It is apparent which pairing would seem more suitable. With a heavy sigh, Pan'er resolved to cease pondering such matters. Lacking support, she would cultivate her own strength, acquiring skills and generating income. She ascended for a quarter of an hour, turning westward, where a barely discernible path could be seen to the east, though the surrounding bamboo grew densely, making passage nearly impossible. One could only wonder about the intentions of the elderly Dr. Gu, who ventured into such secluded areas without a companion. Had she not been present, it could have resulted in a tragic accident. Before long, she indeed arrived at the site, a steep slope with an abandoned pit at its base. Surveying her surroundings, she contemplated gathering some dry branches to block this perilous opening, thus preventing Dr. Gu from tumbling down. If successful, would this not be a form of repayment for a past kindness? Once she completed this task, she lingered, for the area was adorned with sprawling clusters of wild chrysanthemums, blooming splendidly. These flowers thrive easily, even in the most barren soil. Logically, the apothecary would likely accept them. Pan'er spent the morning collecting half of the blossoms, leaving the remainder untouched as an excuse to return in a few days. She could only hope that Dr. Gu would notice her efforts to block the gap and refrain from further descents, thus averting future mishaps. Today was a day of rest, and Chen Jilin was at home, studying with her 2 cousins when they heard voices in the courtyard. Madame Liu had arrived once more. "Sister Wu, I just brought this over. We can't possibly finish it all at home. so I thought to share some with you. Sister Lu, how can I accept this? Beef is not easily obtained. You should keep it for your children. Please take it. Jilin and the others are home today. This dish is delightful when marinated or braised. I must be off. There are matters to attend to at home. Madame Wu found herself in a dilemma, holding 3 to 4 pounds of beef. It was precious and not merely a matter of expense. How could she repay this kindness? Even a fool could see that Madame Lu was interested in her son. Had this been in the past, she would have welcomed the prospect, but the current circumstances were different. Jilin's betrothed had already been chosen. Pan'er held great gratitude towards the Chen family. When her son was established in the household registry by his husband, it was clear that he wished to spend his life with that child. She and her husband also cherished the boy. However, during her interactions with Madame Lu, she had become acutely aware of the latter's intentions. Perhaps it was prudent to subtly disclose that her son was already taken. When she looked up, she spotted her son standing at the entrance, observing her. Jilin, Madame Lu dropped off her gifts and left. Mother does not wish to accept them. Chen Jilai approached and took the beef, weighing it in his hands. Let us accept this offering, he said, but Mother, I have cautioned you against getting too close to the Lu family. Mr. Lu is a good man, yet their intentions have become quite apparent. I cannot seek others. Under these circumstances, accepting their kindness may lead to misunderstandings. Mrs. Wu sighed. I do not wish for such a situation either, but Mrs. Lu is exceedingly warm-hearted. It has gradually led us here. I cannot deny my own selfishness. The Lu family is admirable, and their daughter is a fine match for you. Although Pan'er is lovely, her family brings considerable troubles. July, should you succeed in your studies, you would be even less compatible with her. Mother, had it not been for her antidote, I would likely have perished, and what future could we discuss then? Moreover, she truly is wonderful. I harbor no dissatisfaction. I have come to understand this. If anyone inquires further, you may disclose our relationship, including that with Mrs. Lu. I had intended to keep it private for a few more years. But if such complications arise, it may be best to make it known. Mrs. Wu felt a heaviness in her heart. Indeed, as her son mentioned, had he lost his life earlier, there would be no future to contemplate. Even Mrs. Lu's connection to her husband could prove burdensome. The young lady is exceptional. Yet if her son were to achieve academic success, there might be even more illustrious families and better prospects ahead. Is it not foolish to favor one, disregarding others? Ultimately, she realized her own inconsistency, focusing solely on her son's future while believing that compensating Pan'er later would suffice. With a resigned heart, Mrs. Wu entered the kitchen, lacking any desire to prepare the beef, deciding instead to make a pot of dumpling soup for lunch. The intentions of Mrs. Lu were evident. The last veil was for her to lift. As her son was unwilling to abandon Pan'er, she must devise a way for Mrs. Lu to comprehend the situation without being overt. Such families value their honor deeply. Moreover, her husband was their son's teacher. Would she risk inciting anger that could lead to repercussions for her son? Next year would be the examination year, and her son insisted on participating. It was vital that this matter did not affect him adversely. She must not allow Mrs. Lu to abandon the prospect of their families joining, nor should she foster any resentment. Careful contemplation was required. Chen Jilai returned to the main room, but found himself unable to concentrate on his studies. So he retreated to his chamber to rest on the calm. Yuan, now 13, had begun to grasp these matters and glanced toward the door, feeling a twinge of concern for her elder brother. Brother, Mrs. Lu is truly kind. She has sent beef again. Do you think Aunt will cook it for us today? Ji Xing exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Life here was far superior to home, though he lamented Pan'er's departure. Aunt's culinary skills surpassed those of his mother. Yet compared to Pan'er, they were indeed not on the same level. Focus on your studies or practice your calligraphy. Do not let your thoughts stray to such matters, he admonished. Ji Xing pouted, but complied, immersing himself in his books, recognizing the sacrifices their parents made for their education. Chen Jilai lay with his eyes closed on the Kong. Recently, Mr. Lu had been exceptionally kind to him, which added to his pressure. From the very first day here, he had urged his mother to maintain distance from the Lu family, fearing misunderstandings could jeopardize their teacher-student bond. Yet they had arrived at this juncture. Fortunately, this matter has not been brought to light. There remains room for maneuver. In a few days, regardless of whether it is my father or my second uncle who sells the medicine. They should bring my mother back and allow my second aunt to stay for a while. My second aunt is rather carefree. Even if Madame Lu comes over, she can inadvertently reveal the past incident of my cheerleading, prompting the Lu family to abandon such notions themselves. After all, I am merely a child scholar with limited means, hardly comparable to a golden son-in-law. I think of Pan'er, a person I did not know 5 months ago, yet now occupies the position of my wife and has saved my life. I always believed I would spend my life with someone who would share both joy and sorrow, only to find that she unhesitatingly became engaged to another after my misfortune. In the brief span of a few months, it feels as if the vast seas have turned into mulberry fields. Everything has changed, including my heart. Particularly in these last 2 months, my heart has gradually accepted this young girl. At this moment, thinking of her evokes a bittersweet feeling within me. I am, after all, a married man. Suddenly, Chen rises. As a married man, he must strive for the future and refrain from indulging in frivolous thoughts. For days hence, Chen Fukai and his wife set out for the county early in the morning. They have gathered a considerable amount of herbs over the past 2 days, though sadly, none are particularly valuable. Chen Yan's foot is still somewhat swollen. She can walk but experiences pain. Chen Fuchang instructs her to focus on her embroidery and advises Pan'er not to go. He will gather some herbs while foraging in the mountains. Today, he himself is collecting tax grain with the officials in the village. It takes barely half a day to collect the taxes from the village. As every household has prepared their contributions, no one dares to default on this account unless they wish to face imprisonment. Once Uncle Chen departs, Pan'er busies herself preparing to head up the mountain. Pan'er, didn't my father tell you not to go? Chen Yan protests, feeling quite bored at home alone. Chen Yan, it's almost the end of the morning hour. I will return in at most an hour and a half, just in time to prepare lunch. I only harvested a few flowers in the past 2 days. There isn't much dried. I know a place, and I will be as quick as possible. Very well. Chen Yan reluctantly agrees. She primarily desires company. The lunch itself is of little concern as she can manage it alone. After all, there are only 3 of them. An uncle and aunt will certainly return by mid-afternoon. Yuan Pan'er walks along the mountain path, and today, perhaps due to the grain tax collection, she encounters no one on the road. The warm sunlight bathes her, and a gentle breeze caresses her. Occasionally, a fallen leaf flutters before her, stirring a sense of inexplicable melancholy in her heart. As leaves drift down, she wonders where she will be in 2 years, whether with the Wang family or elsewhere. She cannot say. If only she had loving parents. At 13, one should be the most carefree, right? Like Chen Yan or that young lady from the Lu family whom she has met twice. That young lady is far more beautiful than Wang Xiuelian, and her family background is undoubtedly superior. Her father is a scholar, and it is said she has 2 brothers studying. The Lu family has always regarded her as just another daughter of the Chen family, treating her with utmost courtesy. If they were to discover that she is merely a girl sold by her family for good fortune, they would likely not even spare her a glance. Wiping her nose, Pan'er begins to run. She decides to cast aside such thoughts. Today, there are more pressing matters at hand. It seems that in a previous life, her efforts to save others came rather late, as she only managed to rescue someone just before noon. Now, as she awaits her arrival at the designated place, it is possible that the old doctor has yet to arrive. If that is the case, she can leisurely pick flowers while waiting, effectively preventing a potential calamity. However, the outcome was not as favorable as she had envisioned. A quarter of an hour later, upon reaching her destination, she immediately noticed that the dry branches which had obstructed the path were now moved aside. It was still early in the morning, strictly speaking, not yet noon. Surely, the old doctor could not have arrived already. Of course, it could also be someone else. Nevertheless, regardless of who had fallen, her duty to save remained unchanged. Indeed, she soon heard rustling, sounds accompanied by muffled groans. Someone had encountered trouble. Is anyone there? Has someone fallen? She called out. Miss, please help me. I am a medicinal herb gatherer, and I accidentally fell. With a sigh, she recognized the voice belonged to the same elderly man. She set down her basket, which conveniently contained a thick rope, an ordinary item to carry while ascending the mountain, along with her knife. She tied the rope around her waist, leaving the knife in the basket. As she descended the slope carefully and approached the abandoned pit, she found the scene eerily reminiscent of her previous life. Quickly, think of a way to pull me up. A snake bit my leg just now, he exclaimed. Startled, she realized that there had been no snake bite in her past experience. What was happening? Could the past and present truly differ? She felt momentarily bewildered. Old man, I happen to have a rope. I will throw it down. You can tie it around your waist, and I will pull you up. Sound good? Yes, young lady. Call me Dr. Gu. You must hurry. I have lost the medicine on me and need to find some to dress the wound. Dr. Gu shouted. He had been unfortunate. The apprentice had gone in another direction, and despite his cries, no one had answered. He had lost the medicine he was carrying, but fortunately, the dagger remained, which he used to cut open the snake bite and expel the venom. However, his leg had become quite numb. Luckily, it was not the most venomous of snakes. Had he waited for help, he would have perished. The rope was somewhat long, and she secured one end to a slightly thicker branch, as none of the trees here were particularly robust. Dr. Gu, tie the rope around your waist. On the count of 3, I will begin to pull you up. A quarter of an hour later, the two finally ascended the slope. As she examined the old man's pallor, she grew concerned. Dr. Gu, what shall we do if there is no antidote? The county town is quite a distance away. Should I go gather some herbs? Do you know about herbs? Pray tell, which detoxifying plants do you intend to collect? She mentioned 3 or 4 types, all components of the famed antidote. Dr. Gu nodded in approval. That will do, but you must be quick in gathering them. He meticulously described the appearance of the herbs, hoping for a glimmer of hope, though he had little expectation that the young girl would remember them all immediately. To his surprise, she was indeed familiar with them, as they were indeed part of the antidote's ingredients. She turned and dashed away. Why is old man Goose so unfortunate? He blocked the gap, but could not stop the people. It turns out he discovered the medicinal herbs he was seeking here. Yet his misfortune struck before he could descend slowly, as he was bitten by a snake. In just a quarter of an hour, Pan'er managed to find 3 types of antidotes, one of which was the Chonlu herb mentioned by the old doctor. Dr. Gu, do you think these are feasible? Gu Siyuan smiled upon seeing them. Quickly hand them over. This will suffice. Pan'er passed the herbs to the elder, knowing there was still a young apothecary on the mountain searching for a rare herb. She had no intention of asking about it. Gu Siyuan hurriedly chewed the herbs and applied them to his wound, wrapping it with a handkerchief he took from his pocket. The medicine would take effect momentarily. Child, could you descend the mountain to find someone to carry me down? I will pay him, so it won't be for nothing. I fear I cannot manage on my own for the time being, and my guards are nowhere to be found. He had indeed been too careless. Unwise to send someone to another mountain in search of herbs, and this time he had only brought Yuan along. It seemed he had enjoyed too many good days. Dr. Gu, isn't it just half an hour for a round trip? I have applied the medicine now, so I'm temporarily all right. Pan'er assisted him to a more open area to sit down, then turned and ran towards the small path. As fate would have it, she encountered Wang Chishan descending the mountain just as she reached the main trail. Wang Chishan glanced at her, seemingly uninterested in exchanging pleasantries, and was about to pass her by when Pan'er called out, Could you do me a favor? I saved a herbalist who was bitten by a snake, and I cannot carry him, but he promised a reward for the help. He is quite large. Surely you can manage to carry him? Wang Chishan set down the basket on his back. Take me to him, but you must help carry my things in return. Pan'er nodded. She caught a glimpse of a wild chicken and a rabbit in his basket, thinking they wouldn't fetch much money. The burden lay not in those, but rather in his bow and arrows, combined with her own basket and Dr. Gu's. She realized it would not be easy for her either. She quickly led Wang Chishan back. Doctor, I found someone. Brother Wang, you know each other? As soon as she spoke, she recalled that Dr. Gu and his guard had been staying at Wang Chishan's home. In her previous life, she had taken someone directly back to the Chen family, and there had been no snake bite incident. I have been staying with my young apothecary and guard at Brother Wang's for 3 days now. I appreciate your help. Brother Wang. Wang Chishan remained silent, adjusting the bow on his chest before crouching down. Do I not need to carry the bow? No, just take your basket. After saying this, he hoisted the injured man onto his back and began to walk away. Pan'er hurriedly picked up her own basket and took hold of Dr. Gu's. By the time she grasped Wang Chishan's, she felt it was quite a struggle. In that moment, she felt torn. At home, she had hidden 900 poison pills. Yet this was Gu family's recipe. Would seem odd if she took them out now, but if she did not, what if the poison in Dr. Gu's leg proved unmanageable, and he could not wait to reach the county town? She found herself in a dilemma. One must either bring the person home or procure an antidote, for such venom can be countered with but a single dose, perhaps two if necessary. In a previous life, the esteemed Dr. Gu had resided in the Chen household for 6 days to treat Chen. Although he was a practitioner of medicine, he held a deep reverence for Buddhism. It would be impossible to conceal the truth from him. Perhaps he could attribute his knowledge of the remedy to a dream, and thus he would not doubt its efficacy. Pan'er felt her heart race. Ever since encountering Miss Liu, she had been apprehensive that a union between the Chen and Liu families would soon materialize. Thus, her prolonged stay at the Chen residence seemed untenable. Recently, she had even mustered the courage to engage in conversation with Wang Chishan. Yet, she was still too young. Even if she managed to strike up a conversation, marriage would not come swiftly. Therefore, accompanying Dr. Gu was a viable path, enabling her to completely extricate herself from the Yuan family, who would not easily relent. If possible, she yearned to learn from the venerable doctor while still in her youth, without neglecting her sewing, which could not be pursued for extended periods as it strained one's eyes. Her aunt, though merely in her 30s, often found her vision blurring. Resolute, she took a few brisk steps and called out, "Dr. Gu, upon descending the mountain, please come to my home. I possess an antidote that may prove useful." Wang Chishan paused momentarily. Dr. Gu remarked, "Very well, let's first visit your home. If it is insufficient, young Wang, please assist me in searching for Wen Yuan on the mountain. He is in possession of some medicine as well, though he only utilized a basic remedy earlier, which may not suffice over time." Understood. Despite being only 15, Wang Chishan's tall stature allowed him to carry the frail elder with remarkable speed. They arrived at the Chen household promptly. Pan'er hurried ahead to summon Chen to open the door. "Why are you here so early?" Chen began, but her words faltered upon seeing the figures behind her. Wang Chishan, quickly bring Dr. Gu inside. Upon entering, Pan'er instructed, "Chen, I will explain shortly." Got it. Chen, after some contemplation, limped outside to find her father, feeling uneasy about the arrival of an unfamiliar guest being carried inside without informing an adult. "Young Wang, could you kindly search for my bodyguard up the mountain? If found, please bring him here." "Certainly." Wang Chishan turned and departed. Pan'er brought over a cup of water, shaking her head internally at the reticent nature of the elder, who seemed unwilling to utter even a single additional word. At that moment, the house was blissfully empty, presenting the perfect opportunity to retrieve the antidote. Chen had likely gone to fetch Uncle Chen, and it was uncertain whether he would produce the last remaining pill. Before long, Pan'er retrieved a pill and presented it to Dr. Gu. "Dr. Gu, I have here an antidote. Please consider taking it." Dr. Gu was taken aback as he accepted the pill. It was unmistakably the Baidu Dan from his family, rarely sold outside, with inferior alternatives available to the public. As his youngest son had stated, this was a rare gem, typically administered directly to patients rather than entrusted for further examination. Of course, he was confident that even if given 10 pills, no one could replicate its exact formulation. "How did you come to possess such a remedy?" "The composition of this pill is identical. Its preparation appears somewhat crude and is certainly not produced by the Baiwa Valley." "Dr. Gu, can you utilize it?" "My dear girl, to be forthright, this is a secret formula of my Gu family, but this pill is not of our making." "What is the explanation for this?" "Thus far, only he and his 2 sons, along with Gu Qing from the valley, are privy to this prescription. However, Gu Qing has been his lifelong companion and has scarcely left the valley in recent years, managing the vast pharmaceutical workshop. His elder son, Gu Somo, oversees more than 20 Yuantang establishments across Daheng, while his younger son, Gu Se, manages various family businesses. It is utterly impossible for them to divulge the formula. As for his 4 grandsons, 2 are studying medicine and 2 are pursuing academia. They have yet to be informed. "Dr. Gu, the branches you encountered this morning were deliberately placed by me, ensuring you would not slip. Indeed, there is a connection, albeit tenuous. Once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Given our discourse, it is imperative that we continue. However, I fear what I must say will not be believed. Not by you, nor anyone else. Gu Siyuan's curiosity was piqued. My dear girl, speak the truth, and I shall believe you. Furthermore, regarding my family's most vital secret formula, it is essential that you disclose it. Pan'er felt a twinge of regret. She should not have taken this path. Dr. Gu, I have not confided in anyone about this matter. In early April, I dreamt of your impending fall, which prompted my return to the village under the pretext of gathering mountain daisies. I even took the liberty of placing branches there, hoping to prevent your slip. Thus, I arrived early today. In my dream, I rescued you just before noon. I thought that even if you were indeed to fall, I would have already intervened. Who could have anticipated your descent would occur so soon? Gu Siyuan's heart raced. Last year, he had been warned through divination of an impending calamity that would ultimately be a narrow escape. Surely this referred to the current incident. Even if a deity wished to protect him, how could they convey such a message through a young girl? Could it be that this girl shared a significant karmic bond with him? As this thought crossed his mind, he found himself increasingly favoring Pan'er, as if they had known each other for ages. The girl was somewhat older, otherwise he might have considered her as a potential disciple. Throughout his life, he had taught 3 disciples, 2 of whom were his sons, and the third was Gu Qing's son, Gu Baiji, who was currently assisting the elder son in managing the medical hall. Continuing, in my dream, you imparted to me the secret of this medicine. Impossible, Gu Siyuan asserted with conviction. Pan'er promptly recited all the ingredients of the Baiduden. I crafted this pill twice. The first time was to save Chen Jili, for whom I prepared 6 pills. 5 were utilized, leaving 1 remaining. The other 6 were sold to the old proprietor of Hui Chuntang in the capital, earning 36 taels as personal funds. Subsequently, I secretly crafted 9 more pills for emergencies, and this medicine is one of them. I understand I should not have exchanged this for silver, and I vow to you that I shall never sell such medicine again. Who is Chen Jili? How did you come to sell medicine to the old proprietor of Hui Chuntang in the capital? Pan'er glanced outside, realizing that Chun Yin and uncle had yet to return, likely indicating that the affairs with the constables were still unresolved. She recounted her experience of the auspicious event she had planned for early April. Yet she refrained from mentioning the other occurrences from her dreams. In her reverie, you had bestowed upon me a marvelous elixir for enhancing beauty, though I have yet to utilize it. She reiterated the details of this enchanting formula. Gu Siyuan was taken aback. Indeed, this beauty recipe belonged to him. His younger son had persistently implored him to devise 2 such formulas, and after much deliberation, he had finally crafted this one last month. A formulation even his son was unaware of. This revelation underscored the authenticity of the girl's words. Could it be that the Buddha had sent a dream to him? When had he become so significant that the Buddha would send a vision to a village girl? This young lady had merely derived the potent elixir from what she had gleaned in her dreams, displaying an exceptional talent for pharmacology. Could she indeed be his destined disciple? Gu Siyuan, renowned not merely for his medical prowess, but for his skills in potion-making, recognized that while his eldest son's medical expertise was on par with his own, neither of his sons nor Gu Baiji had mastered even 80% of his pharmaceutical knowledge. The exception was Gu Qing, whose skills in potion-making were commendable, though still slightly inferior to his own. Gu Siyuan marveled inwardly, sensing that fate was at play. He had taken on the treatment of an old friend's grandson, having heard that this mountainous region harbored the herbs he sought, and had discreetly arrived here 3 days prior with his garden assistant, Wen Yuan, keeping his intentions hidden from everyone. He never anticipated encountering such an event. Years ago, his son had adamantly forbidden him from foraging for herbs in the mountains unless it was at his own Baiwa Valley and required several companions. Before he could speak, footsteps echoed nearby. Pan'er exhaled in relief upon observing the old Dr. S expression, which reflected only astonishment, devoid of anger, suggesting that her desires were close to fulfillment. Pan'er, this is Chun Fuqiang, he announced as he entered, spotting the elderly gentleman seated at the table. Uncle, this is Dr. Gu. He was bitten by a snake while gathering herbs on the mountain, but he has already used herbal remedies. I brought him back to rest. You foolish girl. Didn't I advise you against going to the mountains? Snakes are indeed present at this time. Dr. Gu, are you feeling any better? Would you like me to escort you to the county hospital? The lady had also concealed 100 venom elixir, yet he was unaware of its whereabouts. No need. I have already taken my medicine. However, I may need to rest here for a day or two. I shall provide some silver, a 1 TB of freeloader. To take this girl away, the Chen family would certainly need to consent. It was unclear whether they truly regarded her as a daughter-in-law or something else entirely. If it were the former, it might prove challenging, as most families would hesitate to allow their daughter-in-law to spend years honing her craft. In the field of pharmacology, one could not expect to master it without several years of diligent study. If she were merely being supported with the intent of marrying her off in a few years, then the situation would be simpler. Given her entrepreneurial spirit in selling herbs for personal savings, it seemed the family was not particularly eager to acknowledge this union. Chen Fuqiang waved his hands repeatedly. Doctor, there is no need for such formalities. I am Chen Fuqiang, the village chief of Chenjiakan. My wife and son reside in the county for schooling. This is my daughter, Chen Yin, and this is Pan'er. Please make yourself at home. If you desire any food, do not hesitate to ask Pan'er to prepare it, for her culinary skills are exceptional. Thank you, Chief Chen. I shall not be overly polite. Uncle, have the village matters been concluded? I will take Chen Yin to prepare lunch. Chen Yin's gait still appears somewhat unsteady. Yet she has improved significantly today and is eager to accompany Pan'er to the kitchen, feeling a bit pressured in the presence of the old doctor. After an hour, when Yuan arrived, while Wang Chishan only accompanied him to the entrance of Chen's home, not proceeding further. When Yuan, flushed with anxiety, was relieved to see his master in good health. Old master, were you bitten by a snake? Yes, but it was not a venomous one. I have already taken the antidote. You must hurry to the county and procure some medicine for me. Chen Fuqiang was engrossed in conversation with the old doctor when he learned that the newcomer was Gu Lao's personal bodyguard. He quickly instructed Pan'er to serve him a meal, as they had only recently finished their own. Gu Siyuan wrote a list, instructing Wen Yuan to buy the items in the county after his meal. He promptly took the antidote, for he needed to rid himself of any lingering toxins. It is better to be overly cautious than to underestimate danger. He also requested some rice and meat to share with the Chen and Wang families. In the evening, Wen Yuan would be staying with the Wang family, while Gu Siyuan intended to remain at Chen's home, as neither Wen Yuan nor Wang Xiao could cook. By staying at Chen's, he could appeal to the family both rationally and emotionally to persuade them to let Pan'er accompany him. Should he not have intentions of marrying Pan'er, he would be willing to offer a substantial compensation. While the Gu family may lack in numerous aspects, they certainly have an abundance of silver, though he seldom reveals to others that he is the original owner of a Yuan Hall. Once when Yuan departed, Gu Siyuan feigned discomfort, claiming he needed to rest for a while. Chen Fuqiang then felt embarrassed, realizing he had been exceedingly careless. Having engaged in conversation with a poisoned elderly man for over an hour, he promptly arranged for Gu Lao to temporarily stay in his son's room. The accommodations at Chen's home were rather limited. While there were 2 small rooms behind the main house, one served as a granary and the other as a storeroom, leaving only 2 small rooms in the front wing, which Chen Yin and Pan'er occupied. Ah, how one yearns for a grander residence, perhaps a 2 or 3 courtyard mansion. With limited means, it seems he must rely on his son to one day reside in such a splendid abode. After taking the antidote, Gu Siyuan felt no discomfort. Once the door was closed, he reflected on every word Pan'er had spoken, growing increasingly exhilarated. He never imagined that his life could take such a turn. Had it not been for the warning in his dream, he would have likely met a grim fate in that deep pit, especially after succumbing to snake venom and losing the antidote. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. He could not bear the thought of leaving his children behind, especially after his spouse had passed away over a decade ago. The abbot of Hanju Temple had a good rapport with him and had predicted a calamity for him this year, though he deemed it harmless. Thus he had not paid it much heed. Truly, it is the will of heaven. At the tender age of 13, even if one were to marry at 17 or 18, there would still be 4 or 5 years ahead. Should the Chen family harbor no such intentions, he would not mind allowing one of his grandsons to wed Pan'er. His eldest grandson is 18, the second is 15, the third is 13. The youngest grandson is 9, and the smallest one has only just turned 5. Among the first 3 grandsons, their ages are indeed suitable. Yet the choice for the eldest grandson's bride is essentially settled, albeit not formally announced. It is worth noting that 13-year-old Yuza seems most fitting. He has been following his uncle to study medicine, and in the future, he could become a physician while the other focuses on pharmaceuticals, forming a match seemingly ordained by destiny. Gu Siyuan was filled with excitement. A girl blessed with a dream from the Bodhisattva must possess remarkable fortune, at the very least. She is quite exceptional. After all, in a county with a population of 20,000, how fortuitous it is that she was chosen. Of course, it is also possible that the Bodhisattva, in compassion, wishes to use this girl's hands to save a member of the Chen family. Meanwhile, Chen Futsai and his wife had sold medicinal materials and went to the market to procure some meat, hurrying back to their rented home to see their children. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law, Hao shouted as she knocked on the courtyard door. Wu, having just prepared lunch, recognized her sister-in-law's voice and responded, Sister-in-law, you've come. The children have yet to return. Do come in. Chen Futsai drove the mule cart into the yard and secured the mule, but he did not follow them inside, instead busying himself with feeding the mule some fodder and water. Sister-in-law, you don't look well. Are you unwell? Wu was momentarily at a loss for words. I am feeling a bit under the weather, sister-in-law. Perhaps you should return home to rest, and I can stay here for a while. Sister-in-law, I want to be going back today. Just lend me a set of clean clothes. I'm quite familiar with the county town now. I merely go to the market to buy vegetables and spend my time in the courtyard. That is acceptable, sister-in-law, but I must share something with you. Wu recounted in detail how she had come to know Madame Lu and how their relationship had deepened. Sister-in-law, to be honest, I have indeed been somewhat swayed. But this should not be the case. After all, Pan'er came to our family under the pretense of bringing joy, and it would seem akin to burning bridges behind her. Sister-in-law, did you not once say that if Ji Li were unwilling, we could raise her as our daughter and find her a good family to marry into? If that is the case, should Ji Li find a suitable match, naturally, they can be betrothed. Mr. Lu is a scholar, and we would be fortunate to align with him, as there are not many scholars in the county. Hao pondered before saying, Sister-in-law, my husband and I have discussed this privately. If Pan'er must be married off, it would be better to wed her to our Jiwen. Jiwen is refined, and Pan'er is capable, making them a wonderful pair. We would also return the 15 taels of betrothal silver to you, though it may be delayed by 2 years. After all, it is entirely reasonable for a younger brother to marry to bring joy to his elder brother. Who was taken aback? Sister-in-law, I was unaware you harbored such thoughts. This may not be appropriate. Hao chuckled awkwardly. Sister-in-law, it is only in the past couple of months that we have come to this consideration. This girl grows ever more delightful, skilled, and amiable in a few years. It may be difficult to find another like her in the surrounding villages. Jiwen, the eldest son of the family, would grant us peace of mind if his wife were to embody all virtues, regardless of whether he pursues high school or any other path in the future. Wu let out a deep sigh, her thoughts wavering once more. Sister-in-law, we must keep this matter to ourselves for now. It would be unwise to share it with the children just yet. I remain uncertain of Ji Li's true feelings. He should have no lingering affections for Wang Xuelian. Yet it appears he is also indifferent towards Miss Lu. With the entrance examination approaching next year, and given his current frail state, I wish not to burden him with these concerns, nor can I voice our intentions, considering the two are already wed. Please remain here for a while to care for the children. Should Mrs. Lu visit, do be cautious with your words. If she steers the conversation in that direction, you might inadvertently hint at the idea of bringing joy to the household, otherwise feign ignorance. Sister-in-law, is this not somewhat regrettable? She is the daughter of a scholar. Wu shook her head, observing Ji Li's lack of interest in the Lu family. He initially instructed me to maintain a respectful distance from Mrs. Lu. I have come to terms with this. If he chooses to accept Pan'er, we shall acquiesce, for the Lu family has saved his life. Hao nodded. Sister-in-law, I comprehend. If Mrs. Lu inquires about you, I shall inform her of your slight indisposition, that you have returned home to recuperate. Should she not mention it, all the better. If she presses for details, I will manage the conversation carefully, ensuring no offense is taken while subtly conveying that this union is unfeasible. If Pan'er continues with Ji Li, she will become his niece-in-law. Conversely, she will try to pair the maid with Jiwen, as it is preferable that good fortune remains within the family. Sister-in-law, we must be discreet in our discussions, avoiding any overt hints that could place others in an awkward position. After all, her husband is still instructing Ji Li in his studies, and we must not reveal our awareness of the situation. Upon Chen Ji Li's return at noon, he sought refuge from prying eyes, eliciting both laughter and tears. Nevertheless, a brief respite was welcome. Chen Futsai and his wife, having seen their two sons after a mere half-month, felt as if the boys had transformed, appearing more scholarly than before. My goodness, you both are clad in new garments, adorned with embroidery at the hems. Hao felt a warmth in her heart, recognizing that her sister-in-law cared for her sons just as she did for Ji Li. Dear aunt, you are once again preparing us thin jackets, Ji Xing chuckled. Hao turned. Sister-in-law, their jackets from last year are still wearable. It seems wasteful to create new ones. Wu replied, I intend to have each made a new outfit, slightly larger, so that in colder weather, they can wear the old ones underneath, and they will still fit next year. The county academy differs from our village. Many judge individuals by their attire. A few additional garments are hardly a financial burden, so why should we subject our boys to any discomfort? Hao realized she had forgotten her sewing basket. Sister-in-law, after we leave, would you accompany me to the fabric store? I wish to find some cloth remnants to craft shoe soles, as I did not bring my sewing basket, and I cannot remain idle. Wu entered the room and retrieved a large cloth bag. This was given to me by the shopkeeper a few days ago. I collected the larger pieces to roll together. You can use this for shoe uppers. I'll leave my sewing basket behind. There's plenty at home. You may utilize this while you are here. Hao weighed the large bag thoughtfully. She truly was generous. In Chen family village, Chen Fuqiang listened attentively as old Gu explained medical principles, accompanied by discussions on seasonal medicinal herbs. Pan'er was captivated, while Chen Yan appeared utterly perplexed. Suddenly, the sound of a mule cart echoed from outside the courtyard, and Chen Yan quickly spotted a figure descending from it. Father, why has my mother returned? Chen Fuqiang felt a surge of joy, having been a monk for over a month. He naturally yearned for his wife to come home for a while. Gu Xiyin observed the three people being welcomed and thought to himself that the return of the Chen family matriarch was timely indeed, as this matter was beyond the sole authority of village chief Chen. Pan'er held a unique position within the Chen family, and though they treated her reasonably well, her status remained uncertain for the time being. While parents often exhibit a degree of selfishness, Pan'er had saved their son's life, and such ambiguity felt somewhat unfair to her. My dear, why have you come back? Wu, smiling at the two young girls, replied, I simply missed home and thought it would be nice for them to stay with their aunt in the city for a spell. Chen Futsai, having secured the mule cart, announced, eldest brother, sister-in-law, I'm heading home now. Wu continued, during this time, with your sister-in-law away, your younger brother has been eating here for every meal. Chen Fuqiang chuckled, I can manage to cook a bit, but he wouldn't know how to prepare a single dish. If he didn't eat here, he would surely starve. Chen Futsai, unfazed, set off for home, as there was still time to attend to some tasks in the field. His brother was correct. Throughout the years, he had never cooked a meal himself, having been cared for first by his mother, then by his sister-in-law, and later by his wife. My dear, we have a guest at home. Pan'er helped him on the mountain and was bitten by a snake. Chen Fuqiang offered a brief introduction. Wu nodded. It is always commendable to assist those in need, as acts of kindness are often rewarded in times of trouble. After her son's poisoning incident, she had grown even more convinced of this belief. As Chen Fuqiang stepped into the main room, he chuckled. Old Gu, my wife has returned from the county. My dear, this is Dr. Gu, who has just imparted much knowledge of medicinal principles to me. Wu lifted her gaze to see a man of about 60 standing, and she promptly stepped forward with a bow, saying, Chen Wu wishes to welcome Dr. Gu. Gu Xiyin returned a slight bow. I owe much to Pan'er for her timely assistance, and to the village chief for his kindness in accommodating me. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, it is nothing. Please, take a seat. I hope that Dr. Gu is feeling better now. My husband truly lacks understanding. Even after your injury, he insists on learning from you. Chen Fuqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Indeed, this was a fair point. Gu Xiyin, smiling, settled down, finding the family matriarch amiable and approachable. This was delightful. Chen Fuqiang decided not to venture out that afternoon, wishing to seize the opportunity to seek further insights from the elder. As their conversation deepened and the main room was left to just the two of them, Gu Xin remarked, "Village Chief Chen, I only described the medicinal herbs I was in search of to Pan'er while on the mountain, and she promptly brought me a specimen. This demonstrates her excellent memory. She mentioned she is merely 13 years old, which is quite young. Village Chief, would it be possible for Pan'er to accompany me in studying medicine and pharmacy? Even a 3-year education would provide her with a solid foundation, beneficial for her future." Chen Fuqiang paused, acknowledging that in the Daheng region, female physicians were indeed scarce and thus highly sought after, especially since some women's ailments are not easily examined by male doctors. However, to be candid, Pan'er is not my biological daughter. He recounted the circumstances surrounding the auspicious marriage, including the severed ties with the Yuan family. "Village Chief, what exactly are your intentions regarding Pan'er? As far as I understand, such situations can yield different outcomes. Some may come to fruition, while others may not." Chen Fuqiang's face flushed slightly, yet he replied, "Indeed, I have contemplated this, but I still hope to retain her as a daughter-in-law in the Chen family. They are still young, so for now, I intend to raise her as my own." This reasoning was certainly plausible. "Village Chief, could you perhaps discuss this with your wife later? Of course, Pan'er's consent is essential as well. I intend to take her as my legitimate apprentice, not merely to impart a few rudimentary skills." Chen Fuqiang felt a stirring of interest. If Pan'er were to master the art of medicine, it would be advantageous for her and Ji Li in the future. Not to mention, if someone in the family fell ill, there would be no need for frantic worry. However, as Ji Li aspired to a career in government, it would not be appropriate for Pan'er to venture out to treat patients. His thoughts settled. "Old Gu, it is getting late. I shall discuss this matter thoroughly with my wife tonight and ascertain Pan'er's feelings as well. However, even if the three of us agree, we still need my son's approval, as our household registration currently falls under his name." "That is understood." Gu Xiyuan had not anticipated that Pan'er's registration in the Chen household was not under the guise of an adopted daughter. Of course, the registration itself held little significance. It ultimately depended on how they chose to proceed. As they spoke, when Yuan arrived with a horse-drawn cart laden with several hundred pounds of grain and half a pig, Gu Xiyuan said, "1 yuan, please leave 200 pounds of rice, 100 pounds of flour, and most of the pork here. The remainder should be delivered to Wang Xiaoge's home. Inquire if he would be willing to join us. If he is, have him return here, and I will have a word with him." Wang Shishan was a decent fellow who had learned some skills from his adoptive father and possessed considerable strength. If when Yuan were to mentor him for a few years, it would surely yield fruitful results. While he did not lack manpower, this boy piqued his interest. This matter needs to be discussed with Ji Li. Chen Fuqiang and his wife repeatedly declined. Is it truly appropriate to accept such generosity? "No, we cannot accept this. Village Chief, madam, it is merely sustenance and holds little value. Besides, I intend to stay here for a couple of days myself." The couple still felt reluctant, as the grain alone was worth nearly 6 taels of silver, not to mention the considerable amount of pork. "Look, I have bought these myself. Can I really return them to the granary? Consider it a token of gratitude for Pan'er." Regardless of whether Pan'er chose to accompany him, he would still express his gratitude for the child. "Wife, we should accept it." Chen Fuqiang ceased his objections. That night, he conveyed old Gu's intentions to his wife, saying, "Allowing Pan'er to study medicine would be beneficial, as it would ensure we have someone knowledgeable to rely on in times of illness. However, our son aspires to hold an official position in the future. While it would be admirable for him to excel in medicine, it is not particularly advantageous. After all, a lady of the official class cannot conveniently venture out to attend to patients, can she? By the way, I almost forgot to inquire why you returned home so suddenly today. Is it because you missed your husband?" Chen Fuqiang embraced his wife, leaning in closer. "Come now, let's discuss serious matters," Wu said, pushing him away. "It would be disingenuous to say I am entirely indifferent. Being skilled in medicine is indeed an impressive feat, and female physicians in our dynasty are held in high esteem. My dear, it is not that I lack trust in others. Although Gu looks quite amiable, we are not acquainted with him, so how can we confidently entrust our Pan'er to his care? Furthermore, this matter is not solely ours to decide. Initially, Zhili showed little interest in Pan'er, but after 2 months of acquaintance, I perceive a slight shift in his demeanor. However, that child tends to keep his thoughts to himself and is reluctant to share his feelings with us. Nonetheless, I'm certain he harbors no romantic inclinations towards Miss Liu. She comes from a respectable family and possesses admirable qualities. Indeed, even I find myself somewhat captivated, yet that boy remains oblivious. We shook her head in disbelief. Chen Fuqiang reclined, stating, "There are always greater talents beyond our own. There are those who are better still. It is wise that our Zhili does not allow his heart to waver. My dear, there is one more matter I must discuss with you." He conveyed the intentions of a second couple to Wu, expressing his surprise at their thoughts. Their proposition felt peculiar at first, yet upon reflection, it seemed rather innocuous. Wu shook her head again. This may appear appealing at first glance, as one would prefer to keep the benefits within the family. It is natural for them to feel a sense of longing for Pan'er as she flourishes. However, upon further contemplation, it seems imprudent. After all, their household registration is adjacent to Zhili S. Should Pan'er S registration be removed from Zhili S side and placed under her cousin S name, it would ultimately be problematic. My sister-in-law mentioned this to me in the city, and as I pondered the matter throughout our journey home, I concluded that I must have a thorough discussion with our son. If he consents, he must henceforth wholeheartedly regard Pan'er as our daughter-in-law, without any further indecision or wavering. Otherwise, it would be an affront to Pan'er's life-saving kindness. Wouldn't that be worse than a beast? Should we affirm her status as our daughter-in-law, it would be prudent to keep her close, allowing her to cultivate a deeper bond with Zhili, which would undoubtedly enhance their marital harmony. Pan'er is quite skilled. Even if she does not pursue a career in medicine, she possesses exceptional embroidery and culinary talents. It is unreasonable to expect one to excel in every aspect. Wouldn't you agree? If Pan'er wishes to pursue her ambitions, she must first consult with Zhili in the county. As his wife in name, his consent is essential. If both parties agree, it would be wise for her to understand the implications of the household registration before her departure. Chen Fuqiang nodded repeatedly, "My dear. It is unfortunate that Gu is not in He County or even in Qingzhou Prefecture. He resides permanently in Yuhang Prefecture. Otherwise, it would have been beneficial for Pan'er to accompany Chunyin to learn from him." Wu was taken aback. "You still harbor such thoughts?" Chunyin is still young and has been overly indulged. She approaches tasks with little diligence. Her cooking is a complete disaster, and despite over a year of embroidery practice, she is still not as proficient as Pan'er, who has only been learning for a few months. Do you truly believe she could succeed in medicine? My lady, I was merely positing a hypothetical scenario. Should old Gu reside in Hexian? You are reluctant to allow Pan'er to accompany us, are you not? Rest now. Come dawn, I shall converse with old Gu. If he can substantiate his identity, I will venture to the county town to seek out Zhili in the morning. You should also engage with the girl, for our discussions alone may not suffice. Early autumn nights are brief, yet feelings run deep. Gu Xian rose at dawn, his poison having subsided, yet he must continue his medicinal regimen for another couple of days. Otherwise, his condition remains unchanged. Old Gu was indeed an early riser. Chen Fuqiang approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Chen village chief, have you conferred with your wife?" "Old Gu, let us retire indoors to converse. My wife has already boiled water. Please, have a sip to soothe your throat." Pan'er had also risen, preparing a cup of chrysanthemum tea for each of them before turning to tend to the stove. Chrysanthemum tea? Ah, it is indeed beneficial at this season. Had Pan'er not foraged for this, I fear I might have endured considerable discomfort. Wen Yuan would seek him out, but that would be at least 2 hours hence, as per their agreed time. By then, the yellow flowers would likely have wilted. Fortune smiled upon Pan'er's timely appearance. One could only attribute it to fate. "Old Gu, I am a straightforward man, devoid of circumlocution. I shall speak plainly." Gu Sai nodded. "Please proceed." "Last night, I broached this matter with my wife. She raised several points. Primarily, while you may stay at our home for several days, even a fortnight, entrusting the child to your care is an entirely different matter, considering we were strangers until yesterday. Moreover, this requires discussion with my son. Zhili, Pan'er, as his first wife, should be treated as family. However, given her tender age, we need not dwell on that. For now, she may be raised as a daughter. Gu Xian found no fault in this reasoning. If you can authenticate your identity and my son consents, we must also consult Pan'er, for this concerns her future, and she must be willing. In truth, my wife is opposed to Pan'er accompanying you. She believes that medicine is not easily mastered, and what can one truly achieve in merely 3 or 4 years? She considers it quite sufficient for a young woman to be skilled in embroidery and culinary arts. Furthermore, she harbors concerns about a young girl journeying so far, longing for home without even a soul to converse with. Village chief, I shall prove my identity, one through a travel permit, and I shall also visit the county magistrate, who is a childhood friend of my son. His father is also an acquaintance of mine. I shall take you along to the magistrate's office. Indeed, it is prudent to discuss this with your son, as I have certain inquiries I wish to pose directly to him. As for Pan'er, I shall inquire in your presence shortly. Should she agree, we might travel to the county town today or tomorrow. However, once matters are settled, we shall not return, but will depart directly for Yuhang Prefecture. I spend a considerable portion of the year there and a lesser amount in Guangzhou Prefecture, which is adjacent to Qingzhou Prefecture. Moreover, if she wishes, your young daughter may accompany us as well. Yet I must clarify that I shall only accept Pan'er as my sole disciple. I am now 61 years of age, and my vitality wanes. However, if your daughter desires to learn some things in my company, I would not object. Apart from a few familial remedies and secrets, the fundamentals of medicine can still be learned subsequently. Furthermore, once we arrive at our destination, I shall certainly ensure that someone teaches Pan'er the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I do not expect her to attain mastery, but a basic understanding is essential. If the spring swallows are willing, they too may learn alongside her. Yet, I reiterate, the effort to teach her will not be a deliberate endeavor. The extent of her learning will depend solely on her own willingness. In truth, there is another matter that must be confirmed with the young man from the Chen family before it can be discussed. If he is genuinely intent on spending his life with Pan'er, he may, after next year's imperial examination, attend the Jiangnan Academy in Yuhang. This academy only admits young scholars, but the admission criteria are stringent, making it a challenging institution to enter. Nonetheless, it is within his reach. Alternatively, he could enroll directly in a local academy, which would allow them to remain in Guangzhou, thus reducing the distance between them. I am reluctant, as Chen Fuqiang and his wife are ambivalent about the prospect of allowing old Gu to take Pan'er as a disciple. While it would certainly benefit the Chen family for Pan'er to acquire a valuable skill, their son is quite obstinate and may not consent. On the very day Pan'er returned to the village, their son expressed concern that her companionship with Chen Yin would hinder their studies, suggesting that they should return to the city a fortnight earlier. After all, she is merely a young girl. Being literate suffices, and there is no need for her to engage in rigorous studying for the imperial examinations. Could it be that he is overly concerned? Such feelings are not advantageous. Without having succeeded in the examinations, the path to the imperial degree is fraught with difficulties, and one must not be delayed by premature romantic sentiments. Chen Fuqiang decided to have his wife summon Pan'er to ascertain her thoughts. Pan'er, old Gu wishes to take you as a disciple, but that would mean leaving your home. What are your thoughts on this? Chen Fuqiang stated directly, we wish to understand your perspective. If you are inclined, we must consult with Jeline in the county, considering your status as a couple. Couple? Pan'er gasped, Uncle. Aunt, do you acknowledge that a marriage of convenience is indeed a marriage? If her memory served her right, this couple intended to raise her as a goddaughter for a couple of years before marrying her off. Wu's expression turned serious. Pan'er, your household registration is listed under Jiline's wife's category. If the transfer is not completed in due time, you may become an illegal resident. Pan'er widened her eyes. In her previous life, her household registration indicated that she was a foster daughter of the Chen family. Do they truly intend for her to become their daughter-in-law? Surely, Chen Jiline must be aware of this, or is it merely a temporary measure? In that moment, she felt uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Pan'er, do you wish to accompany me? She glanced at Dr. Gu and then at the Chen couple. If her registration lists her as Jiline's wife, her decision to stay or go may not be within her control. Dr. Gu, where do you intend to take me? After pondering, she shook her head. I shall not go. The study of medicine is exceedingly arduous, and my literacy is limited. At 13, even if I were to study for 3 or 5 years, I would likely not achieve anything substantial. It would be wiser to focus on needlework. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to old Gu for his willingness to guide me. Pan'er bowed deeply to Gu Siyuan. Now that she understood the Chen family's intentions, she no longer felt anxious about lacking a place to settle. Thus, there was no pressing need to leave. It would be far better to diligently engage in embroidery to earn a living. Even the disparity in grain prices could yield a modest profit, allowing one to sustain a comfortable life without necessarily pursuing a career in medicine. Wu's gaze toward Pan'er was imbued with a sense of warmth, for such was her sentiment. Gu Siyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, "Regardless of whether it takes 3 years or 5, I shall impart to you the art of pharmacology and the principles of medicine. Furthermore, even after establishing a family, one can continue to learn. Indeed, one can live and learn throughout their lifetime." He turned to Chen's couple and added, "As both of you are present with Pan'er today, I must express some sentiments that may be less than palatable, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Pan'er saved my life and has endeared herself to me. Hence I wish to take her as my apprentice. Might we venture to the county town today to inquire of your son? If he is willing to commit to Pan'er for a lifetime, then it matters not whether she accompanies me in her medical studies. However, if the lad does not harbor such intentions, viewing the marriage merely as a temporary arrangement, I am prepared to offer you 200 taels of silver as compensation for your initial betrothal gift. From that point onward, marriage would be a matter of personal choice, free from further entanglements. Of course, should Pan'er wish to maintain ties with the Chen family in the future, I shall not hinder her." Chen Fuqiang exchanged a glance with Wu. Truthfully, they were somewhat tempted by the offer of 200 taels, which could provide for a respectful future in the imperial examinations. Yet, they feared the emotional cost of such a decision would haunt them for a lifetime. Chen Fuqiang resolutely shook his head, stating, "We shall not accept this silver. Pan'er is as much a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. If she desires to pursue her craft, we shall not obstruct her, but it must be with our son's consent." Gu Siyuan felt a sense of relief, realizing the Chen couple still held genuine affection for Pan'er. Perhaps it was due to her foresight that had allowed her to save him from his recent peril, fostering an inexplicable bond within him. Village chief, village matron, and Pan'er. Shall we not all journey to the county town together? We could depart in the afternoon, ensuring it does not interfere with the children's studies. What say you? Chen Fuqiang and his wife looked at Pan'er, who lowered her head and replied, "Uncle, Aunt, I shall heed your wishes." Upon learning about the household registration matter, she felt a sudden relief. Since that fateful night of dreams and severed ties, she had remained in a state of tension, a condition she now recognized as unbecoming. She was simply a person of modest ambitions, yearning solely for a true home to last a lifetime. In the late morning, Wang Chishan arrived, accompanied by Wen Yuan. Gu Siyuan conversed with him briefly in the courtyard before Wang Chishan departed with a lightened step. "Old Gu, what is this about?" Chen Fuqiang inquired, somewhat apprehensive. "Ah, this lad is commendable, honest, and possessing a modicum of skill, yet he is without family ties. I intend to bring him back with me, where he can assist Wen Yuan and learn some practical skills. Rest assured, this is not a binding contract. Our relationship will be one of employment, though we shall formalize it with an agreement. After all, no order can exist without rules. Village chief, I do not plan to return after this trip to the county town. I am grateful for your hospitality, and I assure you that I will extend an invitation for you both to visit in the future." Chen Fuqiang felt a twinge of embarrassment as he addressed the elder. "Gu Lao, your words truly humble me. However, after staying just one night, you have provided us with such an abundance of fine grains." He was acutely aware that these provisions were sent solely out of concern for Pan'er. When Chen Fucai arrived for lunch, he learned of the matter and expressed his doubts regarding Pan'er's pursuit of medicine. A young girl who can sew and cook is already quite accomplished. There is no need for her to learn excessively. By mid-afternoon, the group reached the county town. Upon returning home from school, Chen Jilai's immediate reaction to the news was one of disapproval. "Gu Lao, I apologize, but I'm still unwilling to let Pan'er venture so far away." Gu Siyuan regarded the striking young man before him and inquired, "I have heard that you were recently poisoned. May I examine your condition? Chen Fuqiang hastily urged. July, let Gu Lao check you. Gu Siyuan examined him briefly before turning to Chen Fuqiang and his wife, stating, the poison is mostly cleared, but it was a severe scorpion venom. The time lost has caused some damage to your son's liver. If not properly treated, it could lead to complications in the future. Chen Fuqiang furrowed his brow, recalling that the old proprietor of the Huachun Tang in the capital had said the same, advising them to provide Jilai with nourishing tonics. Gu Siyuan pondered for a moment before writing out a prescription for Chen Fuqiang. Use this for now, and in 3 months, have that old doctor check again. If there is significant improvement, you may discontinue this prescription and revert to the one from Sun Lao. Chen Jilai accepted the prescription with gratitude. Thank you. He glanced toward the young girl in the courtyard and said, Father, Gu Lao, I wish to speak with Pan'er. Chen Fuqiang nodded in agreement. In the courtyard, Chen Jilai lowered his voice. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Pan'er felt a peculiar sensation. Having learned about the household registration, everything seemed different. She had not anticipated that her parents would place her registration under his original spouse. Despite their age, were they not already considered couple? Stopping at a corner of the courtyard, Chen Jilai urged, please recount the events to me in detail. Pan'er omitted the dream and simply shared how she had gone to the mountains to gather wild chrysanthemums and had inadvertently rescued the old doctor. And now, Gu Lao wishes to take you away. What are your thoughts on this? Do you wish to study medicine with him? Pan'er met his gaze. What do you think? Can I truly make my own decisions? Chen Jilai replied, I do not wish for you to go, Pan'er. Have your parents not informed you? Your household registration is under my name. In truth, you are already my wife. His handsome face flushed, yet he continued earnestly. Understanding medical principles is commendable, but studying medicine is arduous. The average person cannot master it without a decade or more of dedication. You are a girl, not a boy, and you will not have the luxury of time to devote to such studies. In a few years, we will indeed become a true couple. Pan'er felt her cheeks burn, but summoned her courage to ask, I wish to inquire. Do you genuinely regard me as your future wife? Or is this merely a convenience for registration? If it is the latter, I will heed your wishes regarding studying medicine. My intent in learning is to acquire skills so that I may not panic in the event of family illness. It is not solely for financial gain. If you have not sincerely committed to spending a lifetime with me, Brother Ji Li, then please allow me to accompany Dr. Gu. At least I can find solace in staying in my master's home until I grow up. If our engagement is not genuine, and you are destined to marry in the future, I will be left without a home. Chen Ji Li felt a sudden pang in his heart. Had this girl been anxious all this time? Had it not been for this matter, he would have kept it from his parents for the past 2 years, for they were both still young, and knowing they would live together would certainly be awkward. Your household registration has already been established. What more doubts do you harbor? With newfound courage, Pan'er asked, I would like to inquire one more thing. If you were to become an official, would you take many wives? If so, I would prefer to leave with Dr. Gu. I do not wish for my husband to have numerous concubines, for such a life would be fraught with rivalry and strife. Dr. Gu has informed my uncle and aunt that if the engagement falls through, he will compensate your family with 200 taels of silver for the loss of the betrothal gifts, and thereafter, the marriage of men and women shall be entirely independent. Chen Jili could not help but laugh in exasperation. Do you have any further inquiries? Please ask them all at once. Pan'er shook her head. No, I merely wish to confirm the validity of our engagement, and whether, should you achieve success in the future, you would take many concubines. Everything else is of little consequence. Gritting his teeth, Chen Jili replied, Listen closely. You are already my wife. We shall be together for all eternity, sharing both glory and disgrace. Furthermore, even if I were to prosper in the future, I would not take any concubines, for I lack the wealth and the desire for such things. Do you understand? A smile graced Pan'er's lips as she nodded. Very well. Let us inform Dr. Gu that you do not wish to venture far from home, and that we shall no longer pursue the study of medicine or seek to apprentice under him. Pan'er, once I have passed the examination, I shall find a way to bring you to the capital to live. We will not remain in this village indefinitely. Pan'er expressed a tinge of regret. It is a pity that Dr. Gu is not from here. Otherwise, I would have liked to learn from him for 3 years. In 3 years, I will be 16, and you will be 18, It seems about right. The two of them made their way to the main hall. In the hall were only Dr. Gu and Chen Fuqiang. The two women had taken Chen Yin to the kitchen, while Ji Wen and Ji Xing retreated to their room. Dr. Gu, father, I have discussed with Pan'er, and we have decided not to leave. Jiangnan is too far, and I do not wish to be separated from her. Chen Zhili stated with confidence. Studying medicine is not a matter of a day or two. After all, Pan'er is a girl and cannot always be away from home. Regardless, we must express our gratitude to Dr. Gu for his kind intentions. Chen Zhili pulled Pan'er to bow respectfully to Dr. Gu. Inwardly, Gu Yin felt an indescribable sense of disappointment. The Chen family did not respond as harshly as he had anticipated, and Pan'er had been the same. He had not expected this young man to be so straightforward. Looking at the girl, he noticed the slight curve of her smile and the sparkle in her eyes. Very well, the medicine is in hand. I shall first return to Guangzhou to treat my old friend's grandson's leg ailment, and then I will pay a visit to Hanju Temple. There are some matters I would like the old abbot to help me ascertain. With due respect, let us not rush to conclusions. Tomorrow, I shall set forth to Guangzhou Prefecture to attend to the ailment of an old friend's grandson. It is now early September, and I shall return at the latest by spring. By then, you may convey your decision to me, dear Pan'er. Indeed, the pursuit of medical knowledge is not solely aimed at practicing medicine. It is a lifelong benefit. In spring, I intend to visit Yuhang Prefecture. If you, Jilia, are amenable, I could assist you in attending the Jiangnan Academy post the imperial examination next year, or perhaps study in Qingzhou Prefecture. This way, regardless of your location, you and Pan'er shall not be separated by great distances, allowing for visits every month or so. Chen Jilia bowed once more, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for considering our circumstances, but it is unnecessary for Pan'er to acquire such extensive skills, being a young lady. I shall endeavor to provide her with a good life. Gu Siyuan sighed softly. Chen Fuqiang interjected with a smile, as Gu Lao suggests. There is no need for hasty responses. Take your time to deliberate. You may proceed with your affairs. Pan'er, your culinary skills are commendable. Do prepare some dishes for Gu Lao. Yes, uncle, replied Pan'er. Chen Fuqiang chuckled. These youngsters are rather impatient. Gu Lao, please enjoy some tea. The Jiangnan Academy is renowned as one of the finest institutions during the Hung Dynasty, and the headmaster appears to have been a former minister of education. Quite a respectable fourth-rank official indeed. Should Jilia be fortunate enough to study there, his chances of success would be significantly enhanced. Chen Fuqiang felt a surge of fervor within. Studying at the prefectural academy would be advantageous. However, two individuals had inexplicably fallen ill before the county academy, and his own son had truly been poisoned. If given a choice, he would wish for his son to transfer immediately. Regrettably, their family currently lacks the means. Even with 3 children, Jilia alone is not feasible. The entirety of their savings barely exceeds 30 taels. In the prefectural city, such a sum is hardly substantial, merely enough for a meal at a wealthy establishment. Gu Lao has yet to provide a thorough introduction to his family, but from his mention of a long-standing friendship with the county magistrate, it is evident that his background is anything but ordinary. The following morning, Chen Fuqiang and his wife, accompanied by their children and Pan'er, arrive at the inn where Gu Lao was staying. They intended to bid farewell, only to be informed by the innkeeper that the guest had already departed but left a package for Pan'er. Upon receiving the heavy parcel and opening it, she discovered 4 or 5 substantial medical texts. It seems the old gentleman has not relinquished his hope for her to pursue medicine. Well, she shall treat it as an opportunity for literacy. Acquiring knowledge can never be detrimental, though she is aware of her own limits. Since Gu Lao has left prematurely, we shall return. After a light breakfast, the 3 brothers must head to the academy, and we too must return to the village. Chen Fuqiang turned to board the mule cart. It was unnecessary to chase after him at this juncture, as his acquaintance with Gu Lao was merely superficial. Upon returning to their rented dwelling, Mrs. Hao had just finished preparing breakfast. Observing her sister-in-law's return with a plethora of meat buns, she inquired, "Why have you come back so early? Oh dear sister-in-law, why purchase so many buns? I have already made pancakes. Let us eat." By the time we reached the inn, Gu Lao had already departed, but left behind several medical texts for Pan'er. "Sister-in-law, once we finish our meal, we shall take our leave. You must remain here for a while longer. I replied with a smile, eldest sister-in-law, you have only returned to the village for 2 days. You should rest assured and enjoy your time at home. With the 3 children in my care, you need not worry. Pan'er stuffed a small parcel into her cloth bag, busily ladling out porridge. Chen Fuqiang was still contemplating matters regarding the Jiangnan Academy. Zhili, Gu Lao remarked that he could assist you in gaining admission to Jiangnan Academy. If you truly manage to enter, your chances in the provincial examination would significantly increase. Father, I am not preoccupied with such thoughts for now. I solely wish to dedicate myself to my studies and strive for success in the academy examination next year. Jiangnan Academy is beyond our current means. Just the tuition and miscellaneous fees alone are enough to daunt anyone. We have no ties to Dr. Gu, and Pan'er merely lent a helping hand. He has already offered his gratitude, so how could we expect him to support our education? What would that make us? Chen Fuqiang sighed, let's not dwell on this. Zhili, I reiterate, you must exercise caution at the academy. Remain discreet in all matters. By midday, Chen Fuqiang hurried back home in a horse-drawn cart. As Wu alighted the carriage, she said, Husband, the next time you sell medicine, be sure to exchange the rice given by the old doctor for Chen rice. We can keep the flour. 200 pounds of rice could be traded for nearly 300 to 400 pounds of Chen rice. This is no trivial matter. I am aware there's still some grains at home that need to be exchanged. My dear, during this time, you and Chunyin should stay at home engaging in embroidery, while the younger brother and I handle the outside affairs. Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was sensible to avoid wasting time in the fields. Upon returning to her small room, Pan'er took out the books from her parcel. 2 volumes of the Herbal Compendium, primarily teaching the identification and usage of medicinal herbs, complete with illustrations that were almost lifelike, accompanied by detailed annotations regarding their applications. Such books would not only serve her well, but would also benefit her uncles who collected herbs. They were far superior to the thin volume given by Ming Tang Bo. Soon, Pan'er was astonished as she discovered 20 silver notes of 10 taels each, along with a letter. By the time you arrive at the inn, I should have left the city, eager to treat someone's leg ailment. My recent visit to the back mountain of Chun family village was to seek medicinal herbs. And fortunately, I succeeded. You should seriously consider studying medicine. I have left you several foundational texts that are perfectly suited for your perusal. Tucked within the book are 200 taels of silver notes for your protection. There is no need to hand them over to the Chun family. Remember to take good care of yourself. Do not overstrain your eyes while embroidering, for regret will come too late. Pan'er felt a warm sensation in her heart. Although she had only interacted with the old gentleman for a mere 2 days, far less than their previous lifetime, he treated her with unwavering kindness. She carefully concealed the silver notes and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, vowing that she would lead a fulfilling life in this lifetime. From that day forth, Pan'er became increasingly industrious. In the mornings, aside from cooking, she utilized her spare time to memorize texts, occasionally practicing writing in the dirt with a twig. She worked quickly on her embroidery, but she never toiled from dawn until dusk for monetary gain, at most. She dedicated an hour in the morning and another in the afternoon, reserving the remainder of her time for her medical studies. Pan'er was rapidly transforming into a diligent scholar. She chuckled, "Where is the evidence of that? I dare not embroider for prolonged periods, as it may harm my eyes." Chunyin pouted. "Yet even if you only embroider for 2 hours a day, you are still faster and more skilled than I am. Your hands possess a natural talent." Wuxia straightened her back, saying, "Pan'er is right. One should not engage in needlework for too long. At most, one should rise and stretch after a quarter of an hour, allowing the eyes to rest. Otherwise, one risks lifelong damage." However, Pan'er's dexterity is indeed remarkable. Her embroidery skills have been improving steadily. I have taught you all the common stitches, and in due course, I shall impart the Chun family stitching techniques to you. Chen family techniques? Mother, is that the difficult yet beautiful method you mentioned before, taught to you by grandmother? Indeed, this technique is not easily mastered. I can only manage it with great effort, yet my innate ability is limited, preventing me from executing it well. Thus, I seldom employ it. Chunyin is perhaps a bit early to learn it, but Pan'er is more than capable. Now, listen closely. Once you grasp this technique, do not readily teach it to others. Traditionally, This family method is passed down to daughters-in-law rather than daughters. However, Chun Yin, as my only daughter, I wish to teach you. It is ultimately up to you how much you can master. Pan'er felt a flush on her cheeks, her heart tangled with conflicting emotions. When Aunt spoke of passing it down to a daughter-in-law, did that imply she was recognized as a member of the Chun family? Ever since Chun Jilin had clearly expressed his desire to grow old with her, she had felt more conflicted than joyful. With his academic prowess, how could she possibly be worthy of him? What if, in a few years, they discovered they were utterly incompatible? That would be too late. Yet, simultaneously, a sense of stability settled within her. This was not about romantic love. Rather, it was the comfort of no longer being anxious or fearful of not finding a place to belong. Chun Yin stole a glance at her sister Pan'er, sensing that their parents and elder brother had accepted her as a true member of the Chen family. She felt no aversion to this. Having Pan'er as a sister-in-law seemed quite agreeable. Pan'er was diligent, possessed culinary skills, excelled at embroidery, treated her well, and was now studying diligently. The prospect of a different sister-in-law was uncertain. And, in the medical books gifted to me by Dr. Gu, 2 volumes pertain to herbs, complete with illustrations. I shall ask Uncle to peruse them. They are significantly thicker and clearer than the one we have at home. Oh, Wusher's interest was piqued. This is indeed splendid news. When your uncles return, show them books. The more they learn about beneficial herbs, the greater the potential for profit. Her husband was fervently wishing for their son to attend the prefectural school or a Jiang'an academy, dreaming of the day he would not be harmed again. Yet, they lacked the necessary funds. Next month marks her father's 60th birthday. She has been married for 22 years, and her mother has been gone for the same duration. She rarely visited her family, only returning for half a day on the second day of the Lunar New Year, never staying overnight. At the age of 14, during the 100 days of mourning for her mother, her father sent her to live with her mother-in-law in the Chen household, effectively making her a child bride. At that time, the Wu family was struggling, but they were not destitute enough to neglect the care of a young girl. Rather, they intended to use her dowry to marry off her elder brother. This predicament has left her with a lingering thorn in her heart, resulting in a growing distance from her entire maternal family over time. Especially in the second year after she arrived at the Chun family, her biological father remarried, and now the youngest brother at home is only 2 years older than Zhili. Wang Shiwilian confided her innermost feelings to Chen Zhili, who, in turn, expressed his thoughts to Pan'er clearly, bringing him a sense of tranquility as if he had truly transformed into a married man with a wife. This realization filled his heart with sweetness, and even shortly after her return, he found himself increasingly concerned about her well-being. It was somewhat selfish of him to prevent Pan'er from studying medicine under old Dr. Gu. He did not wish for her to be too far away from him, nor did he want her to endure the hardships associated with the profession or to treat a myriad of patients in the future. Renowned physicians receive respect wherever they go, but those with mediocre skills experience a starkly different reality. He would strive diligently to excel in his studies, aiming to pass the imperial examination before turning 20. Though achieving the status of a scholar might take a few more years, nonetheless, graduating from the academy was his singular goal. Ji Xing rubbed his sore hands and whispered to his brother. Elder brother has been smiling these past few days, yet he seems more burdened than ever, assigning even more tasks. I truly fear him. Ji Wen appeared oblivious to his words, engrossed in his own studies, remaining silent. He had inadvertently discovered their parents' intentions. They harbored thoughts of marrying him to Pan'er, albeit under the condition that his elder brother did not acknowledge this union. It now seemed that his elder brother had indeed accepted this, which explained his reluctance to allow Pan'er to accompany old Dr. Gu. Ji Wen found it difficult to articulate his emotions, feeling somewhat dejected, for in his eyes, Pan'er surpassed any girl he had ever known. Although merely 13, his temperament was consistently composed, and he kept these feelings deeply hidden, ensuring that no one could perceive even a hint of them. Mrs. Howe emerged from the market with her basket. Having been here for only half a month, her youngest son complained of losing weight. When Aunt was here, our meals were splendid every day. How is it that now, with Mother here, the difference is like heaven and earth? Both Ji Li and Ji Wen chuckled silently. These boys had indeed become accustomed to the lavish care of their sister-in-law. While it could be said that meat was a daily occurrence, it was not feasible to have large portions at every meal, yet stir-fried meat strips were still delightful. Mrs. Howe glanced at the bamboo basket she carried, which contained 2 large bones, a piece of pig liver, a pig's stomach, tofu, and vegetables brought by the head of the household from the previous day. The head of the household mentioned that Pan'er had taken out the herbal medicine book gifted by old Dr. Gu. Goodness, the illustrations are remarkably lifelike, and the book is quite thick. Now, unlike before when we ascended the mountains, herbs are everywhere, though most hold little value. It matters not if they are inexpensive, for quantity is what counts. She contemplated returning to gather herbs, but it was better to allow her sister-in-law to remain for a while longer. Yesterday, Mrs. Liu visited again to inquire about her sister-in-law's return date. This was her 3rd visit. On one occasion, she had brought her daughter along. Previously, Mrs. Liu had described Miss Liu as stunningly beautiful, yet upon seeing her, Mrs. Howe found her merely to be well-groomed, with delicate skin, fine clothing, and sparkling jewelry. In truth, she preferred Pan'er's simplicity. She found her presence far more comforting and enjoyable. Unfortunately, yesterday, she had intentionally revealed the matter of Ji Li's marriage, causing Mrs. Liu's expression to change dramatically, and she hastily departed after exchanging only a few words. I wonder if this matter has come to an end? It would indeed be a fortunate occurrence for Ji Li and Pan'er to unite, as they are a couple recognized by propriety. Yet, a twinge of regret lingers in my heart. This girl is truly a lucky star, rescuing Ji Li and fortuitously encountering opportunities to save others. Effortlessly earning 300 pounds of fine grain, nearly equivalent to the yield of 2 acres of land. How sure quicken her pace. Entirely unaware that someone had been following her since she exited the market, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far. Wang Shiwilian had accompanied her parents to the county town the previous day, and early this morning, her mother took her father to the government town to prepare for this year's provincial examination. During this period, she planned to stay at her aunt's house for over a month. Today is September 18th, and the results of the courtyard examination will be released the day after tomorrow. Her cousin, anxious and distressed, had developed blisters all over her mouth and was utterly unwilling to leave her room. Yu Tongsheng attended the examination with her cousin's fiancé, yet she felt an unwavering indifference towards him, devoid of any sentiment. At the market's entrance, she had intentionally positioned herself to wait. She knew that Ji Li had gone to the county school and rented a room, but she couldn't ascertain the precise address of the rental, making inquiries quite inconvenient. She thought to herself that Ji Li could not possibly reside alone in the rented accommodation. Surely, his mother would accompany him, for his parents dote on him dearly. Perhaps the heavens were conspiring to assist her, for on this very first day, she caught sight of Ji Li's second aunt. Following her would surely lead to discovering his residence. After merely a quarter of an hour, Wang Shiwilian observed Ji Li's second aunt entering a courtyard. She promptly turned and departed, realizing it was still early in the morning and an opportune time to wait for someone. If she lingered too long without returning, her aunt would surely grow concerned. In the evening, Ji Li arrived at the small courtyard with his 2 cousins. Ji Li Gu. He heard his name called. Ji Li's expression darkened. Ji 1, Ji Xing, you may go inside first. There is no need to inform your mother. I will join you shortly. Ji Wen nodded and took Ji Xing inside. This woman is truly detestable. Previously, when my elder brother was gravely ill, she not only refused to agree, but hastily engaged herself to another, and now, upon seeing my brother recovering, she has come back time and again. What does this signify? Ji Li Gu, I have finally located your residence, Wang Shiwilian said, her eyes glistening with tears. Wang Gunyang, I warn you for the last time. You are already betrothed, and I too am a married man. Continuing this entanglement will bring you no good. Do not come again in the future. Entanglement? Wang Shiwilian's eyes brimmed with tears. You dare to accuse me of entanglement? What of our past? Ji Li Gu, I confess I was frightened at the time, but you were so gravely ill, and I was merely a 15-year-old girl with my mother applying pressure. It was a natural response. Please forgive me this one time. My father has gone to the provincial examination in the government town. He has promised that upon his return, our family will move to the government town. And you can come with us then. I shall manage the affairs of the Yu family without implicating you. That girl is merely seeking a modest silver compensation, which is hardly of any consequence. Chen Jili interjected before she could continue. There is no need for further discussion. Our relationship is entirely clear and devoid of sentiment. If your fiancé's family were to discover this, it would be detrimental to you. I can unequivocally state that even if you were the only woman in this world, I would not take you as my wife. Now, please return. Chen Jili hesitated no longer and strode decisively inside, followed by the resounding clap of the door closing. Wang Shulian trembled all over. How could he, who had once shown her affection, have transformed so drastically in just a few months? She had only feared making a slight misstep, and yet here she was, utterly humbled. What more could he possibly want from her? What did he mean by saying he would not marry her even if she were the only woman in existence? Was she truly so unworthy? She gazed up at the sky, which was shrouded in a dull gray, mirroring the desolation in her heart. Wang Shulian, in a daze, made her way towards her aunt's house. Halt, aunt! Wang Shulian was startled by the sight of her aunt at the corner of the alley, her mind clearing instantly. I went out to buy a few things and was delayed for a moment. Huang Shusher maintained a stern demeanor. You went out once this morning and again in the evening. If there is something to attend to, you could have brought your cousin along, or simply asked me to go. As a young lady, if anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your parents? How would I justify it to the Yu family? Shulian, if you continue in this manner, I will have no choice but to send you back home to live with your grandmother. Moreover, you must remember that your uncle values his reputation above all else. He cannot abide any mischief beneath his nose. Shulian, do not take my words lightly. I am aware of your little schemes. However, the situation has reached a point of no return. The Yu family cannot, the Wang family cannot, and even the Chen family cannot. With that, she turned to walk away. Wang Shulian felt as though her blood had turned to ice. Must they all be so heartless? Was there truly no one willing to assist her? Hatred gradually filled her eyes. One day, when she achieved success, none would benefit from her, not even her own mother. How Sure was oblivious to Chen Jili's delayed arrival. Jili, you three come quickly to eat. Today we have prepared a delectable pig soup. Ji Xing was the first to rush into the dining room. Mother, did my words from yesterday provoke you? Why are there so many meat dishes today? How Sure tapped him lightly with her finger. Am I to fear your provocations? I prepared these delicacies out of concern for your elder brother in their hard studies. One cannot indulge in such extravagance every day. Ji Xing took a bite and remarked, It tastes good, but it can't compare to what Sister Pan'er makes. Even her vegetable dishes are exquisite. How Sure concurred. Eat up. Pan'er's culinary skills are a natural gift, enviable and irreplicable. However, our Jili will certainly enjoy good fortune in the future. She suddenly noticed that Jili had been unusually quiet today. Upon entering, he had merely greeted his second aunt and then fell silent. Ji Wen was similarly taciturn. What could be the matter? Could it be that Mr. Liu had caused some trouble for Jili? No, it should not be the case. Mr. Liu is a scholar, so he would not display such petty behavior. Moreover, this matter has not been explicitly stated from the beginning. They are well-mannered and their intentions are quite transparent. So there is no question of concealment. Jili, after the meal, your second aunt has something to discuss with you. Chen Jili nodded, still unable to contain his impatience, revealing his thoughts upon his countenance. It must be that his second aunt noticed his unusual expression. After the meal, Ji Wen pulled Ji Xing into a room where they could rest on the Kong for a while. Sleep was out of the question, as the courtyard was small, thus leaving room for their mother and elder brother to converse. Jili, there is something I must convey to you. You ought to be aware of it to avoid being taken advantage of unknowingly. Your mother's return this time is primarily to evade Madame Liu, whose intentions have become increasingly apparent. Your mother cannot withstand it and is somewhat tempted. Just yesterday, Madame Liu visited again. In the past half-month, she has come 3 times, and once she even brought along Miss Liu. Your mother asked me to discreetly inform her of your joyous circumstances, and her countenance changed immediately. Without uttering more than a few words, she hurriedly departed. Jili, tell your second aunt this. Are you sincerely willing to be with Pan'er from now on? Frankly speaking, although Miss Lu is admirable, I believe Pan'er is the best. Life is not merely about beauty. One must also possess culinary skills, sewing abilities, and a good temperament. Wouldn't you agree? Chen Li lowered his head and softly replied, Second aunt. From the moment I had my parents register her household next to mine, I have regarded her as my wife. The old doctor in the capital mentioned that if it weren't for that lethal poison, I would not have survived the journey. If I had lost my life, what future would there be to discuss? Pan'er's arrival was indeed to bring joy, and many are aware of it. If she were to be treated as a sister and later married off, it would be a second marriage, and a family of inferior virtue would not treat her kindly. Moreover, as you said, she is truly exceptional, and she would get along well with my family. Harmony at home fosters prosperity in all endeavors. After some contemplation, Chen Li added, Second aunt, I was slightly delayed in entering earlier because Wang Shuilian intercepted me at the courtyard gate. She must have followed you here. How Sure furrowed her brow. Could it be that she trailed me back from the market? This girl is rather amusing. Previously, I accompanied your mother to her home, humbly pleading for her hand, and they practically chased us away with sticks. Now that you're doing well, she seeks you out repeatedly. Aunt, I clearly informed her just now that there is no need for her to visit again. I already have a wife, and there is not the slightest possibility otherwise. Li, should she come again, you need not say a word to her, and absolutely do not linger in conversation. If someone passes by and she suddenly approaches you, no matter how eloquent you may be, you cannot clarify your stance. Do not underestimate these petty tactics. They can be particularly effective against scholars. Furthermore, her fiancé's family is also of scholarly background. Should this matter arise, it could potentially affect your future in the imperial examinations. Chen Li's expression changed. What you say is true, Second aunt. I have indeed been careless. I will be more vigilant in the future. As for what you discussed with Mrs. Lu yesterday, I found it quite agreeable. The Lu family indeed harbors intentions towards me, so I have advised my mother to maintain a moderate distance from Mrs. Lu and her kin. This morning, I have yet to see Mr. Lu. However, I do have his class in the afternoon. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, for our family has merely exchanged pleasantries with them and has not committed to anything. Now, do take a moment to hydrate, as you must head to the academy shortly. It would be splendid if we had sufficient funds to relocate to the capital for your studies, sparing your parents from such anxieties and myriad troubles. Chen Li turned towards the backyard, yearning to escape this place. Yet money does not simply manifest from thin air, and viable paths to wealth are scarce. Moreover, he cannot depart alone. He has his brother Jiwen to consider. Although his family has separated from his uncle, their bond remains close-knit, akin to that of a single family. A quarter of an hour later, much to Chen Li's surprise, he was summoned by Mr. Lu as soon as he entered the academy. Jilin, I wish to inquire about something. Please answer me honestly. What is it, sir? I have heard that during your serious illness, you engaged in a joyous celebration. Is this true? Indeed, sir, it is true. At the time, the doctor had no viable remedies, and the abbot of the nearby temple advised my parents accordingly. Jilin, that was merely a temporary measure. Your engagement can be acknowledged or dismissed. What are your true feelings on the matter? You are still young, with a boundless future ahead. Should you wish to withdraw, I can lend you some funds to compensate that young lady. Chen Li perceived that Mr. Lu was on the verge of laying everything bare, and he wished to avoid any further revelations. Sir, she entered my family at a time when I was most vulnerable, though I am young. I do not wish to be ungrateful. She shall be my lawful wife for life. Mr. Lu remained silent for a long while before finally replying. That is indeed a valid perspective. A scholar should uphold such principles. You may go now. In the evening, within the bustling hall of the Yuan family, 2 bowls sat atop the table, containing remnants of pickled vegetables and cabbage, an unappetizing sight. Several empty rice bowls lay to one side, unattended. Susher pushed aside the last morsel of rice and said, Maisie, go wash the bowls. I need to speak with your father and elder brother. Maisie retorted in annoyance. Mother, why must it always fall to me? ISNT second brother idol as well? With a raised eyebrow, Wume interjected, You impudent girl. Should these tasks also be delegated to your second brother? I am a man, and such duties naturally belong to women. When second sister was here, she never shirked her responsibilities. Second sister? Humph, why not call her back to tidy up? Am I the only one eating from these bowls? Su Shi, noticing that her husband was engrossed in his work, seemingly oblivious to the commotion, felt her frustration boil over and struck her youngest daughter. You wretched child, nearing 11 years of age, and yet you refuse to tidy up. You cannot even manage to cook, and you balk at washing these few bowls. Maisie burst into tears. Have I done nothing? Did I not wash the clothes? Did I not sweep the floor? What family resembles ours? Day in and day out. It's nothing but pickled vegetables and cabbage. It's not as if we lack silver. Didn't T's second sister receive 15 taels as her betrothal gift? Aren't there's still many leftovers from the house purchase? Why can't we buy some meat to eat? Maisie's words struck deep within Youwu's heart, prompting even Yuan Changfa to glance at Su Shi. Su Shi grew increasingly agitated. How much can possibly remain? Barely enough for your elder brother's marriage, with no significant income at home, and each of you idling about. Once one marries and spends all the silver, I foresee the entire family suffering. She observed Maisie's unwavering demeanor. Maisie, previously your elder sister managed all household chores. Now that she is married, it is your turn to step up. She was merely 5 or 6 when she prepared 3 meals a day for the family, yet you are already 10 and a half. It is time you began to learn. Although I am your biological mother, if you continue to be lazy and disobedient, I shall have no choice but to marry you off early, perhaps even exchanging you for a bride price for your second brother. Tears of grievance streamed down Maisie's face. She was merely 10 and a half. Who will want a child so young? Instances like Chen's family seeking a child bride were exceedingly rare, and it was hardly ever heard that such brides fared well. Had she foreseen this, she would have preferred to marry off to Chen's family in place of her second sister. As she tidied the dishes, a profound sense of resentment and envy towards her sister surged within her. Youwu interjected, "Mother, if we could procure some funds, might you consider finding a martial arts master for me? In the future, I could safeguard our home or even become a bodyguard. Both are lucrative professions. I am only 12. Marrying at 18 would not be too late." Su Shi glanced at her youngest daughter's silhouette and sighed. "I, too, wish for you to acquire skills, but we are left with merely 6 taels of silver. Once your brother's marriage is arranged, there will be nothing left." Among her 4 children, she favored this youngest son the most. Although she valued her eldest, he was often as silent as a closed jar. "You spoke up, mother. Let Youwu use that silver to learn a trade, for I have no desire to utilize the funds intended for the severance of my engagement." Yuan Changfa lowered his head even further. Engaging in a marriage of convenience with the Chen family was fundamentally misguided. It was merely a hope that the Chen family would take their son to the city for treatment. Although the idea of severing the engagement originated from Pan'er, the children ultimately aimed to pressure their parents into refusing the match, unaware that the mother had cleverly turned the tables, demanding an additional 5 taels for the severance. The mother's intent was transparent. She believed that, with time, her daughter would relent and would not truly forsake her natal family. As it stands, whether the daughter was unwilling or willing, the Chen family would no longer acknowledge the engagement. The severance was proposed by the Yuan family. The silver had been taken, and the agreement was signed. There was no room for negotiation. "I see you are out of your mind. You are the eldest son of the Yuan family and will soon turn 18. When will you marry if not now? You would forego the severance funds? With such ambition, perhaps you need not stay in this household." Fearing another quarrel was about to erupt, Youwu turned and exited, a chill wind sweeping past him, causing him to shiver. It had been 6 months since his sister's marriage, and he had not seen her even once. She had always treated him well at home, sharing even the smallest morsels of food. Yet now she was utterly absent, as if she had vanished into thin air, akin to selling one's self into servitude. In the main room, Su suppressed her anger and said, "Let us refrain from speaking in haste. Head of the household, I wish to return to my maternal home tomorrow to formally propose to elder brother and sister-in-law. Xin is no longer a child. She will soon turn 18. We cannot keep her in suspense any longer." Yuan chuckled, "Mother, I have never consented to this matter from the beginning. How can you claim I am keeping her in suspense?" Su ignored him and simply gazed at Yuan Changfa. Yuan Changfa sighed again. "My dear, if the child is unwilling, then that is that. Rather than marrying an unknown daughter-in-law, it would be better to choose the daughter of elder brother. Yuan abruptly stood up. Father, mother, I must express my thoughts candidly. I would rather remain single than marry my cousin. If you insist on bringing her home, I shall have no choice but to leave and seek my fortune elsewhere. Do not blame me for being unfilial. Seek your fortune elsewhere? Su scoffed. My son has ambitions. Yet you think you can simply leave? Without proper registration, you cannot go. Even if you had the means, where would you go? Su huffed. Your father? Won't you intervene? My wish for him to marry Xin is not solely for my benefit. Oh heavens, I cannot endure this any longer. I toil day and night, barely sustenance for my body, suffering through it all. I might as well end it all. Tears streamed down Yuan's face as he gasped for breath. I wish to support you both, yet I do not necessarily need a wife. Being alone is perfectly fine. The remaining funds can be used for Youwu to learn a trade or save for him to marry. But let me be clear. If you insist on bringing her home, let her be a widow in the Yuan family. He turned and retreated to his room, closing the door behind him. Regret surged within him as the elder brother. He had failed to protect his sister when she needed him most, rendering himself unworthy of being a man. His mother's various schemes, though aimed at the Yuan family's welfare, were intolerable to him. Now, to even contemplate marrying a cousin who bore such resemblance to his mother filled him with dread. If he were to spend his life with such a person, he would prefer to drown himself. Father, do you hear what he is saying? Su trembled. Yuan Changfa fixed his gaze upon Su. Then let us heed his wishes. What sort of people are your elder brother and sister-in-law? What kind of daughters can they raise? To be honest, I do not agree with this either. I shall not involve myself in other matters of the household, but if you persist in forcing my son, you may return to the Su family. Su was utterly bewildered. Her honest eldest son, her dutiful husband, what has come over them today? Why must they contest with her? Such behavior was unwise. The Yuan family, in a state of turmoil, remained oblivious to their son's rising fortunes, and even if they were aware, it mattered little to her. At most, she could lament how Yuan had just begun to rise, when in his previous life he had married a daughter of the Su family, an insatiable woman, surpassing even her Aunt Su. By the end of August, upon returning to the village, 40 days had swiftly passed. In late September, just 10 days prior, Chen returned with Ji Wen and Ji Xing during the holiday, and of course, the second aunt accompanied them. Upon her return, Chen reviewed the assignments of both her and Chen Yan. She had memorized her lessons well, and her handwriting was commendable. For this, Chen rewarded her with a small rabbit-shaped paperweight, crafted from an unknown stone, heavy and smooth, yet aesthetically pleasing. In contrast, Chen Yan, who struggled to memorize her lessons and whose writing was lacking, faced a severe reprimand from her brother. Were it not for the intervention of their aunt, she might have faced corporal punishment. Pan'er sat at the head of the Kong, glancing outside at the hazy moonlight. She turned her gaze to Chen Yan, who was diligently writing under the lamp's glow, her small face set in concentration. The reason for Chen Yan's distress was clear. Her brother had assigned a substantial amount of work during his last visit, declaring that failure to complete it by their next meeting would render any pleas for leniency futile. Their aunt had mentioned that in a few days she would go to the city to deliver embroidery pieces and would bring back their second aunt. The current stock of embroidery had been accumulating for a month and a half. The last trip to the embroidery shop had been at the end of August. Pan'er set aside her medical texts and reclined, pulling the quilt up to her eyes, allowing her mind to wander. She cherished these moments of solitude, where the surrounding silence permitted her to reflect and imagine freely. Deep down, she felt a quiet satisfaction. Her memory was particularly remarkable, allowing her to memorize complex medical texts after just a few readings. Any unfamiliar character she encountered could be clarified by her uncle, who had been questioned by Chen during his last visit. As long as someone repeated the obscure words to her, she could recall them all. Such faculties of memory were undoubtedly absent in her previous life. If she could study medicine under Dr. Gu, even for just 3 years, she believed she could learn a great deal. Dr. Gu had mentioned that he would be passing through from Qingzhou to Yuhang within a few months, and whether she would study with him would depend on her own decision then. She mused that a woman could indeed possess more skills. Chen approval during her review of her memorization and writing was evident. A man of his pride would surely not favor a wife who was ordinary and unremarkable. An unequal partnership would struggle to thrive harmoniously, unlike her uncle and aunt or her second uncle and aunt, whose equal standing fostered a congenial relationship despite their modest means. She yearned for such affection. Would that person be Chen Jilai? The thought of Wang Chishan crossed her mind, but she shook her head, dismissing such comparisons. As a girl brought in to bring good fortune, she was no different from a commodity. No matter the circumstance, she had little control over her fate. Since she could not change her situation, why burden herself with unnecessary worries? The next time she visited the county, she hoped to have a candid conversation with him. If he agreed, her uncle and aunt would likely not object. However, there was one pressing matter that needed resolution: the procurement of grain. This issue was one she could not tackle alone. First and foremost, renting a place was beyond the means of an underage girl, as she could not even produce her household registration. Furthermore, if she were to leave with Dr. Gu come spring, the grain would need to be sold by late spring. Though summer would also present an opportunity for sale, as prices would be high during that period. Yet, who would assist her in selling the grain at that time? By the end of summer the following year, due to government intervention, grain from Jiangnan would flood the market, causing prices to plummet by more than half, leaving only a slight profit margin. She could only seek assistance from Chen Jili. She could mention that her idea stemmed from hearing the esteemed Dr. Gu discuss the climate of the neighboring province. If it truly did not work out, she could simply sell the grain at a lower price. In any case, the loss would be minimal. The 36 taels from selling medicine, combined with the 20 taels from 2 previous sales of cloth packages, would allow her to gather a total of at least 60 taels this time. As the embroidery was more abundant, 3 taels would be manageable. With 60 taels, if entirely spent on Chen's rice, she could procure 5,000 jin. And if her memory served her right, this type of rice was particularly sought after. What if she were to withdraw an additional 100 taels from that 200 taels? Wouldn't that enable her to purchase 13,000 jin? She could directly tell Chen Jili that this silver was her private savings given by Dr. Gu. If this venture proved successful, she could recover at least 350 taels, from which 50 taels would be allocated as commission for Chen Jili, thus making her a wealthy woman with 400 taels in private funds. 400 taels seemed quite substantial. If she were frugal, it could last her a long time. In her warm bed, Pan'er squinted her eyes. Ah! The sound of 2 low growls startled her out of her cocoon. "Chen Yan, what is it?" As soon as she spoke, she noticed Chen Yan standing upright, pen in hand. She breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chen Yan had grown weary of writing. It was truly alarming. Just moments ago, she had been indulging in delightful dreams of wealth. What a pity. Chen Yan set down her pen and said, "Sister Pan'er, my brother is truly bothersome. We are young ladies. Must we take things so seriously? Last time, Mother pleaded for me, yet he genuinely intended to strike my hand. Surely, no young lady in the world deserves to be punished for poor handwriting?" Pan'er shook her head. "That is not the case. I have heard that the daughters of wealthy families genuinely attend school. If they fail to memorize their lessons or write poorly, they too face punishment. They are even busier than we are, having to learn the piano, chess, painting, and embroidery. These are things I learned in my past life." Fortunately, Chen Yan did not question the source of this knowledge. "Oh dear, being the daughter of a wealthy family seems rather dull. I have heard that those young ladies from highborn families are often confined at home and seldom allowed to go out. Oh, how utterly boring. I feel uncomfortable if I'm not outside for even a day." Chen Yan extinguished the lamp and jumped onto the Kong, laughing and playing. In the East Room, Chen Fuqiang remarked, "Wife, I recall your father's birthday is on the 14th of October. This year marks his 60th birthday, and with only 4 days remaining, we must certainly pay a visit. It seems your elder brother's birthday is also at the end of October, coinciding with his 40th year." Mrs. Wu remained silent. Following her arrival at the Chen family at the age of 14, 22 years had passed, and she could count on her fingers the number of times she had returned to her own family. Even on the second day of the new year, she had offered various excuses to avoid going back, allowing her husband to make the journey alone, even taking the children with him. To this day, she still harbored resentment towards her father for accepting 10 taels as a bride price, hastily sending her back with her mother-in-law at the age of 14. Couldn't they have waited a few more years? The family was poor, yet her elder brother was only 18 at that time, and in their village, it was common for men to marry at 20. Could they not have waited a little longer rather than exchanging her for silver? What troubled her even more was that her mother had passed away merely a year before her departure. Upon arriving at the Chen household, her mother-in-law insisted that she observe a 3-year mourning period before they could consummate their union. Meanwhile, her biological father remarried a widow from the neighboring village just a year later, claiming he had no choice but to marry her after rescuing someone from the river. Yet, he could have waited the customary 3 years before doing so, couldn't he? A few years later, he even had a son, a younger brother who was merely 2 years older than Zhili. This resentment had festered within her for years. Chen Fuqiang suggested, "How about this? Tomorrow, I will take you all to the county seat, bringing Chen Yin and Pan'er along. You can sell your embroidery work while I purchase some gifts for longevity, including something for your elder brother. It may not matter on ordinary days, but for such a significant occasion, if we don't attend, it would be a breach of decorum. In the future, it could even reflect poorly on Zhili, and that would be undesirable. Why should we care about others' opinions? Very well, let us not have Chen Yin and Pan'er return after their visit. Once they come back from their maternal home, I shall return directly to the city, allowing my sister-in-law some respite. In just 50 days, we will have the New Year holiday. Time truly flies." Reflecting on the past year, Chen Fuqiang sighed, "My dear, I dare not dwell on the hardships of this year. It has been exceedingly vexing. Zhili encountered an inexplicable calamity, and thankfully, Pan'er saved him. Otherwise, our family would have been torn asunder." Wu Shi leaned closer. Who could argue otherwise? In retrospect, there was a time when we harbored aversions toward the Yuan family, fearing they would hinder our son's prospects, which led us to hesitate in accepting Pan'er as a daughter-in-law. How shameful it seems now. I find myself increasingly fond of her. In just half a year, the young lady has blossomed beautifully, surpassing even Chen Yin and certainly outshining that Wang Shuelian by a significant margin. In 2 or 3 more years, as she matures further, she will truly be a striking beauty. Wu Shi smiled, recalling how her son last visited, his eyes seemingly glued to Pan'er, oblivious to others' observations. "What are you thinking? Laughing out loud?" She whispered playfully to him, prompting a shared chuckle. Their son had grown, truly understanding the nuances of courtship. The following day, Wu Shi informed Chen Yin and Pan'er of the plan and urged them to hastily pack their belongings. Chen Fuqiang hurried to visit his second brother, intending to sell the medicinal herbs he had gathered over the past few days. Thanks to Pan'er's medical texts, they had gained considerable knowledge about various herbs, resulting in a notable increase in their income. Alas, as the weather turned colder next month, the herbs on the mountain would dwindle. However, Pan'er had come across a particular type of yam in her medical book, suitable for consumption and medicinal use. She had sketched the vines and tubers based on the book's description. Fortunately, they found a small patch of these yams on the mountain after searching numerous locations. Although they found only a handful of vines, they harvested over 100 pounds. They were determined to sell every last bit, unwilling to consume any themselves. In truth, Pan'er had only learned about this yam years later in her previous life, and with a detailed account provided in the medical book gifted by Old Gu, she eagerly shared the information with her family. With the Chen family's improved circumstances, she too felt a sense of comfort. And Chen Zhili's education was no longer a source of financial worry. Pan'er packed her belongings, leaving behind 100 taels and taking all the remaining silver notes with her. She dared not place the notes in her purse, instead carefully stitching them within the lining of her cloak, wrapping them in oil paper to protect them from moisture. Half an hour later, the mule cart departed from the village, carrying 3 passengers, 2 large baskets of yam, a basket of medicinal herbs, and several pieces of luggage. Initially, the cart was filled to the brim. Wu planned to sit at the front to create some space, but Chen Fuqiang objected, as the cool winds of mid-October would soon be upon them. He donned an old leather cloak left by his father, which shielded him from the chill. However, his wife could not endure such thin clothing. After an hour, she would surely catch a cold. At the hour of Chun, the mule cart arrived at the entrance of the Huachuntang clinic. At that moment, the clinic was still sparsely populated, though though the doctor and the shopkeeper had already arrived. Fuqiang, you're here again? What do you have in those baskets? Chen, fuming, noticed his cousin and his wife struggling with 3 hefty baskets and hurried over to assist. Fuqiang whispered. Pan'er saved an elderly doctor who gifted her some medical books. The books described a particular kind of yam. After much searching with Futsai, we managed to find these 2 large baskets, and the other basket contains herbs. His cousin was astonished and quickly lifted a corner of the cover to inspect the contents. Indeed, they were exceptional yams. Goodness, this is remarkable. Your sister-in-law is truly a blessing. He promptly covered the baskets again. Fuqiang, let me take you to the shopkeeper. These yams are quite valuable. However, they're seldom grown in our Qingzhou region and are mostly brought in from elsewhere. Wealthy families particularly favor them for medicinal soups, as they are highly nourishing. Fuqiang rejoiced. Thank you, cousin. It is indeed rare. Futsai and I searched extensively and only found a dozen plants. Fortunately, Pan'er advised us to avoid damaging the vines, suggesting we transplant them to our own land next spring. If they are indeed potent, I cannot sell them all. I must reserve some for Zhili, as he is still somewhat frail. Realizing their worth, Fuqiang resolved to explore the mountains further with their Shao, as there might be more yams in neighboring villages. He carried 2 large baskets, following his cousin to the backyard, while Wu stayed behind to watch over the remaining basket of herbs, as the young assistant had come to weigh them. A quarter of an hour later, Fuqiang grinned, bearing a light, empty burden as he joined Ming in the front hall. At that moment, Wu had just received payment for a basket of herbs, 2.5 yuan. That is quite good. We've sold several times this month, totaling around 5 or 6 taels, which is quite satisfactory. Ming, this is a gift for you. Wu lifted a nearby bamboo basket. Then I shall not be polite. Please bring the basket back with you next time Fuqiang sells herbs. Chen, fuming, accepted the vegetables with gratitude. Every visit from his cousin and his wife typically included such gifts, supplemented by occasional contributions from their younger brother. Thus, their family had ample vegetables, only needing to purchase meat and tofu now and then, resulting in considerable savings each month. Moreover, the homegrown produce tasted far superior to store-bought varieties. Ming, we shall take our leave now. Let us return. I must attend to my patient shortly. Upon exiting the medical hall, Chen Fuqiang, unable to reach the carriage in time, leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered, "My dear, we have struck gold. Can you guess the price?" Before Wu could respond, he continued in hushed tones. 200 yuan per jean, and we sold 26 liang for 700 yuan. The shopkeeper remarked that the quality of the yam is exceptional. He desires as much as we can provide. Wu was rendered speechless, astonished that merely 2 baskets could yield such a return. Coupled with the funds from the medicinal herbs, they had precisely 30 liang and 200 yuan. Heavens, this could build several grand tile-roofed houses in the countryside. She glanced at the carriage not far off, where Chunyin and Pan'er sat. My husband, this girl is truly a lucky star. She cured Zhili when she came to our home, saved the old doctor, and in return, we received 300 pounds of rice and flour. It was she who suggested gathering herbs, and this time, the yam as well. Chen Fuqiang nodded in agreement. My cousin said the same. My dear, we must treat her well in the future. Wu chuckled, as if you needed to say that. I have but 1 son and 1 daughter-in-law. If I do not treat her well, whom shall I treat? My mother-in-law once said, no matter how good a son is, if his wife is not, it will not do. A harmonious household fosters prosperity in all endeavors. Chen Fuqiang replied with a smile. Then I must purchase a few additional gifts for my father-in-law. My dear, please select some fine fabrics, and I shall procure some wine and pastries. Wu feigned a frown. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be to my own mother. What business is it of others? Despite her words, she contemplated purchasing 4 bolts of fabric, 2 for the elders and 2 for her elder brother and sister-in-law. Chen Fuqiang placed the baskets in the carriage, leaving behind 2 segments of yam. The shopkeeper had asserted that whether boiled into porridge or simmered in soup, it is exceedingly beneficial for health. Otherwise, the wealthy would not compete to buy it. He was eager to return home and accompany his second son to the mountains in search of more. He believed that the barren hills for 10 miles could yield more, and he was resolute in his belief that they would succeed. The first task of spring would be to transplant the yam vines back into their garden. This truly was a treasure. Mother, is the price of yam good? Wu, having boarded the carriage, whispered, Indeed, but this area rarely produces it. This matter must remain between us. After we return, let your father and your second uncle search diligently. With the profits, your brothers need not worry about funds for their education. She withheld the information about the 201 per gene, fearing Chen would make a fuss. The mule cart began to move and soon stopped before the embroidery shop. My dear, you and the children wait here while I procure the other items. Yes, just buy some pastries and sugar cubes. The meat should be purchased on the day itself. I will select a few bolts of fabric here. Yuan Pan'er, let us disembark. Chen jumped down from the cart. Mother, why do we need to buy so many things? Once the mule cart had departed, Wu shot her daughter a glance. Step down carefully. You are nearly 11 years old. Your father and I will return home today. In a few days, it will be your grandfather's 60th birthday, and your uncle will turn 40 this month. We must purchase some gifts for the celebrations. Chen fell silent. From childhood to adulthood, she had only visited her grandfather's house with her brother on 2 occasions, merely sharing a meal before departing. Her mother had little to say to them, and as a result, she harbored no strong feelings towards her maternal relatives. If her mother had not mentioned them, she might have forgotten entirely. After bidding farewell to the guests, Manager Liao approached with a warm smile. Sister Wu Pan'er, Chen, you've come. Please take a seat. I happen to have some delightful pastries. Do indulge. She opened a packet of snacks and handed 2 pieces to the little girls, especially pleased with Pan'er, who had brought her considerable profits over the last 2 months. She never anticipated that these packages would become so popular, disappearing from the shelves almost immediately. Now, other embroidery shops had begun to imitate her work, but it mattered little. She had already earned over 200 taels in that time, and despite a slight dip, she could still make several hundred more. She wondered if the girl had other plans in mind. Sister Wu smiled. Manager Liao, you are too kind. She displayed her embroidered pieces, 2 pairs of pillowcases, a dozen pouches, while Pan'er presented a small com screen, a pair of pillowcases, and several handkerchiefs. Chen, still unable to create larger items, had only managed a handful of handkerchiefs in 1.5 months, as much of her time was spent memorizing her lessons. Manager Liao recognized that the 3 women were calculating their earnings individually. It was rare to find such reasonable ladies, as typically, the earnings of daughters would be claimed by their mothers. Wu's pillowcases were valued at 1 tael, the pouches at 35 won each, totaling 561 for 16, culminating in 1.5 taels plus 61. Pan'er's contribution was significant. The Kong screen was beautifully embroidered, worth 2 taels, while the pillowcases added another tael, and the handkerchiefs were priced at 15 won each, amounting to 181 in total, 3 taels and 180 won altogether. Chunyan's work was commendable as well, priced at 13 won each. 17 pieces fetched 221 won. As Chunyan awaited Manager Liao to fetch the money, she sighed. Pan'er, how did you manage to earn over 3 taels in just a month and a half? You've memorized your lessons, practiced your writing, and even studied medical texts. Sister Wu chuckled. If only you had half of Pan'er's diligence. Pan'er beamed at her, blissfully unaware that she had secretly earned 20 taels through her sketches. If she knew, she would likely be too astonished to move. With the Kong screen proving lucrative, Wu decided to acquire some fabric for 1 too. In just half a year, she was nearly catching up to Pan'er's speed and skill. Her son was indeed fortunate, receiving both joy and a little blessing. Pan'er opted for the Kong screen material, reasoning that since the time required for embroidering a Kong screen was not significantly greater than for pillowcases, the price had doubled. She might as well directly create the Kong screen. Chen still chose 20 plain handkerchiefs, hesitating to tackle larger projects. In high spirits, Wu approached to examine the fabrics, and Chen eagerly followed, her heart alight with joy at the sight of the various textiles. Manager Liao, do you have any fabric scraps for sale? Indeed, I have just stocked up on some fine materials. If you wish, I can gift you some. Pan'er, do you have any other pouch designs? Manager Liao, I plan to stay in the city for a while. I will return tomorrow or the day after with more pouch designs. And I'll also come to select some fabric scraps. Liao, the shopkeeper, smiled with narrowed eyes, saying, Very well, I shall prepare the fabric scraps for you by tomorrow. Sister Wu had previously informed her that Pan'er was not her daughter, but rather the young wife of her son, meant to bring good fortune. However, she was still quite young, and they generally refrained from explaining this to outsiders. Mrs. Wu selected 4 pieces of fine cotton fabric, as she preferred to gift complete bolts rather than small cuts. Pan'er had the intention of purchasing material for her family to wear during the New Year celebrations, but she decided to take her time and choose carefully tomorrow, knowing her aunt would surely disapprove if she bought it now. After a brief interval, Chen Fuqiang arrived to escort someone to the small courtyard. Mrs. Hao, feeling the weight of the money for the medicine that her sister-in-law had brought out, was filled with joy. "Sister-in-law, you did not deceive me. This truly is all from this time's earnings? Why would I lie to you?" replied Mrs. Wu, recounting how Pan'er had discovered yam in the medical texts and had painstakingly illustrated its appearance for her brothers, having searched extensively to find them. "Oh dear, how is it that my Pan'er is so clever?" Mrs. Hao exclaimed, pulling Pan'er into her embrace and squeezing her tightly. "This girl is indeed boundlessly intelligent." Spring Yin was beside them, grinning foolishly, thinking how this sister had brought great wealth to the family. "Sister-in-law, since you are here, I shall return with you. I want to accompany you to dig for yams." "Not today. I must return, as the 2 young girls will not leave." Mrs. Wu recounted the arrangements for her father's 60th birthday. "Indeed, we must return. I will buy some things for you to take along. 60 is a significant milestone. Perhaps we should let Fu Kai accompany you." "Yes, let us have him go with you, lest it seem disrespectful." Mrs. Wu had no objections. Her elder brother's birthday was of little consequence, as they were of the same generation, and he was turning 40. However, her father was the elder, celebrating a complete 60 years, which was distinct from the usual occasions. In truth, her younger uncle had established his own household, and it was only proper that he should attend. Failing to do so might invite gossip. Chen Zhili returned at noon and was greeted by the girl who had often visited his dreams. Upon learning that she would remain this time and return home with them after the New Year holiday, a smile crept upon his lips. Spring Yin pulled her brother aside and quietly shared the news of Pan'er's discovery of yams and the profits it had generated. "Spring Yin, what are you saying? Must you share everything with us?" Ji Xing, being only 3 months younger than her, had always enjoyed playful banter with her. "You ought to address me as sister. How can you not call me that? If you do not, why should I tell you anything?" 3 days later, as Mrs. Wu prepared to return home with her husband and younger uncle, her younger brother from her family came to escort her. "Come along with us." Mrs. Hao did not leave, as she wished to wait for her sister-in-law before returning, feeling uneasy about leaving the 2 young girls behind. In the afternoon, Pan'er squatted down, ready to assist her second aunt with the vegetables. But Mrs. Hao cheerfully pushed her aside, saying, "You need not concern yourself with this. I will wash the vegetables, and you can simply stir-fry them later. Ji Xing is always thinking about the dishes you make." Pan'er smiled. "As it happens, I bought some meat today. I shall prepare braised pork for them tonight, with generous pieces to delight their appetites." Spring Yin feigned a pout. "Is it only for them to enjoy? Am I not allowed to partake?" Suddenly, she recalled Pan'er had once jested that she might have been picked up by the Yuan family, her cheeks flushing. "I shall not speak with you any longer. I have some characters I need to write better. If my brother scolds me tonight, you must hold him back, second aunt." Mrs. Hao could hardly contain her laughter. The young spring swallow, still innocent and somewhat naive like Ji Xing, found herself under the gentle pressure of July. Pan'er observed that it was still early and that cooking would take at least half an hour, so she decided to take up an embroidery cloth. Such a cloth would only bear delicate flowers in one corner, and she could complete 3 pieces in a day, earning around 45 won. In contrast, a robust laborer, toiling from dawn until dusk, would only earn 30 won a day, often with uncertain workdays, highlighting the significance of craftsmanship. The main hall fell into a tranquil silence. Mrs. Hao glanced quietly at the young girl beside her. In just half a year, she had blossomed like a flower, displaying remarkable intelligence and a knack for bringing prosperity to her family, which was of utmost importance. Regrettably, Ji Wen lacked such fortune. She sighed inwardly but quickly smiled, for Pan'er was initially brought home as a good omen for July, though she couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. After all, they were still family. Pan'er became increasingly adept at her embroidery. Tomorrow, she would return with some fabric scraps to create a pouch for Chun July and embroider a handkerchief. Having been with the Chen family for over 6 months, and now that their hearts were mutually understood, she felt it was time to craft something for him. He would surely cherish the items made by her own hands and would no longer entertain any frivolous thoughts about other young ladies. As Chen Zhilai exited the academy, he spotted Mr. Liu a short distance ahead, causing him to slow his pace. Mr. Liu had appeared rather unwell lately and had been noticeably aloof towards him. Elder brother, I heard that the candidates for the provincial examination returned a few days ago, and there are not many scholars from our county this year. Jiwen had already noticed Mr. Liu ahead and deliberately slowed down to initiate a conversation. Indeed, over 30 candidates sat for the examination, yet only 3 succeeded, and I've heard their rankings were poor. He had been a diligent student, but unexpectedly faced setbacks. The son of the chief scribe had gone to the capital for his studies and never returned. Ultimately, the matter was left unresolved, attributed to his own illness, with no other explanations forthcoming. Chen Zhilai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was now merely an ordinary youth, unable to uncover anything significant. All he could do was conceal his past brilliance and steadily prepare for the provincial examination. If fortune favored him, he would find a way to attend the academy in the capital, distancing himself from the county. He need not rush for funds for his studies, as he had some income on his own, but if he were to support Jiwen as well, that would be a different story. Jiwen was set to participate in the county and provincial examinations in spring, and if he succeeded, he would join Zhilai in the capital examination in August. Thus, he had been particularly strict with the 2 brothers in recent months, holding himself to an even higher standard. As Chen Yin assisted in bringing the dishes to the table, a fragrant tofu and fish soup simmered in the small charcoal stove, while a bowl of glistening red-braised pork and another of stir-fried pork intestines awaited. Each dish looked delectable. Voices echoed from the courtyard. The family had returned. Within moments, Zhixing dashed to the dining table exclaiming, I knew there would be delicious food today. Oh my, I love every dish, and it's clear that Sister Pan'er must have made them. Mrs. Hao brought over the rice bowl. The young boys devoured their meals with the ferocity of tigers descending the mountain. Their family's circumstances were quite favorable. Otherwise, any ordinary household with such a number of growing boys would likely struggle to provide for them. You 3, hurry and wash your hands. It will be unpalatable if it cools down. I have stated clearly that today is exceptional. From tomorrow onwards, such delicacies will be scarce, and one must learn to conserve. What will we do in the future when it comes time for studies and funds are lacking? Hao's incessant chatter was accompanied by an eager anticipation to return home and search for yam. Just 1 pound could be exchanged for 12 or 13 pounds of meat. What an astounding concept. The 2 small pieces left by the elder brother would be simmered separately for a nourishing soup for Zhili tomorrow. The others would hardly require it, as just a few bites equated to a pound of meat. Oh, the mere thought makes it hard to resist cooking. Chen Zhili leisurely picked up a piece of braised pork and savored its indescribable deliciousness. After tasting the dishes prepared by this girl, it felt peculiar to eat anyone else's cooking. Ah, this is the flavor. Mother, my tongue is practically swallowed into my stomach. Zhixing downed a piece of braised pork, overwhelmed by the delectable taste that brought tears to his eyes. How could it be this delicious? Hao picked up a piece of tofu, which was also delightful. Though prepared in the same way, this girl's cooking was simply superior. Chen Yin only took a piece of braised pork, indeed so delicious it could make one forget their tongue. She hesitated to eat more, knowing her elder brother and second brother, along with Zhixing, worked hard in their studies and deserved to have some left for them. Pan'er observed Chen Yin, who clearly enjoyed the meal, but was sensible enough to only take tofu and pickles, reminiscent of her past self. She placed a generous chunk of meat in a Chen Yin's bowl and then added a helping of tripe, encouraging her to indulge more. Chen Yin smiled, her eyes sparkling. In the Chen family's main hall, Chen Fuchong handed over 15 taels of silver to the second brother, totaling 30 taels, with the extra 200 when spent on meat, resulting in an equal share for each. Chen Fukai gazed at the gleaming silver ingots. Previously, he could save only 5 or 6 taels in a year, and once the children began school, it was immediately insufficient. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law. This yam was taught to us by Pan'er. Shall we not share a portion with her? No need. Pan'er is also a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. These funds should be directed towards the education of our sons. Only if Ji Li and his brothers strive for success will our family truly prosper. Uncle, what my elder brother says is correct. There is no need to push this silver. Just keep it well hidden at home. In the future, we will not know how much will be needed for the children's education. The two girls could keep whatever silver they earned from their embroidery. Their allowance would suffice. Chen Fu Kai chuckled as he tucked the silver into his bosom, pressing it tightly. Then I will not be polite. Having found a way to earn, I wish for both children to study well, so they won't have to brave the elements for a living. Brother, starting tomorrow, we will search the mountains. If this place is no longer favorable for growth, we have discovered it, haven't we? Brother, regarding what Pan said, can we plant the roots we dig up next spring? This is silver, not mere vines. Chen Fu Chong took a bite of the dish. If it has been well nurtured, I refuse to believe it cannot thrive. We must seek out the yam, but you must keep this a secret. Do not let it slip out. I wish to profit from this endeavor and gather more roots to plant next spring. One must prioritize filling their own family stomachs before extending kindness to others. My dear friend, allow me to share some news with you. The day after tomorrow marks my father-in-law's 60th birthday. His brother is turning 40, but that is of little consequence. It is essential that you accompany us to celebrate my father-in-law's milestone. We shall return the same day. Your family has already purchased gifts, 2 pieces of fine fabric and some pastries. We can add a couple of chickens and a few pounds of pork as well. As evening approached, Wanner planted the green onion roots that remained from today's meal into the soil beneath the courtyard wall, regardless of whether they would thrive or not. What is the purpose of this endeavor? I inquired. The onion roots, she replied. I am merely curious to see if they can survive. Wanner's cheeks flushed slightly. With her aunts gathered inside, she wondered if they might mock her for such a trivial act. You should study the medical texts. It is imperative that I teach you more characters daily, lest you struggle to comprehend, I remarked. Wanner softly countered, I have already learned many characters. At home, I inquire about those I do not understand, and I shall note down any unfamiliar ones to ask you about when you return from school. That is acceptable, I agreed. But do you not regret not studying medicine under the esteemed Dr. Gu? Wanner remained silent. If she were to speak her heart, she would undoubtedly express a desire to pursue that path. Now, it seems, it may not be too late. Dr. Gu has promised to pass through in a few months. However, as she is destined to become a daughter-in-law of the Chen family, many things cannot be taken for granted. It is not customary for women to venture out freely, especially for an extended period. Why the silence? Is your heart inclined towards studying? I probed. Wanner lifted her gaze and confessed. To speak truthfully, I do wish to learn. Even if it takes 3 years, I would no longer fear for my family's health, as Dr. Gu has also promised to teach me about medicine preparation. One need not travel far to practice. Once the medicine is made, it can be sold to the local clinic, allowing one to earn a living from home. Of course, if you are unwilling for me to pursue this, I shall heed your wishes. Embroidery is quite commendable. I sold my latest piece for over 3 taels, significantly more than my aunt. Chen Jilin observed the vibrant young girl, who had transformed since her arrival at the Chen household. A subtle smile graced his lips as he declared, if I succeed in the imperial examination next year, I shall endeavor to attend the provincial academy, and I shall take you with me. Should Dr. Gu be in Guangzhou at that time, you could study under him. Wanner nodded in agreement. You need not worry about finances while attending the academy. My embroidery work can assist you. That is unnecessary. I am capable of earning my keep. Over the past 2 years, I have been secretly writing stories, which does not consume much of my time. I managed to write a book each month, totaling 1,000 to 2,000 words. Initially, the earnings were meager, but now my stories have garnered a dedicated readership. The shopkeeper pays me 5 taels for each book, and I have not spent a single coin, accumulating over 60 taels thus far. Due to illness in the spring, I had paused this venture, but now the shopkeeper is urging me to resume, even offering a profit-sharing arrangement instead of a one-time buyout. This bolsters my confidence to pursue studies in the provincial city. However, aside from the shopkeeper, no one is aware of this endeavor. My parents remain completely oblivious. Had they known I was squandering precious study time to earn money, they would undoubtedly disapprove. Wanner assumed I referred to copying books, which yields little profit, but the ability to transcribe additional texts would still result in considerable savings for purchasing books. Hence, she believed that copying books could be quite lucrative indeed. She hesitated, but ultimately decided to share her thoughts about renting a place and stockpiling provisions. After all, it was peculiar for a young girl to rent an apartment, and even more so to hoard such an abundance of supplies, especially with her aunt constantly around, making things rather inconvenient. This was a matter she wished to keep from others. Chen, however, was different. He would one day be her husband. Yet, when the words lingered on her lips, she found herself unable to utter them. "Do you have something to tell me? Is there anything you cannot share with me?" Chen remarked, realizing he was becoming ever bolder, almost adopting a tone one might use with a parent. Aware of this shift, he felt no embarrassment, but rather a sense of delight. Perhaps this was what destined souls experienced, an effortless connection, despite their limited time spent alone together. "If you don't speak soon, night will fall," Pan'er pressed, biting her lip. "I need your assistance with something." "Go on," he urged. Before Mr. Gu departed, he entrusted me with some pocket money, suggesting that if I chose not to accompany him, I could use these funds to purchase grain, preferably Chen rice, for storage. He mentioned that the weather in neighboring provinces has been rather unusual this year, and there is a possibility of rising grain prices next year, with Qingzhou being adjacent and thus likely to follow suit. Pan'er realized that once she began speaking, the lies flowed more easily. Perhaps she possessed an innate talent for deception? Chen furrowed his brow. "What if the weather is normal next year? How much do you intend to spend?" It was perfectly reasonable for Mr. Gu to provide her with some pocket money. A man of his stature wouldn't fret over a few dozen taels of silver. "With what he gave and what I can gather, I wish to buy 160 taels. Even if the weather holds steady next year, I believe the grain might only sell for a slightly lower price, so I wouldn't suffer significant losses. If fortune smiles upon me, I could even gain quite a bit." Chen gazed at the young girl before him, momentarily lost in thought. 160 taels could purchase 2 decent courtyards in a county town or sustain her for a lifetime in a village. The fact that she was willing to heed Mr. Gu's suggestion and spend it all was either a mark of navet or remarkable audacity. "Are you suggesting renting a place to stockpile provisions? With that sum, you could acquire over 13,000 jin of Chen rice. Have you contemplated the implications? I am aware. Once I earn money next year, I shall share 20% of the profits with you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Pan'er felt a twinge of discomfort. "Can this remain between us?" Mr. Gu insisted no one else should know. Chen lips curved into a smile. "Then why share it with me? You are certainly different from others." Her words felt even more inappropriate, causing Pan'er to flush with embarrassment. Logically sound, yet she felt it improper to express herself so openly, betraying her youthful modesty. "I simply wish to earn a bit more for my dowry," she thought, realizing how unsuitable that sounded. At such a tender age, her thoughts were already consumed by dowries. "Very well, I shall assist you, and there will be no need for a share." However, he could contribute his own savings. As she suggested, even if the grain had to be sold at a lower price next year, he wouldn't incur significant losses. "All right, I will deliver the silver to you tomorrow." As Chen watched the young girl scamper away into the dusk, a sweet sensation welled within him. When he could hardly suppress, he covered his smiling lips with one hand and strolled leisurely back inside. At the tender age of 15, it is indeed a time for striving, for the sake of one's parents and for the future family. How quietly closed the kitchen door. Who says Li does not cherish Pan'er? I can see his joy quite clearly. After all, who wouldn't be fond of such a delightful girl as Pan'er? "What are you and my brother whispering about?" Pan'er blushed, and Chunya noticed it too. "Your brother says I should read medical texts to improve my literacy. Memorizing a dozen or 20 characters a day like before is no longer feasible." Chun-Yin burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth, mindful of the 3 scholars in the East Room. "Ha! My brother is just like that. He cannot stand seeing others idle. Xing often remarks that he lives more exhaustively than an old man. Ha ha." She forgot that she herself was also driven to the brink of madness. Seeing that Chun-Yin had been distracted, Pan'er let out a sigh of relief, feeling a twinge of guilt akin to that of a thief. Lighting an oil lamp, she resolved to dedicate a set time for reading each evening. Xing was enduring hardships, and being 3 years her senior, she had no reason not to strive harder. Wu's younger brother came to fetch someone. Wu was busy packing for the journey ahead, set to depart early the next morning. Wu family village, though part of He County, was separated by quite a distance. One lay to the east of He County and the other to the west. It would take at least an hour and a half for the mule cart to traverse the distance. She planned to set off at dawn, finishing her meal before leaving, so as to return home before nightfall, allowing her to swap places with her sibling the following day. "Is anyone there? Eldest sister, are you at home?" Came the sound of knocking at the courtyard door. Wu vaguely recognized the voice. Perhaps it was her husband returning. He had mentioned going to a more distant mountain today. Was there no cargo to be found on the mountain? She hastened to open the door and found a young man standing at the entrance, looking around. "Eldest sister." Upon seeing her, the young man jumped up and called out, "Zayu?" Zayu is her father's youngest child, the only son of her stepmother. The last time she had visited home was 5 years ago, when he was merely 12, still a student. Wu opened the door. "Zayu, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at school at this hour?" Zayu replied with a smile. "Eldest sister, tomorrow is Father's 60th birthday. He and elder brother sent me to fetch you and brother-in-law." Wu stepped aside to let him drive the donkey cart into the courtyard. "Have you bought a little donkey for the family?" Zayu secured the cart and tied up the donkey. "Yes, I bought it myself after running errands for 2 years. I managed to get this cart for a total of 8 taels of silver, which is no small sum." Wu frowned as she entered the main room. "Have a seat. I shall brew you a cup of chrysanthemum tea." Once the tea was ready, she busied herself in the kitchen preparing a bowl of sweet egg soup. "You should have something to fill your stomach. Dinner is still quite a ways off. Your brother-in-law has gone out to work." Zayu, feeling no need for formality, accepted the food gratefully, having traveled a considerable distance and indeed feeling a bit hungry. "Eldest sister, you are so generous. You've boiled 5 eggs at once." Suddenly, his eyes grew misty. He had only met this eldest sister a few times and had only visited here once with his elder brother. She had always kept a distance from the family, perhaps partly due to his mother. When their mother entered the Wu household, the elder lady had passed away only a year prior. And before that, their father had even married off his 14-year-old daughter. He still fails to comprehend his father's desire to raise his daughter until she reaches the age of 16. "Pray tell, were you not engrossed in your studies previously? How did you find yourself peddling goods instead?" Wu finished the eggs in his bowl with a few swift motions, drank the remaining broth, wiped his mouth, and then chuckled. Wen Yang only studied for 2 years before ceasing his education. His academic performance was rather mediocre, and our family could hardly afford to support 2 scholars. So the opportunity was granted to me. Later, Wen Xing also pursued education, excelling in his studies and receiving frequent praise from his teacher. However, last spring, our family could no longer support 2 learners. I contemplated my circumstances and decided to step back. Being 3 years his senior, I could return home and find work. After a fortnight of rest at home, I borrowed 2 taels of silver from my elder brother, and my father crafted a goods-laden yoke for me. Thus, I commenced my travels, selling wares and managing to earn a tael of silver each month. By April of this year, I repaid my brother's loan and retained some funds, barely accumulating 8 taels of silver, which allowed me to cease my burdensome travels, although my shoulders still ached from the weight. Wu's heart ached. "You still find humor in this? I recall that you were quite the scholar. If it was merely a matter of tuition, you could have come to me, and I would have ensured you received the necessary funds." Wu lowered his head, acknowledging his academic potential. The previous year, his performance in the county examination was commendable, and there was no doubt he would have fared well in the provincial examination, securing his position as a scholar. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel hand when he fell from a cart. Although his leg remained unbroken, it suffered a fracture, necessitating a period of rest. This year, his family could not sustain 2 students, and he did not wish to burden his elder brother and sister-in-law, nor did he want his mother to face shame. Just as Wen Yang had sacrificed for him, he now felt compelled to do the same for Wen Xing. Having taken up the role of a peddler, he found it increasingly difficult to face the notion of returning to school. Merely invoking the subject brought him sorrow. Now, as his elder sister mentioned it, despite the smile on his face, tears welled in his eyes. "Sister, it matters not. I have studied for 5 or 6 years. Even if I were to manage accounts, I can manage well enough. However, I am reluctant to submit to authority. Now, As a peddler, I enjoy my freedom, and that is quite satisfactory. Wu could not bear to see her child in such a state. After all, blood ties are profound. Even though he had spent little time with her family over the years, the child remained innocent. Yet, having expended so much silver on Ji Li's medical expenses, she had only recently managed to save 50 or 60 taels from the yam harvest. With her son needing to continue his education and 2 nephews to support, she felt powerless to assist him. Education is not akin to purchasing goods. Once acquired, it is done. Education demands ongoing expenses, potentially for a decade or 2. To cultivate a scholar or even a graduate, it is not an easy endeavor. If only the elder sister could sponsor him for a year or 2. And should he achieve the status of a scholar, he could secure a respectable position teaching children in the village. Anything beyond that felt too ambitious to suggest. Wu reflected on her son's recent brush with death and recounted the tale. Wu's eyes widened. Sister, we were entirely unaware of Ji Li's situation. Had we known, I would not have purchased the little donkey. Wu chuckled. Indeed, I have spent a substantial amount. Nearly all my savings over the years have been consumed. Thankfully, I have not borrowed from others, and there remains a small amount left. Now, be honest with me. Do you still wish to pursue your studies? If conditions permitted, would you consider returning to school? Wu Zaiyo sighed and said, Sister, I shall not conceal the truth from you. My academic prowess is no less than that of Wenxing. Yet I am the uncle, and he is the nephew. Being older naturally compels me to earn money to support his studies. With such significant matters concerning Ji Li, your family has already been drained. Do not fret over my circumstances. One can lead a good life without education, and merely studying does not guarantee success in the imperial examinations. I have truly come to terms with this. Furthermore, your brother-in-law and Ji Li's uncle have been foraging for herbs in the mountains these past 2 months, earning a decent income. I will discuss with them whether they can teach your elder brother and the others how to gather herbs, which may allow you to continue your studies. For books that are unaffordable, you can borrow from Ji Li and transcribe them. In fact, many of Ji Li's books were copied from the bookshop, which also earns us some money for ink and paper. Wu Zaiyo's eyes brightened. If my elder brother and the others learn to gather herbs, could I continue my studies? For the past 2 years, he had never truly ceased his education. He studied whenever he had a moment and wrote on the ground at every opportunity. Yet it still paled in comparison to formal schooling. Why hasn't your brother-in-law returned home yet? Wu Shi chuckled. He should have arrived by now. He is likely organizing things at his uncle's house next door. They will both come over shortly. No sooner had she spoken than Chen Fuqiang and his brother entered the courtyard. Brother-in-law, Uncle, Chen Fuqiang greeted. Zaiyo, have you come with the little donkey? Yes. I bought it myself for 8 taels. It serves its purpose well. Father and elder brother sent me to fetch you and elder sister. What need is there for that? Your elder sister and I, along with uncle, had already planned to go to your home early tomorrow morning. Zaiyo, are you not studying? How do you have the time to come over? And how did you acquire the little donkey? Chen Fuqiang, who visited his father-in-law's home more frequently than his wife, had a fondness for this young brother-in-law. Come, let's eat first. We can discuss everything else later. Chen Fucai smiled and remarked, I recall you are only 17. You are already taller than I am, truly a young man now. The 3 took their seats at the table, and soon the dishes were served, 4 dishes, both meat and vegetables, making for a splendid dinner. Wu Shi then sat down and recounted Zaiyo's situation as a peddler. Chen Fuqiang furrowed his brow. You have not studied for 2 years? What a pity. I remember you were quite the scholar. If I recall correctly, you missed the provincial examination 2 years ago. You should have continued your studies last spring. Wu Zaiyo forced a smile. Brother-in-law, it is truly difficult for a villager to pursue education. A single trip to the capital for an examination costs no less than 7 or 8 taels of silver. And our family is such that managing even a few years of study is commendable. Indeed, how many scholars can be found in a village? The few who can persist in their studies are exceedingly rare. Our family has 2, and that is already a challenge. Chen Fucai took a swig of wine. Today, he and his elder brother had traversed several miles, climbing numerous hills, and had finally unearthed dozens of pounds of yams and gathered some medicinal herbs. They were hesitant to bring the yam roots home, fearing they might spoil and would need to return in the spring. Chen Fuqiang's mind began to formulate plans. His wife had unresolved feelings toward her family, and truth be told, it was not entirely the fault of his father-in-law. Years ago, she had been chosen by her mother, with a promise from her father to raise her for 2 years before consummating their marriage, with a bride price of 10 taels of silver, no small sum. The father-in-law was naturally moved. The Chen family was incomparably wealthier than the Wu family. His daughter would not suffer there. His wife, gravely ill, had depleted their savings, and their only son had already reached 18. While a year of mourning was acceptable in the countryside, some adhered to 3 years. If there were funds available, they could at least make early provisions. Who could have anticipated that the resentment harbored by his wife would fester for 22 long years? Over these years, he managed to return home a mere 4 or 5 times, whereas he himself had visited several times, albeit not annually. To be fair, his stepmother was quite decent, honest, and industrious. Take, for instance, the matter of their son's education. Had she been unprincipled, she would not have allowed her stepson to pursue his studies while letting her biological son drop out. After dinner, seizing the opportunity while his wife gathered the dishes to bring to the kitchen, Chen Fuqiang spoke. "Second brother, I wish to discuss something with you. This time, when we visit my father-in-law, could you teach my brother-in-law and his son how to gather medicinal herbs? Their village is quite distant from ours, one to the east and the other to the west, so it would not affect us. There is already a fair amount of literary talent, and this lad is quite clever. It would indeed be a pity for him to drop out of school. I wish to assist them. What do you think, brother? We could stay at their home for a couple of days and teach them about yam gathering. However, one thing, let them absolutely not divulge this to anyone else. These teachings are inherently meant for the eldest brother's family. There are just the 2 of us brothers, and in this generation, there are only 3 of us. Should there be more in the future, if Wenxing succeeds, it would also benefit Jilin and Wenwen. All right, I will discuss this with your sister-in-law tonight." As for Chen Futsai, that was not his concern. He was aware that his sister-in-law held unresolved feelings towards her family. When their mother was unwell, she wished to marry off her eldest son early and pass on her embroidery skills. After much searching, they finally settled on the eldest brother's wife, who seemed to be merely a year older than Pan'er. That evening, Chen Fuqiang spoke to Wu Shi about the matter. Wu Shi nodded, indicating that as long as it did not affect their own family, it was best to lend a helping hand. The maternal family was not well off, and her nephew was about to marry. It would be ideal if he could continue his studies for a few more years and perhaps even pass the preliminary examinations. Wenxing aspired to take the imperial examinations, and one could only imagine how much silver would be required in the future. The 3 of them stayed over, and the maternal family could only offer those few rooms. Chen Fuqiang chuckled. "Silly wife, let us stay for 2 nights. You haven't spent a night at your maternal home in years. The house may be small, but we can manage. We'll teach for 2 days and then return." The next day, at dawn, a mule cart and a donkey cart departed the village. Jilin and the others went to the county school, while Haoshi busily sent 2 maidservants to attend to their tasks. Chunyan, unable to contain her excitement, began writing. The characters from the previous day still needed to be redone. She decided to be a female scholar in the morning and a seamstress in the afternoon. Pan'er busied herself organizing several sample bags she had made recently, 2 types for men and 2 for women, improving upon the designs from her previous life. She felt a natural talent for this craft. She intended to return these sample bags to Aunt Liao, which would be perfect as gifts for Qinjilin. "Second aunt, I'm going to the embroidery workshop. Aunt Liao said she would give me some scraps of cloth. Do you want me to accompany you?" "No need. It's not far." "Chunyan, are you going?" "I think I'll pass. My brother has already punished me for my writing yesterday. Perhaps I should just accompany you." "No need. You focus on your tasks." As Pan'er slung her cloth bag over her shoulder, she stepped outside. With her busy life, filled with numerous tasks, she moved swiftly to and fro all day long. Moreover, the matter of selling bag patterns was a secret kept from others. Her aunt forbade her from handing over the earnings, leading her to prefer discretion in her affairs. The trade of bag patterns was not a sustainable venture, and after this occasion, she might not have new designs to offer. Observing that she was clad in old garments belonging to Ji Li, Haoshi ceased her insistence, recognizing that one ought to dress appropriately when venturing out alone. Otherwise, concern would linger. At the entrance of the embroidery shop, Wang Shiwilian had just emerged with her cousin, feeling a profound sense of ennui with no interest whatsoever. Her cousin's fiancé had recently passed the county examination, while Sun Shan had also succeeded. However, Yu Yifei had not even made it onto the list and would need to sit for the exam again next year. Wang Shiwilian's cousin wished to buy fabric for her fiancé's clothing, and naturally, she accompanied her. Yet after half a day of searching, she found nothing suitable. As fate would have it, Pan'er brushed past her. Wang Shiwilian halted, recognizing that the youth she had just seen was clearly Chen's auspicious maid. "Stop! What are you doing standing there?" she called out. "Cousin, the one who just went in must be Chen Ji Li's auspicious maid." Huang Lizzie frowned. "Wasn't that a young boy? I didn't pay attention to such things." "Cousin, it matters not who she is. She is now of no concern to you. Let's move on." "How can it not concern me?" Wang Shiwilian exclaimed with excitement. "Look at her attire. It may well be your cousin's clothing. If the Chen family values her, even if she lacks silk, they should be able to craft a few outfits from coarse fabric. Regardless of their regard, it is of no matter to you. My mother said that since Yu Tongsheng did not pass this year, he will undoubtedly retake the exam next year. By the latter half of the year, he is almost certain to marry you. I suggest you focus on preparing for your marriage rather than creating unnecessary trouble." Wang Shiwilian's expression darkened. "What are you saying? How have I caused any trouble? You are aware of how well my relationship is with my fiancé, yet you choose to prick at my heart with such words." Huang Lizzie's heart softened, and she quickly offered her apologies in a hushed tone. Only then did Wang Shiwilian resume her forward stride. Her father was currently at the examination hall, even if he returned home afterward. It would not be until the end of the month. Before the month concluded, she resolved to seek out Chen Ji Li to express her regrets, shed a few tears, and make herself more presentable. She refused to believe that she could not win back his affection. "Look at this, Aunt Liao," she said, showing her the items. "These two are for men, and these two are for young ladies." Manager Liao's eyes sparkled. "Oh my, can bags be fashioned in such a manner? They are exquisite. Exquisite indeed. Pan'er, I shall give you 12 taels for these, and an additional 2 taels as well." "Thank you, Aunt Liao. May I retrieve these bags?" Manager Liao replied with a smile. "Of course. Just as with the first batch, I will return them to you in a month. As for the second batch, I cannot return them just yet." In truth, she intended to have her embroiderers quickly craft the samples, but she was hesitant to return them immediately to the young girl for fear that the information might leak, jeopardizing her profits. Pan'er felt a flush of embarrassment. Logically, having sold the items, it was understandable that they would not return to her immediately. 2 handbags she wishes to gift to Brother Julia, 1 for each young lady, coincidentally matching with Chuanyan's. It shall serve as a token of appreciation. "Aunt Liao, I have not disclosed this to anyone. Could you kindly keep it to yourself?" "I understand. Rest assured, the young girl intends to save it as personal funds, which is indeed wise. If she foolishly hands it all over, her mother-in-law may only be pleased momentarily. But over time, she would press for more ways to earn money. Of course, Sister Wu is likely not that type of person. You see, I have saved a large bag of fabric scraps for you." "Why so much?" "Aunt Liao, perhaps you could keep some silver for yourself?" "What are you saying? A gift is a gift. What more do you need? The new year is approaching, and I wish to purchase some fabric for my family. It is time to prepare for new clothes. Did Sister Wu not mention she would buy it herself next time?" "Aunt Liao, I can buy it just the same. Please assist me in selecting." Manager Liao thought to herself, this girl remains soft-hearted, having earned a bit of private money. She wishes to buy New Year clothes for her in-laws. In the end, she had Pan'er purchase 3 bolts of cotton fabric for her own family and 2 for her second NS family, totaling 5 bolts at a cost of 1 tael and 5. Cotton was too expensive, so she refrained from buying it, or else she would exhaust her earnings from selling embroidery. Last time, her aunt had collected a good deal of cotton from the countryside, priced lower than in the stores. Thus, she concealed from herself the details of the last 2 sales, alleviating her guilt somewhat. "I will have a young lad accompany you home. This is no small matter." A quarter of an hour later, Ms. Hao gazed in bewilderment at the pile of items before her. "Pan'er, why did you buy so many things? You've practically emptied the shop." Chuanyan's eyes sparkled. Surely there was something for her, though she felt too shy to ask. Sister Pan'er had already gifted her 2 summer skirts, and to receive more felt a bit embarrassing. with her limited funds. Perhaps she could buy a nicer hairpin for her later? But a decent hairpin would cost at least one tael. Does she truly have that much? Maybe she could embroider a couple of handkerchiefs instead? Alas, her embroidery skills were not as refined as others. Second aunt, these 2 bolts of fabric are for you. Consider them a New Year gift from Pan'er. Ms. Howe stared at the thick bolts of fabric. What on earth are you doing, child? Silly girl. You should save the hard-earned silver for future use. Second aunt, just this once. I won't buy again in the future. Ms. Howe regarded the items in her hands. Feeling their weight, they were worth 601. How would she accept this? Second aunt, please just accept it. Is it not sufficient to do so just this once? Very well. Second aunt thickened her face and accepted it. In time, she too would buy a beautiful piece of fabric to make a spring gown for the girl, and perhaps a couple of pairs of shoes. One cannot take advantage of the younger generation. Chen, here is your fabric for the New Year's clothes. Starting tomorrow, I shall begin cutting. Chen gazed eagerly at the lovely pink fabric. It was truly beautiful. Thank you, Sister Pan'er. Second aunt, Chen, this is a fabric scrap Aunt Liao gifted me. Mentioning some could be used for purses, I will make you a hairpin from the nicer pieces later. Chunyan's eyes widened in surprise. You can make hairpins too? Pan'er lifted her chin proudly. Naturally, just wait and see. She surveyed an open space and promptly emptied the scraps from her bag onto the ground. The proprietor, Master Liao, has indeed treated you well, providing splendid fabric remnants. The 3 of them began sorting the pieces. Larger rolls were set aside, while those suitable for pouches were placed in another pile. Some scraps could be fashioned into handkerchiefs, and the particularly exquisite silk remnants were gathered together, ensuring they would be versatile for future use. Ms. Howe also took a few larger pieces, while the smallest scraps were entirely given to her aunt for making shoes. As soon as the teacher departed, Chen Zhili tidied the items on his desk and promptly exited the classroom. Zhili, my brother, he heard a voice call. Turning around, he saw Su Yuze, who had moved from the capital 2 years prior. It was said that his father held a position in the local government, and he had come to stay with his family to observe a period of mourning for his grandfather, which would last 3 years before their return. Typically, he did not maintain close relations with his classmates, but he was somewhat more amicable with Su. Chen, what happened with your recent examination? Logically, given your academic prowess. This outcome is unexpected, Su inquired. Chen Zhili offered a wry smile. What can be deemed unexpected? I fell ill and was bedridden for several months, and even now, my health is not yet restored. My studies have suffered greatly. How could I have fared well? Su Yuze quickened his pace to catch up. Oh, I see. I had assumed you had fully recuperated. Chen, while your studies are crucial, your health is paramount. Take your time with your academic pursuits. I happen to possess some fine books. If you're interested, I'll be glad to lend them to you. Chen Zhili halted and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Su, but I must decline for the moment. I am struggling to complete the assignments set by our teacher. My health is still fragile, and prolonged reading causes discomfort. Should the need arise in the future, I will not hesitate to approach you. Su Yuze's expression turned sympathetic. It seems your health remains quite delicate. In truth, you ought to consider taking a year off from your studies. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Yet, I find myself anxious at home, Chen admitted. I apologize, Su, but my cousin has arrived, so I must take my leave. With hurried steps, Chen Zhili's mind was in turmoil. Upon learning of the poisoning incident, he meticulously considered everyone around him, several of whom raised suspicions, including Su Yuze. However, this individual was academically gifted, genteel, and possessed a family status superior to most. What motive could he possibly have to harm him? Currently, he lacked the means to ascertain the truth, and with the authorities remaining inactive, he set the matter aside. His sole defense lay in concealing his capabilities, biding his time until he could soar to great heights. Su, I overheard your offer to lend books. Alas, it seems that the recipient did not appreciate your kindness. Yu Ifei interjected as he approached. Having faced disappointment in the recent examinations, he bore little regret, thinking he could attempt again next year. He simply hoped his father would excel in the upcoming provincial examination, thus elevating their status to that of a scholar's son. Su Yuze cast a fleeting glance at him. Last year, he had shared the same class with this individual, but they had since parted ways. and he found him somewhat disagreeable. We are classmates, and given that Chen often misses classes, I thought I might be of assistance. You feed a market. Oh, we have a break in 2 days. Shall we go out to have some fun? Several classmates are joining us. No, my parents are still in mourning at home. It would be inappropriate for me to indulge in leisure. I apologize, but the servant has arrived, so I must take my leave. As Wu gazed upon the familiar village path, an indescribable feeling welled up within her. Initially, she felt genuine resentment, resenting her father for his callousness and her elder brother for his inability to intervene. However, as time passed and the Chen family treated her kindly, she gradually persuaded herself to let go of these grievances. Yet a year later, when her father remarried, merely 2 years after the passing of her mother, her heart brimmed with bitterness once more. She even began to suspect that her father had been involved with widow Sun long before, using her betrothal money not solely for her brother, but also for his own benefit. Subsequently, her mother-in-law encouraged her to return home annually, but she was reluctant. Over the course of 22 years, she seldom made the journey back, and even when she did, she would stay only for a little over an hour, speaking little to anyone, including her sister-in-law. The mule cart was driven by her second brother, with only the two of them in the carriage. Chen Fuqiang gently squeezed his wife's hand, saying, "It will be all right. We will arrive shortly. In truth, your sister-in-law has been quite good, and your stepmother is an honest woman. We cannot solely blame your father for the past. My mother truly cherished you." Wu lowered her head. Her mother-in-law had been such a kind person, but unfortunately, good people do not live long. She had passed away merely 7 or 8 years after Wu's marriage, and her father-in-law had also departed 5 years prior. Reflecting on this now brought her immense sorrow. Noticing that his wife was unresponsive, Chen Fuqiang fell silent. He understood that his wife's consent for him to teach his brother-in-law the art of herbal medicine was a sign that she had already begun to forgive them. It was simply her stubborn nature that made it difficult for her to change her feelings immediately. The mule cart came to a halt. "Elder sister, brother-in-law," Chen urged, "we have arrived at my home." A cheerful voice rang out. Chen Fuqiang jumped down and extended his hand to assist his wife. "Brother-in-law, Fukai, you have come." Wu Daiyou looked at his sister. "Sister, you have returned." He felt a sense of guilt towards her. The once understanding young girl had been sent away just a year after their mother's death, at the tender age of 14. He had intended to intervene, but his father had insisted, stating, "I cannot find a better family than the Chen family. They are eager for your sister to marry, and I cannot hold her back." Because of that single remark, he refrained from action. In retrospect, he realized he could have approached the Chen family for a proper discussion rather than doing nothing. He had visited the Chen village a few times, but his sister had been somewhat indifferent, and as his own family grew busy, he never returned. Wu nodded. Her lips moved, but no sound emerged. She could not recall the last time she had spoken with her brother. "Father, Aunt," Chen Fuqiang called out. Wu looked up to see her father and stepmother approaching, accompanied by her sister-in-law, nephew, and many relatives. "Father, Aunt," she managed a forced smile. "Sister-in-law, Wenyang, Wenxing, Wenyu." Several children began to walk along the main road, and she was uncertain if she could recognize them. Her father had aged significantly, looking so thin he appeared almost unrecognizable. Li smiled and took her sister-in-law's arm. "You must be tired from the journey. Let us return home quickly. Today, many relatives have come to visit. Look, this is your second aunt, and this is..." Chen Fuqiang's brothers also approached with smiles. Thus, they arrived in Guangzhou Prefecture. Gu Saiyan gazed at his weary young son with a face full of disdain. "Could you not emulate your elder brother and diligently practice medicine? Must you incessantly roam outside throughout the year? Is it not a sheer waste of the years spent acquiring medical knowledge?" Gu Suha replied with a smile. "Though my elder brother practices medicine, he is often away from home, is he not? And you, father, are not you also absent from our residence in Yuhang? Father, I have chosen this path for the sake of our family business. Who else would tend to our medical practice? Who would manage the numerous clinics? My medical skills may not surpass those of my elder brother, but in due time, he shall inherit your medical expertise. Among your 5 sons, it appears that 2 are pursuing medicine, 2 are scholars, and the youngest, Yuqi, remains uncertain. Alas, there is not a single daughter among them. Father, we are now in mid-October, with merely 2.5 months until the new year. My elder brother has been urging me. Will your patients be able to see you now? Gu Xian recalled the recovery of his old friend's grandson, a smile gracing his eyes. Wang Chun has made a commendable recovery. He has not disappointed his grandfather. In pursuit of his medication, I nearly lost my life this time. My old friend saved me once in his youth, and this was my way of repaying that life debt. Gu Suha was taken aback. Father, what do you mean by that? Gu Xian recounted the events in full. Indeed, it was fortunate that a young girl saved me. Otherwise, had Wen Yuan arrived an hour later, it would have been too late. He exhaled deeply, his complexion pale. Father, dear father, with so many guards at home, why could he not bring a few more along? Foraging for herbs could have been entrusted to others. At your age, should you not possess a modicum of self-awareness? If something were to happen to you, what will my brother and I do? Mother passed away long ago. Have you ever considered our plight? A pang of sorrow gripped Gu Suha's heart, his eyes turning red. They had nearly lost their father this time. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Gu Xian was well aware of his son's filial piety, yet this incident had taken him by surprise. The individuals he had brought along had been dispatched. Where could he find guards at the last minute? Enough, enough. Am I so old that I must be lectured by my sons? He conceded. This matter need not be pursued further, but henceforth you must promise not to venture into the mountains again. No matter how many people accompany you, it is never enough. If you need something, simply ask me for assistance. Father, the journey from Guangzhou to Yuhang will take at least a month. Shall we set off tomorrow? At most, we can be on the road for 3 to 5 nights. I fear that heavy snowfall may delay our progress. Let us take the route through Huaibei. I have some matters to attend to along the way. Gu Xian felt conflicted. Recently, he had often thought of that young girl, having given her 200 taels, believing it insufficient. Offering her too much silver might not be beneficial, yet depriving her of a skill to earn a living troubled him deeply. Father, we shall depart within 5 days, without room for negotiation. Suha, I had initially intended to bring that young girl along as my apprentice, but she declined my offer. Gu Suha raised an eyebrow. An apprentice? Father, have you lost your senses? A village girl, likely illiterate. How could she possibly study medical texts or grasp medical principles? To take such a person as your cherished disciple, might one fear? Fear of being ridiculed? Or the village girl? She is quite astute. Gu Suha noticed his father's rising ire. All right, I misspoke. However, even if she possesses some literacy, did you not mention she is already 13? A girl of 13 should soon be arranged for marriage. Pursuing medicine is no trifling matter. Even with considerable talent, it takes a decade or more to master. My elder brother and I have studied under you for over a decade, and yet my medical skills are but mediocre. Gu Siyuan sighed, revealing that Pan'er was a harbinger of good fortune. Gu Suha vehemently disagreed. You see, she already has a family. Typically, in-laws would not permit their young wives to venture far. I, too, would be reluctant. Gu Siyuan took a sip of tea. If her in-laws disallow her from going out, I can teach in the county. The mountain does not impede me. The goal is what matters. Moreover, I never intended to mold her into a renowned physician. My primary aim is to teach her the art of potion making. Once she masters that, as long as our family clinic remains open, she shall not worry about her livelihood. Gu Suha sighed deeply. Father, if the aim is to ensure she has money to spend, we might as well provide her with more. For a girl from a farming family, 500 taels would suffice for a lifetime. Gu Siyuan grew somewhat vexed. I hardly wish to converse with you further. You incessantly speak of farming families. Have you not heard that lad is quite proficient in his studies? How can you be certain he won't excel in the imperial examinations and secure an official position in the future? Is 500 taels truly enough for her entire life? If I grant her such an amount, will she submit it or keep it for herself? If she hoards it, how will she procure funds later? If she gives it to her in-laws, she would still be without resources. I desire for her to possess her own skills. So even if her husband treats her poorly or loses affection, she shall remain unafraid. Father, is your concern for her truly warranted? Why wouldn't it be? Is my life not worthy? Moreover, I share a fated bond with her. Gu Siyuan pondered and decided to reveal some hidden truths. While he could not share them with others, he felt it necessary to confide in his son. Otherwise, the plan to teach Pan'er in the county would surely fail. His younger son was more compliant, lacking his own ideas, but the elder was different. At times, he felt as though he were the father and Gu Siyuan the son, having to heed his wishes regarding every morsel of food. A fated bond? What does that entail? Father, as you age, your words grow increasingly extravagant. Gu Siyuan recounted Pan'er's dream and her success in creating medicine on 2 occasions. This left Gu Suha speechless for a protracted period. Eventually, he murmured, "Is it truly so extraordinary? I find it hard to believe she could dream months in advance and utilize the prescriptions from her dreams to save lives. My goodness, I feel as if we are currently lost in a dream ourselves." Gu Siyuan remained composed. "How do you explain the antidote she concocted to save me? I also diagnosed that lad from the Chen family. He had indeed been poisoned. Though the poison was alleviated, he is yet to fully recover and remains rather weak. Moreover, the beauty elixir you inspired me to create has indeed been established. I finalized the formula not long ago, unbeknownst to anyone, including your brethren, and even Gu Qing remains in the dark, while Pan'er, however, is aware and recited the formula to me, claiming it was gifted to her in a dream, though she has yet to use it. This time, Gu Suha truly believes it. The beauty elixir was indeed concocted at his father's insistence, who possesses remarkable talent in the art of pharmaceuticals. Even his elder brother has only managed to grasp about 70 to 80% of his expertise, while he himself cannot even measure up to half. Father, I consent to you accepting her as a disciple, but in a few days, you must return with me. Our entire family awaits your presence. With mother gone, you are the sole elder in the household." Gu Siyuan hesitated, yearning for his grandchildren. "Then we shall pass through Hexian. I must first meet her. If the Chen family acquiesces this time, I will take her to Baichao Valley, where the education in pharmacology is unparalleled. If the Chen family still refuses to release her, I will teach her in Hexian for the time being." Sulha, as soon as father recalled the Bodhisattva's dream urging her to save him, felt his heart swell with excitement. The old abbot of Hanjua Temple had previously divined for him, clearly foretelling that he would encounter a life-threatening ordeal this year, though without peril. What merit do I possess to warrant such concern from the Bodhisattva? Gu Suha observed his father becoming agitated once more, his lips quivering and eyes gleaming. He wished to laugh, but stifled the impulse. The Bodhisattva's dream is a sacred matter. How could one find amusement in it? Had it not been for this dream, he and his elder brother might have become fatherless. Father, let us set off early tomorrow morning. Upon our arrival in Hexian, you must confer with the Chen family. If they refuse, we will need to find you lodging through a broker. We cannot impose upon them indefinitely. You speak with sound reasoning. We shall depart at dawn. I will visit the Wang family shortly to procure some medicine. By the way, when you next encounter Pan'er, do not mention this matter. I promised her I would not disclose it to others. No one else knows. Before I depart, I will ask the innkeeper to send her a few foundational medical texts, along with 200 taels of silver notes, which I instructed her to keep hidden, not to be submitted to her in-laws. Gu Suha nodded. Neither he nor his brothers have ever received such esteem from their father. Having saved his life, it is only fitting he receives such regard. Indeed, his father's life is invaluable. However, he still harbors reservations about his father residing in Hexian, as there are no Gu family properties there, including a residence. Father, did you not mention that the Chen family's son is pursuing his studies? He could be assisted in attending the Jiangnan Academy or join the prefectural school. Even if you cannot return to Yuhang, at least the residence in Wangzhou can be considered our home. Gu Siyuan sighed. I just wonder if it is feasible. This lad failed to pass the academy examination this year and will be coming to the capital for tests in August next year, making a trip to Jiangnan impractical. He simply does not have the time to travel back and forth. The banquet at the Wu family continued until late afternoon. After bidding farewell to their guests, Wu Lixi and her stepmother, Chen, sincerely invited Chen Fuqiang and his brothers to stay the night. In all these years, the couple had never offered such hospitality. Chen Fuqiang noted that only family remained in the house now. Father, elder brother, please take a seat. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. If you are agreeable, we shall remain for 2 nights. If not, we will depart immediately. This statement left the Wu family somewhat bewildered. What could be so solemnly deliberated? Father, elder brother, it has come to my attention that our young relative has been out of school for nearly 2 years. This weighs heavily on my heart, for that child possesses considerable intellect. Upon hearing this, my stepmother was moved to tears, and silence enveloped the room as others sighed in resignation. In times past, I might have offered silver without a second thought. However, this spring, our family faced a grave illness that nearly claimed my spouse's life. We incurred expenses amounting to 100 taels of silver, even traveling to the capital for treatment at the rejuvenation hall, and thankfully, we managed to bring them back from the brink. Old Wu's eyes glistened with emotion. This grandchild was indeed his daughter's lifeline, and he felt deeply grateful for the heaven's mercy. The family was struck into silence. Wu Dayo interjected, "Why was such a significant matter not communicated to us? Surely we could provide some assistance." Chen Fuqiang shook his head. "The past is behind us. Silver can be earned anew. What I wish to convey is that my younger brother and I have taken to foraging for herbs in the mountains during our leisure, and our earnings have been quite satisfactory. While other apothecaries may not accept loose herbs, my cousin works as a physician at the rejuvenation hall and not only accepts our gathered herbs, but pays a fair price as well. Yesterday, I conferred with my brother. If elder brother Wenyang is willing, we shall remain and teach you both the art of herb gathering. The mountains here are equally bountiful, I believe, as those in our Chun family village." Wenyang's spirits lifted. Though his own studies had faltered, his younger uncle excelled in academics, and it seemed a pity for him to abandon his studies. If the younger uncle were to drop out, it would leave Wenjung no choice but to follow suit, despite his diligence in his studies, which made it all the more disheartening. Learning to gather herbs could indeed present a promising avenue. "Brother-in-law, Futsai, is this truly advisable?" Chun Futsai responded, "We are all family. There is nothing improper about this. If you consent, we shall stay today, and at dawn tomorrow, we will take elder brother and Wenyang into the mountains. Winter approaches, and the herbs are becoming scarce. However, my brother and I have recently discovered a type of mountain yam that, although not commonly found in our Qingshou area, is still available and fetches a particularly good price. If we can procure some, we need not worry for the time being about the boy's educational expenses." Yesterday, the brothers concluded that it would be best to disclose information about the mountain yam, as one should complete the good deed to the end. No matter how diligently they searched in other villages, they could not find Wu family village, as the distance was simply too great. This declaration softened even old Wu's heart. He felt profound sorrow for his younger son, who had been forced to abandon his studies, and his wife had shed countless tears. In recent years, his health had deteriorated, limiting his ability to work outside. Wenyang had only recently matured, leaving household duties to his elder son and grandson. The younger son ventured out as a merchant, and the entire family harbored deep apprehensions. A young man traveling with goods year-round posed risks. What if he encountered unscrupulous individuals? "Elder brother, we must learn. This is not a time for embarrassment. The education of the two boys is paramount. Remember their kindness," Wu Dayo affirmed with a firm nod. "I shall learn. My sincerest gratitude to brother-in-law and Futsai." Wu Zaiyo's eyes sparkled with determination, yet he pondered the arduous journey of a peddler, earning merely a couple of silver coins after traversing countless miles each month. Despite the hardships, his desire for education remained unwavering. Otherwise, he would not have clung to his books during the 2 years since his schooling ceased. As his elder sister had suggested, even passing the childhood scholar examination would be a commendable achievement. Observing the lively conversation between his son-in-law and children, Wu's gaze shifted to his daughter, who was engaged in a dialogue with her husband. Quietly, he and his wife descended to prepare accommodations for the three of them. Though the space was cramped, they felt it imperative to provide their daughter with fresh bedding. Over the past 2 years, his health had waned significantly, leading him to believe that his time was drawing near. If he could gain his daughter's forgiveness before his departure, he would meet his late wife with peace in the afterlife. While his intentions had been for his daughter's sake, he regretted neglecting the emotional needs of his children. Additionally, he had been somewhat motivated by the expenses associated with his son's future marriage. "Sister-in-law, would you care for some tea?" The young girl spoke softly. Wu turned to her. "Sister-in-law, Is Wen Yue 12 this year? Li offered a handful of dried sweet potatoes. Have some of this. It's quite chewy. Wen Yang is 18. Wen Zhong is 14. And this girl is 12. In the blink of an eye, the children have grown, and we have aged. Wu chuckled lightly. You are not yet 40. It is still early to speak of aging. Has Wen Yang made any marriage proposals? Li shook her head. The child is diligent. There have been proposals. But our family's circumstances are not favorable, and those who come forward are not suitable. He is reluctant and remains single to this day. Your brother believes that the eldest daughter-in-law must not be lacking. Waiting a couple of years is inconsequential. We hope to save enough silver over the next 2 years to renovate our home, making it easier to propose a marriage later on. She sighed internally, knowing well the challenges ahead. Besides Wen Yang, there was another child a year younger, and Wen Zhong was still in his studies. Education was an insatiable abyss. Any family with daughters would weigh such matters carefully before considering proposals. Wu gazed at the dilapidated home, built under his mother's care. Once perceived as spacious, but now felt cramped with the increasing number of inhabitants. His sister-in-law, 3 years his senior, appeared significantly older, and his heart softened at the sight. Sister-in-law, my mother taught me the art of embroidery. If Wen Yue wishes to learn, I could send her to Chenjiakan at the beginning of the 12th month. She could return after the minor new year. However, I must head to the county soon, and our rental space is limited. I share a bed with Chen Yin and Pan. Adding another person would be quite difficult. Li seemed dazed as if struck by a sudden realization about money. Guizhi, you suggest teaching Wen Yue embroidery? I have heard that embroidery shops in the county accept apprentices, but first, one must sign an 8-year contract with the shop owner. During these 8 years, the apprentice must remain at the shop, earning wages that are modest at best. After 8 years, those who wish to stay will receive significantly better compensation. This condition deters many families from pursuing embroidery training. Even if a child enters at 10, they would return at 18, potentially delaying marriage proposals. Furthermore, even if they master the craft, the earnings would go to their in-laws, leaving nothing for their own family, while also hindering their ability to manage household chores. Wen Yue stared blankly at her aunt. She rarely saw her aunt and only vaguely understood her embroidery skills. Whether she was sincere in her offer to teach remained uncertain. Yet now, hearing her express a willingness to teach filled her with astonishment. This year, Chen Yin and Pan'er also began their studies. In early December, the academy took a break for the new year, and they returned in the following month. They have mastered the art of embroidery primarily through self-practice. Given enough time and talent, they could likely sell their embroidered pieces within 6 months. Chen Yin is still young and playful, currently only capable of stitching handkerchiefs, while she has already learned to embroider pillowcases after just 6 months. Yuan Pan'er. At that time, Zhili was gravely ill, and the doctors had exhausted all remedies. We sought help from the abbot at the temple, who advised us to find a young girl nearby to bring him good fortune, and within a month, Zhili had recovered. Wu Shi, however, prefers to keep many details to herself. So, are you truly planning to let her become Zhili's wife? Does Zhili consent to this? Wu Shi nodded with a smile. The young girl is delightful and exceptionally diligent. Her cooking surpasses mine and her second aunt's. After only half a year of embroidery, she is nearly matching my skills. She is truly an exquisite talent, and Zhili also holds her in high regard, though she is still quite young and will be raised as a daughter for now. Seeing her sister-in-law's genuine affection, Li Shi felt reassured. As night passed, Brother Chen Fuqiang, accompanied by Wu Daiyou and his son, ventured early into the mountains. The Wu family resided on the outskirts of the village, allowing them to avoid the prying eyes of others. The stepmother and the elder sister-in-law arose early to prepare meals while the men ascended the mountains. They then set about washing clothes. Wen Yu was busy sweeping the courtyard. The young girl was quiet and charming, endearing herself to those around her. Wu Shi noticed her father's significant weight loss as he coughed occasionally, and couldn't help but inquire, "Haven't you gone to the county to get checked? Why'd you lost so much weight?" Wu Laotu felt a surge of joy at his daughter's initiative to converse with him. "I've been coughing for 2 years. It's a lingering effect of typhoid fever. It's nothing serious. I consulted a doctor in town and took some medicine, but it hasn't been effective." Wu Shi withdrew a 2-tael silver ingot from her purse initially intended for her father. Take this when they go to the county to sell medicine. You can accompany them to the rejuvenation hall. Wu Laotu was reluctant. No need, I'm fine. Wu Shi maintained a serious demeanor. This silver is for your medical treatment. It must not be spent elsewhere, or I shall never return to this home again. If both parents are gone, returning home loses its significance. Wu Laotu retracted his hand, clutching the silver ingot. Do not be angry. Is it not acceptable for me to go to the county for treatment? He reflected on his past mistakes. I should not have sent you away so early, thinking only of the Chen family's interests. Your brother required that betrothal payment. I did not consider your feelings. I owe you an apology. Wu Shi's eyes glistened with tears. Marrying your stepmother was not intentional. When she fell into the water, I was only concerned with rescuing her, forgetting the propriety between men and women, and was seen by others. Had I not married her, she would have been drowned in gossip. Being a widow or widower, once brought home, is akin to being married. I should have mourned for your mother for 3 years, for she was such a wonderful person. What good does it do to dwell on these matters now? You all should live well. Gathering medicinal herbs can yield 3 to 4 taels of silver a month. I just wonder whether we can find yam. If we do, constructing a house will be a mere formality. Wu Laotu felt a surge of enthusiasm. Having heard from his son-in-law the previous night about the staggering price of 200 won per pound, the son remarked that if they found anything on the mountain today, they would still return to their respective homes. The area was rich in mountains, and with a bit of exploration, they were unlikely to come back empty-handed. The 73rd seemed to be about right. Mrs. Hao was busily packing, for yesterday had marked the celebration of her sister-in-law's father's birthday, and it was agreed she would visit today. Aunt, are you in such a hurry to return? Chen Yin inquired, rubbing her arms. After riding for a quarter of an hour, she felt more fatigued than if she had been sewing. Mrs. Hao chuckled. Isn't it urgent? Returning now would allow us to assist in searching for medicinal herbs in the mountains. With the frigid weather approaching and snow already beginning to fall, we would have to wait until February to resume our search. The family was no longer in want of money, but who would ever complain about having too much? Besides, their total savings amounted to only about 30 taels, largely thanks to this recent harvest of mountain yam. Over the past decade, their savings had barely reached 10 taels. They had originally expected their sister-in-law to arrive by mid-morning. The 3 of them waited and waited until Zhili came home for lunch, yet still no sign of her. Mother, hasn't uncle and aunt come? Zhixing asked upon entering the courtyard, spotting his mother still at home. What? Do you wish for your mother to leave sooner? You 3 should wash your hands quickly. The dishes will grow cold and unappetizing. Mrs. Hao hurried to the kitchen, fretting over a large soup basin that could scald the little girl if mishandled. Chen Zhili caught a glimpse of her in the kitchen, and a sweet feeling washed over him inexplicably. Second aunt, my parents must have been kept at my maternal uncle's home, he suggested. That seems likely. Your mother hasn't stayed at her family home for years. It's plausible that the birthday celebration ran late. Yet, after 2 consecutive days without their arrival, Mrs. Hao, Chen Yin, and Pan'er began to feel anxious. Typically, even if they stayed over, it would only be for a night and no more than that. Meanwhile, in Wujia village, 2 days passed swiftly. The medicinal herbs on the nearby mountains were no less abundant than those in Chenjiakan, though they dared not venture deep into the mountains, as they primarily found ordinary herbs. Nevertheless, the 4 of them managed to gather over 100 jin of mountain yam, robust and of excellent quality. Chen Fuqiang felt embarrassed to take it all, but the Wujia villagers insisted on sharing half with them. While they had successfully harvested yam, the brothers of Chen Fuqiang were reluctant to accept any other herbs. They planned to set off for the county town, aiming to arrive before dusk, where they could find a budget inn to stay, selling their goods while they were still fresh. Everyone agreed with Chen Fuqiang's proposition. This was their first visit to the medical hall, and the Chen brothers would need to bring along their cousin who worked as a doctor to facilitate communication. The Wujia villagers calculated that the 70 or 80 jin of mountain yam alone was worth 15 or 16 taels, stirring excitement within them. Even if they scoured the nearby mountains again, they believed they could find at least another 100 or 80 jin. They felt they were on the verge of striking it rich. Once the plan was settled, everyone sprang into action. The Wujia family insisted that their father accompany them to the county town for a checkup. Otherwise, who knew how long they would have to wait. Wu Daiyou had long wished to take his father for a consultation, but the old man had always refused. Today, however, he could not ignore his sister's words. Wu Laodao donned his finest attire and boarded his son-in-law's mule cart. And since this was their first time selling medicine, Wu Daiyou brought his son Wenyang along for the journey. Chen Fuqiang gazed upon the guests departing, contemplating the arrangement for Wen Yue's visit to his home in early December. It would be splendid if she could stay until the little new year, allowing her to return home just in time, while he and Jeline could engage in academic discussions together. Alas, he was inclined to heed his brother-in-law's advice. With just a month and a half remaining until the winter holidays, his brother intended to ascend the mountain with his elder brother Wenyang, planning to return to the academy after the Lantern Festival. The mule cart began to move. Wu Shi observed her sister-in-law, stepmother, and Wen Yue as they stepped outside the courtyard, a wave of relief washing over her. The emotional burdens accumulated over 22 years felt remarkably heavy. She ought to have cast them aside much sooner. In the afternoon, Chen Jeline returned, noticing the solemn expressions on the faces of his aunt, Chen Yin, and Pan'er. "What is the matter with you all?" he inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Hao Shi replied, "Jeline, your grandfather celebrated his birthday the other day. Your mother and the others stayed overnight. They should have returned yesterday, without any issues, shouldn't they? I plan to head home first thing in the morning to check on them. If they are not at home, it may indicate something amiss at your grandfather's house. Second aunt, I doubt anything is wrong. Tomorrow is our day off. Perhaps I should return home to see for myself," Jeline suggested. The family, burdened with anxious thoughts, sat down to dinner, each lost in their own worries, reluctant to indulge in idle speculation despite their dismal mood. "Mother, it seems there is a noise at the door," Ji Xing exclaimed as he leaped up and dashed outside. "It might be my aunt arriving." The others hurried out as well, only to find Ji Xing had opened the courtyard gate, cheerfully conversing with his uncle and aunt. "Brother, sister-in-law, you have finally returned," Wu Shi exclaimed, smiling. "Have you been waiting anxiously?" She turned to her husband. "You should return to the inn. The children will not accompany you this time, as night has fallen." Chen Fuqiang addressed the people in the courtyard. "Sister-in-law, Jiline's grandfather and uncle are at the inn. The second brother is also there. I shall go join them, and your sister-in-law will fill you in on the details later." Hao Shi exhaled in relief. For as long as everyone was safe, the rest mattered little. "Father, I will accompany you to the inn. It has been many years since I last saw them, and it would be impolite not to greet them." Chen Fuqiang nodded. "Very well, I shall return with you afterward." Ji Wen added, "Uncle, I will accompany my brother. You may rest at the inn for now." Wu Shi found this arrangement agreeable. Upon returning to the house, Pan'er busily reheated the remnants of supper. Wu Shi recounted the events. Hao Shi only heard that they had brought 70 to 80 pounds of yams from Wu village. "Sister-in-law, isn't this rather inappropriate?" she questioned. "Not at all. The quality is no worse than last time. We shall divide it equally, and tomorrow my husband will take it to sell," came the reply. Hao Shi grinned. "How much do you suppose 70 to 80 pounds could fetch?" Pan'er chuckled. "Second aunt, approximately 15 taels, I believe." "Oh my, how clever of you, Pan'er, to calculate that so swiftly." "Sister-in-law, there was no time to discuss this matter with you beforehand. I only learned of it after my husband spoke with my brother. They believe the distance between our families does not pose an obstacle, and they're concerned about my younger brother's premature withdrawal from school. Sister-in-law, there is no need for us to deliberate on this matter. Assisting your maternal family is commendable. Unlike me, who has no kin left. Sister, you still have us. The affairs of Aunt Air have long been known to me. She was taken in by a solitary soul in the village as a child, raised until the age of 16 when she married Uncle Air. Less than 3 years later, her adoptive mother passed away, and her true family remained a mystery, lost in the vastness of the world. Wu spoke of her maternal family, letting out a deep sigh. It has been 22 years since we came to the Chen family. This time upon returning, I noticed that both elder brother and sister-in-law have aged, not to mention my father. Many elders in the village have also departed. Indeed, I am already 32. Aging is inevitable, yet I find solace in raising the children and witnessing them establish their own families. It would be a delight if each of them could excel academically and achieve success." Wu chuckled softly. "You certainly have lofty aspirations, though our 3 children may not be far behind. The following day was a day of rest. Chen Jilai left early in the morning without Wu asking him where he was going. She hurriedly accompanied Aunt Hao to the inn, intending to visit her ailing father. She was deeply concerned about his frail condition. Aunt Hao planned to return to the village with the head of the family once everything was prepared. She felt an urgent need regarding the Yam situation, dreaming of searching the mountains tirelessly. The 4 children remained at home, providing her with some peace of mind. An hour later, Chen Jilai returned just as Pan'er opened the door. Let me tell you, I found a courtyard for rent, and the location is excellent. It is not large, but the rent is quite reasonable. Only 2 taels for 8 months. So inexpensive? Pan'er exclaimed entgedigt. Chen Jilai smiled gently. It may not be as good as this courtyard, lacking a water well, making it unsuitable for long-term residents, but it is fitting for us. I have paid for 8 months, starting from November, which will be sufficient. 8 months will carry us to around June or July of next year, indeed ample time, as she planned to sell her goods around May or June. After lunch, she went out to rent a mule cart and purchase grain from various shops, intending to buy again on the next day of rest to ensure they had enough. July. Keep this matter confidential. It must not be known. Rest assured, it is between us, Chen Jilai replied, his face slightly flushed. Do not worry. I will be cautious when I go out tomorrow. Pan'er then noticed her aunt at the courtyard entrance, surprisingly accompanied by Mrs. Liu. Jilai, aunt has returned, standing at the courtyard gate with Mrs. Liu. Chen Jilai frowned slightly and walked slowly into the house, saying, You go about your business. There is nothing to concern yourself with. Ah, Sister Wu. It has been quite some time since I last saw you. Wu sighed internally, pondering the coincidence. Mrs. Liu, my family has been occupied. I only arrived yesterday afternoon. Mrs. Liu, recalling her beloved daughter's tears, steeled herself to speak. Sister Wu, I heard something from your sister-in-law last time, but I am unsure of its veracity. What is it? Wu replied, Feel free to inquire. There is nothing we cannot discuss. Then I shall ask. Your sister-in-law mentioned that Jilai had a joyous occasion earlier this year. Indeed, it was merely the hope for the girl. In a moment of desperation due to illness, I never anticipated it would indeed prove beneficial. The recovery was swift. Wu displayed a facade of delight. Lady Liu, at a loss for words, had assumed that once they had set their sights on Chen Jili, the marriage was as good as sealed, unaware of the ensuing complications. Wu, did you not previously claim that Pan'er was also your daughter? She is indeed akin to a daughter, being only 13, still quite young. My son is also of tender age. We can raise her as a daughter for the time being. In rural areas, it is common to have such arrangements. Some even take on the role of a daughter-in-law. However, that is typically among impoverished families trying to save on bride prices. Those of better means may not be inclined to accept a girl of such circumstance into their homes. Your Jili is diligent in his studies, and his future prospects are promising. He could easily offer her a few taels of silver to send her away. Yet she refrained from disclosing that her family had set their sights on her son. Lady Liu, indeed, there are all sorts of situations, but our family will not entertain such notions. After all, they have exchanged vows. Returning the child in such a manner would denote a second marriage, leaving her with little chance to find a suitable match in the future. Lady Liu, feeling a weight in her heart, managed a slight smile. You speak the truth. I was merely inquiring. Please, do not let me detain you. I must also head to the market. Without waiting for Wu's response, she hurriedly departed. Though her path clearly led not to the market, but homeward, Wu secured the courtyard gate and turned to find her son standing nearby. What are you doing standing there? Did you overhear my conversation with Lady Liu? I caught some of it, mother. Your words were quite sound. I have no intention of marrying again in this lifetime. Pan'er is more than sufficient. Wu felt a pang of bitterness in this lifetime. You are but 15. What if in a few years you change your mind? That would bring harm to the girl. To be candid, I hold affection for her, but I harbor concerns regarding her family. Mother, the Yuan family is no longer a concern, is it? Now that she has entered the Chen household, I will surely protect her. Recently, Wang Xulian came by, likely accompanied by second aunt. Please be vigilant and do not allow her entry, nor engage her in conversation. Wu replied with anger. Thank goodness we did not marry her off. What kind of sense does it make for someone already betrothed to seek out others? Does she wish to harm you? If someone were to catch wind of this, She might very well attempt to extort us. Be cautious. I'm not afraid of her. Mother, how is grandfather's health? Wu sighed. Fortune has favored us. The doctor mentioned that had we delayed any longer, it could have jeopardized his lifespan. We procured a considerable amount of medicine, and he must return for a consultation in 10 days. This round of medicine cost 2 taels, just enough to cover what you gave grandfather. To fully heal, it is estimated to require 7 or 8 taels, along with a continued regimen of bitter medicine. However, your uncle has profited 17 taels from selling medicinal herbs and yam, and he is quite pleased. Your father and your second uncle also gained 15.5 taels. This yam is indeed valuable, though regrettably scarce. Chen Jili chuckled lightly. If it were so easily found, the price would not be so steep. Wu found herself smiling as well. With her father's condition stabilizing, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The son is determined to pursue Pan'er, and she too has set her heart on him, finding solace in the certainty of her feelings rather than the uncertainty of indecision. Today, upon venturing out, she learned from her sister-in-law that Pan'er had purchased festive fabrics and cotton for both families, spending a considerable sum. This girl, indeed. She must teach her to save some earnings, for who knows how much silver will be needed in the future. Jili, being the only son, should ideally father 3 or 4 children. Even 5 or 6 would not be too many. That afternoon, Chen Jili left home again, only returning in the evening. It was then that Pan'er discovered he had visited 6 grain shops that afternoon, acquiring 10,000 jin of aged rice at the price of 12 won per jin. The rice was of good quality, and he even received over 100 jin of yellow beans as a bonus, all stored in their rented accommodation. By the end of the month, he would buy again, and everything would be complete. Men certainly have their advantages. He had secured a house and rented a mule cart to transport his purchases, while she would have found it exceedingly difficult. Wu, observing her son in cheerful conversation with Pan'er, noted how the little girl was laughing joyfully. A good relationship is indeed a blessing, but could it be too good? Might it affect Ji Li's studies? A tremor of concern gripped Wu. This could not be allowed. The next day, Wu followed her son to the backyard. As Chun Ji Li emerged from the restroom, he was intercepted by his mother. Mother, is there something you cannot say later? Must you corner me here? Wu replied softly. Just a few words. Pan'er may be your future wife, but you are both still young. Do not let this affection grow too strong, for it might interfere with your studies. Chun Jili immediately understood. His mother must have seen him speaking with Pan'er in the courtyard the previous evening. Mother, what are you saying? I merely asked her to help me with a few tasks. How old is she? How old am I? Really? In the afternoon, during the last class, the teacher unexpectedly left, allowing the students to engage in free activities. Chen Jili had no intention of leaving early. He was accustomed to waiting for his 2 cousins. If he left prematurely, they would be searching for him everywhere. After a visit to the restroom, he strolled slowly, recalling that the shopkeeper had urged him to provide a story. This time, he wagered all 60 taels of his private savings on grain, as he needed to earn money. Otherwise, he would be compelled to ask his parents for even the smallest of expenses. Several ideas for stories brewed in his mind, and this time he was determined to write more about love. Chun Xiong, Su Xiong. Su Yuza followed closely behind, an especially irritating presence. He could not fathom why he kept encountering this classmate from the adjacent room. Chun Xiong, in a few days at the month's end, would you care to visit my home? I am planning to invite several classmates for a poetry gathering. Su Yuza was genuinely extending an invitation. His father encouraged him to mingle with well-read individuals, as like attracts like, which would benefit him as well. His father, a 5th grade guard in the provincial city, harbored hopes for him to one day bring honor to their family. Yet regrettably, his studies were mediocre. At 15, he was merely a student. He held a favorable impression of Chun Jili, but regrettably, Chen remained indifferent towards him, creating a sense of distance. Beside him, the man surnamed Yu was increasingly bothersome. It would be unseemly to overstep. I regret to disappoint you. I must refrain from attending due to some family matters. This individual may possess commendable qualities, yet the present is not the opportune moment for him to forge friendships. The venom he previously encountered still sends shivers down his spine upon reflection. He currently feels utterly powerless, incapable of taking any action or uncovering any truths. leaving him with no recourse but to remain vigilant. There is no alternative, perhaps another time. Su Yuza, noticing Chen Jili's continued indifference, resigned himself to the situation. Brother Chen, you seem rather unsociable. If Brother Su extends such a sincere invitation, who in their right mind would decline? Yu Ifei interjected, his tone as irritating as ever. Su Yuza, apologetically, stated, I must take my leave. Chen Jili merely nodded slightly at Yu Ifei, uttering not a word, and turned it apart. Su brother, observe this individual. One might mistake him for the son of a governor, disregarding the invitation of a respectable military officer. Yu Ifei remarked, gesturing towards Chen Jili's retreating figure. Su Yuza furrowed his brow. It is entirely reasonable for him to decline due to personal matters. By all accounts, this was not a formal invitation. Brother Yu, I too have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Please, Su brother, Yu Ifei replied, his face adorned with a smile. However, once Su Yuza turned away, his smile froze, twisting into a grimace. What significance did the son of a fifth-rank military official hold? Who could say that one day they could not soar to great heights? Thoughts of Wang Shiwelian and Chen Jili deepened his resentment. His affection for Wang Shiwelian did not imply he would acquiesce to her every whim. He had heard that during the academy examination, he saw Wang Shiwelian conversing with Chen Jili, despite the presence of two others. One was betrothed, and the other was accompanied by a girl meant for auspiciousness. Should they not avoid such encounters, especially considering their previous entanglements? This person intended to participate in the academy examination with him next year. He pondered how he might prevent this from happening. Only by ensuring he struggled in the mire would he find solace. As for Wang Shiwelian, he would marry her. Whether they could spend a lifetime together depended on how long his affections endured. As night deepened, the moonlight outside shone brilliantly. Chen Jili glanced at the two brothers on the Kong and slipped beneath the covers. The previous night, he had dreamt incessantly, the dream laden with illness and auspiciousness. Unlike reality, where he had ventured to the capital seeking treatment, his companion was absent. Instead, he narrowly escaped death, enduring until early September, nearly at the brink of despair, when Puan saved the esteemed old doctor on the mountain, who then alleviated his affliction. And then he awoke. Everything in the dream felt strikingly real. Some aspects mirrored reality, while others did not, such as the absence of severed ties. The Yuan family persistently visited, and Puan obediently complied with their requests, much to the growing frustration of his parents, who ultimately harbored no goodwill towards her. He could not fathom how he had come to dream such a thing. Alas, he resolved to sleep, for dreams are not meant to be taken literally. Yet upon closing his eyes, slumber once again sought him out. As dawn broke, Chen Jili opened his eyes, his complexion pale as a ghost. He dreamt through the night, immersed in a realm of vivid imaginings. In this dream, as spring approached the following year, he enrolled in the county academy, while Pan'er returned to her maternal home shortly thereafter. Later, he learned from his mother that Pan'er had given 10 taels of silver to the Yuan family and had secretly bestowed another 10 taels as a safeguard for herself. In the village, a girl possessing embroidery skills and some silver was not a cause for concern, and thus he felt reassured. Then came the courtyard examination in August, which lasted 4 days. Each day, he felt as though he were present at the scene, the exam questions etched in his memory. Over these 4 days, he performed exceptionally well, ultimately securing the top position in the examination. At the celebratory banquet, he caught the eye of the governor, Huang Yulong, who, to his astonishment, proposed marrying his second daughter to him. Amidst the raucous cheers of onlookers, some reveling in the excitement, others consumed by envy, he found himself compelled to respond that he would discuss the matter with his parents, uncertain if they had already arranged a marriage for him. One was a village scholar, the other the daughter of a fourth-rank official. The disparity in their statuses was clear, though he was reluctant. With Pan'er having returned home to bring joy to the family, he lacked a more convincing reason to refuse. Notably, in the first half of the following year, several nearby prefectures indeed faced severe drought, yielding only 20% of the usual harvest, with some areas experiencing total crop failure. Qingshou also encountered some drought, but fortunately, The grain production was merely reduced rather than devastated. When grain prices soared, many farming households sold portions of their harvest, managing to secure a modest profit. His own family sold a portion as well, but his parents, ever cautious, feared a poor yield in the coming year and refrained from selling too much. The pressing question remained: how did Gu Lao know about the weather in neighboring prefectures? Could it be possible that the girl had experienced a similar dream, leading to the talk of severing ties and the procurement of grain? Had she also prepared medicine in advance that saved her life? The physician who provided her with the medicine was none other than Gu Lao, who had intervened in early September. How could there have been any mention of medicine back in May? The more Chen pondered, the more plausible it seemed. In his dream, Gu Lao treated Pan'er with the same kindness as in reality. "Brother, are you awake? You seem a bit unwell," Jiwen inquired, sitting up with a concerned expression. In his dream, he ultimately became betrothed to Huang Qiong, while Miss Liu, defying her family's opposition, insisted on marrying Jiwen, and, astonishingly, both his second aunt and uncle consented, despite Miss Liu being 2 years his senior. It was at this juncture that he awakened, drenched in cold sweat. For 6 consecutive days, Chen experienced a lifetime through dreams. At 16, he was a scholar. At 19, he passed the imperial examination with a respectable ranking. At 20, he faced failure in the palace examination. And at 24, he achieved the distinction of a third-place laureate. Thereafter, he navigated his life with caution, decisively taking action once he made up his mind. He ascended from a humble editor in the Hamlin Academy to the esteemed position of Minister of Personnel, a second-rank official, and eventually to the esteemed status of a Grand Secretary, second only to the Emperor. At the age of 50, he mourned for his father, and, subsequently, he resolutely submitted numerous resignation letters, returning to his hometown to accompany his elderly mother. Before he turned 60, and after bidding farewell to his mother, he, aware of his declining health, took early measures to arrange his affairs, quietly transferring ownership of several estates and shops to Zhixing. In his dreams, he envisioned a life of success and ease in the political arena, yet his reality was a chaotic mess. For 30 years, he scarcely exchanged a word with the Huang family, reaching a point of mutual disdain. His only son tragically perished in an accident at the tender age of 18, while his 2 daughters mirrored the obstinacy and harshness of their mother. Although his in-laws refrained from divorcing him out of respect, their household was fraught with turmoil, resembling a state of mourning. The days passed like stagnant water, prompting him to devote all his energy to work. At the age of 24, upon returning home to pay respects to his ancestors, he unexpectedly learned of the suicide of his beloved Pan'er. He buried her with the honor due to a wife. Yet the Yuan family initially sought a bride price for her ghostly marriage. It was only when her eldest son threatened to take his own life that they reluctantly allowed Wang Chishan to take her body. His parents fell gravely ill over this tragedy, expressing remorse for Pan'er, and due to their discord with the Huang family, they resolved to forego seeing their grandchildren, vowing never to return to the capital. Miss Liu ultimately married Jiwen, who adored his wife, yet throughout their union, he could never win her heart, to the extent that she refused to share a bed with him. Her unwavering desire to marry into the Chen family was evident, and even a fool could discern the reasons behind her actions. Just as her uncle sought to divorce her, Jiwen, who had become a scholar, tragically drowned one night after a drunken revelry. This event drove his second aunt to madness, and within 3 years, his uncle, unable to bear the grief, took his own life alongside her. Zhixing was forced to abandon his studies, and thereafter remained silent and withdrawn. Chen dreamt for several consecutive days, the events of his dreams leaving him in a daze. At times, gazing at Pan'er would remind him of her lonely grave. Despite secretly avenging her by eliminating 3 women from the Yuan family within a year, what did it matter? Pan'er had been the first to notice the troubling changes and informed her aunt. It was then that Wu began to pay attention to her son's distress. "Jilin, what troubles you? Are you poisoned again? Come with me to the physician," she urged. Chen shook his head. "I am merely fatigued. I've already taken 3 days off from my teacher. Allow me to rest. I suspect my recent studies have worn me out, and my constitution remains rather fragile." "Indeed, I should not have allowed you to attend the academy this year. It would have been better to wait until spring. Lie down on the bed while I fetch your uncle to examine you, Wu lamented, regretting her insistence on his studies despite his condition. Chen Jilin reclined on the bed, surrendering to his mother's insistence. His mind was a tumult, intertwining reality with dreams. He could not bring himself to look at Pan'er, burdened by an indescribable guilt. Yet he longed to keep her by his side for eternity, never to part. He also refrained from gazing at Ji Wen and Ji Xing. For though the dreams were not of his making, they had nonetheless led to the ruin of his aunt's family. I did not slay Bo Run. Yet Bo Rin dies because of me. Upon hearing of Jilin's condition from Wu, Chen Fuming was taken aback and hurried over with a medical kit. The child on the bed looked pallid and utterly listless, causing Fuming's hands to tremble with concern. With great effort, he steadied himself and took Chen Jilia's pulse. Apart from his frail constitution, there was nothing alarming. He offered a few words of comfort to Chen Jilia before turning towards the main room. Siblings, I have not diagnosed anything else, but it remains uncertain. I shall return tomorrow to check again. While a child's education is indeed important, the health of the child is paramount. Jilia's body has suffered greatly. He is still weak. It would be unwise to exert himself too much in his studies. What harm is there in waiting 2 more years to take the imperial examination? Who can argue otherwise? Brother Ming, it is entirely my fault. I did not prevent him at all. Chen Jilia listened as his mother sent off their cousin. She feared that he might be poisoned again, but of course, that would not come to pass. The perpetrator from his dreams would be discovered next year, none other than a legitimate son of the county magistrate, who had already been sent to Songjiang Academy through intermediaries. This individual was diligent in his studies, yet his results did not reflect his efforts. Once by chance, he obtained a secret remedy hidden by his mother, a concubine, which led to his own downfall, as he had always been praised by his teacher for his academic prowess. Subsequently, due to personal grievances, he sought to harm the son of the deputy magistrate, fearing that his father, the county magistrate, might uncover his misdeeds. He insisted on attending school in his hometown of Maxian at Songjiang Academy. However, he could not shed his old habits, and upon arriving at the academy, he developed an obsession with one of the top students. To his misfortune, he was caught in the act, resulting in his downfall alongside his father. As one of the victims, he naturally provided testimony at the court and received compensation of 80 taels. This incident had caused quite a stir for several months, and now, in late October, only 3 or 4 months had passed since the event. He had little to do but wait. Rarely did Chen Jilia find himself with nothing to occupy his time, so he lay quietly on the calm, reflecting on the dreams of the past 6 days. To his astonishment, he realized that his mind had absorbed a plethora of knowledge, as if the entirety of his past life's learning was etched in his consciousness. As a top scholar 9 years hence, would not his true understanding surpass that of everyone here? This seemed more than a mere dream. It felt like he had lived through a former existence. Was it truly a past life? Wang Chishan, the youth who had accompanied Gu Lao, was unexpectedly entangled with Pan'er. In his dreams, Pan'er labored tirelessly at the Chen household, refraining from eating much. Her parents could not dissuade her, so they allowed her to continue. In this life, the young girl was fair and delicate, rarely stepping into the fields. In the dream, her character was gentle, and the money she earned from selling embroidery was repeatedly taken by the Yuan family. In this life, she had severed ties with the Yuan family entirely, diligently saving her private funds and engaging in grain trade for profit. Pan'er, have you also dreamt such dreams as I? No wonder she seemed indifferent upon her arrival at the Chen household, treating it merely as a temporary refuge. It was only after he assured her of his commitment to care for her, and she learned that her household registration had been placed under his first wife's name, that she began to show him a modicum of kindness. Upon receiving his cousin's letter, Chun Fuqiang was nearly struck with terror. Chun Futai, upon seeing his elder brother in such a hurry, immediately took charge of the carriage and brought him to their small courtyard in the city. Jilia must not encounter any more troubles. Jilia, I am going with Chun Yin to buy vegetables. I will also ask Jiwen to help you apply for a 3-day leave. Chun Jili nodded in agreement, recognizing that since he was now well-versed in knowledge, there was little need for him to concern himself with additional years of study. He even contemplated the notion of foregoing the pursuit of the prestigious title of top scholar. Achieving a respectable position as a county magistrate would suffice. Eliminating the necessity to aspire to the Hamlin Academy or, heaven forbid, the burdensome roles of minister or grand counselor. Once his mother and sister departed, he called out loudly, "Pan'er, Pan'er!" Pan'er hurried over, her expression tinged with concern. "Is something wrong? You feel warm?" She placed her small hand on his forehead. "Finding no fever. Please bring me a cup of water and then sit down and talk with me." Pan'er hesitated. "I can fetch the water, but my room is still a mess." "Very well," he replied. Chen gazed at the young girl, contemplating the importance of conveying his sincerity to her. In his dreams, he had erred, and he vowed never to wrong her in this lifetime. Having a childhood companion was worth far more than any lofty position. He was determined to thwart the marriage proposal for Jiwen, ensuring that his uncle's family would not descend into such dire straits. They were among his few remaining kin. Taking a sip of water, he noticed the girl obediently seated on a nearby stool. Did Gu Lao leave a message, saying he would visit again? Pan'er nodded slightly in affirmation. "Pan'er, I wish to discuss something with you. If you desire to study medicine and learn to diagnose and dispense remedies, I would not stand in your way. Initially, I was reluctant for you to pursue the path of a female physician, as it is fraught with challenges." Pan'er softly replied. "So now you are willing?" Chen smiled slightly, pleased that she was open to conversation. "I am contemplating that if you accompany Gu Lao to Jiangnan, I could follow next year after the imperial examination and enroll in Jiang Academy. They offer scholarships for top students, and I have already invested 60 taels of my private funds. I still earn some every month, so studying for 3 years should pose no issue. My primary concern is that you do not regret this choice, for we are destined to be together." Pan'er glanced at him, her moist eyes causing his heart to flutter. "Do you doubt my words?" "It's not that I doubt usually. I understand, well, that many engagements like ours may not hold weight. Despite my severed ties with my family, I cannot guarantee they won't cause trouble for you in the future. With no one home, you can speak honestly to me. If you harbor any other intentions, I would not cling to you. Gu Lao is my backup. I would distance myself from here and never return. However, if you insist on making me your wife, remember this is not a matter of my unwillingness to let go. You must remain resolute, without wavering or considering concubines. Furthermore, you must communicate clearly with your uncle and aunt, ensuring they too do not entertain indecisive thoughts. I may be young, but I am not naive. While they treat me kindly, they do not wholeheartedly wish for me to become a daughter-in-law of the Chen family. If this situation persists, especially after you achieve success in the examinations, what if they no longer desire me? Without a solid foundation, I cannot remain in the Chen household, living in constant trepidation." Pan'er, in a fit of exasperation, expressed her feelings candidly, mustering the courage to gaze directly at Chen Jili. This was a rare opportunity she did not wish to squander. Pan'er was truly voicing her innermost thoughts. Chen Jili welcomed her honesty, believing that only through sincerity could they avoid misunderstandings in the future. In the dream of the 6th day, he was beset with numerous troubling matters, a divine reminder that he must not repeat the mistakes of his past life. "I can assure you that we shall be together for a lifetime, without any others intervening. I will speak to my parents about this. If you still have concerns, we could hold a proper wedding feast, proclaiming to the world that you are my legitimate wife. As for the Yuan family, you need not worry. Severing ties has been duly recorded in the official archives, and they cannot stir up any trouble." Chen Jili felt that organizing a formal wedding feast was indeed a feasible plan. Pan'er remained silent. What girl would wish to be seen merely as a good luck charm? Yet, she pondered whether such arrangements might prove overly complicated. Would his parents agree? Would the Yuan family seek to cause further trouble? Despite having relived over 8 years in her dreams, she had spent the majority of that time indoors embroidering, and thus remained somewhat naive about the complexities of the outside world. In essence, her mentality was still that of a young girl, lacking in worldly wisdom. "From now on, you may call me Jili, referring to me as brother feels peculiar. In time, you may also address my parents in the same manner, and I shall inform them of this." He paused. "Let us set aside your desire to study medicine under old Gu for the time being. We shall wait until he arrives, lest he be delayed by unforeseen circumstances. I will have a thorough discussion with my parents regarding other matters. Pan'er felt a surge of anxiety. Why was he suddenly treating her with such kindness? His previous tone had been far less amiable. I must attend to my duties now. Chen Jili watched the young girl hurriedly retreat, a sweet warmth blossoming in his heart. As soon as Pan'er entered the courtyard, she heard a commotion at the gate. Uncle. Upon opening the door, Chen Fuqiang rushed inside. Pan'er, is Jili at home? Pan'er know that. And he swiftly made his way to the inner room. Upon catching sight of his son lying on the bed, memories of a similar scene from months prior flooded back to him. Jili, Jili, he called, his voice trembling. Pan'er followed behind, wanting to reassure him that everything was well. Yet she was taken aback to see Chen Jili sit up unsteadily, appearing gravely ill. She recognized that this was not the moment for her to speak. Father, please have her leave. Secure the door. Chen Fuqiang, hearing his son's weak utterance, straightened up and said to Pan'er, go prepare something to eat. Your second uncle will be here shortly. Pan'er acknowledged and headed to the kitchen, sensing that they wished to keep her out of the conversation. Father, a few nights ago, I dreamt that Pan'er would marry 2 years hence, and since her departure, my health has deteriorated. Upon awakening, I dismissed the dream, yet I have felt increasingly lethargic since that day. Now, I feel utterly drained, though my uncle has merely diagnosed me with a deficiency. Chen Fuqiang, already somewhat superstitious, felt a sudden wave of panic. But she's still in my house. This girl indeed carries a certain fortune. Otherwise, she would not have saved your life. What do you mean, Jili? Chen Jili understands the subtle thoughts of his parents. People are inherently kind, yet when it comes to matters concerning their son, they inevitably become somewhat selfish. He could only resort to this method for himself, for the hope of his son, and also for his parents. Father, I pondered whether Pan'er feels uneasy about our family, believing that we cannot wholeheartedly treat her well. Thus, I, Father, have dreamt this dream for 2 consecutive nights, and Mother is still unaware. Chen Fuqiang sighed with relief. If that is the sole reason, then it is manageable. We merely need to return to the village and hold a wedding banquet. Last time, we did not have the formalities of marriage or share a cup of wine. This time, we shall make amends for all of that. However, Jili, should you wish to retract your decision in the future, there will be no turning back. A wedding celebrated in the village might be treated lightly, but a genuine banquet with the sharing of a cup and the formalities of marriage means you two will truly be husband and wife. Are you not a bit too young to marry now? Chen Jili felt a flush of embarrassment, but replied softly, even if we become true spouses, we shall wait 3 years before consummating the marriage. It is not a matter of urgency. I have considered this. Pan'er is quite a good girl. If I were to marry a lady of high status in the future, who knows if she would present one facade in public and another in private? You and Mother might find it difficult to hold your heads high before her. In this life, many things must be earned through one's own efforts. What others possess is not inherently yours. Was that not the case in the dreams of our past lives? Chen Fuqiang was well aware of these sentiments. Yet, can one truly have sweetness at both ends of the sugarcane? A father-in-law of higher standing might, in some ways, assist Jili in the future, and a girl like Pan'er might bring a bit more comfort to their lives. So be it. When your mother returns, I shall discuss this with her. For now, considering your condition, it would be better to let your second aunt come. You and your mother might as well return home to rest until the new year. After all, education pales in comparison to health. If it were up to Chen Jili, he would gladly accept such an arrangement. But he was not entirely at ease with his elder brothers, Ji Wen and Ji Sheng. I shall remain here for a few more days. If anything arises, it would be convenient to call upon the elder cousin. Chen Fuqiang felt a pang in his heart. His son had been fortunate enough to escape illness throughout his life. Yet this past year had been fraught with near-fatal encounters. Your mother and the others have returned. I shall step outside to check. Chen Jili lay back down, not pretending. His mind was genuinely muddled, even aching painfully, and his complexion was far from healthy. This sight was etched in Chen Fuqiang's heart, causing him great concern. Shortly after, Wu and Chen Yin returned in Chen Fukai's mule cart, encountering each other at the alley's entrance. Once inside, Chen Fuqiang directed Chen Yin to return to the room, pulling Wu and Chun Fukai to a corner of the yard. Husband, is there something that cannot be discussed indoors? It is rather chilly in the yard this morning. The sun has already shone here. How cold could it possibly be? To be brief, I shall recount everything my son said. Chen Fukai and Wu were both taken aback. Brother, we cannot dismiss this lightly. The old abbot directly instructed us to seek joy in marriage, and moreover, he suggested we look locally. Perhaps we have been somewhat dismissive of the matter. At that moment, Wu contemplated many things. Must it truly be taken with such gravity? Having arranged the banquet, it seems we have officially become a proper couple. With 2 young children still so small. Chun Fuqiang furrowed his brow, stating, I disregard all else. A single dream might be mere coincidence, but recurring dreams are no jest. Our Zhili has never been one to speak falsehoods. He continued, Mother, little one, I intend to proceed. Nothing is more vital than the life of a child. Did you not notice how pale the child looked just now? Chun Futsai interjected, Sister-in-law, I understand you may harbor other thoughts. Yet the prospect of marrying the girl truly is excellent. Some matters are indeed enigmatic. Without the medicine for marrying the girl, Zhili might not have survived that ordeal. Younger uncle, I hold no ill will towards that child. My concern lies with Zhili. After marriage, will it hinder his studies? Wuxia struggled to articulate her thoughts. One is 15, the other 13. I shouldn't be indulging in such fanciful worries. Chen Fuqiang decisively declared, Then it shall be. We will hold the banquet on the 8th day of the 12th month. Inform your family and the elders in the village, for the news will spread swiftly. Let us prepare a splendid feast. He is our only son, and I do not wish to skimp on this occasion. Should anyone inquire, we shall say it is a supplementary banquet, as we did not invite anyone earlier due to Zhili's illness. Mother, the end of the month is approaching, and the 8th day of the 12th month is nearly a month away. Soon, I must return with the little one. Remain vigilant. If Zhili shows any sign of distress, seek out Ming Tang immediately. Brother, I fail to comprehend. Zhili is not in good health at present. Why wait a month? We have few relatives. A simple feast for the villagers on the 8th of the 11th month should suffice. In my opinion, Zhili's health is too frail. We should discuss granting him a month's leave before the new year, allowing him to rest properly. Is education not important? Besides, he is still young. What does it matter if he waits an additional year or 2? The 8th of the 11th month for the banquet is acceptable, but granting him leave before the new year may not be feasible. I just spoke with Zhili. He remains concerned about Ji1 and Ji-Xing. Ji1 must prepare for the county examination in early February. Chun Futsai wished to voice further thoughts, but Wu Shi interrupted. You two should return this afternoon. I will stay here with a few children. It is more convenient to find doctor. Ji1's county examination is no trivial matter. She needed to speak with Pan'er. Even if the child later learned of the household registration matter, she had not observed much concern for Zhili. Whether it was due to her youth or a belief that she and Zhili were ill-matched, the Chen family might not truly regard her as a daughter-in-law, or else they would not have entertained the idea of marrying her off in a couple of years. Perhaps this is why her fortune could not shield Zhili, leading to his present predicament. Wu Shi had forgotten her own wavering thoughts, even wishing she could refrain from having the girl address them as parents. The young lady was not foolish and could surely perceive this. Meanwhile, Chun Fuqiang and his brother approached Zhili's bed. On the other side, Wu Shi sought out Pan'er, saying, Pan'er, have Chun Yin prepare these small dishes. Come with me to the room. Pan'er had no choice but to follow her into the room, pondering what mischief Chun Zhili was up to. The stern expression on her aunt's face instilled a sense of fear within her. Pan'er, I have conferred with your uncle and second uncle. Given the circumstances, hastily arranging a wedding in April seems imprudent, since your household registration is under the name of Zhili's wife, and Zhili is a man of great sentiment. He wishes to hold a proper wedding banquet. This would truly establish you as a married couple. Pan'er felt a flutter of anxiety. Aunt, is it really necessary to hold such a grand banquet? If Zhili were to have second thoughts, it would not bode well for me, nor for him. Wu sighed inwardly, observing that the child bore no semblance of joy. Logically, she should be elated at this prospect. It was evident that her heart was not entirely with Zhili. Very well. Pan'er, We shall proceed with the banquet on the 8th of next month. There are still 12 or 13 days left, which should suffice. After the celebration, you may call us your parents. However, I must forewarn you that Zhili is still pursuing his studies, and you are both quite young. Even after the marriage, you two must exercise caution and refrain from sharing a room. I too, at 14, lived separately from my husband for 2 years, only truly consummating the marriage at 16. Pan'er Sheiks flushed crimson. Indeed, she would become Chen Zhili's little wife, which was not an unpleasant prospect. After all, she had longed for a genuine home. The Chen family was small and amiable, granting her autonomy over her private funds, a far better situation than that of many others. After lunch, Chen Fuqiang returned home, noticing that his son had lost considerable weight and appeared pale, which tugged at his heartstrings. Fortunately, there was no fever or other symptoms, allowing him a sigh of relief, and he focused on preparing for the banquet. In the afternoon, while Pan'er brought Zhili water, he remarked, "I have already spoken to Mother. Tomorrow, she will purchase fabric for our clothing. If there isn't enough time to make them, we shall buy ready-made garments." Pan'er retorted, "What is there to rush? In our village, a new outfit suffices for marriage. There is no need for elaborate embroidery." Zhili chuckled. "Embroidery is fine as long as you adore it." Old Gu arrived, and the arrangements were finalized. Early the next morning, Wu went to buy fabrics and new shoes from Liao Zhonggui's shop. She also procured fresh bedding, unwilling to skimp on these expenses. Though she could not provide her child with luxuries, a brand new outfit was certainly within reach. "Pan'er, from today onward, you shall have your new clothes. I shall handle Zhili's, and the shoes are already bought. Do try them on shortly to see if they fit." Wu's feelings were somewhat mixed. This young girl had truly become her only daughter-in-law, yet there was no cause for discontent. Many fates are preordained. "Father, we are nearing He County. I must insist that we stay no longer than 3 to 5 days, as I intend to depart within 3 days. I fear that heavy snow will make the roads impassable." Gu Xiang received no response. Having been away for some time, he harbored an indescribable concern for the child, believing their connection was destined. This time, he genuinely wished to take her away. Studying medicine and pharmacy would be best at his Baichao Valley, with its ready-made large-scale pharmacy. "Father, I do not oppose your decision to take this girl home, but should she be unwilling to leave, you must promise me not to remain. You are not young anymore, and this small county town offers me no substantial assets. It is inconvenient in every regard." Gu Xian rolled his eyes. "Am I truly that old? I am constantly reminded of my age, which is rather bothersome. It is merely early November. Returning to Jiangnan does not equate to venturing northward. How much snow could there possibly be? Refrain from calling her a girl. If I take her as my closed-door disciple, she would then be your junior sister. You think our connection is not worthy of your regard? I must inform you that I have already gifted her the beauty-enhancing formula in my dream, which she shall possess the right to use in the future. Even if you intend to trade it, you must ensure she receives some benefits. My heavens, is it truly so? Father, you merely bestowed it upon her in a dream. How does that involve business? If you genuinely wish to teach her the art of medicine, it would be better to have her apprentice under my elder brother, thus making her your grand disciple. Our family is predominantly male. Having a girl among us is quite rare." Gu Xian sighed deeply. "That is indeed a feasible option, but it is regrettable for you. Father, the past cannot be revisited. We have agreed not to speak of certain individuals again." A silence enveloped the carriage. Chen Zhili felt quite content. He would ensure that the circumstances from his dream would never befall the Chen family again. Nor would he allow Pan'er to succumb to despair in her youth. He would grow old alongside her, surrounded by children and grandchildren. He would not return to the academy before the year's end, instead taking a month-long leave due to ill health. Now, he possessed ample talent and knowledge, yet lacked the necessary funds. At present, he had no other means of earning money except writing stories. Previously, at the tender age of 15, he had been a youth with little experience, unable to produce particularly captivating works, but now things had changed. Mrs. Wu observed her son picking up his pen once more. Her heart filled with reluctance. "It is not that I criticize you, but why push yourself so hard when you are clearly unwell? There are still 8 months until the examination, and considering your youth, even achieving the title of scholar at 20 is commendable. Mother, you do not understand. I am merely writing a few pieces, which does not require much mental effort. Chen Jilai wrote incessantly, determined to earn money quickly so he could buy grain and sell it at a profit before May of the following year, ensuring no traces were left behind to attract attention. Mother, elder brother, we have guests. It is the esteemed Dr. Gu from before. Chen Jilai sighed in relief. The elder had indeed arrived. He adjusted his robe. Mother, let us go. In the courtyard, Pan'er was both surprised and delighted. She had not anticipated Dr. Gu's arrival. Pan'er, this is my second son, Gu Suha, a restless fellow who is often unoccupied. Gu Suha was rendered speechless if he were deemed unoccupied. It seemed that 9 out of 10 in the home were as well. Panar gritet Gearia vit respect. The young girl performed a curtsy, her voice as sweet as her demeanor. Suddenly, his eyes felt moist. This little girl bore a resemblance to his dearly departed mother, particularly with those beautiful eyes. He took out a small pouch of silver leaves from his bosom. I have yet to procure a gift for our meeting. Please accept this for the time being. Pan'er felt somewhat at a loss. You keep it. Later, we can have him provide you with a proper gift. Reluctantly, Pan'er accepted it and expressed her gratitude. Gu Suha presented an identical pouch of silver leaves to Chunyin. The only difference was that Pan'er's pouch contained an additional 200 taels in silver notes. Dr. Gu, you have arrived. Chun Jili greeted as he and his mother stepped outside, gracefully performing a scholar's bow to the elder Gu. Ah, we meet again. This is my second son, Gu Suha. Suha, this is young Master Chen Jili. Previously, the Chen family was not fully aware of the Gu family's background. Upon hearing the name Gu Suha, Chen Jili immediately connected it to the Gu Suha from his dreams. This individual had engaged with him numerous times over the decades. A shrewd merchant of exceptional intellect, who only profited from what he could gain. During the court's tribulations, he had nearly contributed half of his fortune to the Gu family. He could never have imagined that the venerable Gu was indeed the patriarch of Yuantang, and that Pan'er had saved him and caught his eye. Second Master Gu, I pay my respects to you, Chen Jili acknowledged. Gu Suha returned the gesture. Despite his youth, he exuded a certain presence that should not be underestimated in the future. Patriarch Gu, Second Master Gu, please excuse the simplicity of our rented abode. Mrs. Wu greeted the two gentlemen and led Chunyin and Pan'er to the kitchen. Even in a rental, tea was to be served, and as the Gu father and son entered the courtyard, they noted the absence of others. Should their guests not be in haste to depart, a meal would certainly be in order. Fortunately, Mrs. Wu had purchased a variety of fine ingredients that morning to prepare for her son. Pan'er, Chunyin, please brew a pot of floral tea for our guests, and then quickly assist me with lunch. Chunyin, unable to contain her excitement, opened her purse, the silver leaves sparkling before her eyes. Mother, look at all this silver. Mrs. Wu took it, weighing it in her hand. It amounted to 10 taels. Young Master Gu is quite generous. Quickly, put it away. Pan'er, you go prepare the tea. Once Pan'er left, Mrs. Wu hastily began sorting through the vegetables bought earlier that day. Mother, Pan'er received the same gift as I did. Is it common for wealthy individuals to be so generous? Silly child, he is expressing his gratitude for your sister's help. Wealthy people's money does not come easily. Typically, their gifts are around 1 tael, or even less, perhaps just a few coins. Keep the silver safe. Your father and I do not need it. Save it for your dowry. Oh, Chunyin reluctantly patted her purse once more before hiding it close to her chest, pressing down with her hand. Currently, she earned barely over 1 tael from her embroidery each year. It would take her many years to save such an amount. In the village, a typical girl's dowry was around 1 tael, and having 2 taels was considered a sign of being the most cherished daughter in the family. After serving the tea, Pan'er intended to withdraw. Gu Siyuan called out to her, Pan'er, this time I still hope you will come with me. While you are still young, it is far better to learn more skills than anything else. Pan'er glanced at Chen Jili. Indeed, she wished to go. In this manner, esteemed Gu, let Pan'er descend first. I shall convey a message to my father this afternoon, requesting him to visit the city. We can deliberate on matters further then. Do you find this agreeable? Such a plan seems feasible. The young man's tone had softened, deviating from his earlier outright refusal. Esteemed Gu, Second Master Gu, would you care to join us for lunch? It will be a simple home-cooked meal, and Pan'er's culinary skills are commendable. Gu Siyuan chuckled. You speak the truth. Little Pan'er, Quickly, go and prepare us some delectable dishes. Once Pan'er departed, Gu Siyuan grasped Chen Zhili's hand and began to examine him. What has befallen you, my friend? You appear rather unwell. After a brief examination, he sighed in relief. It's nothing serious, merely excessive worry. You are but a scholar. Why burden yourself with so much concern? Take care of your health. To speak candidly, I have indeed been feeling unwell. I have taken a leave of absence recently and discussed with my parents the possibility of hosting a celebratory feast in the village. If it suits you both, I will be delighted to share a cup of light wine with you. Pan'er and I would be overjoyed. Gu Siyuan was taken aback. He had previously observed the Chen family's hesitance, as if reluctant to fully acknowledge Pan'er as their true daughter-in-law. Oh, so this feast will solidify the union for the future? Chen Zhili smiled. In my heart, Pan'er is already my wife. Previously, due to my grave illness, we kept things simple. Now that I have recovered, I naturally wish to provide her with a complete and proper wedding. Gu Suha inquired, has the date been set? Yes, it is scheduled for the 8th day of this month, which is merely 4 days away. Gu Siyuan pondered for days. However, I had heard that Pan'er had severed ties with her maternal family. Where shall the marriage be celebrated? Is it merely a feast? Well, I discussed this with my parents. On the 6th day of the new year, my maternal family will arrive in the county to rent a small inn. Pan'er will depart from here. That will not suffice. Gu Siyuan waved his hand. Since I am here, and Pan'er shares a bond with me, it is only fitting that she departs from my home. You? Chen Zhili was taken aback. What? Is it unacceptable for her to leave from my home? Pan'er has no maternal family. I am her family now. Suha, ensure the larger courtyard is rented by this afternoon. There is no time to purchase anything. Rest assured, Father, I will take care of everything for you. This time, he brought along a dozen or so individuals. They were not from a prestigious household, and village weddings tend to be relatively simple. Early the next morning, he would send someone to procure the dowry. There was no need for extravagant items. Practical gifts would suffice, such as a modest sum of silver. 600 taels would be ample for a shop in the county. This would alleviate his father's lingering sense of indebtedness for the girl's life-saving grace. It was not that he was unwilling to part with more, but excess would be unreasonable. The Chen family was likely unaware of the Gu family's standing. After lunch, the Gu father and son took their leave, agreeing to reconvene at the small courtyard tomorrow at the hour of Chen. Gu Suha also gifted Chen Zhili and his brothers a set of writing materials each. Though not expensive, it was a meaningful gesture for them, as a complete set would cost around 8 to 10 taels. Mrs. Wu regarded Pan'er with a complex expression, astonished that Dr. Gu held such esteem for his future daughter-in-law. Mr. Gu and the second young master surprisingly mentioned preparing a dowry for Pan'er. I fear that if the Yuan family learns of this, they will hold on even tighter. Previously, we could negotiate with a 10-fold penalty in silver, but if the Gu family were to present a dowry, it would surely exceed 50 taels. Zhili, do you think we should inform them to forego the dowry? Today, Mr. Gu gifted Chunyan and Pan'er a meeting gift of 10 taels each. Considering that ink, paper, and brushes cost roughly 10 taels per set, they have already spent 50 taels today. Such extravagance is rather excessive. Chen Zhili responded, I shall discuss this with Pan'er shortly. Please send someone to ask Father to come over early tomorrow. The 8th day is merely 4 days away. Zhili, I should return home with your father tomorrow to check on matters there. Only then will I feel at ease. Madame Wu felt a mix of joy and concern. She was pleased that Pan'er was indeed fortunate, almost like a blessed child, yet troubled that the Yuan family refused to relent. Even if one is in the right, it is still bothersome to deal with such obstinacy. Gu Siyin returned to the inn with his son. Suhi, I have settled on the identity of Pan'er's family. How shall we prepare the dowry? Gu Su-he lazily reclined on the Kong. Since you have decided to assume this role, I shall not be stingy. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange to sell a shop and 20 acres of good land. Even if we do not reside here in the future, they could be rented out or sold. I plan to budget around 600 or 700 taels. It cannot be excessive, as it would be inappropriate for our standing with Pan'er, considering you have not yet formally taken her as a disciple. As far as I know, a shop in the county costs about 100 taels, with 20 acres of good land costing a little over 200 taels. I suggest setting aside an additional 200 taels as a reserve. The visible gifts should not be too lavish. I remember that girl has severed ties with her family, and being too conspicuous might attract unwanted attention. By the way, I secretly tucked away 200 taels in banknotes within the meeting gift I gave her today. What do you think, father? Am I generous enough? A smile danced in Gu Xiyan's eyes, yet his words were sharp. A mere few hundred taels is trivial for the second young master of the Gu family. You often spend more than that on a meal with your friends. Ah, father, such words cannot be spoken. I truly do not mind the money. This girl has rendered great kindness to our Gu family. However, at her tender age, possessing too much silver may not necessarily be a blessing for her. You are planning to take her away, are you not? It seems that young man might be softening a bit. It is not impossible. If we can bring her along, I can assist her a little in the future, which would suffice for her livelihood. Gu Xiyan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Jiangnan, he was determined to visit the abbot at Hanju Temple to discuss this matter, for while others may not be trustworthy, the abbot certainly was. Sui, I shall not concern myself with other matters, but from now on, we must endeavor to use the Gu family's wealth for good deeds. I am increasingly convinced of the merits of such actions. Father, heaven itself wishes you to live to a ripe old age, which is why, in your most perilous moments, it sent a dream to guide someone to save you. I suspect there are very few elders in this world as blessed as you. His son's words were comforting, yet he maintained a stern demeanor. At over 30 years of age, one should not be so naive. What do you mean by very few? While it may be true, such statements should not be uttered. Gu Suha is certainly not oblivious to these matters. It is not that the house is devoid of company. Rather, it is an attempt to bring joy to the old man. Indeed, as he said, what is wrong with being in one's 30s? In front of the old man, one is still but a child after all. Chen Fuqiang noticed the presence of his elder cousin and his uncles, who rarely visited together, and quickly invited them to take a seat. His father was the second among several siblings and, being the only literate one among the cousins, had served as the village chief of Chen family village. Following his death, the position was bequeathed to Fuqiang. With the passing of the third, fourth, and sixth uncles, only 3 of the 7 cousins remained. Fuqiang, what brings you to host a celebratory feast so suddenly? One uncle remarked, such formalities require funds. And others might say you are simply squandering your wealth. The 7th uncle glared at him. In the village, when hosting a feast, aside from relatives, most families do not give generous gifts. Some families are self-aware, while others send multiple attendees, and even if the feast is modest, it can incur significant expenses. Fuqiang had already prepared his response. 7th uncle, you are aware of Ji Li's grave illness. The idea of a celebratory feast was suggested by the abbot. To be candid, his mother and I had entertained some notions, and recently, that girl has come to terms with her feelings and severed her affection for Ji Li. Perhaps this is why Ji Li's health has fluctuated again. He is currently resting on the Kong, having taken a month-long leave from the academy and cannot return before the year's end. After discussing with his mother, we decided to properly host a feast for them, allowing them to truly become a couple, which Ji Li is also agreeable to. Cousin Ming did not divulge the matter of the medicinal gift from Pan'er to the second uncle, fearing that too many people would learn of it and it might reach the ears of the Yuan family. Naturally, he would not share this with others, attributing any improvement in Ji Li's condition partially to the celebratory feast. Fuqiang, are you merely planning to host a feast, or will you also conduct a wedding ceremony? Inquired the second uncle. We intend for my elder brother-in-law and the others to arrive first at my rental home in the city, allowing Pan'er to make her grand entrance from there for an official ceremony. As Ji Li is my only son, I'm more than willing to spend a bit of silver, but on that day, we will need you elders to preside over the event. The group busily conferred. Since the girl brings good fortune to Ji Li, granting her a formal status is indeed a sound idea. The 5th uncle quietly remarked, Fuqiang, we can say that Ji Li is exceptionally bright and is destined for a promising future. At that point, there can be no turning back. Once the wedding is held, the entire village will witness it, and a position as the primary wife will be irrevocably bestowed. 5th uncle, we will not have regrets. Besides, that girl's household registration is already listed under Ji Li's first wife. Oh, we were under the impression that you had registered her as an adopted daughter. Chen Futong hurried over, exclaiming, "Cousin Chang, Zhili sent word that you should go to the county town first thing tomorrow morning. He mentioned that old Gu has arrived and has matters to discuss." Chen Fuqiang was taken aback. Old Gu had come again? Was it still concerning Pan'er? Understood. Thank you for delivering the message. It's nothing. I'll come by your home for the celebratory feast in a few days. Make sure there is plenty for me to enjoy. With that, he dashed off. The older gentlemen exchanged glances, their expressions solemn. If not for running, what else was there to do? Several individuals, oblivious to Dr. Gu's presence, engaged in meticulous discussions regarding the details of the wedding banquet. The bride would be departing from the county town, necessitating arrangements for her escort. With over 300 residents in Qinjia village, the majority being relatives, it was imperative that the ceremony proceeded flawlessly, especially since Zhi Li was the most accomplished among the younger generation, surpassing even the scholarly pursuits of the wealthy Fu Ming's son. After a sumptuous meal, several elder gentlemen were escorted home by the brothers Chun Fuqiang. Zhi Li had sent word through an intermediary that old Gu would be arriving, urging an early morning meeting in the county town to discuss matters. Old Gu was indeed taking a genuine interest in Pan'er. "Brother, Pan'er will soon be your true daughter-in-law. Have you agreed to let her travel far? It remains uncertain whether his visit pertains to Pan'er's medical studies. If so, I am amenable, as having a knowledgeable healer in the family is invaluable. Now that Zhi Li has truly bonded with Pan'er, even if she resides far in Jiangnan, it should pose no obstacle. Perhaps Zhi Li might even attend the academy in Jiangnan, allowing the couple to remain together. However, his aspirations are of little consequence. Ultimately, it is the son who decides." The following morning, Chen Fuqiang set off for the county town, arriving at the small courtyard precisely at the hour of Chun. "Zhi Li, what is the situation?" Chen Zhi Li recounted the Gu family's willingness to accept Pan'er as their daughter-in-law, deliberately omitting the true identity of the Gu family. Mrs. Wu eagerly mentioned that young Master Gu had generously bestowed gifts of approximately 50 taels for 5 children. "My dear, the Gu family is exceedingly generous. Many may go a lifetime without seeing such wealth," Chen Fuqiang thought, though he maintained a composed exterior. "Zhi Li, old Gu will be arriving shortly. What are your thoughts?" "Father, if old Gu is willing to take Pan'er away, I am agreeable. Knowledge of medicine does not necessitate practicing it, and it would be beneficial for our family, especially for me. The academy examination is in August next year, and once I pass, I intend to head to the Jiangnan Academy, allowing us to care for one another while pursuing our respective studies." Chen Fuqiang felt a surge of excitement. "I see old Gu is quite astute. Do you think we should let Pan'er bring Chunyin along, if only to learn a few basics? Having some knowledge will bolster her confidence when proposals arise." Old Gu did mention he would arrange for someone to teach Pan'er. "Father, let us evaluate this as we go. Chunyin is quite playful. She is not as diligent in her studies or embroidery as Pan'er." Mrs. Wu nodded. Indeed, their young daughter lacked the same industriousness as Zhi Li. Chen Fuqiang reasoned that even if little was learned, merely gaining exposure to the world would be advantageous. Mrs. Wu was reluctant to part with her youngest daughter and equally hesitant to let go of Pan'er. Young Master Gu had indicated that they would depart shortly after the wedding banquet. "My dear, no matter how urgent the matter, Zhi Li and Pan'er must share a room for 3 days." Chen Zhi Li lowered his head in silence. Even if he were to go to the Jiangnan Academy after next year's examination, it would mean a year apart from Pan'er. Chen Fuqiang reassured, "I will address this. It is early November now. If we depart by mid-November, we shall reach Jiangnan by mid-December, in time for the New Year celebrations." Chun Yan, who had stealthily entered, overheard her parents discussing her going to Jiangnan to study medicine and promptly declined. "I am utterly unwilling to pursue that path. Sister Pan'er's medical texts are far more challenging than celestial scriptures. Moreover, I cannot bear to part from my parents. Mother, I would prefer to learn embroidery from you and perhaps acquire some culinary skills. Studying medicine is simply unnecessary. Father, let it be, if she is disinclined. Forcing her will yield no results, for medicine is a matter of life and death. Go on, you impudent girl. If you do not wish to go, then so be it. Summon Sister Pan'er. I have matters to discuss with her. Father, I inquired of her last night. and she expressed her willingness. Her mother, when Pan'er ventures out, she ought to have some dowry prepared. Should we not? Wu smiled, saying, that girl is fortunate. Old Gu mentioned that when one departs from him, the dowry belongs to him. I reckon it will amount to 3 or 5 dozen taels. The couple became quite excited. What difference does it make between a daughter-in-law's dowry and that of the son? Chen Jili found it amusing. It could be said that the Gu family, the wealthiest in Jiangnan, could hardly bestow merely 3 or 5 dozen taels as a dowry. Of course, they wouldn't provide an excessive amount either, not due to reluctance, but rather for the sake of convenience and to avoid attracting undue attention. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to such matters. He would ensure a prosperous future for Pan'er. Chen Fuqiang straightforwardly inquired, should old Gu wish to teach you medicine later, would you be willing or unwilling, Pan'er? I want you to speak to me directly. For a moment, the hall fell silent. Chunyin quietly slipped into the courtyard to bask in the sun. She had no desire to leave her home to study medicine, nor could she accompany Sister Pan'er. Gathering her courage, Pan'er replied, Uncle, Aunt, Brother Jili asked me yesterday, and I am willing. I am still young, and even if I study for 3 years, I will learn a great deal. If Brother Jili truly goes to Jiangnan Academy next year, I can also take care of him. Chen Fuqiang sighed. Normally, a young bride should not travel far from her in-laws. If you do go, I do not intend to disclose your whereabouts to others. However, you must constantly remember that you belong to someone outside. You must remain vigilant about the boundaries between men and women. Do not think that your youth grants you immunity to this. Many marry at 13, just as your aunt wedded me at 14. Wu cast her husband a sidelong glance, questioning why he spoke of such matters. Is it truly of great significance? Uncle, I am aware of this. Should I venture out, I shall disguise myself as a boy. Chen Jili smiled slightly. That could indeed work. A young girl out alone certainly faces numerous inconveniences. We will consult old Gu about this later. He suddenly recalled Wang Chishan, who had accompanied old Gu last time, and would surely be present again. Would it not mean they would often be together? This person had bestowed upon Pan'er her final dignity in her past life. After burying her, he departed from Chunjia village and never reappeared. Father, mother, brother, guests have arrived. Chen Fuqiang promptly led his wife, son, and Pan'er to welcome them. Only old Gu and his son had entered the courtyard. A round of pleasantries ensued. Old Gu, second master Gu, please take a seat. Chen Fuqiang said with a warm smile. This second master Gu certainly does not appear to be an ordinary person. His air of wealth is rarely seen. Village Chief Chen, I prefer to speak plainly. I trust Jili has already conveyed this to you. My primary purpose for visiting today is to facilitate Pan'er's return to Jiangnan to pursue studies in medicine and pharmacy, which will undoubtedly benefit her throughout her life. Furthermore, I have heard that you and your spouse wish to host a wedding banquet for your 2 children. If that is the case, I would like to assume the role of Pan'er as maternal family. I have rented a courtyard at an inn. It is not insignificant in size, with a private entrance, perfectly suitable for her wedding proceedings. As her maternal family, I will naturally prepare her dowry. In fact, my son arranged for this yesterday, and this morning, the dental shop informed us that there has been progress. However, we needed to come to discuss these matters with you, which is why we sent our subordinates to handle it. Pan'er is already in tears. Dr. Gu, how could I allow you to go to such lengths on my behalf? Indeed, it is quite embarrassing. Chen Fuqiang feels a surge of joy rather than surprise. This father and son duo are truly generous. Chen Jili rises and bows respectfully to the Gu family. On behalf of Pan'er, I express our gratitude to Elder Gu and Second Master Gu for your kindness. But it is truly difficult to accept. Although Pan'er has aided Elder Gu once or twice in the past, you have already repaid her kindness. How can we accept it again and again? Gu Siyuan, smiling, replies, people are brought together by fate. Pan'er has captured my admiration. And what is a small dowry for her? Merely a shop and 20 acres of fertile land. Chen Fuqiang and his wife are momentarily speechless. A shop in the city would require at least 100 taels to acquire. If rented out, it could yield a dozen taels in rent annually. 20 acres of farmland, if located on the outskirts of the city, would likely cost around 300 taels. Good heavens, what a substantial dowry. It rivals that of a landowner's daughter. This How can we accept such generosity? Chen Fuqiang stutters, his legs beginning to tremble. There is no need to dwell on this. I can afford this modest dowry. However, I am curious if you have considered Pan'er accompanying me to study for several years? Chen Jilie responds, I have discussed this with Pan'er and obtained my father's consent. I am willing for her to accompany you, but I must voice my concerns. Previously, we were not acquainted with you and were unaware of your residence in Jiangnan, which left us somewhat apprehensive, did it not? Gu Siyuan chuckles, your apprehension is justified. I cannot prove much else, but on the 8th day, I shall invite Dr. Liu from Huachuntang, and the magistrate of Huang County, who has a good rapport with my son, will also be present. Would that suffice as proof? Yes, that would certainly suffice, Chen Fuqiang exclaims joyfully. The presence of the county magistrate would surely leave a favorable impression of his son. There is also another matter, Elder Gu. Second Master Gu, you are aware of Pan'er severing ties with her maternal family. I worry that if the dowry you provide is too lavish, her mother might cling to her despite everything. Gu Siyuan assures him, in that case, the deeds for the shop and the land will remain discreet. We desire Pan'er to lead a good life, not to uphold appearances. We shall merely present her with inconsequential items valued at around 20 to 30 taels. Furthermore, with the new year approaching, we are concerned about potential snowstorms during travel. I plan to depart on the 10th day. Chen Jilie adds, Second Master Gu, I am not well acquainted with the specifics of Jiangnan Academy, but it seems that the students can enter at any time, correct? Gu Suha raised an eyebrow, noting the boy's remarkable confidence. Indeed, the scholar Lin could enter the academy at any time, otherwise. There were only 2 examinations each year, one on the 10th day of the 1st lunar month and the other on the 20th day of the 7th lunar month. The academy comprised only young students, scholars, and those who had passed the imperial examinations. I had intended to bring my younger brother along after the academy's examination. Years later, he would come to realize that one of the stakeholders in the Jiangnan Academy was none other than the Gu family. And it could be said that the majority of the initial funding came from them, though few were aware of this fact. Knowing etiquette, if your brother is a young student and performs well in his studies, I could indeed secure a spot for him. However, the academy has always maintained strict standards for its students. Should he fail the examination in a few months, he would still have to leave. Jilie expressed his gratitude to Master Gu. In this lifetime, he would never allow Ji Wen to be entangled with Lu Yin again. He wished for Ji Wen to marry a woman who would genuinely care for him, living a comfortable life, rather than facing an untimely demise. Gu Yin remarked, My family owns a residence in Luohua Town, near the Jiangnan Academy. If you decide to go, we can provide you with temporary lodging. At the end of the month, I hope Pan'er can stay with us for a few days, as my Baichao garden is only a little over an hour's journey from there. Chen Jilie's eyes sparkled with delight. Many thanks to you, Master Gu. Gu Yin stood up, saying, Today is the 5th day. I shall come tomorrow to escort Pan'er to my residence. Village Chief Chen, if you have time, accompany us to the tooth shop. If the recommendations from the shop are satisfactory, although the property is under Pan'er's name, I would be grateful if you could manage it on our behalf. Later that afternoon, Chen Fuqiang returned to the small courtyard with a broad smile. Jilie, Pan'er, the shop and the fertile land have been sold for nearly 500 taels. Remarkably, the shop has a lease that expires in a month, and the shopkeeper wishes to renew it for 3 years. Naturally, I agreed and signed the renewal contract on spot. The rent is payable annually. Pan'er, here are 12 taels of silver. Please keep it safe. The farmland is ideally located about 10 miles from the county seat, and we have retained the original tenants, who will provide us with half of the harvest each year. We need not worry about it. Whether we require grain or silver is entirely up to us. Pan'er responded, Uncle, I will take the rent. The grain is sufficient for our household, and any surplus can be stored for the year. We can sell the remainder afterward. I will defer to your judgment. The couple wore broad smiles. Suddenly, they had acquired a shop in the county and 20 acres of fertile land, a stroke of fortune as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Although it was under Pan'er's name, she was Jilie's wife and part of the Chen family. Her future would ultimately benefit their grandchildren, would it not? Mrs. Wu forced a smile, saying, Master Gu has also procured a maid for Pan'er at the tooth shop, stating that a young girl would accompany her and assist with various tasks. Jilie, Pan'er, tomorrow, after we send Pan'er to that side. Your father and I will head to the market to purchase items for the banquet. In the afternoon, we shall bring you back home. However, can Ji1 and Ji Xing take a couple of days off? And Ji Li, do you truly intend to take Ji1 to Jiangnan Academy next year? Would it not be unwise to leave Ji Xing here alone? It would be best if both brothers remained together. Dear parents, it is rather premature to discuss such matters now. Even if I were to go, it would not be until after September of next year. The county examination occurs on August 20th, with results released in mid-September. Should I travel to Jiangnan, I would arrive no earlier than late October or early November. Furthermore, the fate of Jiwen in the first half of next year hinges on his diligence over the coming months. Jiwen possesses a solid foundation and, under my guidance, should face no obstacles in his studies. However, if Ji Xing accompanies him, he would need to seek additional private schooling, where he would have to devise a way to earn his tuition. I have heard that the academies in Jiangnan generally require boarding, allowing only a brief respite of 1 day every 10 days, with a 3-day break at the end of the month, akin to the county school schedule. This arrangement would make it difficult to supervise him adequately. Thus, it seems best to keep Ji Xing in He County for the next few years, under the watchful eyes of either mother or aunt, until I pass the imperial examination 3 years hence. By that time, Ji Xing should also be prepared to embark on his scholarly journey, and we can devise plans then. In my previous life, Ji Xing succeeded in his studies. Yet, that was where his progress ceased. I hope he is not overly bewildered. This life, surprisingly, diverges so greatly from the last. The 200 taels provided by Old Gu, along with the additional 200 from young Master Gu, combined with the shop and fertile fields, surely surpasses what any other girl in He County might possess as a dowry. What merit have I to deserve such fortune? Merely assisting Old Gu with his own formula. Yet receiving such a lavish gift, one I would not have dared to dream of. I must repay this kindness in the future. One cannot grow accustomed to greed, for that leads to becoming as despicable as the Yuan family. I refuse to become such an unseemly person. As for the Liu family, Madame Liu remarked, Yenner, your father favors the only son of Mr. Meng from the county school. That lad, though merely 17, has already attained the status of a scholar and is destined for a promising future. His family background aligns with ours, though he is slightly shorter in stature. However, a man's worth is determined by his abilities. Can height alone secure sustenance? Of course, the son of the county magistrate introduced by the matchmaker is also commendable, being merely 3 years older than you. Although he is not yet a scholar, he is still young, and a year or 2's delay is inconsequential. Your father prefers Mr. Meng's family, but I believe, Mother, I do not wish to hear this. Will you never cease? Liu Shizhou had just intended to enter, but halted abruptly. This daughter, typically so obedient, was now treating her mother with such disdain. Yanya, those who recognize the times are truly wise. Chen Li has already acquired a girl to bring him good fortune. Though you are still young, you cannot afford to delay any longer. Upon reflection, the Chen family offers little of value. They are merely villagers, their circumstances incomparable to those of the other 2 families. Chen Li is but a student, and I have heard he has taken a long leave, not attending the academy until the end of the month for the final examination. Lu Yin, in a fit of hysteria, exclaimed, Mother, this is all your fault for your procrastination. Had you been straightforward with Aunt Shun from the outset, we might have already secured an engagement. What do I lack compared to a mere girl brought in for good fortune? You have already stated she is only a girl for that purpose. Thus, she holds no true value. We could always take her as a concubine. Mother, you are my own flesh and blood, yet you offer me no counsel. Watching idly as a fine match slips away. Why must I endure such suffering? If I cannot marry Chen Jilai, I shall certainly wed into the Chen family. Even if it means becoming his sister-in-law, I am resolute in my folly. How have you transformed into this? Liu Shizhou trembled all over, lamenting his 2 sons' lack of ambition. He had believed his daughter to be compliant, yet what he perceived was not compliance at all, but sheer obsession. My dear husband, Liu Shizhou's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed at her. I toiled tirelessly outside, entrusting our home to you. What have you made of our 3 children? My husband. Yenner is merely in a moment of despair. She will soon. No, I'm determined to marry Chen Jilai. I have made my choice. Lu Shizhou laughed in exasperation. So you wish to marry someone else? Do you think yourself a deity? Has Chen Jilai offered you any promises? As far as I know, you have scarcely exchanged words. For he is a man of propriety. From this moment forth, you shall remain indoors to embroider and not step outside, even once. And you, for all purchases, let the maid go. You will dutifully stay at home with the children. Should our 2 sons persist in their lack of ambition, do not blame me for taking a concubine and sending you all back to the old homestead in the countryside. With that, Lu Shizhou departed in a huff. At the age of 28, he had achieved the rank of scholar, and now, in his 40s, he understood that hope for himself was dim. He placed his hopes on his 2 sons and his son-in-law. Their success in examinations would also bring him pride. Yet, to his dismay, both sons fell short of expectations. He labored to earn a living only to see them live lives of luxury, akin to young masters and misses. Though he could tolerate much, it was unbearable that those who should be studying were not, and those meant to marry were obsessively pursuing the unattainable. This left him feeling utterly desolate. Madame Lu, too, felt a chilling void within. Her 2 sons, once her pride and support, had become disappointments, eroding her confidence before her husband. Unbeknownst to her, they had strayed from the path of academic success, with the prospect of passing examinations becoming increasingly bleak. According to her husband, success in the scholarly pursuits was nearly impossible. One was 19, the other 17, with no engagements in sight, neither high nor low enough to secure a match. Their only daughter, possessing stunning beauty, could have married into a good family and perhaps aided her brothers in the future. Yet, she insisted on marrying an impossible man. In her opinion, was the county magistrate's son not a suitable match? The following afternoon, Chen Fuqiang and his wife returned to Chenjikin with their children and 2 nephews. The next morning would see the wedding, and many arrangements lay ahead. Chunyan had wished to accompany her sister Pan'er, but her parents shook their heads. The bride should not meet her sister-in-law before being brought home, lest their relationship suffer later. What nonsense! Yet, upon Pan'er's return home, she would indeed become her sister-in-law. Chunyan felt no aversion to this outcome. On the contrary, she found it quite delightful. Upon hearing of the dowry set by Gu Lao for Pan'er, Chen Fucai and his wife covered their mouths in astonishment, fearful of exclaiming too loudly. Goodness, a shop and 20 acres of fertile land, with no labor required, yielding an annual income of over 20 taels. Brother, you have brought home a golden doll. My dear second brother, I have already informed the children, and this matter is known only to our family. We cannot disclose that the dowry is merely 20 to 30 taels, for if the Yuan family were to find out, it would lead to complications. I understand, brother. The Chen family village is not far from the Yuan family, and it would be difficult for them to remain oblivious to the lavish banquet. It matters not. The crucial aspect is to keep the fertile lands and the shop concealed. Beyond that, I harbor no fears regarding them. Additionally, on the 10th day, Pan'er will accompany old Gu to the south. This is something that must remain unspoken for now. Hao is astonished. Is she truly to become the daughter-in-law of the Chen family and yet allowed to travel so far? Wu recounted everything she could share, expressing her hope that Zhili would take Ji1 to the Jiangnan Academy next year, with aspirations for one to become a successful scholar and the other a talented scholar after 3 years. However, this is contingent upon Zhili being a stipend student, which would allow him to attend the academy at any time, while Ji1 must also be a child scholar to secure a place through the Gu family's connections. Chen Fukai and his wife were once again taken aback. The Jiangnan Academy has a reputation that resonates throughout the entire region. Everyone knows that it produces a significant number of successful candidates, second only to the Imperial Academy in the capital. Chen Fukai murmured to himself, but even if Zhili takes him there, we cannot afford much. The county town can barely manage. I let out a deep sigh. Chen Fuchang patted his brother's shoulder. We are but 3 boys. We shall find a way together when the time comes. At present, the most pressing matter is Zhili's wedding feast the day after tomorrow. We must ensure that this ceremony is properly conducted, as the previous one was lacking in certain rituals, leaving us uneasy. Furthermore, as Zhili will be pursuing the imperial examinations, It is imperative that his bride is formally welcomed into the Chen family without any cause for gossip. Zhili is currently drafting the itinerary for the upcoming ceremony, and we shall follow it accordingly. Chun Fu Kai thumped his chest. Elder brother, whatever you decide, we shall follow. After all, there are many cousins to assist. Chun Fu Chong headed outside. Wife, I shall seize the daylight to visit our uncle. There are many matters to discuss. The father-in-law has sent a letter, and early the day after tomorrow, they will come directly, eliminating the need for another trip to the county town. Hao and Wu exchanged whispers. Sister-in-law, if Chun Yin could learn even a smidgen of medical knowledge from her sister-in-law, it would be beneficial. Her father thinks likewise, but that stubborn girl is unwilling. She claims that the medical texts Pan'er studies are as incomprehensible as celestial scripts, and she refuses to endure such torment. Zhili mentioned that Chun Yin is just like Ji Xing, merely lazy and reluctant to engage her mind. Hao furrowed her brow. With the county examination in February and the provincial examination in April, I must procure more pig brains for Ji when to bolster his studies. Sister-in-law, if Zhili truly takes Ji 1 with him, Ji Xing will be left alone to study in the county town. There seems to be no remedy for this. Zhili stated that the Jiangnan Academy does not accept students below the child scholar level, and they will reside at the academy, unable to leave unless on holiday. Even if Ji Xing were taken along, no one would oversee him. The small courtyard in the county town is still rented. We can alternate in managing him there, though the expenses would be considerable. Yet what can be done? They are all our children. Hao frowned currently. We are using 3 taels of silver for the rent to support 3 children. In the future, it will be just 1 child, and he will still require someone to attend to him. Wu shot her a glance. Then what do you propose? Shall we simply disregard him? Is it truly acceptable to send an 11-year-old child home to work? On the early morning of the 8th day, Pan'er rose, her bed adorned with a set of brand new clothes, not crafted by her own hands but procured by Master Gu from a ready-made clothing shop, complete from head to toe. Banlian brought in the water for washing, saying, Miss, it's time to freshen up. Granny Ma has gone to prepare your meal. Banlian, a 10-year-old girl, had been purchased from a barber's shop by Master Gu just days prior, while Granny Ma seemed to have been temporarily hired from the Huang family for assistance. Pan'er could hardly comprehend that a year ago, she was someone who struggled to find enough to eat, and now she was being attended to. Master Gu had informed her the day before that she could now refer to him as Master, with the formalities of apprenticeship to be addressed later in Jiangnan. Little did she realize that Gu Siyuan and his son had quarreled over whether she should address him as Master or Grandmaster. I have no objection to calling her little junior sister, but your eldest grandson is already 18. Does he truly need to call a 13-year-old girl Grandmaster? Would it not be more fitting for you to be her Grandmaster? Isn't that akin to having a granddaughter? Indeed, that would be splendid. However, having a remarkably gifted disciple is even better. You and your elder brother are not technically my disciples. I merely imparted knowledge without ever requiring you to call me master, including Gu Qing. I am quite advanced in age. Am I not allowed to take on a disciple? Master Gu Suha found himself at a loss for words. He and his elder brother were the sons of their father, and pursuing medicine was a natural course. Was it really necessary for them to address their father as master simply for that reason? Gu Qing had been their father's servant since childhood, a gift from their grandfather. Bound by a contract, how could he possibly call his father master? There exists a distinction between master and servant, yet whether or not one calls is inconsequential. They are still disciples in essence. In the main hall, County Magistrate Huang, engaged in a lively discussion with Dr. Liu of the Rejuvenation Hall, gestured, What is the matter? How did you come to acquire a new bride? The explanation was complex, but one could say she is my father's disciple, though she has yet to formally apprentice. She will be joining us shortly, a fortuitous connection. I did not summon you merely for that trivial red envelope. Her family is somewhat wary of us, fearing we may be swindlers. County Magistrate Huang chuckled. Can the esteemed Gu family from Jiangnan truly deceive them? Do not jest. I have heard you have taken several concubines now. Quite the libertine. I thought you were not of such character. County Magistrate Huang hailed from Guangzhou Prefecture, as did Master Gu. They were childhood friends, though later he had resided long-term in Jiangnan, visiting Guangzhou infrequently. Embarrassed, County Magistrate Huang remarked, Not many Just 3. Only 3. My mother believes my son should have more children. Yet we have only 2, 1 legitimate and 1 illegitimate. They seem as if they are sealed within their wombs. You must examine me shortly. Gu Suhe replied, I happen to attend your eldest son's full moon celebration. He must be around 18 now. Has he married? Not yet. He is still selecting a bride. He does not apply himself to his studies and remains a mere student, while my illegitimate son is diligent in his studies. Yet unfortunately, his efforts yield little. He actively requested to return to our hometown to continue his education this spring. Each individual's perspective may vary, yet I find it hard to believe in the value of illegitimate offspring. After all, a child should rightfully be a legitimate heir. Can a concubine truly compare to the principal wife? It is often the case that those of lesser standing struggle to produce exceptionally gifted children, though this is not an absolute rule. Conversely, such situations can easily lead to complications. Brother Huang, you must remain vigilant. Should Chen Li overhear Gu Suhe's remarks, he would undoubtedly nod in agreement. County Magistrate Huang is competent in his duties and possesses a commendable character, devoid of greed. However, due to a concubine and an illegitimate son, the revelation of this matter next spring could result in the loss of his official position, rendering a decade of hard work in vain. Thankfully, his family still possesses some wealth, ensuring their survival. As for Chen Li and his companions, they arrived precisely at the auspicious hour to welcome the bride. Alongside Ji1 and Ji Xing, there were several cousins, with 3 mule carts and 2 donkey carts in tow. In the entire village, only 3 mule carts were available. Gu Yin had rented a courtyard from an inn, which, while acceptable, was hardly grand. The festivities lacked the exuberance typical of high-ranked households, the onlookers, having received their share of wedding sweets, quickly made way as Chen Li entered the main hall. Gu Yin sat prominently at the head of the hall alongside the county magistrate, while Gu Yi and Dr. Liu occupied either side. There were also some individuals brought by County Magistrate Huang. Chen Li respectfully acknowledged each one present.